Like
It just
you
really
said,
is.
the last year and a half has helped open a few eyes, I think, too. I agree. Sorry, go
Yeah.
ahead.
No, it's fine. I think it's a lot more than we expect, It's not enough, or they're not doing enough about it, definitely. But certainly there's a lot of people questioning things. It's just people are way too scared of losing what they have, losing their friend groups, potentially losing their job, their career, or at least their standing within their company or whatever, because, as soon as you take that leap, you're going to fall right down the pecking order, if you don't know how to play it. I think it's I forget who it is in here. It might be EXO, but he's like, oh, I'm that guy at my work, I'm that conspiracy guy. I'm not sure if it's EXO, so if it is you, EXO, and get on me. Um, and he plays it off, and it really doesn't affect anything, He's just really upfront with it and stands in confidence with it, which is what you need to do, But a lot of people, if you haven't even learned this stuff, how can you become confident about it? If you're still in that, I'm lost, I don't know what the hell's happening in this world, you're certainly not going to be confident about anything that's way out in left field, So yeah, I mean, so a lot of people are probably questioning stuff, but really just keeping it to themselves.
I think you might have been thinking about possibly Chocolate saying. I've heard him talk. He's like the conspiracy guy at his job, and he just owns it. And like this last year or so, people are coming to him more often with legitimate questions. He's
Could
not
have been could have
such
been
an
chocolate, yeah.
he's not such an outcast kind of anymore. It's more like they're coming to him for answers, or at least asking him his opinion on different stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Well, if it was
But
chocolate, yeah, that's who I was referring to. And yeah, as you said, he just owns it,
yeah,
and that's how you need to carry it. Yeah,
yeah, that's where I am with it. I don't force this on anybody really, but if they want to have the conversation, I'll have the conversation. By the end of the conversation, I'm talking, and they'll know the things I don't know to me. So there's plenty of shit I don't know, and I'll be honest about it. But there's so many things about the heliocentric model we all know make no sense. It's pretty easy to point those out.
but like for just consider Chocolate Sane's education in this matter compared to someone just realizing it.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
knows everything you need to know. He knows how to argue it. He knows how to counter every nonsense argument. He understands
mm-hmm.
fallacious reasoning. He understands the psychology beneath it. That's what allows him to own it. But for
Yeah,
again, as I said, someone that's just like a not necessarily a closet flat earther, but like a closet truther. Um, they can't come out with it because they're in a position of in confidence with it because they
yeah,
don't understand. Certainly, if you're a closet flat earther and then suddenly you just come out with it and you don't really understand it and you don't understand fallacious reasoning, you can just be bombarded with all the. You know how when you try to debate this with total globe head and they just bombard you with like 10 questions while you're still
yeah,
trying to answer the first one and stuff like that. You know
yeah.
that.
You're making a good point. People that are just new to this that don't firm grounding in what they're talking about, they need to avoid situations like that if they can.
Yeah,
Like I say, just keep it to yourself until you become at least eloquent enough to just learn how to say I don't know, and it comes across sincere way. Because you can legitimately say you don't know something. You don't know something about the sky because you can't verify. But these globe heads are like, we have all the answers. And then, no, you don't. You have something a textbook gave you. can't prove any of it. But
Yeah. You just have like endless begging the question fallacies or whatnot,
right.
Affirming the consequent, all that.
It's just so much easier now. Of course, I've been in this for a while too. It's so easier to bring people back to the basics. What we're talking about here, it's a
Yeah.
ball. So let's find the curve on this ball first, and we'll go from there.
This right here is the Flat Earth University, like it or not.
Yeah,
This is the place. Every flat earther needs to know about this server and needs to come be here. Do they need like a 6-month course in here, minimum.
yeah, yeah. It
Listening,
would be
studying,
be nice
understanding.
to be able to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really surprised how many flat earthers don't know about this server's existence. Yeah.
Yeah, we do our best to publicize things, but obviously we're not getting any help from the powers that shouldn't be or whatever.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But I do
Broadcasting
think
our existence, right?
yeah, I think like on your flat earth travels, you'll eventually end up here. You'll find it one way or another.
Yeah, you should at least maybe come across it. I hear you. But I'm like, when I first started this about 6 years ago, people were just sitting on Google Hangouts doing flat Earth Hangouts and stuff, and I was like, kind of expecting to see hundreds of them on YouTube and stuff. But stuff like that never happened. So, but I wouldn't mind seeing 5 or 6 different discords that are kind of like this one, where people can go and discuss this. Obviously, I'm glad this one's here. I'm not denigrate this one at all. Wish it was more widespread. I guess what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Maybe we're getting there. We're getting a little chink of,
Well, Dave added it to his app finally.
yeah, that should help. Because a lot of
Yeah.
people have, he has like 100 some thousand subs on that app.
Yeah, I mean, he says by his numbers, his videos, how he puts out a video a day on the app, he gets like 50,000 hits. YouTube never shows it, of course, but you can
Right.
see through his own server statistics that there's 50,000 people following the hyperlink.
Yeah, I have no way to prove it, but I feel like even with all the censorship and the shadow banning, that it's still getting out there more than they want it to, for the most part. But who knows? I could be wrong.
Yeah, every time I think that though and start to get positive about it, I watch one of Witz's fucking streams and I take 10 steps back with it,
Yeah. Yeah, the average Joe on the street is, if 9 times out of 10, or maybe more than that, it's just like a kind of like a hopeless case. They're not even gonna consider it.
Yeah.
But like I say, you don't want to be too black-pilled. You got to keep a positive attitude about this stuff.
I like to keep a realistic attitude, but unfortunately, that seems
Yeah,
to be black-pilled.
yeah, I hear you.
I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's about knowing the truth for yourself, That
Yeah,
allows you to be at peace with your existence in this world and to just internalize things and be at peace.
yeah,
So
that's it.
that's the only
That's
thing that needs to be achieved personally. And if you're here, you've achieved that. So well done.
Yeah,
So
I
there's
agree.
always that
That's basically
positive
what it boils
aspect.
down to. Basically, what
Yeah.
it boils down to is achieving the inner peace for yourself. I mean, it would be nice to change the world, but it's also unrealistic to think we're actually going to change the world. But if you can just change the
Yeah.
way you perceive the world, that's a victory, you know.
Yeah, I would love to say that we have way more people that realize the truth than probably we actually do, but I don't need to. You know, I mean, it's not black pilled for me to admit that. You know, that it
Right.
is what it is. You know,
Yep.
maybe it will take a lot longer than most of us here are comfortable with admitting. You know, to really grow and for take over the world in a kind of way.
Yeah.
Maybe it
I
won't be in our
mean,
lifetime, but whatever. I'll do
could
my
be
part in the
several,
meantime.
yeah, could be several generations. We're here to do whatever we need to do at the time that we're here, right? That's all we can do. But if you think about the actual, just the globe indoctrination only took like a couple generations into the majority mindset, right?
Yeah.
Maybe just a couple of generations will get it out too, but we're not at that tipping point where we can start getting it out. You know, we're still a minority, obviously. But like you said, we just be at peace with yourself and just share truth when you can, and that's about all you can do.
Yeah, I do believe that it's only about 100 years old. This lie. I mean the idea, the concept, may be far older, but as far as being implemented as public knowledge, public belief, about 100 years, yeah, give or take.
Yeah, late 1800s, early 1900s, best I can decipher of what we can trust about history, you know. But it's really when the government schools came in is when it really became allegedly common knowledge, right? And it started getting into science books and stuff like that.
Well, I don't think you could make this idea as serious as it's being taken by the average person without the advent of TV, you know, and movie production techniques.
The whole
It would,
moon landing, that whole era of the 60s and 70s when TV was invented, that's when it really kicked into. They really hit the gas
yeah,
pedal on it at that point, right?
yeah. Well, they didn't hit the gas pedal because we're saying it's only about 100 years. When was TV invented? I forget if I
50s,
even know.
60s.
56, was it
Well,
that? Was it
well, I
not a
mean,
bit earlier?
it didn't become commonplace in like in every household. 50s. It was invented in like the early 20s or something like that, I believe.
Yeah,
But
yeah, okay.
it
But
didn't
yeah,
become
common
widespread
about
use.
50s.
There was a TV in every house in the 50s, at least in America, you know, generally speaking.
Yeah.
And
So
and
so
that's
here's
when it,
so the timeline goes that flat Earth was being taught in public schools up until around 1920, and
yeah,
then you
somewhere in
have
there.
the Spanish flu,
Yeah,
the World Wars, and the Depression. Was it Depression
yeah.
before 1920 or after? I forget the year for that.
Stock, if you believe the history, the stock market crashed in 29 and the depression lasted
29.
up until World War II started.
Yeah, so
So,
so so you got Spanish flu, you got World War One, you got the Depression, and you got World War Two. That kind of fills the like 3 decade gap, and then you go to the
yeah,
50s, and you got TV in everyone's households, and that's where they start really pushing with this. Maybe
yeah,
they weren't
that
really
three,
too concerned with pushing this idea between 1920 and 1950, but after the world started to get back to some level of peace, I guess, or just collecting themselves from the emotional trauma of all them events, that's when they went into full gear with it, I would imagine, which is what they
yeah,
did. That's what we know they did.
yeah. It's like you're saying there, that those 3 decades, 2020s to the 50s, there was a launching pad. You know, that's when they kind of got the indoctrination really ingrained to a certain point, to a certain generation. And in the 50s, it's when it took off, you know, TVs in every house, stuff like that. And then the moon landing, and we saw the rest of it, right?
Certainly.
When was Roswell again? Because that was a pretty important event for them.
That was 60s,
Yep.
wasn't it?
Late 40s.
Oh, that was
Right.
40s? Shit,
I
man.
want to say 47, 48. That's a good point, Roger. That was definitely a key point in the whole thing. That's when they first really introduced the alien idea, right?
Yeah, something from out of here, right? So that's
Yeah.
then they wanted to go, yeah, to the outer space. But this moon landing was, when was the first movie of the moon landing? 1920, 15, something.
69. Oh, a movie about
Yeah,
moon
there was a
landing? Or
movie.
you mean
Yeah,
the Apollo footage?
no, there was a real movie. One of the first movies was what was about a moon landing.
Oh, no idea.
I think that was in the 20s. I think you're right, Roger. But yeah, so when they first started making movies, one of the first movies was about a moon landing, yes.
Then you've
But
got
of
the
course,
Universal
yep,
logo from
they had,
1918 or something. That's way far back, that.
yep, they had a spinning globe before they had a picture of it, right?
Yep.
Like 30 something years before they allegedly had the first picture of it. They had it right there on before every movie. Of course, everybody was at the theater back then watching their movies, right? So,
Yeah, and apparently planes fly with their wings facing towards the ground.
when I contemplate this timeline that we kind of just discussing here, and I just wonder if there was some time, probably in the 50s there, when Bird was doing whatever he was doing, and at some point there was meetings about, oh shit, it's not what we told him. What do we do about this? You know, did we just pile on the BS, or do we come clean? Do you think they ever had that moment that they might come clean at that point, or no?
Do you listen to Mark Sargent by any chance? Because it sounds kind
Something.
of like how he describes it all. From what I've heard him,
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible
yeah.
that something like that could have happened
Well,
because
he thinks that.
that,
He thinks
that
that,
was really the
oh,
first time that we allegedly explored all that area, right? But sorry, go ahead.
no, I was going to say that's how he puts it. He always, when he's explaining it, he says, our best and brightest only figured it out in the 50s, you know, with the Admiral Byrd expeditions to the south. So I don't believe that, though.
Yeah, it's more likely that they knew it wasn't a globe. But that's the answers we may never get. Answers to those kind of questions.
I mean, I don't know why they would. You know, they were already they were already at it, as I said, with the Universal Studio logo way back before the expeditions. You know,
They
they
were
were
kind of
already,
in too
yeah,
deep already, maybe. Yeah.
yeah. So they were already planning to perpetrate some grand lie about it. And then Mark says, "Oh, yeah." But then we only we only kind of figured it out in the 50s, and then we had to decide whether they had to decide whether they were going to lie to the public or tell them the truth. It's like they already began lying to the public long before that. So, and there's just so many things we are not aware of. Like,
Yeah.
what involvement do the elites of our time have with the elites before any previous reset, for example? You know, if we're going to
Mm-hmm.
go into this alternative history timeline, and or like, yeah, the alternative history kind of thing, the mud floods and all that, you know, whatever potentially happened there. You know, is it the rulers from back then survived that cataclysm or whatever it was, and then we're here to rule afterwards. Because if it was the same people, same bloodlines, then certainly, you know, the idea is that they had far more understanding of nature and how to utilize it technologically back then than we do now. So they would have known what this world was before
Yep,
the
that's a good point
1900s.
there.
So yeah, I don't think the expeditions were like fundamental. I think the knowledge was already known, that it was at least, you know, a level plane that was most likely enclosed, you know, even if
Yeah,
they
they were,
didn't
they
know
were
the
probably
exact
just
construct.
confirming what they thought they already knew at that point.
Yeah, yeah.
They weren't going to let the general public in on it, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't really know how to take that whole. Of course, Bird was a Freemason, but why would they let him get on TV and talk about lands past Antarctica and stuff? I don't know. That just makes no sense, really. Who knows? This is all
I
Yeah,
don't, I don't think
maybe
it
to
really
distract
matters.
from the north. Maybe to distract from the north. Sorry, obvious.
No, it's
possibly
fine,
Roger.
Roger. On you go, man.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Maybe to distract from the north.
Well, we don't know what like the sentiment from the public was in response to Admiral Byrd's interview. I mean, for all we know, like 10 people tuned into that show, and 9 of them didn't pay attention to what he said. You know, it's kind of the way we describe it in that, oh, he did these expeditions, came back, got on national television, and caused an uproar with what he said. You know, and then he had to be, you know, like. You know, he wound up dead some years later, and then they had to make the Antarctic Treaty, and then do the fake moon landings, you know, to reverse this error, you know. But that's only on the basis that anybody gave a shit what he had to say in the first place, which I don't know if anybody did. If it's anything like today, when somebody actually gets on the television and manages to eke out a bit of potential truth or information that gets you questioning things, yeah, nobody gave a shit what he had to say, you know, because that's what I observed today, anyway. From any,
And there was no PVR back then, no YouTube clips to capture
yeah,
that shot, you know. So unless there's someone recorded it, how could they share it with anyone? It would have been a moment in time. If you captured it or saw it, you saw it. If you didn't, oh well.
yeah, I think we potentially try to take too much away from these specific things here. What he was saying, you know, he was telling truth was with his words, but I just don't think the powers that be were too concerned about it. Like it was some big leak, you know. Still think it's legitimate for what we advocate, of course, and it's a necessary thing to point out to people. Hey, Roger, are you here?
Yeah.
Can you take a look in locker room and just see if you could do that for me? The guy I mentioned in there, yeah, he was really cool. Me and Dave had a
Okay.
nice conversation with him. Maybe you heard if you were listening to the stream.
No. Yeah, I can do that. 1 second.
Thank you.
I want to also counter the point I just made. I think back in the 50s, when television was first coming out, if there was a broadcast, people would all gather together because it would be an exciting experience. I think that there could have actually been a deeper penetration than we're giving it credit for.
Yeah, I might have rushed to judgment in how I was talking about the situation there, because this is the 50s where how many channels were available in the 50s? What, 2 for the whole country?
White noise and content.
Yeah, no, but literally, like, what would there have been? Like 2 to 3 channels potentially in the 50s. I know back when I grew up in the 90s and you didn't have satellite television. You had 4 channels, 4, 5
I
on
grew
just
up in the
analog.
six. I grew up in the '60s. I had 4 channels, and sometimes I was pissed because the president was on all 4 channels.
So yeah, you're probably right. So maybe it did really have a deeper penetration than I was giving it credit for. So.
Before there was like VHF and video recording and stuff, they would have been by the clock. So you would know there was a broadcast coming at 7 p.m. Then people would sort of clear their schedules to be available for the broadcast, because there was no other secondary way to receive that message. But this is also speculation. Like I say, it's the Longines chronoscope. Like that seems like a specific show, and how many people would have tuned in for that to hear Dr. or Admiral Richard E. Byrd. But then I was just thinking now, like if they traveled southwards and took the full might of the US military and still were not able to achieve their goal and had to eventually abandon it and return, that means no man has ever laid a measure of this place. Because that was just one frontier. That would have been one south
Yeah.
point, and they would have had to have reached the end and started the tape measure there, and then reached the 180-degree opposite end and ended the tape measure there to see how big is this place that we're in.
Yeah.
Both those bounds have never been reached. Or maybe that's also wrong. Maybe they have been reached. We just don't know. I don't know. But when I watched those documentaries of Richard's expeditions in the South, it was like a 3-part series where it showed all the video footage of that expedition and them camping on these plateaus where the wind reaches 200 kilometers an hour. It's like minus 50 degrees. If you go outside for too long, you get hypothermia. You think now, how could an individual man in his own private capacity achieve reaching the end of the earth? All of that might and all of that resources and unless it has to be through an aircraft of some sort, because by foot it seems quite suicidal.
Yeah. If that's the ground temperature, what is the temperature at 10,000, 20,000 feet? Potentially. It wouldn't be warmer, would it? It'd be even more colder.
The air temperature above doesn't have, well, once you reach a certain distance, doesn't have that much bearing on the ground below. When you're normally flying commercial, it's about minus 20, minus 30 degrees at that height.
Yeah.
No matter what, even if you're flying over a desert, it's minus 20, minus 30 in that stratospheric zone. So I'd postulate that
Yeah.
it would probably be fairly constant. And the whole misnomer that flying over the Antarctic is too cold for our engines to handle, I think is a bit fallacious. But at 40,000 feet, it does seem to still drop it. Or then it starts to rise in temperature again. When we send up the hot air balloons, the weather balloons, and they've got barometric gauges and temperature gauges and all of that information, there was a period where it went back to zero. So it was minus something, then it went back to zero, then it went a couple of degrees in the positive, and then it started to drop again back into the negative. So maybe you just got to find the right layer.
I just come from the point, I ask from the perspective of the way it's been designed by the creator, in a sense, to prevent humans from banging on the wall in mass. You know, it's a natural barrier. It's like a natural deterrence. The extreme low temperature, the environment, you know, nothing grows. And I'm like, okay, he thought about how to stop us transversing it on the ground, but did he also design it in a sense where we can't transverse it by the air? You know, that's why I asked about the temperature.
Well,
Yeah, it is
or
pretty
maybe it's
weird.
just part of the function. I mean, it just
I don't
happened
know.
to play out that way. You know, it's not like it'd be a tropical rainforest right at the end. You know, I mean, that'd be kind of odd.
It's pretty weird that the governments feel like they have to, go to all this effort to stop people. Well, that's probably not a lot of effort because not a lot of people are trying to go down there. But at the same time, I have postulated this before. No one ever bites on it or is interested. But since you mentioned that about the creator, I've talked, said before, I hypothesized, is it possible that that barrier was somehow, all the extreme cold environment was somehow man-made or at least enhanced to make it more difficult. I mean, we already know they put up the government restrictions from going there, but I wonder if there's some, because we know they mess with the weather and so on. So is it possible that they actually make it somehow worse? But I don't know when they would, have done that, because when was it that was Admiral Byrd the first recorded expedition there? Well, Magellan went on there, right? He went along the edge, but he didn't actually leave the boat, right? Is that what Magellan did? Did he ever leave the boat in Antarctica? Anybody know? I could look it up.
I think Magellan went that far south. Now, Captain Cook was claimed to have been along the coastline, but I don't think Magellan
is it
went that.
Captain Cook? Okay, then I'm saying it wrong. Who was it that logged and recorded traveling over 60,000 miles along the Antarctic shoreline? Was that Captain
Was
Cook?
that the Challenger? Cook, yeah.
Captain Cook and Captain Clark Ross, too, both did that at different times, supposedly.
Okay, thank you for correcting me, because I said Magellan not that long ago and nobody corrected me. So now I'll remember it wasn't Magellan, Captain Cook.
Hey, I got something to say about what one of you said a second ago about they claim that jet engines don't work in cold environments like that over Antarctica. Well, it kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it? Because it's like, they keep telling us that they're sending rockets up to the vacuum of space. Oh, it's so amazing. It's so magical. And they're using rockets to do it. Oh, and they don't need, a medium to propel themselves through the vacuum of space. The rocket works somehow in the vacuum of space, right? Really cold and nothing to push off of, but somehow it works. But yet, oh, heaven forbid they send one of those rockets over Antarctica. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying here? It's like, they tell us, oh, the jet engines don't work over there. Well, all right, then find something that does work. Does nothing work?
I haven't heard that claim though, that the jet engines don't work.
So a jet engine is different to a rocket-powered engine. A jet engine has lots of moving parts, and they say that when the air gets super cooled, then the cooling fluid for the jet engine freezes. But they always negate the fact that the engine's producing hundreds of degrees just on its own through its operation. But they say the rocket is just about expanding gases into a funnel shape. But a rocket engine or a jet engine actually has turbines and a lot of moving parts throughout of it. But once you're in the stratosphere, you're in the atmospheric temperature, and that's banded. So it kind of covers continents, and it's the same temperature in that air layer, whether you're over desert, tropical rainforest, snow, the temperature in that air zone stays the same. So I've always found that claim to be very fallacious.
Yeah, it's just excuses. That's all they have.
Temperature is only really a factor on startup. So, for example, batteries, if they freeze below 20 degrees, then the electrolyte won't allow the transmission of the voltage. So, like Russian tanks in the far north, if it really snowed heavily, they couldn't get them to start because the batteries would freeze. But that's on startup. Once the thing's running and generating its own heat, a tank can go through way colder temperatures than it needs for startup.
Yeah, the same thing applies if you ever convert one of those diesel-powered cars to, to run off of vegetable oil that you get from the back of Chinese food restaurants. My brother did that once, and I've known of other people that do that. But one of the disadvantages is in the wintertime, you have to buy something through the internet. It's like this square heating pad that you got to stick on the engine to heat it up, so you can turn the thing on while it burns that fuel at a lower temperature. The car exhaust makes it smell like, a Chinese food restaurant. Kind of interesting.
I found some stuff. So somebody said, yeah, the British ship Challenger. I would like to learn more about that. Does this thing that Breaking Down Wall of Lies posted doesn't say when the British ship Challenger did that? I didn't even know about that one. Does the British ship Challenger also made an indirect but complete circumnavigation of Antarctica, traversing 69,000 miles? This is entirely inconsistent with the Ball model. Explore down there. I mean, I know how you guys were saying it would be very difficult, but especially with they did it back then with just the sailing ships they had. Imagine modern ships we have, but they are restricted by the Antarctic Treaty from bringing enough supplies and fuel. So even though there's the natural restrictions, I think government restrictions is really what does it.
Mary Mom, what evidence do you have for either like an increased coldening of the South, or what do you have to stand or to support the idea that man could have manipulated that region specifically, and that it's not just a natural
Oh, I
balance?
wish I had evidence. Right, I shouldn't have called it a hypothesis if it's not based on a natural observation. No, I don't have any evidence. It's really just a hunch. Yeah, it's just whatever. They don't really need to do that. I mean, they've got all the power, they've got all the weapons, they've got the Antarctic Treaty, so they don't really need to go to that much effort, do they? They can just keep people out there by threatening to kill them. Works with everything else. It's just something I'm throwing out there. I'm just curious but it makes sense, what you guys were saying earlier that, I guess, a loving creator, maybe wouldn't, why do you need to go out there? You got everything you need right here. I mean, we do have everything you need. Everything would be perfectly fine if they just leave us alone, right? I'd be perfectly happy just living here and being left alone. That's just what we can't seem to accomplish here. We can't seem to have anything be left to just the natural order of things. That's what the problem is, right? Interference by these artificial agencies that have asserted control over us when they have no right to do so. Otherwise, we'd be just fine, wouldn't we? If things were just left to their natural order and with just, romantic love between men and women just naturally led to children as God designed it and so on.
Like how would you take a wooden boat there if you need icebreakers these days to crush paths or to break open the ice sheets to allow vessels to pass through certain channels? It seems like Cook and Ross managed to get away with the most incredible feats of luck to not have been, because some of those ice sheets can close around you and then you're stuck for the next 3 months or 4 months. Wouldn't have packed that many supplies for it. And I've also seen a map of Antarctica without ice
Oh, really?
from the 1600s, the 1500s, 1600s.
Wow.
So
So you
I
do
actually,
have evidence.
yeah,
I
I'm
don't.
going along with the idea.
Thank you. I've actually never heard that before. That's really interesting. Where do you remember where you saw that?
I'm trying to figure out if it was Mercator, because it's part of those collection of maps from about the
Okay.
1600s.
Now that you say that, I feel like I have seen, something like that before too. Now that you say that, I should research that some more. Yeah, because if you look at that picture because I posted the archive.org link to book by Captain Sir James Clark Ross, Voyage of Discovery and Research in the Southern and Antarctic region. Yeah, look at the picture of his ship there at that giant ice wall. Yep, what was that Ross doing claiming there's an ice wall? Isn't crazy flat earthers that claim that? Oh, look at this, a book, written in 1847 by a sir. Says there's an ice wall. He has a nice little picture of it there for us. But yeah, absolutely. We just, that's what I want to know. Yeah, has it always been there? That's what I want to know. So thank you for giving me another clue to search out these maps.
Didn't they put a HARP system down in Antarctica in the United States portion?
Good question. Seems like something they would do. I don't know.
Because I want to say I remember reading an article somewhere where they did. And reason I remember this is because I remember when Al Gore was going on his climate spree, he had put up a depiction of this hotspot being above Antarctica in this certain region. And if they had put a HARP system over there, that would have created the hotspot in the sky. Because if there was a dome, it would have been heating up the sky. I'll have to look into it.
Oh yeah, this mainstream article from NOAA.gov has the HMS Challenger covering more than 68,000 nautical miles. It doesn't show it. Yeah, it doesn't show it actually. At least the picture there doesn't show it just going down to Antarctica. It shows it going a bunch of different places. Records, I mean, you think like a primary source is going to be reliable, but then back then, imagine how easy it was for, Mr. Sir Clark Ross, Captain Sir, to tell people whatever they want to tell them, right? They didn't have a lot of other ways to verify any of it. Oh yeah, Jimmy, I'm finding something just a preliminary search talks about. Because HARP stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, and then it says there's a Southern Hemisphere auroral radar experiment. They call it SHARE. They probably don't want to call it HARP, but it sounds very similar to the HARP thing. I see that link, Jimmy, you put up there. Thank you. About the harp the modification in Antarctica. Thank you. It's so funny because you think like I'd say it was about 10 years ago where like where you talked about chemtrails and weather modification, people are like, oh, those crazy conspiracy theories. Now like people don't even care about that, right? Like you can easily and they can't deny it. I mean, there's geoengineering.org. I mean, geoengineering just is a thing. Like they can't even like nobody even denies it anymore, I don't think. But 10 years ago only, that was like something to get you. Yeah, that was the kooky idea. How could you possibly think they were modifying the weather? That's so crazy. It just goes to show, then 10 more years, I guess, we're still around here. Then I guess flat Earth will be no big deal, right? If we're talking about now, because who knows what the next thing will be. I don't know. It's just funny. Although that one, I don't know. They can't just easily disclose it because it kind of like gives away their whole game. So might not be flat Earth might not be going the way of chemtrails, but they don't even pretend now they're not modifying the weather. They just admit that they are and they justify it. So anybody, of your family or friends or whoever that you actually they're talking to about this stuff that has to call you that, that's a good example. There's other things too that used to be considered petty that are now just a matter of case, such as 24/7 government surveillance, your TV screen watching you, not being having to ask the government for permission to breathe. All ideas that 10, 20 years ago would have been insane. I don't know, Michael. He wants to know who's going to Flattoberfest. I don't think I am, unless some weird idea in my head start going down there, but maybe people that live closer. I know Witset's going to Flattoberfest. He has that on his channel, so that should make it a fun time. Sure, it's always a fun time, with or without Witset. Are you going, Michael?
Oh, you know it.
Good for you. Have you been there before?
This is my first actual Flat Earth event.
Well, I've never been to one either. Yeah, I'm not opposed to going to one, but
Who is this I'm talking to?
This is Dandelion. Nice to meet you.
Oh, I think we spoke before. Nice to meet you too.
I think we did. Yeah, so nice to talk to you again. I think we have spoken before. You're right. Yeah.
Right
That's good.
on.
Well,
Yeah,
you'll have to report back. It's later this month, right? Obviously, it's got to be before the end of October.
We're all meeting by the billboard at 5:00 Friday.
Oh, tomorrow.
No, tomorrow's Thursday. Oh, you're right. Yeah, tomorrow. I'm sorry. I'm traveling. I'm totally.
You sold me on the fact that it's Wednesday if you tried hard enough. So you're gonna meet, and it's going to start tomorrow then.
The actual event is Saturday and Sunday, but we're all going to meet up, take a big picture by the Flattoberfest billboard.
Nice. I can't wait to hear about it then.
Yeah, I'm going to take as many pictures and videos as I can. I'm just really excited about meeting everybody in real life, everybody on the other end of the keyboard.
Oh, I bet. That would be great. Yeah. Yeah. Well, since it's tomorrow, I'm definitely not going then.
You're sure about it now?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I got a question for Michael Gleason.
Yes, sir.
Have you checked your ancestry? Is your great-great-grandfather the guy that did the map?
No, that's funny. And anybody our age used to ask if I'm related to Jackie. And now everybody's asking if I'm related to Alex. Not that I know of. My dad traced it back maybe 7 generations to Europe, and everything before that was lost in the war. But as far as I know, no relation.
Okay, just had to ask, the Gleason's map and
Yeah, I know. Everybody thinks it's my username. No, that's my real name.
Well, I hope you have fun at Flattoberfest. I wish I could go.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Is this Hank?
No, I sound like Hank. This is Dave Hinkle. I'm dead every day. I barely talk on here, so.
Right on. You sound a little bit like Hank.
Yep. I'm in Kentucky. Hank's in Texas, but it's almost the same thing. So
Right on. Yeah, I'm from Florida, and I'm actually traveling right now. I ended up in Virginia, and I'm going to South Carolina tomorrow.
You're coming from Florida. I hate to tell you, but you passed up South Carolina.
I know. Well, I was a week
Okay.
early. So I had to find some time to kill. I mean, find something to do to kill time.
Okay, I was just messing with you anyway.
I hear you. Well, right on. Nice talking to you guys. I'm just here listening and learning.
Yep, we're just waiting for the next honest, sincere person to come in here and want information.
Oh, they come, we lay a few facts on them, and they go away and don't come back, or they come back a flat earther.
Yeah. Who knows
That's
what
pretty
happens.
much how it goes, isn't it? Yeah, that's just
Yeah, I listen at
process
work.
in a nutshell.
I listen at work basically 24/7, and I can't really comment or join the conversation there because there's too much noise going on. But I just love it when these Globers come in so confident and haven't really thought about either argument on either side. And when they start realizing we know their model better than they do, they kind of swallow their pride and go away.
Yes, that's exactly what happened to Lag yesterday. He was all, cocky and sure of himself and sure he was better than us when he came in here, even though he later denied it. Didn't want to actually stand for anything, But then he was kind of like worn down, and he's one of those. I should come up with some secret role when I'm going to predict they're not going to come back. Because some of them, when you realize that they start to realize there's something to this, you kind of hear it in their voice. It's like they kind of it's fear, right? They start to get sober, right? And they're sobered. They don't have the cockiness anymore. They know they don't have an argument. They can't defend the globe. They thought it'd be easy. They realize they can't defend it. First they're sobered, then they get quiet, and they quietly slink away. If we're lucky, they might say goodbye, and then we usually never see them again. I don't want to do like a role that says never going to see them again, because that would be rude. Like if they actually did want to come back, even though they almost never do. Like that guy Lag yesterday. He might come back. Sometimes they surprise me. What could I call the role? Like first timer? I don't know.
A lot of times when they have that aha moment, you know right then which direction they're going to go. Like, wow, that's some new information. I might need to look into with this. Or they're denying it right from the get-go. And those people don't come back. It's too hard for them, especially if they've gone to school. It means that PhD on the wall means nothing, and I'm an idiot. And I owe school loans still.
That's right. They might need, and it's possible that they just need some time to let it sink in, like alone, which I think is perfectly fine and healthy. Like I think people should kind of come to terms with it alone, because that's what you have to do, in this world. You pretty much, for the most part, except for Michael, who gets to go to Flattoberfest, but for the most part, you're kind of just in the physical world. You're alone with the truth, and you just kind of have to deal with it. So, and people you talk to are most likely not going to understand. It often doesn't go well.
Yeah, I'm visiting with family right now. And so it's one of those subjects everybody is aware of what I'm into and kind of doesn't want to approach the situation. But I'm all about, hey, you got questions? You got interest? Kind of like I'm not afraid to touch on the subject if anybody has an interest. I'm not going to try and push anything on anybody. But, if anybody has any questions, I've got answers.
Yeah, that's a good way to be. Yeah, and it's a mindset. Like that's what I can't even imagine. Like finding out, like, from someone in my real life. Like, and some people are blessed and fortunate enough that happened to them. Like, I can't even imagine what that would have been like. But if someone had, brought this up and actually had the arguments and the information, I would have been all over it. Yeah, like asking him questions. What makes you think this? I mean, because it's a wild thing to most people. It's like something way out of the, what you hear every day. I would have been fascinated. But yeah, the normal thing I get is just, we don't really want to hear her talk about that, so don't ask her any questions. Just pretend it didn't happen. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
it's like, yeah.
I've always been counterculture, so it's like, what are you rebelling against, or what's your conspiracy? I don't know. What do you got?
Yeah, and I think that's part of the problem. See, I kind of regret that because if I hadn't been like open in the past about other stuff, and I know now is like, yeah, part of the way there, but not really the whole thing, but not really that important. Like if I'd stayed, like mild mannered, Clark Kent, my alter ego, like up until I found out about flat Earth, I feel like I could have made more progress. But it's like, oh yeah, that's the lady who rode around the country on her bicycle, who did all these crazy things, who chained herself to the tree, who did. It's like, yeah, whatever. Now she's into flat Earth, so.
Was that you? Was that you, or you were just describing on the bike and chained to
Yeah,
a
yeah.
tree?
Yeah, I mean, when I was, a teenager, I was you remember Earth First? You probably do remember Earth
Oh
First,
yeah.
right? Yeah,
All that
yeah, I was part of
environmental
that whole
thing's been
thing, yeah.
going on. It's been greenhouse gases since the 70s, and we need to do something about it. So yeah, I'm familiar with a lot of those groups.
Yeah, so, I mean, a lot of the things that I was involved with when I was younger, I admit are, like, we're crazy things now, but it's, you kind of like, I was just looking for something else besides this, plastic culture that I could see was obviously not where it was at. So I tried a bunch of different things, but anyway, left all that behind.
Right, right. Well, cool. I'm just gonna turn the mic off. It was nice chatting to you. I'm still here listening and learning.
Cool.
Take care.
You too.
Okay, bye.
Hey, good to talk to you. Have fun. Dinah's here. Dinah, you don't have
Thanks,
any
I
rolls
will.
for me. Oh, good. Yeah, and we want to hear a report. Whenever you're ready to give us a report from the field, we'd like to hear about Flattoberfest.
Hey, I have a question. How can I post links or photos in the live chat? Do I need to get a role for that?
Yeah, I'll give you the role. It's a different role. Just okay. You've got the role now. Link, image, embedded
Oh,
role.
cool. I appreciate that. I didn't know it was that easy.
That's not for everyone, and not everyone can fast. I'm not going to give it to Dinah La Bambina unless she shows herself.
No, I know, and I promise I'll only contribute quality memes or literature to the live text.
Yes, you seem like a solid person, so I believe you.
Yeah, I've been into it forever and just slowly getting into, like, I've been listening to 24/7 maybe a year now before I even joined. I just joined like a month ago. But I've been listening for a long time and been into it forever, but honestly never went to one of those events like that, and I'm so looking forward to that. I can't even say.
I think it'll be great. Is it like a camping area,
No, there's I believe most of it's being done at a hotel. Um, a convention room or something to that effect. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at the Marriott, and I think the conference is happening at another. I'm thinking I don't have the exact address in front of me, but I'm thinking it's another hotel. But there's going to be an outside area, and then there's going to be presentations, on a schedule on the inside. Presentations, a little bit of music. But like I said, I'm not really sure. What's inside, what's outside. It's my first event like this, and I'm just going to be happy being in a town full of flat earthers.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be great. Yeah.
Well, cool. Take care.
Okay, you too. Talk to you later. Oh, old dude. Is that old dude? Yeah, old dude's got a link for it if anybody's interested. Especially, if somebody's like in that area, they could probably go more easily.
Yeah, that's the first one I found, Dandelion.
Okay.
I was looking for dates the other day for someone. They were posting the Flattoberfest flyer, but there was no dates, so that's what I found. I was going to mess around and put the
Yeah, it looks like they've got a website. Oh, I like their website. It's got a nice horizon on the in the front. Oh, it's Karen B thing. I didn't even know it's Karen B thing because when I put that link in there, it says Karen B.
Oh yeah, it's Karen B, and Dearth is going to be there. It's ODD. So many people.
Yep, I'm looking at the schedule. Bob Nodell. Marty Leeds. That name sounds familiar, but I don't remember why. Marty Leeds. I don't know who that is, but sounds familiar.
Marty Leeds did an early good documentary called The Flat Earth Litmus Test. You may have seen that.
Probably. He's been around for a while.
Yeah, he's like a OG. He's been around since 2015 or so. He has a website and a channel. He's into gematria and stuff like that. But he seems like a good dude. Got a lot of knowledge. So did you get anything out of Donna Labamino?
Oh, not yet. I was trying to get it. Yeah, I thought she could go up to the check-in. I don't know. We could try unmuting her. You think we should?
Hello, Donna Labambino. Welcome to the server.
I unmuted you, Dinah. Are you there? No, she's unmuted. Or is she talking? We just can't hear her. Hello? You talking to us, Dinah?
Hello, Donna.
Dinah, won't you blow? Dinah, won't you blow? Dinah, won't you blow your horn? Oh, she went away.
And
She doesn't like I've been working on the railroad.
She's like, oh my
Great
God,
song.
I'm unmuted. I'm out of here.
Oh, yeah, well, she can go there. If you're still listening, Dinah, you can go to the check-in if you don't want to be unmuted on the live stream and we could talk to you.
Looking at the list, it looks like the only person on here that's not a crazy globe denier, like Dandelion and myself.
Yeah, Michael was talking about trying to get through to people. I don't know. I don't think you were here when I was talking about this before, Dave. I tried to write a whole essay to the homeschool co-op that we used to participate in that was going to focus on space science for the entire year this year, which then I had to take my kids out of it, which was really annoying. It's like, how many things do I have to quit, people? But you kind of like have an ethical responsibility, to not expose your children to lies, right? So like, not only do I have to run away from all these other things, now I have to run away from the so-called alternative people that are supposed to be Christians, that are focusing on space science the whole year. And I didn't even mention the word flat Earth. All I did was go into the scientific reasons why the concept of outer space violates the, natural law and so on. I was only focusing on the vacuum of space concept and how astrophysics is, all these concepts are questioned by many legitimate scientists and so on. I used my own credentials, my academic credentials, and so on. And then I also gave them some quotes from Genesis, since this takes place at a church, where I'm like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be exposing children to this stuff. And just no response, like no substantive response. Like Michael was saying, you at least want somebody to like fight back or give you an answer, just like, and then at the end, I'm like, well, let me know what you guys are to do, because if you decide to do this, I will not ethically be able to let my children participate, and just, you would think, if somebody went to all that trouble to say you research information, they give you some response, right? Nope. Just, oh, we're really sorry to hear you're not going to be, involved this year. That was the answer. No addressing
Really?
anything I said.
That's all you got back is feedback?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but I felt like, I had to do it. I had to call them to task, basically, what I felt like. You're going to be corrupting them. I didn't say it like this. I'm saying this to you. I was not like accusing them. I was giving them the information, which they now cannot say. They never heard it. You know what I mean? Of why this is so
Yeah.
not only non-scientific, but also non-biblical. I was like calling them out, and I felt like I had to do that. And yeah, no answer, basically.
Well, in a way, just using the term space science is a non sequitur right there, right? What science can you do on space? You think about it.
And that was the point. But these Christians, they're apologetic. It's like we were talking about earlier. Especially the ones, the creationists, they're being targeted by the Ken Hovens and the Danny Faulkners who say, oh, these evil flat earthers, they're trying to keep you from the truth or whatever. They're just doing this whole little whatever mind games they're playing with the creationists who actually have the mindset, who aren't afraid to stand up to the mainstream, right? But the more like what you call like traditional Christians, like not the
Right.
creationists, which is who these people are. They're afraid because they don't want to be called creationists, right? Science deniers. They like, oh no, we love science. It's great. God made the Big Bang. It goes no problem. The Bible goes right along with science. We can believe both. That's the mantra of these so-called traditional Christians. They're afraid. I know that's why these ladies didn't answer me. It's because it's like, oh boy, no, we can't go down that road. People will call us names. What would we do then?
Yeah. There's so much irony in the person that, like, I'm not a big Bible guy, but just the fact that there's like over 200 quotes directly related to the flat motionless plane, and there's like 0 related to a spinning ball, right? There's like one quote that says something about a circle, which I guess I could interpret that way, but you know what I mean.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. It's very sad that, people are.
It's overwhelming that
Yeah.
the people, whoever wrote the Bible, they didn't think they were on a spinning ball,
Absolutely. Oh, Dinah answered us. She says, it seems I'm having technical difficulties. I'll have to come back later.
Okay. Thanks for the response. Come back anytime. We're here 24/7. Thank you.
Yes, she answered
Somebody
in the
is.
VC check-in.
I'm not personally here 24/7, but some person is.
Always somebody, that's right.
Yeah, those guys like Ken Hovind and Danny Faulkner, I don't understand they just seem like they live in conflict.
Yeah, absolutely.
Their whole paradigm they're holding conflicting ideas. What's that? There's some term for that where you hold conflicting ideas in your head. And I don't know.
Well, the cognitive dissonance, right? Or is there another term?
Yeah.
That's
Maybe
the
that's
one,
what I'm thinking of. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and it's strange because that's the part I don't understand. I mean, I think those guys are doing it because they're making money. They're pushing their books or whatever agenda they have. But just the average creationist, I'd have to try to find one of them, I guess, and talk to them, a person who actually follows this. I mean, I've seen them in like YouTube chat and stuff where they're like, "Oh no, flat Earth is the devil" or whatever. That's like their mindset. I've talked to them online before. These Ken Hovind type followers, like they're afraid. They've gotten them afraid to look into it because they think it's bad for them to look into it. Like they'd be sinning if they look into flat Earth. That's how much these guys have them twisted around.
Yeah. They convinced them it's like the devil's trying to trick them or something. Don't look into flat Earth, right?
Yes, which is so weird because if you look at the actual text of the Bible, like when they talk about don't get into the mystery societies or the secret information. I can't remember exactly how they put it in the Bible, something like that, mystery cults or something. It's like, yeah, back then they were talking about these satanic glober dudes. And now you're like that. Now it's the other way around where they're twisting those and acting like flat Earth is the secret info with people who are trying to steal your brain or whatever they think they're trying to do. It's like, no, it's the other way around. You guys have joined the mystery cult and you're still reading the Bible. That's why you're confused.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate irony is they've got it. The ultimate trick is total reverse of reality.
Here, yeah. What were the history religions? What does the Bible say about cults? History religions were so named because they consisted of strictly secret cults characterized by elaborate initiation rituals and religious ceremonies. Oh, kind of like our government.
Too quiet up in here.
Hello, what's going on?
Not a whole lot. What's up? Is everybody taking a break or what?
Oh, we're being mellow. I don't know. Have we even had any globe believers in here today? I can't remember. We had Mr. Second Chance earlier.
Yeah, one guy that admitted he thought it was a globe, but he didn't stay till. What's it like to be vacationated? That likes matter.
What's that? Feels
Always
Hey,
like
good.
to get.
hello, Flat Lives. How are you, mate? I haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah, man. I just been over, you know where, the name that must not be spoken. Chemo's over there right now, giving them
Yeah.
a hard time.
Talking about Gamma Panda and the Sophis. How those
Yeah.
guys doing these days?
I don't know. It's the same old, nothing really. They just yell at each other, and the
Got
chemo's
nothing.
putting them
Just
through the
the way it is.
ringer.
Yep.
Yeah. What about over here, man? It looks like there's only, how many of us are in here? 19. Where's everybody at?
I don't know. Maybe they're like Michael and they're driving to Flattoberfest. I don't know. But so Chemo's still going to battle over there at Gem Pandas. Is that what we're talking about?
Every day. I just wait for somebody to show up. Him, of course, Jeremy stopped coming over there.
Did he? Good for him. When I used to go there, I never liked the way they treated Jeremy. It used to upset me. I didn't like listening to it, but yeah, at least he was definitely going back for more, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he tried. Like everything he did, they would make fun of him, from his job to whatever. From job, Bitcoin to Uber. And some of them guys do the same thing. You know,
Yeah,
after
you
a
should
living.
never make fun of someone for their job, especially anyone who's doing like manual labor. That's like a very
Yeah.
noble profession these days. At least then you're not like at least you're doing something useful. You're not participating in the lie. If you're actually like creating something or even driving somebody around, like people need transportation. I think that's a very noble profession, being an Uber driver.
Yeah, I mean, he ain't sitting around taking a free paycheck. He's actually moving. Gotta give him props
Yeah,
for
God
that.
bless the boy for looking after his family and carrying on working when so many people have just said, oh, okay, I'll take the government handout and I'll sit back and I'll do nothing. God bless the boy. He's right on the front lines with whatever terrible thing it is that's going on out there in the world. And they think that that's okay to decry him for it. It's just so typical. They'll never change over there, will they?
They don't. Yeah, they don't have any like actual like principles that they're arguing from. They're just tearing people down because they don't have a globe model and they don't have anything to defend. I mean, like I think the philosophy put out in the novel Atlas Shrugged, where what happened in that particular story is that the most intelligent and creative people of society, once they saw that it was being taken over by undesirable types, and where initiative, creativity, and so on were not only not rewarded in that society as in our society, they were denigrated, and the average to below average people were rising to the top because they were the most willing to carry out nefarious operations because they couldn't rely on their own talent and creativity. So the whole phrase, "Who is John Galt?" it has to do with John Galt, who decided to drop out of society. And he actually, I'm not saying I'm in favor of this, developed a alternative community down in Central or South America. And then slowly all the kind of captains of industry and the most intelligent, creative people of society, one by one, he went to them and convinced them no longer lend their talents to this broken, decaying system that was full of rot, to just leave, because what those little parasites depend on is all of the people who do have that talent who continue to just go along with the program and kind of, maybe be middle class and like mildly rewarded. And if they keep their head down, they can live their little life. Just be quiet while we just suck off, all of the remaining energy from you and make money off of your hard work and so on. That will all collapse because these people who are, at the top are very tiny minded little parasites that don't actually have any creativity or talent or, intellectual ability. They're just relying on a system that was founded by whoever, back when, that they were probably related to. But then those people all inbred and made these people that are like, don't even seem human to me. And so, yeah, these so-called good people are still participating in this system. And they are part of the problem. And they're not only part of the problem because they're still contributing their talents and energies, but they're part of the problem because then the bad guys can, the people who are the parasites can just look to them and say, "Oh, our system's still good. Mr. Smith just went to Washington last week. You guys elected somebody who's out there. Look at Rand Paul. We're still good. We're still a country because Rand Paul exists." No, that's part of the problem. They've always got their little person that they're propping up and saying, "We've still got great guys in there. We've still got a government." We don't have a government. Come on. We haven't had any kind of republic here forever.
Is the movie as good as the book?
I never saw the movie. I don't know. Was it good?
I don't know. I want to see it now because
Has anybody seen that? It's a really long book, Atlas Shrugged, so it's probably faster to watch the movie. But I don't know if the movie, who's the
lead character in that? What's his name?
Has anybody seen Atlas Shrugged, the movie?
Oh, the guy.
I know a little bit of the story. That was the captains of industry that all stood apart from everything, wasn't it? And didn't they build a town or a county or something? But what happened to all that?
Yeah, they dropped out. Yeah, John Galt started it, and then Agni Taggart is one of the protagonists, and Reardon's the other one, the captain of the steel industry, and so on. I mean, nowadays it's way too late. It's all fictional. I mean, I don't think we have any decent people in leadership positions anymore. I don't know. Maybe they're all at this undisclosed location, just like John Galt. Maybe they've already done it. I don't know who the actor is.
In Big. The movie Big, the guy. Yeah, Tom Hanks.
Oh, you're kidding. They put Tom Hanks. Was Tom Hanks? Did he play Henry Reardon? Because that's going to make me mad. He does not deserve that part.
I'm pretty sure he's in that movie.
I think you're thinking of Cloud Atlas. That's a different movie. That's not what you're talking about.
Okay.
You better not have made Tom Hanks be either John Galt or Henry Reardon, because I'll be mad. Okay, I'm looking it up. It says stars are Taylor Schilling, Grant Bowler, and Matthew Marsden. I don't know who any of those people are.
When did it come out? The movie
2011.
Oh, okay. It's probably free to watch by now.
Dandelion, did you say Schilling?
I think so. Let me see. Taylor Schilling. Is that a female?
No, just the name. The name, Schilling.
Schilling, yeah, Schilling, yeah.
That is a funny name, Schilling.
They probably messed it up, though. I bet they messed up the book. They messed up everything else. I mean, did you ever see that that version of Scarlet Letter where it has a happy ending with Demi Moore. I mean, come on. I bet that I feel like that was that was a conspiracy just for against school children, where if you watch the Scarlet Letter and you write your paper based on it, it's like the complete opposite message of the actual novel. Because she's supposed to get punished for her Scarlet A. Not that I'm endorsing the original novel, but that's what the original guy said, you know. But in the Hollywood version, she Scarlet A, woohoo, happy ending, happily ever after.
Yeah, she got rewarded for it. It was the complete opposite. It removed the moral and reversed it.
Dandelion.
You saw it too, you know. Oh, dude, thank you for understanding. Hello, Jenny. How are you?
Hello. Doesn't Disney do the same thing with the Grimm's fairy tales? They make them look cute and everything when really that's not how it went, you know?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, they do. They were cautionary tales of bad and woe. Yes.
They gotta sell it.
Yeah.
Bring the little kids in, get them hooked. Y'all ever heard of a guy named? Give me a second. I'll think of it. I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Anyway, I can't think of his name, but he wrote a bunch of Christian songs in these books and stuff, and he ended up like writing something about a whole book on werewolves or something like that back in the day.
Sounds like a little esoteric.
Yeah, like straight up, like somebody you would never have thought would talk about it. Now, this is like somebody's a huge Christian. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna do some research because it flipped me out when I heard his name. I was like, there is no
Are you
way.
talking about Brian Lumley by any chance?
Who?
Brian Lumley.
No,
it's not the one I'm thinking. Then was it definitely werewolves?
it was a famous Christian. Man, I'm sorry, I completely have drawn a blank. Let me look it up and see if I can find it.
Are you talking about Frank Peretti? Was he religious?
No, this is like
not an author kind of person originally, I take it.
I think he was a preacher that was a songwriter, wrote pretty big, Christian songs. I'm so sorry. I feel like a complete doofus.
Don't be. I've been there, man. You're good.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up, see if I can find it.
Sweet.
Matter of fact, it was the guy that was talking about it was the one who worked for the Christian software company that did the flat Earth, the ancient Hebrew map. On Logos Bible software. The one who was pretty much in charge of that was on a radio show talking about how a lot of people don't know very big Christian preachers also wrote about.
I think I might know who you're talking about, but I can't think of his name either. But he's a flat earther though, right? Dean Odell. Was it Dean Odell?
No, not Dean Odell. I think Dean Odell would use the guy's actual ancient Hebrew cosmology that was put in the software.
Zen Garcia?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I'm giving you the rundown. I'll be back. I'm gonna stop doing this. I'm gonna go see if I can find it.
Sweet. Good luck, man.
Jenny, do you remember when Zen Garcia came and did a presentation on the server? It's on the old server.
Yes.
That night? Yeah. Did you go to it?
I remember that happening. And if I was there, all I did was listen. Now, the time that we had Russian vids in here, I actually did speak with him. So that was.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was when Ron used to do the thing with Helio, Believe Your Own Eyes. That was what that was from.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know he tried to like revive that, but then I guess didn't do it.
Yeah, that would be nice if that were to happen. It's always fun listening to Helio and Ron, for sure.
Yeah, I was mentioning that Zen Garcia the other day, some kind of meeting we were in. We were
Well, he
'cause
won that court case.
Yes, that's what it was like right after that when he came and did this whole presentation. Yeah, that was when it was. Yeah. And when he came in, everyone was muted, and I think Miggy was kind of like the host, and then everyone in the server was muted. And then
Pretty
I know
sure
why it was,
it
because
was
we were
there.
talking about having more events like that where like somebody could present something that
Because what I absolutely am fascinated by is, and this is something that Zen does, he talks about, and that is the serpent seed theory. It's like, ooh.
tell me
That's
what that
juicy
is, because
stuff.
I don't. If I've heard about that, I don't remember.
Oh, well, the serpent seed theory is he proposes that the word beguiled, every other place in the Bible that it's used, and I'm not quoting him directly, everyone, I'm just trying to recall this, but the word beguiled has a sexual connotation to it. It wasn't just to deceive. So what he says, and he has scripture to back it up, and he also has a colleague, I guess, that Dr. Joyce Pugh, both of them would talk about it. Fascinating stuff. And so the idea is that Eve, to make a long story short, had relations with the serpent, and then so Cain would be that would be his father, and then Abel was fathered by Adam. Sorry, I'm thinking other stuff at the same time. So yeah, they're fraternal twins. Would that be the right word, where there's two separate eggs with two separate sperm? That's what that would be. There's a technical name for it, so I don't want to misspeak.
Okay.
Yeah.
Remember the song? Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say it's in the live stream. I think I've got it for you. Is it Jim Ferry?
Let me see.
Okay, remember the song "Onward, Christian Soldier"?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a great song. I used to play that when I used to be the piano player for this children's choir at church. That was one of my favorite songs to play, especially
it's a
since the
classic.
liberal lady minister like really hated it, and so like I used to have the kids sing it even more. I'm sorry, but that's how I am.
Okay,
Yeah, but I love that song. Yeah, you don't like it though. I don't know.
It was written by Sabin Bering, and he was author, but he wrote one of the very first books on werewolves, like literatures on, I guess, what they believed back then, and not only him, like a bunch of big Christian leaders when it came to like preachers and Christian songwriters.
I have a question. So the man that you speak of, that did he discover his own information? And I'm not trying to give you a hard time or anything.
Well,
But was it passed down from his family? Was that information passed down from his family, or?
I don't know. This is 1896, back when I guess they thought, that there were these creatures out there that would. I don't know. I don't know if it's like the type of werewolves we think of now, like Hollywood, men turning into these werewolves.
I wonder if that's just, they didn't have TV then. They had
Well, what's weird is when you Google it, it says the first serious academic study of lycanthropy and bloodlust, written written in English. This book draws upon a vast body of observations, myth, and lore, and it's written by and it's called The Book of Werewolves by Sabin Bering. But this preacher, I heard him talk. He was like knocking off like name after name of how history that Christians don't realize a lot of, like what a lot of these historian other people like believed back then. You know, only what is that?
Yes. So, would you say that there's a chance that that could have been like for that time period, like what we experienced with propaganda and distractions and such like that? Is that fair to say that? Or?
Yeah, and you could look at it like this. You know how like some satanic groups, they will dress in different animal outfits. So you could call them satanic. You could call
Yeah, like in Eyes Wide Shut, they did
them,
that.
yeah, like they would, do these ceremonies, but they would dress in different outfits and go out and like, hurt people for some strange reason, whatever they're doing it for.
Or the energy that comes out of someone, the fear.
And then vampires. Yeah, it's like.
Stephen King, I think it was Stephen King. It was Dr. Sleep. I think But anyway, so, that's where if you're getting into, I don't want to get into this topic or anything, but like adrenochrome, so the fear goes into the blood, right?
Oh, that's like the Dark Crystal. I remember growing up watching that.
I love the Dark Crystal. Oh yeah,
Right.
that movie cut the shit. That's the movie. That was Dr. Sleep. So they would torture children and then they would suck out their essence.
Right. Yeah, and that's what they did in the Dark Crystal. Remember the little people?
Yeah. You're right. Yeah.
And then they would drink it. They could be younger. They could continue being young.
Did you watch the new series of the Dark Crystal?
I couldn't stand watching it. I tried.
Oh, that's too bad. I mean, it's not going to be as good as the original, but
yeah, the original meant so much to me. That was like a huge part of. It's almost like listening to somebody try to sing Bob Marley songs because of certain sound and his voice, and you try to duplicate it, it just doesn't quite match it. That's how I felt. Like it was just missing the.
I loved the Never-Ending Story. That was my favorite. Oh, maybe more than the Dark Crystal. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, man, I'm gonna guess your age. Please don't be mad at me because
That's okay. No, go ahead.
I'm gonna have to say you're 44, 45.
You're
43.
sweet. No, I graduated in 1989. I'm 50 years old.
Okay, that's close enough.
I'll take it. I appreciate you judged my voice at 44. Thank you.
Well, I was just thinking it's one of your favorite movies, and that was almost a never-ending story. Remember the Fraggle Rock and
Fraggle Rock! Oh my God! Fraggles! I used to love the Fraggles. Down in Fraggle Rock. Yeah.
Yeah, you're getting into some nostalgic shit right there.
Yeah, that's back in the day when they actually.
Like at the TV show Cheers, when Raven comes in, that's what I do. Instead of Norm, I say Raven. But yeah, Fraggle Rock. I haven't thought about that in a long time, actually. Although there is a kid that works at the grocery store, and I don't know if he's kind of like the skater punk kind of, the way he presents himself, and he's got really kind of like not shoulder length, but it's really fluffy and curly, and it does remind me of a Fraggle. Maybe Wubbly was the yellow one, I think.
Wembley.
Remember Skeeter from Saved by the Bell reminded me of a little Fraggle. For some reason, he just kind of had that Fraggle-ish.
Which one?
Skeeter.
Oh, Skeeter.
Wasn't his name Skeeter on Saved by the Bell? The little. No. What was his name?
Maybe it was. I could be wrong.
The nerdy one that had the fluffy curly hair.
Screech. That's Screech.
Yeah,
Screech. I wish I didn't know that it was Screech.
Yeah, he did. He in his adult life, didn't he do a porno?
Oh yeah, he got in trouble there for something, didn't he?
Yeah, happens to the best of them. I mean, Pee Wee Herman, he got himself into a hot spot. Caught red-handed. Sorry, that was in poor taste. Sorry. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Stuff like that happens for real. Anyway, don't let the crickets happen. So what's happening, Raven?
Not much. I'm in the middle of a work transition. Just finished a 2-year project, and I'll be starting another one with the Porsches.
Oh, he's
High
asking me then.
five, bro. Whatever that
Yeah.
means. High five. Sweet.
It's a company that sells Porsches, taking on high-end rich customers and helping them with their problems.
Flat Lives Matter. Flat Lives Matter. Is
Ooh.
your name Riven as well?
Sorry, what was that?
Was your name Riven as well?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
High-end customer service.
No. I think he just said flat Earth. Wait. I think you were talking to me, weren't you?
Black Lives Matter. Flat Lives Matter.
Yeah. That
I'm
wasn't
sure he
me.
said his name was Riven. Yeah.
No. Yeah, that was somebody else.
Raven, mate. E-N.
Oh,
Maybe
Raven.
he's.
Oh, right. Because I thought she said Riven, and then he started talking. I thought that was a bit weird.
Yeah, that wasn't me talking. Maybe he sounds like.
No, but when Jen, because Jen said Raven, and I thought she said Riven.
Okay.
Obviously, my name on here is called Riven, isn't it? So I thought she was addressing me.
Oh, okay. Got you. That makes sense.
Tommy, hit your friend request that I sent you, or I'll tell everyone your real name.
I don't really care, Tommy Inch. What friend request you sent me? Is this alright, yeah? I don't care, mate. I don't. You lot are all fucking. Oh, I don't care. I don't want people to know. You want everyone to know what you believe about people. Well, you talk so much shit about each other. Like I don't hate any of you. I think you're all kind of cool in your own way. Whether you think it's round or flat, don't really care.
Yeah, mate. We love you for that. We really do. You're one of the most honest people that's come in here, mate. You came in, you said, "Oh, you're all crazy." You went away. You couldn't take it apart, and you said, "Hey, maybe you're not all crazy, but I'll just do my own thing." And that's kind of fair. That's kind of fair, mate. You don't attack us. You stand for us. You'll stand up for us when we're not around. You're a good, honest guy, mate. Good on you.
That's true, that's true. And I stand up for you, right? That's true. I do a lot of that. Like I'm always saying now, they're not that stupid. They've got a good point, and even though you might not agree with their point, I think like their arguments do seem to be very convincing. Because even when I listen to them myself, I'm like, you don't really know that they went to Mars, do you? You don't really know they're in space. It looks like it. It really does, but it gets to the point where you think to yourself, well, I don't know if it's actually what they say it is, because we have got gas pressure. You think this could be like these are arguments, you know what I mean? These are good arguments, and it just makes me think, you know what? It's maybe not crazy. Maybe like let's try and actually prove them wrong with the rhetoric, and the rhetoric seems to be holding up in a lot of different areas. You don't just happen to be the one thing. It's a lot of things that they're getting right. The horizon, the way it looks, atmospheric conditions, gravity. It's just lots of different sorts of topics that they're actually doing pretty well in. And really, it shouldn't be the case, should it? If it's definitely a globe.
Yeah,
many
mate.
contentious points. Hello? Have I disconnected?
No. Somebody responded to you. Probably just didn't hear him. They said, yeah.
Yeah. Is that you, Memus, by the way? Is that you, Memus? Is that Memus that was just speaking?
Me?
Memus? I'm sure I heard Memus's voice. Or Memus, whatever you would call him.
What?
He's so fucking funny.
Memus Aurelius? No.
No, you talking about me, Morvet? Yeah, he is funny.
Okay, he just knows too much, man. This guy's got too much knowledge going on. Check which room we're in. I'm on the flat earth server now. Yeah, there are. Yeah, Memus, man. Memus the Great.
Totally sucks, you guys. I gotta go back here in a minute.
You have to go where?
I have to go back to work. I'm
Go
lucky.
back to work.
I get an hour for lunch, and I only live like 3 minutes from work.
Oh, that is nice. You get to go home for lunch. Nice.
That's convenient.
It's good for you, Jess.
Yeah. Yeah, it is pretty nice. So if God forbid something happened and I had to walk for whatever reason, it's only 20 minutes.
Cool. That's handy then. If you had a bicycle, it'd be even faster. Do you have a bicycle?
No, but I should probably get one. No, it isn't a bad idea.
Bicycles
Okay,
are fun.
I just thought of that guy who helped create the Logo Bible software. His name is Michael Heiser. Rob Skiba was huge into him. Rob, I think, Rob's friend, what's his name that he did the Bible studies with all the time? Zen Garcia.
Yeah.
You know, they don't agree with everything Michael says, but Michael really pushed the envelope as far as like the Book of Enoch and other scrolls that were inside the Dead Sea Scrolls, and but he's really good when you listen to him. Michael Heiser.
All right, it's that time. Bye, everybody.
Right, try, darling.
Bye.
Bye-bye. See you later.
You know what's come up into my head? Can everyone picture this person? Do you know, what's that guy's name? His name's Tom or something. The one who done MySpace. Remember MySpace? He had that friendly face when he welcomed you.
MySpace page. I don't know.
Do you remember that guy's face? He's sitting every time you join to MySpace, you get a welcome message from a guy called Tom.
I'm sure somebody here can relate. Yes. I don't know. I can't, but I believe you.
MySpace. He's the one who owned it, the owner of MySpace, the guy who made MySpace. And he made the MySpace where you could make your profile. He'd have music and all that. It was like the Facebook when internet first came out. And
I remember what you're talking about. His name was Tom something. I don't know his last name.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm about though, that picture.
Yeah.
Imagine he had like the first information network software of everyone that had communicated and stuff like that.
Oh, it's the old dude put the picture there. Is that the picture you're talking about? Put it in the live stream.
I'll know instantly when to see it. Yeah, that's him. That's him. The Libra, isn't he? I remember him being a Libra. Oh, fucking hell, his face. Look at it. Look at his fucking face. Oh, my God. Where is he now? What's he doing now? He was 30 then. He's like 50 nearly now. That's brilliant. Now someone who's got the picture of days.
Now you've totally got on. We're Christian soldiers in my mind, and it will probably be there the rest of the day. Just repeating. That up. Black Lives Matter. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war.
Yeah. Even they said he was explaining that King James, like, wrote right after he, put out the his version, or the version, the King James version or whatever, that his next book was kind of like that, like it was something to do with mythology of some sort. And I guess back then, who knows? I don't know. They're trying to understand maybe some, like, mythology. Maybe there was some truth in some of the mythologies, like there being, I guess, these gods, but they were fallen angels that were worshipped as gods, and their kids were demigods or something. And these angels had certain parts of the earth that they ruled over, or something like that. And then the people of the earth thought that, that they were gods, and they didn't quite know the truth, or something like that. They were trying to make sense of all these, what they're hearing and what people say that they were experiencing from a biblical point of view, I guess, instead of a what would you call it? Different perspective of not knowing about the biblical God, the story, I guess you'd say, of the biblical
Somebody
narrative.
in here was talking about the Statue of Liberty being some, like, remember if they said it was some kind of satanic god or something? I don't remember that it represents something bad. What is
No, the
that supposed to
Statue of
be?
Liberty is a light bearer, right? The Statue of Liberty holds the knowledge in the book and holds the light. So it is literally a light bearer. It is literally a Lucifer itself.
I'm glad you guys told me that. It kind of disturbed me, because then last night I had this dream that I was at this little, like, shop in this market, and they were selling, like, Statue of Liberty paraphernalia. I'm like, oh, I'm not going to buy any of that stuff.
It's like
I
the
don't even
same
knew that the
thing
Statue of
from
Liberty was representing anything. I don't know.
pretty much the same thing as the ancient Colossus of Rhodes, and that thing fell. It's just a matter of time till the Statue of Liberty falls. And a lot of times people want to say Lady Liberty, not realizing that it's actually a man's face.
Yeah, I never knew about any of that stuff, so you guys are all educating me.
Yeah, it's androgyny. It's the androgynous one.
And it was probably, it was supposed to first be an Egyptian woman's face.
Why do you say it's a man's face? Couldn't it just be a really ugly woman's face?
Well, look on.
Because the person that built it said it was modeled after a man.
Look, I'm on the site here. It says the Statue of Liberty was originally designed as an Egyptian woman. Due to its rich history, Egypt was also known as the home to various something statues. I don't know. And was it Eiffel? Was it the Masonic guy Eiffel that designed it?
If liberty's supposed to represent freedom, then why does she have shackles on her ankles?
What? Does she? And doesn't the bottom of it say given to the Masonic Republic, 100th anniversary of the Masonic Republic? On the bottom, like the big plaque?
Well, Eiffel, right? Eiffel was the one that built the pedestal and the substructure that she sits on, right? He built a couple of other things, but he was a very prominent Freemason. Yeah, it was done by a group of Freemasons, and I think it was originally sent to Morocco, but Morocco refused it. So then it got secondhand delivered to the United States. So it wasn't even meant for us. Is it Rudolph Eiffel? I can't remember.
Well,
And then the guy that the sculptor, I can't remember his name at all.
it says
But
here,
I
it
know
says the
they look back.
statue. It says the Statue of Liberty was designed by a French artist and sculptor named Frederic Auguste something Bartholdi, who, after visiting Egypt in 1855 with a group of Orientalist painters, decided to create a colossal statue intended to rival Egyptian's ancient one, namely the one of the most iconic statue of Giza, the Sphinx. It always leads back to Egypt. Very interesting.
I think it was Jimmy Crack Corn, and I don't care who did that carving. Just kidding, guys. Just woke up.
No, you're not. Come on. You always
The
tell
Statue of
when you do
Liberty
that.
is also all over Paris in miniature form. I think it's in another country, but I can't remember where. But they're like miniature versions of the Statue of Liberty. They also have sphinxes there too.
So you were right too, because it says here that the figure was designed as a robed Valhalla, bearing a torch in her hand, a typical fashion of Upper Egyptian women. And it says Egypt bringing light to Asia. But it ended up in America.
Where was it originally supposed to be delivered?
Let's see. It says, according to the University of Chicago, the Statue of Liberty, as its ties to Middle East. Let me keep reading. It says, as such, Bartholdi's, whatever his name is, statue would come to be reborn for a different country under a slightly different guise. And then it goes on to talk about Statue of Liberty, enlighten the world. I'll just keep reading. You know what? I'll just paste the article. It's pretty long. I don't even think I have permission to put anything in here, to be honest with you. Oh, yeah, here we go.
Oh, yeah, I'll give you the link image embed roll, so then it will show as. I may not let you. I'll give you the roll so it will post better.
Yeah, I tried to post the ancient statue that was kind of made after, but it wouldn't let me upload a picture.
Okay, you should be able to do it now. Yeah, I found this thing about it on freemasonrywatch.org. I don't know, is that a reputable site? I don't know much about freemasonrywatch.org, but
oh yeah, somebody just posted something too, like what you're talking about. The Scottish Rite, the Statue of Liberty and Freemasonry.
Oh yeah, there's another thing. Cool. I'll post this article I found, even though I haven't actually read it, but just briefly going through it. It has a bunch of the stuff you guys were talking about. Yeah, I mean, that to me, that's just kind of sickening that they're like, putting their little symbol from their religion and like saying to all of America, oh yeah, this represents liberty and hope of America. It's very sick. I mean, but all their stuff is sick.
Can we just call them loons and stop blaming the Jews for everything? Because it's actually the loons.
Joshua
loonies.
Matthew, did you just come up with that?
Yeah.
I like it. I can get behind that because it's you can't, because even like sometimes we call them like the elite, but they're not the elite of anything. They're like the non-elite. They aren't, they don't actually have talent, as we just said. Most of them, they're not creative. They're devious, right? But they're not like elite. Like there's a lot of people way better than those people. They're just clever, devious, and they came into the game with holding all the cards from wherever, because they were born into the most families or whatever. There's nothing elite about them. I like the loonies because they are crazy. I think part of it's from them interbreeding, right? Because they keep their bloodlines pure, right? By marrying, what the hell they marry. Yeah, loonies. I like it. That's what I'm going to start calling them, the loonies. That is a perfect name. I love that.
And
Gotta get
start
that
blaming them
going.
for everything instead of, how Hitler wanted to say, well, the Juden's tentacles are in everything. No, it's actually the Freemasons' tentacles are in everything. It's the
Right. Yeah. Because,
Jesuits' tentacles
even
that
the
are in
Jewish,
everything.
I mean, the Jewish thing, or like people blame the Jesuits, and that makes them want to blame like little old lady Catholic who, or whatever, who just goes to church every Sunday, or they blame the Jews. When I've known a lot of like Orthodox Jews who are cool, like they have lots of children. They don't believe in birth control. They eat healthy. They are like, they're countercultural. I mean, I'm not saying there's definitely obviously people at the top, especially the secular Jews, who are questionable for sure. But yeah, I agree with you. You gotta stop like saying it's all the Jesuits, it's all the Jews, it's all the Freemasons, is silly. Yeah, it's nice. It covers them
All the
all.
secret,
I love it. I love it.
it's all the secret oath keepers, all the secret covenant makers, all those that do things in secret that are profane that nobody would go for. And the only reason why everybody goes for them is because they have to, because they have a chieftain over them, right? That person is the chief. That person holds more power, has more medals on his chest than the other one. So everybody has to go by what the elevated master has to say, and they can't go against it. Otherwise, the top of their head will be cut off, and they'll be exposed to the sand of the sea, buried up to their neck,
Absolutely.
with the top of their head cut off, so the crabs eat their brain. Yeah, that's
Yeah, and then
actually one thing they swear.
I didn't know that was actually a thing. I thought you just kind of put that off the top of your head.
No, this is I can't remember. At one stage, like, you're so far forward that just the threat of ruining your business isn't going to do it. Just the threat of ruining your career, your name, isn't going to do it, right? So they have to literally assassinate you.
Well, that kind of reminds me. Remember the old TV show, The Creep Show, from it was probably back in the 80s. Yeah, probably back in the late 80s. And they did an episode where they buried the dude on the beach up to his chin, and that the tide would come in. I guess the crabs would eat him. Wonder if they got that mess from.
Very possibly.
Well, aren't they kind of doing the same thing? Aren't they doing the same thing today anyway? It may not be the same form of assassination, but they're assassinating people, their lives, in all kinds of different ways these days. It may not.
Yes,
be
that's what the
through
cancel
murder,
culture
but
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, our whole lives as Americans have basically been assassinated in the last 2 years.
So if
You just give
anybody
it
is
up.
into that cancel culture where they're being Karens, you're fucking worthless Masons, and know this. You're profane.
Yes.
People are, I mean, most people, or all people, I guess you could say, have been born. I mean, maybe not all, but most have been born into this, globe cult religion, and they are just they're proponents of it, and a lot of people are actually pushing it. They're cult members of this globe cult, and like they just explained about the Statue of Liberty, you're just, their symbols are right out there, and if you're part of it, and especially if you're one of these people defending it, or coming in here and trying to tell us about the globe model that you know nothing about because your overlords told you to, like, I agree with you, Joshua. I mean, some people are innocent, kind of like victims of this that have just been drawn into it, don't realize it. But there's a line you can cross. Like, there's something wrong with you if you come in, and if you're sitting here, if you're one of these, I can't remember who it is in the server that started calling them just anti-flat earthers, right? They're not globers, really. They're just anti-flat earthers. They can't defend the globe because there's nothing to defend scientifically or factually in reality. They're just people who are and I don't like it when people, sometimes flat earthers, will be like, don't be mean to them, we were all like that once. No, we were not. We were not people who come in and start attacking people about something we know nothing about, that we haven't researched, That's a presupposition and so on. Some of these people are seized by a religious frenzy mania, to go on these witch hunts. And
You are
I'm
so
not giving them an
right.
excuse. I'm not saying they're like me. I was never
Well,
like
see,
that. Don't you dare tell me I was.
Yeah,
I'll go ahead and
you're
put
so
it.
right.
I think the doctors, the
Yeah,
medical
I'm just
staff,
agreeing with her 100%.
I think the doctors and the medical staff are the ones who's pushing the globe agenda. They've been the ones pushing it since the beginning, right? The physicians and the doctors. I'm not talking about like the doctors as being physicians. I'm talking about the learned ones with alphabets after their names being the doctors. These are the ones that are pushing this globe agenda. Why? Well, they all pay allegiance to the destroyer, Apollo, right? Who translates to Helios. Apollo is also Helios, right? And why do they pay homage to it? Oh, because Helios is the one that brings plagues. That's right.
You've been
But
listening to Rob Skiba, haven't you?
no,
I just
this
read
is
this morning.
these are all priests of Asclepius, right? Asclepius is the son of Apollo who had the caduceus, right?
And what's up with
The
Lilith?
caduceus is not necessarily the serpent on the pole that Moses had. It's the twin serpents, the winged pole, right? So,
Yeah.
and
And I
that comes from Apollo.
wonder just how much of that you're talking about. Wonder how much of that you're talking about is actual reality. I think more of it is than we want to know about. If you're talking pre-flood, antediluvian type, Nephilim gods, demigods, whatever that were present on the earth. Yeah, I think what you're talking about, it's not myth. It was reality on this earth at one time.
Well, what
And
about
I
Lilith?
think that's why it's so powerful to still today.
I read something about Lilith, and it said it meant destroyer in Greek or Aramaic or something this morning when I saw something because you said the destroyer, and that's Lilith.
All right,
And I
are you guys going over the Talmud?
don't
Is
know
this
what
like
it is.
Talmud education hour?
It might well
Talmud.
be. Are you against that?
What
Am I
is
against Am I against the Talmud? Yeah, I am.
the Talmud? Isn't that what the
No, I was talking about Freemasonry.
Yeah, there he is, way down there at the bottom. Good to see you.
Yeah, I
I was
heard that
actually trying
people
to.
were like teaching Talmudic and Kabbalistic teachings and stuff, and I was like, oh gosh, I gotta get a piece of this because I happen to know a pretty good amount about all that satanic stuff.
Well, I had a friend of mine.
Yeah, what I was doing.
Was telling me that, and this friend of mine was beaten almost to death, and like went in the hospital, almost died. But when he got beat to death, he came out of this concussion thing and kind of went off the deep end. And this was like 5 years ago. He kept saying something about Lilith and God and this pyramid. And I said, dude, you just need to, forget about that stuff. But then this morning, I saw something that said Lilith means the destroyer. And I was just wondering if any of y'all know what in the world that's talking about. Is it a girl or is it a flower? Or what does it mean?
Oh yeah, I mean it's all from the Talmud. It is a distortion of original scripture. It is a fairy tale, basically, to put it simply. But yeah, it's one of the ways that certain groups of people with certain types of hats like to completely distort and destroy the historicity of creation and the beginning of days and all that good stuff, so that they can perpetuate their sin.
The thing about
All I
Lilith
was
being
doing was trying to
Adam's
link
first
the
wife,
globe.
that's all a bunch of bullshit there, I think.
I was just trying to link the heliocentrism, the heliocentered mindset, to the occult, to the worship of Apollo, to the worship of Helios, right? The worship of the sun itself, and the fact that these doctors literally take an oath to Apollo. They pray to Apollo when they take their freaking Hippocratic oath, man.
Yes, there are definitely pagan roots, and of course Hermes is the entity who transfers one's soul from here to the afterlife. If you've seen the staff of Hermes, that is a symbol of death. There's some really fascinating
Caduceus.
symbolism for sure.
Yes. The staff of Hermes is the Caduceus, yeah.
Yeah. It's not good.
Yep. And Asclepius is also Hermes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the priests of Hermes, priests of Asclepius. It's all Hermeticism, right? It all goes back to that ancient mystery of Babylon.
Babylon for sure. And any teaching, and speaking of Babylon, did you know it's the Babylonian Talmud where the stuff is found? How about that?
Chaldean, yeah.
You know
Chaldees,
when the certain group of people were exiled to Babylon during a certain period of time when the Babylonian Talmud was being written, and then they returned back to their land and so on and so on. But yeah, that's all about Babylon, and our modern era is all about resurrecting Babylon, and you can see
well,
it
shit, we
all over the
still
place.
keep time according to how they kept time in Babylon, base 60 instead of base 10. Like we count going, 1 through 10 or 0 through 10 or whatever, but time goes 0 to 60, base 60 unit, right? A minute is 60 seconds, an hour is 60 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure that
Babylonian.
that there were really in regards to counting time of day. I'm not sure that there was anything besides between the hour and on the hour. Historically,
Well, no. I was just saying that the way that how we calculate time comes from the base 60 system of ancient Babylon.
correct. And all I'm adding is that when individuals were trying to just discuss what time it was historically, they would have used a sundial and said on the hour or between the hours. There wasn't this whole breakdown of minutes and seconds at one point in history. That's I'm agreeing with you though.
Now, to bring it back to a man who is dead, who was sitting there saying that I've been listening to Rob Skiba?
What?
That was me.
Just because I'm friends with somebody, just because I am in his server, just because I have looked into what a certain man has said, and there's more truth in what he has said than any truth that any fucking other Christian on YouTube has ever said, including the Dino Doc, right? Including the Dino Doc, man. The Dino Doc sitting there saying, "Oh well, we're still in a globe going through space and the tired light thing, so stars can't be that far away." And I was like, dude, this guy's fucking stupid. That Kent
He may
Hovind,
be, but man, that's a really broad statement to say that one person spoke more truth than any Christian ever on YouTube.
No, I'm saying I've looked into what he said, and everything he said matches up with what Scripture says.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's called interpretation, and folks have different interpretations, right? And that's how doctrine is discerned, is through interpretation, and you're either accurate or you're not.
Yeah, and see, most doctrines is just after like one verse, right? Like for instance, the Seventh-day Adventists. It's more than just one verse with the Seventh-day Adventists. It's the three angels' message from Revelation, which is where they base their doctrine off of. They feel that they have
other people include all sorts of stuff. Anyway, I only popped in because I was hearing that there was like some Talmud worship going on in the chat, and I was just hoping that wasn't the case, because that's disturbing to me.
I would have to
actually,
say,
it started with the Statue of Liberty.
I don't ever cuss, but I would have to say hell no, because I can tell you right now there was nobody in here worshiping anything about Talmud. I think it was more of a discussion of exposing how the world is, kind of adopted these mysticisms and other, cultures or religions into how we live today. And I think that we were just trying to put it together of why we see what we see, because it started with the Statue of Liberty. That's what we were talking about. Nothing to do with
Good. And I'm being a little hyperbolic in how I'm saying that. The direct quote of what I heard was something about Satan's seed and Eve having sex with Satan and those sorts of things, which are all part of a Talmudic fairy tale.
That was Rob's buddy. We were talking about Rob's buddy was talking about that. What's that guy's name?
I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth, dude. Hold on, you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that.
Not you. The lady was talking about Zen Garcia.
It was Jenny.
Yeah, Jenny brought up the serpent seed thing. If we're just correcting the record, that's what happened.
Exactly. That's exactly what I heard. So I just wanted to pop in and be annoying for a minute and just make sure that everybody was aware of the associations. Now everybody has the prerogative to make up their own mind on what they understand about things, but the connections are unquestionable. And if you're satisfied with those connections, then that's your choice. But the connection between the concepts of Lilith, the narrative thereof.
I haven't been answered about that. What in the world is Lilith?
It's the woman that was allegedly, according to the mythology created by the Babylonian Talmud, it was Adam's second wife. Or first. No, I apologize. First wife.
First wife,
yeah. Again, it's a fairy tale that's made up in order to further distort the original scripture. The Babylonian Talmud is rife with psychotic claims and just basically a huge story that enables people to perpetuate the violation of God's law. That is what the Pharisees did. That is what many hat-wearing people have done, is they have created a narrative that allows themselves to pretend to follow God's law by actually violating it in horrific ways, usually through adultery against God. And by adultery, I mean idolatry and false God worship and those sorts of things. That is part of the course, unfortunately.
I was in seminary in the 90s. I traveled to Israel, got to go where they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, travel all around, and I never even heard the word Lilith. Never studied it. And then I heard my buddy who almost got beat to death, who's kind of psychotic now. I mean, it's not his fault. He got jumped, messed up his brain. He started mentioning this Lilith about 5 years ago. And I said, dude, you don't need to be going down that path. Yep. And really, he wasn't taking, his mom talked to me, he wasn't taking his schizophrenic medicine. So he was going off this deep end. But what I found,
he was probably entertaining demons that were disseminating this information to him.
Well,
that's usually how that stuff works.
What I found interesting was he started talking about the pyramids. And I thought the same thing. I was like, man, this is straight up spiritual, that it's leading him.
Yeah, just ask Joe Rogan, the DMT man. He knows all about that, just like Aleister Crowley. All of this stuff is interconnected and interwoven for sure.
My uncle's.
Gospel. Go ahead. Oh, my thing is really short. In case Gospel Bear has to go, I was just going to say, if you want to blame somebody, blame me, because I brought up Zen Garcia coming here. I didn't even know he was connected with any of that stuff. When he came here to the server, he talked about his flat Earth court case, and then he also talked about the calendar, and that's what I remember about it. So, but I, brought up his name, which I would not have done, but it was mostly only because we've been talking about the Flat Earth University. I didn't even know he's a controversial figure. We're talking about the Flat Earth University that CI and Red Bear and Aaron and some other people are trying to get going. And you might actually be in this, Gospel Bearer, because when we had a meeting about that, I just brought up the Zen Garcia talk as an example of when a person, came in and was featured and gave a talk for like maybe 45 minutes an hour, and everybody else was muted. And then it was in a format where, you could ask questions at the end, but, he was just allowed to give his whole presentation without people interrupting. And then that is the concept of this Flat Earth University that people are trying to develop for this server, is that people could, instead of how it sometimes is, which it hasn't been today, it's actually been good. People have been able to get their thoughts out and stuff. But how it sometimes is, where people can't even complete their thought, without getting interrupted and so on. So it's ideas if somebody has a topic, they can come in and present it, and nobody can interrupt them, and then they hold their questions to the end and so on. That's why it's called Flat Earth University, a format like that where you could
there can be a Sorry, I just want to address
about a flat Earth court case. Did you say something about a flat Earth court case?
Yeah, it was. Isn't Zen Garcia the one who was involved in that court case where they couldn't prove the globe in court, so he won the case? I can't remember all the details now. It's been a couple years. I don't know if anybody else has any details about that.
I never heard of that. That's interesting.
So the issue is, did somebody just do a Law and Order sound effect?
Nice catch.
Yes. Nice. I don't know if you've been here, Gospel Bear, since Creation Bear came. Creation Bear, meet Gospel Bear. Creation Bear has a soundboard, and he does different little sound effects. It's very fun. Yes.
Cool. Good stuff, man. There's a temptation when you start to understand how many lies have been told. There's a temptation to get into more knowledge, right? To learn, what really is going on. And the temptation is Gnosticism, which might be a word that a lot of people are not familiar with. Those that are familiar with seminary and religious studies would be aware of what Gnosticism is. But this belief that you can ultimately learn all things or lots of things and ascend yourself to a higher platform of awareness of reality and become like God. That's ultimately what Gnosticism is. And folks that are in the arena of Eric Dubay, philosophically and or religiously, will absolutely fall prey to the deceptions of Gnosticism. You are not God. You'll never be God, no matter what you think or believe. I'm here to tell you. You poop, you fart, and you die, and you're not God. And it's a scary thing because a lot of people think, oh yeah, it sounds great. I can manifest reality in front of myself. I mean, that sounds great. I have tons of problems. I'd love to see solutions in my life, but that's not how it works. Sure, you can get stuff if you try really hard, but you're not God. Long story short.
Back when I was when I was a kid in the youth group, one of the biggest things that helped me want to understand the world around me was this guy came in and he was exposing Satanism in rock music, and he did the whole to the whole youth group. He showed Motley Crue and all these bands with the pentagrams, upside down crosses. It made me realize, hold on a second. I listen to that stuff. My brothers, all my cousins listen to it. So it kind of was like an eye opening. It didn't draw me into wanting to be a Satan, whatever you call it, Satanism or satanic individual. But I think
illumined one. Yeah.
I think that as believers, it's almost like you kind of know your enemy. You know what I mean? And how your enemy is evolving into a way of manipulating the culture and the kids. And I think it's important because a lot of people who say don't look into that, you'll find that they're the ones who know about it. They're the ones who know the details about Masonic and stuff, and that's because something piqued their interest to learn. But it's a way that we can now take what we learn and expose it for what it is and what it's what Satan's doing with it around us in the music and the movies.
That's Flat Lives Matter talking right now, right?
Yeah, and you do have individuals that will follow it and leave the truth and follow after this Babylonian mess. But I think that it's just like pretty much just knowing your enemy. What is he about? And then you use the enemy's own tricks to reveal it. Like, hey, this is what they're up to. This is what it looks like. So keep your kids from it. stay away from it. You know what I mean? It's almost like the enemy doesn't want us to know him.
Yeah.
But I think
one more symbol to be on the lookout for besides the one-eye mysticism or the one-eye symbolism or the 666 with the AOK hand symbol, those. But lightning on the face, such as like Kiss, Gene Simmons, and really all of those members.
Yes,
Lightning, you'll see lightning across the face or across the body. Well, Satan fell like lightning, right? That's biblical. And every time you see lightning in music or movies on people's clothing or anything like it, that is yet another symbol that.
Why is it red and blue? Lady Gaga. What's that other musician?
That's about blood and royalty. That just has to do with the bloodline symbolism of the family and the people that are
David
associated
Bowie.
with.
Yeah, he's got that red and blue lightning thing like Lady Gaga, and he's all about
the Grateful Dead. All those people.
Yeah.
The Grateful Dead also has lightning, red and blue. They're all associated with the same thing. I mean, you could also discern that MK Ultra is, the Grateful Dead guy. I forget the dude's name, but he was like the son of a CIA member. Several famous musicians were children of CIA.
Yeah.
Andy Garcia, is that the?
Jerry.
Jerry Garcia. That's for Jerry. That's why it's
Yeah, and
Cherry.
also the Doors guy, Jim Morrison was.
Jim Morrison, exactly. Yeah.
It's so sad too because it was so many of them were so talented.
I saw Jerry before
were they?
he passed.
No offense, but were they talented because of their own skill, or were they talented because they were imparted special abilities? That would maybe be debunkable because of that guy that doesn't know how to sing.
Well, I guess it's perspective. Maybe the ones who were really talented weren't pushed to the forefront. We were shoved, given all these artists that, we couldn't compare them to anybody else. So they just looked kind of.
The guy that made the deal with the devil, and he can't sing, answer my friend guy. Come on, that doesn't know how to sing. I'm forgetting his name. Nobody.
That's Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan, yeah. Bob Dylan that made a deal with the Master Chief, Satan.
Is that what Bob Dylan impression?
Yeah. I mean, I'm overdoing it a little. I'm probably outperforming him, but he makes millions, tens of millions of dollars. He has no skill.
I want to tell y'all a quick story. My uncle, who was he just passed away, but he was the president of a seminary, and he was anyhow the state of Israel hired him because he took his seminary students over to Israel every year. So he's gone over 100 times, and the state of Israel hired him to be the spokesperson for America Travels. And so I'm over there with him. This is in '98, and we came to the Skull of Golgotha, and or the whatever it's called. And I'm looking at it, and I came across this gate on the ground right there at Golgotha. And he said, "Yeah, that's my buddy. My buddy dug that up right there." And they had it all locked up, but it had like a little section you would go down. So it was like a gate on the ground, right? So it was like a doorway, but it was shut and locked. So come to find out, his buddy's name is Ron White, that guy who claims he found the Ark of the
pedophile. Ron White, the pedophile that owns the alcohol producing company.
I don't know.
The alleged comedian.
The comedian?
Ron White, who said he found the Ark of the Covenant in Israel.
Ron Wyatt, not White. Wyatt.
Completely different person.
I'm thinking, man, you did all that? I'm a comedian. Yeah, my bad. Well, anyway, so I started talking to my uncle, and dude, I've never heard my uncle lie. You know what I mean? And he said, yeah, he found it. And I'm like, what? He goes, yeah. So I looked sure enough, I found the old VHF video that I guess his family put it on YouTube. So you can watch him dig in there and everything. And I asked him, I said, did he goes, yeah, but they're not going to pull out the artifacts until, I guess, they build this third temple thing. They plan on, revealing it to everybody. And
well, what do you think of the Abraham house?
I don't know. What is that?
Oh, it's in Abu Dhabi. They're building a mosque, a synagogue, and a church all together. It's called the Abrahamic House or the House of Abraham, something like that. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know, but I saw a few years ago the American archaeologist. He's a teacher, but he went over there. He's an archaeologist. He went to Israel and was working with the state of Israel, the archaeology people over there. And they said that they think now that, according to, they were following the book of Josephus, standing at the Mount of Olives, because I guess the book of Josephus, it said that he was standing at the Mount of Olives looking at the Temple Mount. And so they said that was impossible because they thought the Temple Mount was where the Dome of the Rock is, the Muslim thing. And so they were like, this is impossible. So they said, well, maybe it's where King David's entrance is at, where it's nothing but like a grassy field now, to where all the rocks are gone, like completely knocked down, and it's just grass. So they went there and started digging, and sure enough, they found like these remnants of all the stuff down there. So now they think the temple was actually near King David's entrance, because you could see it from the mount. You're facing the Mount of Olives, and so they said that it's huge. It's a huge deal because now the Jewish people and the Muslims don't have to fight over the Temple Mount, and then it makes sense because Jesus said that not even a stone would be left where the mount was. Like they'd all be all the way down to the ground. So I saw him on some Christian TV show talking about it, and I was like, dang, because I've been there looking over there, from the Mount of Olives. I was standing there, and it's just interesting that that was only 5 years ago. So now they think they could build the third temple at the King David's entrance.
Yeah, I mean, it probably would be associated with the Sanhedrin. I don't know if you're aware that the 70 nations and the Sanhedrin have been reinitiated along with the Noahide laws, and there are a group of elders that have been formed back together that are going to be the modern Sanhedrin, who will cast judgment on all infidels, anyone who claims that anyone is God, such as like Jesus, for instance. If you make any claim ever that anything besides, the one God or whatever, which it's like this weird nuance to a lot of people, whatever. But for those that claim that Jesus is creator, God, they will be beheaded. But yeah, all of that, it's all connected. It's one big web of lies and deception.
They've also created a bunch of fake charities so that they could put the charity money towards anti-Christian narratives. So like the temple money for the third temple, that's all going into anti-Christian propaganda and whatnot. There's been handfuls of rabbis who've come out and said that the third temple, that's just a money grabbing scheme, and that they try and tell Christians not to put money into those because it's pointless.
So is there anyone left on this, like 18, how many people are 20,000, 30, I don't know how many people are on this server anymore. Is there anybody left that still is pretending that we're living in a ball? Is there anyone left?
No.
Was that a soundboard thing?
Sound like QE.
Yeah, I know somebody that still I know a couple of people that still think that, but yeah, I live with them, so I have to baby smack them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I made coworkers from cognitive dissonance today till they had a headache.
Yeah, that's growth. If they say their head hurts, it's progress.
Yeah.
As much as it seems like it might not be, it usually is.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's very surprising, isn't it, Gospel Bear? We've got over 24,000 members now, and very
Amazing.
rarely you find people actually coming in and defending the Globe anymore. I mean, we do have people come in and, start out thinking, oh, yes, it's definitely Globe, must be, it's settled science. But then they, shortly come to realize after a few interactions here with the various good people on the server that they actually have no evidence to defend it, aren't able to defend it. And they usually, lately, I've noticed more and more people are like, oh yeah, I don't know, but I'm sure somebody knows, right? There's some big scientist out there that knows all the answers. And they're just, proponents of this globe superstition, fantasy globe model with nothing to back it up and so on. I mean, I haven't heard even an argument in a long time. I can't even remember the last time I heard like an actual argument for the globe. Most of the people just come in and display their ignorance and then say they're not smart enough to figure it out. So, but somebody else must have. That's pretty much all they got left.
Mm-hmm.
But what about Star Trek man going up into space?
Yeah, I think that he's more of an astronaut than any NASA employee has ever dreamed of being. His work on Star Trek probably is the most astronaut-y thing that could ever be.
Well, yeah,
especially
the
when they
Hollywood
ran into
space
turbulence.
vision, is way better. I mean, when they shake the set, woo.
Wait, now
that was
what?
the best. That was the absolute best. Imagine traveling millions of miles an hour and running into any form of resistance or anything, right? And it's so turbulent that you almost fall down. It makes just as much sense as the narrative of the heliocentric model.
Okay, where do I have to find this? Do I need to type in?
I bet you I could find a GIF in a second. Star Trek turbulence.
Somebody's saying something way back in the background here.
The only problem is that was not Noah's Ark because there was no metal described being used to fasten the boards of Noah's Ark.
What?
There was in Genesis. There's no description of metal being used to keep the beams together. So there was no metal that was used in the construction. However, Ron Wyatt did a scan and found metal at that boat. So I'm just saying that's not the Ark.
Oh yeah.
Well,
not Noah's Ark.
What difference does it make if it's not described? Well, how come it has to be described? He just made the Ark.
Well, no, they went into pretty great detail. It is a little bit of a stretch to say that every aspect was included. However, the details were mostly sufficient in order to reconstruct the boat using the instructions. Now, there are assumptions in regards to the joinery. What were used? Was it some form of biscuits? Was it some type of French cleat? What exactly was the form of joinery? But yeah, I mean, metal is certainly referenced in the book, just not in the instructions. That's for sure.
But wouldn't metal completely deteriorate? I mean, would there?
No, there's not enough time.
Not if it's brass.
Oh, you're talking about. Hold on, you're talking about like over 3,000 or 4,000 years, 5,000 years.
Yeah, when Ron White, he was mentioning Ron White and the boat. Yeah, and I was talking about the Ark, not the Noah's Ark. I meant the Ark of the Covenant that he dug up. Have you seen it? Have you seen the video of him and his family?
I don't believe it because there's no pictures of it.
Well, I mean, I saw the hole. I didn't see the Ark of the Covenant,
That was a
Yeah,
joke.
he's
Oh, if you noticed.
okay.
That was
Sorry.
one of those hashtag
Take
NASA jokes.
Yeah, I take everybody too serious.
Me
Sorry.
too. I get you.
I don't know what. After spending a couple years in Jim Panda's server, I don't know what to take serious anymore. But because they're always at me.
Yeah, that's a toxic place to spend a lot of time in. That's the
I'm glad
only
I've never been there.
GIF I could find of them like falling. No, here's another one. It's not a perfect one, but it is an example of what they did when they ran into turbulence. They just kind of danced around and fell onto something or whatever. But they were traveling like 3 times the speed of light or what. I forget their way of communicating all that.
One of my favorite globe proofs by an astronaut was the dude that held a GoPro in his hand, held it away from his face, and picked up you know how a GoPro does, and there was a bar that was behind him, and it was a straight bar that became bent, and as he put the camera towards the window, you could see it's a GoPro from the reflection, and the curvature of the horizon was the exact radius that the bar bent to, and you could overlap the bar and slap it right on top of the horizon out the window, and it was the exact radius.
Mm-hmm.
And he was doing it to prove to everybody that he was like, see, the Earth is curved. I don't know if y'all remember seeing that. That was like a couple of years ago.
Can somebody do me a huge favor? I remember seeing a post from a couple of maybe an hour or two ago about Share, SHARE, it's like a southern hemisphere, a rural. I'm having trouble actually finding.
Yeah, that was the one I posted that.
Oh, thank you. If you could just DM me that link, that'd be fantastic. Because I was unaware. Obviously, I know about HARP, but I was actually unaware of that one.
Hey, I think I
was
just
unaware
figured
of it
out
too. Somebody
what
else mentioned it, and then I just found that. But somebody else was. Oh, I think it was Jimmy was talking about that. Yeah.
I think I figured out why these anti-globers exist, or these anti-flat earthers exist.
Why?
They're Freemasons.
Oh,
They're
Creation
due
Bear just
paying
posted
cards,
that link again.
having
Thank you,
members.
Creation Bear. Sorry.
Yeah, they they certainly include the flat Earth in their symbolism and their documentation and stuff, but they also have a lifestyle of taqiyya, which is Arabic. But they are required to lie. Otherwise, the consequences are brutal and lethal.
Yeah, there's something not right about a group of individuals that say you have to lie to other people. Don't bear lies.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they use it like a form of control, right? It's like a
Yeah.
game,
Well, it's the same way with the media today, man.
right? I mean, back in the day, I bet you that's how they controlled everything too. Use propaganda, horseback.
Yeah, but I'm willing to bet it was easier to pull off back in the day where not everybody could read or write.
That makes a big difference.
I think that has a lot to do with it. I think it was a lot easier to pull off back in the day because this narrative that, oh, well, what is up is actually down has been around for a long, long time.
As above, so below.
Dude,
Yeah,
I had
back in Egypt.
I had this rapper come up to me back when I used to do mastering and stuff, and he was with his girlfriend, and I mentioned something about something. He goes, "Are you a traveling man?" And I thought, "Oh Lord, you've watched some YouTube videos, haven't you?" And he was all about the Masons, and he was a young dude. And I'm thinking, okay.
Yeah, if he was asking you if you're a traveling man, he's asking you if you're a Mason that's in the wandering phase.
Okay. Well, I knew it. I was like, dude, you've been watching too many YouTube videos now. You want to be all about that secret society. He thought it was cool.
Now, what's to say? You know the gypsies. Everybody knows about the gypsies, right? What if the gypsies were a group of people that knew the truth that wouldn't stand up to the lies that the king was pushing, so they were forced to not have a land?
Yeah, gotcha.
I don't know.
Why not?
I don't know about those people. I know that they definitely have a lifestyle of thievery.
Well, yeah, they had to survive at some point, I guess.
Well, that's why you learn a skill and provide value and don't rob people constantly and lie and deceive as a lifestyle.
Is that how they've always been? Kind of like Robin Hood?
Whores and thieves. Yep. That is an over stereotyping of gypsy people, yes.
So kind of like the first gypsies were kind of like, those who came to America pretty much took the land. I'm not saying they were whores, but I mean, we would learn one thing, but what we see in the books, but how much of that is true? They were running from the king's tyranny, the queen, whatever.
Yeah, in case anybody didn't
For the
know,
record, hold on for a second. Just for the record, Robin Hood was not a thief. What he did was steal from the tax collectors and give it back to the people that they stole it from. So Robin Hood got a really bad name as a thief, stealing from the rich and gave to the poor. That's not what he did. He stole what was taken from the poor and gave it back to him. I'm done.
And if people didn't want to give Caesar what belonged to Caesar and wanted to buck the system, they would have to completely abandon, and start doing trades on their own, get out of the cities, create their own network. And they would probably call what we call I don't know if you've ever been to rainbow gatherings, these hippies that travel around, all they do is sell flowers and art, you know what I mean? But they also are very, drug addicts and homeless people, but they created their own little society, so they're not a part of, the system.
Yeah, the Amish are a good example of that as well, which who actually have a sustainable society that is thriving in the current climate.
Well, if we stick to the narrative that the gypsies were the truthers of their days, then their travelings and their sellings and their trading would have been the way they got around. And then you would have those anti-gypsies who would have been pushing out lies that would have become mainstream like today. And they would have been called thieves and, rapists and whatever. And then whenever it came time.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess my example of Amish, they aren't doing these things that you guys are talking about as being outlaws. They're just living their life, in this biblical way, settled down, just like not participating in the government. They're just kind of like a don't ask, don't tell kind of society that the government leaves alone. So I don't know much about.
Well, I'm saying over the millennia, everybody has lost who they truly are. They don't realize who they truly are, so they do what they have to do to survive. Everybody does.
Pretty much they were land pirates, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and I never said anything about rape. Selling your body for, selling your sex for money is just being a whore, not being a rapist. It's a little bit different. But it's slightly anecdotal, the bohemian lifestyle. If you've ever been to Asheville, North Carolina, or in any other community where hipsters are around or bohemian people, then you'll see similar things. I understand that I don't have any anything besides anecdote for you on that, but You can make up your own mind. I
Bohemian?
don't think it's a
What do you mean?
conspiracy.
What do you mean by Bohemians? Are you talking about those ones that worship the owl?
So, Bohemian being a spinoff and or a child of Gypsy life. I don't know if they're necessarily one and the same, but they are cousins, if nothing else. I believe
No,
Bohemian.
I was thinking Bohemian Grove.
No, not Bohemian Grove. That's a whole different thing altogether. The Super Bowl, the superb owl, and all that. Yeah,
Hey,
totally different animal.
Before we move from that subject real quick, I mentioned to somebody just yesterday that there was a video of individuals that were filming the politicians and people going into one of the Bohemian, meetings one year, and there were people doing ceremonies, casting spells of good tidings. They're pretty much witches. And this was on film, and they were casting these spells into the Bohemian Grove.
And
Anyhow, sorry, my alarm went off. So they were casting spells, right? And I'm like, dude, I was telling this guy, actually this group, I said, no, I'm telling you, I saw the video. There were ceremonies, and they were doing real witchcraft spells of good tidings, or whatever you want to call it, towards these politicians. They were having these, serious meetings. So I went on YouTube to get the link, and YouTube has pretty much wiped everything to do with Bohemian, the Bohemian Grove, except for when you look it up, like the first, hundreds of videos is nothing but CNN, ABC, New York Times, all on the Bohemian Grove, and nothing from Joe Bob, or documentaries. Like it's all been, looks like it's just been scrubbed and wiped off.
Well, I don't know if he actually did it, but I just had his name. He's a screamer that
Alex Jones.
Yeah, Alex Jones claimed to have recorded it and then told a politician, yeah, I was the one that filmed it. And then the politician was like, I deplore you.
No, he did. Yeah, he went in there. But you can also find recordings of Nixon saying that it's a horrible faggy event, is what he called it, a faggy event. Nixon said that. He said it's so disgusting that he didn't want to shake anybody's hands from California or from that surroundings because of the stuff that he's seen in the Bohemian Grove meetings that he went to. So something's going on there. But Alex did sneak in there. I mean, you watch the video of him. They went in there.
Are you sure he snuck in?
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know if he snuck in.
I hear you on that.
I think he was a member of it.
Yeah.
One of the jesters, right? Jesters can tell secrets without punishment because it's all about making fun.
Yeah.
Merriment. Myrrh over everything.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys are pointing that out. Yeah, absolutely. No one can still be fooled by Alex Jones, right? In 2021. I mean, does anyone actually think he's a truth seeker or
anyone
leader of any sort?
Chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Anyone that watches
Alex Jones
Steven
is my
Crowder.
favorite activist ever.
Yeah, but he's a Zionist.
He's a lot of things.
No, man, he tells the truth about everything.
He did freak me out when he first came on YouTube, like legit. I thought, okay, what are these FEMA camps? What's our government up to? Like he literally, like I didn't even question him. You know what I mean? I'm like, here's this one dude telling all this stuff. He's either completely crazy or he's telling the truth, and they just want him to seem crazy. I mean, it freaked me out. Like I told my whole family, I was like, well, look, we're moving to Costa Rica. This dude's saying all this stuff's happening. He's interviewing these Navy SEALs. I mean, I was freaked out for about 5 years. This was like around 2012, maybe.
Yeah, that's when I was listening to him back like 2010, 2011, 2012. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I wasn't fooled at first too, because I was. I'm just saying, like, by now it's just obvious, and all the stuff all the shenanigans he's pulled.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
Oh, Wow. Wow.
Just the fear he created.
Yeah,
You
fear
know?
merchants.
creation, Barry.
Fear merchants. They are all over the place.
Yeah, and I think back from that time, that was when Facebook was just getting started. Like, he's one of the people who helped to make sure that Facebook didn't actually be used as a tool for truth, you know, because he was on there saying, I'm getting banned from Facebook on this, that. And then he'd say, he had a thing on there and he even interviewed the guy. I don't know if anybody whoever that was who was just saying, I guess it was Flat Lives Matter, was just saying, listen, back then. I don't know if you remember the guy he had who was supposed to be a military guy who posted something on Facebook about 9/11, and then Alex Jones promoted this video. That's when I started to first suspect him, because he posted this video of the authorities coming to the guy's house and arresting him and putting him in the mental hospital against his will because he posted on Facebook that 9/11 was an inside job or whatever it was. You know, it's like, yeah, sure they did. Like, show me those court cases. Like, you know, he was obviously just trying to create fear where, like, oh, wow, we're talking about this here, but for sure don't post on your Facebook page about it because, you know, they might come and put you in the mental hospital then, right?
Well,
I mean,
he was
come
doing
on,
it.
guys.
He was doing it all the way. He was doing it all the way back in the 90s or something. When you'll see videos of him inside of a driver's license plate saying that they want your fingerprint now, and he was denying it. He got arrested for it, matter of fact, because he said, you know, the fingerprints is the starting of the mark of the beast. When you go get your driver's license, they wanted to get your fingerprints. He's like, you're not getting mine. So they ended up arresting him, and that was like, man, that was like back in the day, and he had a show back then.
Yeah, so see how all that stuff, like, yeah, if you even say words, you're going to get arrested in America today, which is a complete lie. Look at what we're doing on this Discord server and have been doing for years. They couldn't care less what you say. I mean, especially since they got it all locked down because their operation, you know, put out by Limited Hangout Alex Jones, worked perfectly. Everybody shuts up. Nobody dares to, I mean, not everyone, but, you know, most people don't even dare to question the official narrative because they actually think somebody's going to come and collect them, you know, as if they needed to put that much manpower into their operation here. They got everybody's brains on lockdown. They don't need to go around arresting people or taking people out anymore. Why would they bother? They got these zombies just following the narrative with nothing backing it up. So why would they bother to put any manpower into it anymore? They don't need to. Their PSYOP worked perfectly. But yeah, he's just a giant liar. And he's a giant liar, Alex Jones.
Think about the psyop of, well, how would we get more guns on the streets and bullets? Well, let's tell them we're going to take them all away, and everybody goes and just buys as many guns and bullets as they possibly can.
They want to come and take your guns, and I say, Mulan Robbie, come and take them.
Yeah. I remember going to Walmart, I'm just in there shopping, and like there's no bullets. People were just waiting in lines at these gun stores, just buy them as soon as all the bullets would get there. I had people that had gun shops telling me they can't even keep the stuff in stock. I guess this is when Obama was in office, but it's like, okay, well, you want more guns and bullets on the street? Just say that you're going to get rid of them. It's like they cause more guns and bullets to be on the street than anybody.
I think that there are a lot of gatekeepers, and people should keep an eye out.
That is true. Got to break through those gates.
I have to tell you that. After being robbed and jumped twice, if I would have had a gun and just been like, look, I don't want my face beat in tonight. Please, just take my money. I don't know if y'all have ever been in that situation, or even mace.
Yeah, when you pull the gun, that's when you're like, hey, guess what? Give me all your money. You're getting robbed.
Well, I called the cop, and the cop was like, you need to get a gun. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, you need to be carrying a gun. Pretty much, we ain't going to be here. We'll be here afterwards. We'll be here to scrape your body off the ground, put you in a bag. And I'm like, you're right, dude. You're right.
Was there any reason why you were traveling 80 and a 35? Well, shit, we in the hood. Shit, that's a good excuse. I'd be speeding through this motherfucker too. You got any guns? No. Well, shit, you need one here. Hang on, I'll be right back. You guys seen that?
No, but I believe it.
It's one of these officers pulled some guy over, and he's sitting there, and he's like, "Okay, I'm going to record this." And he goes, "Well, real quick, is there any reason why you're, traveling this fast through this neighborhood?" And he goes, "Well, shit, man, this is the hood." And he goes, "Shit, man, that's a good excuse. I'd be speeding through this motherfucker too." Then he goes, "Well, how about guns? You got any guns?" "No, sir." And he goes, "Well, you're going to need one in here. Hang on, I'll be right back." It's funny.
The good old Alex Bill Hicks Jones.
Yeah, Maynard knows the truth. Maynard was best friends with Bill Hicks. So the song Eulogy, then why are you crying when you hear your own eulogy? You said that you would die for me, Yeah. That song Eulogy is about Bill Hicks.
Hmm. Who here has heard of Hugo Talks?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Hmm. So you're like Bumblebee from the Transformers there, Creation Bear?
Someone else has said that. Someone else suggested
Gospel Bear keeps inspiring Creation Bear. It must be the bear in your names. The other guys just play off each other.
Yeah, mine's the verb. Mine's the verb, not the noun, though.
That's right.
No offense to anybody that associates with the noun.
Gospel Bear. That's right.
Yeah.
I do not know who that person is, though. Can you tell us? Do we need to know?
Yeah, I recommend his channel. I think he is doing a really good job. Nice spoken British guy. I love the Brits. The smart ones.
See, I don't love the British Gospel Bear, but I'll try to put that aside just for you, maybe, and listen to one of them.
Oh yeah.
What did you talk about?
Shots fired.
I know, right? I'm over here like Crypto is one of my favorite guys, and
I make an exception for Crypto. Yeah, I'm like, he might be the only exception. I'm not sure.
Okay, well,
the other one, yeah. I don't even know if he admits to being a Brit. Only a few, and I like Nathan. He admits to being a Brit. Of course, I don't consider the Scottish to be Brits.
Okay, gotcha. Well, anyway, Hugo Talks, great channel, and I think that he has a second or backup channel or something called Hugo Talks More, something like that. He's on Odyssey and YouTube, and probably a bunch of other alternative things. And I don't know, he's pretty thorough. He's got an interesting crowd watching his stuff. It seems based on the comments. He seems to be dropping little morsels, but every now and then he shares some stuff that I just haven't heard anywhere else yet. Hugo, Hugo Talks. Hugo Talks. Odyssey
Talks?
Yeah, Talks.
Oh, Talks. Okay, Talks. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how to speak. Too many languages in my head, and pronouncing words is just too hard.
No, it's cool. It's cool. I brought you up the other day. It was just yesterday we were talking about you in the Lookout Mountain because somebody brought up Lookout Mountain, and I remembered because didn't you actually go to Lookout Mountain?
No, I'm just the one that has told people that are close. I've been there. I have been there, but not under the context of, oh, so you're telling me on this engraved piece of metal that you can see Kentucky, and you're also telling me that that's mathematically impossible to see any mountain based on the math, every single mountain in Kentucky should be under the horizon. But you're telling me you can absolutely see Kentucky as one of the 7 states. That's what you're telling me, Lookout Mountain. Thank you, Chattanooga. Thank you. You've done a great job. Yeah. Yeah,
That was
Lookout
me that
Mountain.
brought it up. I've been there too, Gospel. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's
I live in
beautiful.
I live in Kentucky, so I've seen
Mhm.
my state from that mountain. Yes.
I have lived in Somerset, Kentucky, so I'm pretty familiar with the Southeast. I've lived in so many different places. People think that I'm probably a government agent, but
Well, I grew up in London, which is about 30 miles from Somerset.
yep,
You know
yep,
where? Yep.
yep. I was very young. I was very very young when I was in Kentucky, but I have been back a couple of times, and it was a beautiful state. A little too warm and humid for my taste, but
Shout out to
yeah.
the Midwest.
Yeah, there you go. I'm in the northernmost spot in North Dakota. So I'm more north than 35% of all Canadians. Um, yeah, very north. It is, well, it's 46 degrees right now, so that's not too bad. But it was 18 degrees this morning, and we had snow last week. So, yeehaw. But yes, this 7 states, and the only way that that's possible is for something to be inaccurate about the whole claim of curvature. There has to be something wrong about it.
I don't think it's ever snowed here. Like
Where?
I've seen snow out here in the desert.
Suriname?
I've
Oh,
only seen it snow one time. And that's when I went up into the mountains, but nothing stuck. It was just enough to make the road slippery.
yeah, I've heard of Arizona and stuff like that getting flurries.
Yeah, well, where Arizona is, but like I'm pretty close to the Death Valley area,
Okay, yeah.
right on the border of California and Arizona.
Well,
Like if I was up in
interesting.
the mountains, it might, but I'm too low in elevation. I'm like 800 feet.
The record temperatures, I believe, in 1938, allegedly, I might be. It's sometime in the 30s. I believe it was 38. North Dakota had the record high and record low temperature in the same year, 120-degree high and negative 60-degree low Fahrenheit, both in the same year.
Yeah, that's pretty low, but I've been in 125-degree weather. One year it got like real super hot for 3 days. It's like 6 years ago. It was horrible. Power started failing. So that's when my grandfather, when he was still alive, decided to get a program going at the senior center to where they have an emergency generator installed for situations like that. The elderly can cool off and not be stuck in their hot house.
Yeah, you could situate yourself in a woolen tent that has a constant spray of water spraying on a woolen tent, and you'll be about 60 to 70 degrees, even if it was 125, 130 out. You'd be creating an evaporative cooler by utilizing water and wool.
121 degrees Fahrenheit is 50 degrees Celsius for all of the science temperature users. It's C for science.
Was I roboting a bit ago, Brad?
Just a wee bit.
It happens. I'm not usually roboting, so was it on your end or did it happen for? Oh, yeah, I see.
Not usually here.
I don't know. I've got 100 up and down, so
You've been clear for me.
fiber to the prim.
Yeah,
Oh.
I haven't heard anyone roboting yet, but I did just go through an episode of being hooked up to the internet and no signal whatsoever. I couldn't mute or leave the call for a good 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Bar was red, but that's
Discord
on my
likes to
phone.
do
So,
that.
yeah. Hit the wrong button. I hung up instead of mute. You know, it's such a nice day today.
Is this
At
guy's
least here.
last name really Gleason? Is in the Gleason map? Or is that just for fun?
You talking about Michael Gleason?
Yeah.
I think it's his real last name. They talked about that earlier. He said people used to ask him if he's related to Jackie Gleason.
Is Jackie the original guy behind the AE map?
No, that
Jackie
was
Gleason, the
Odd
old
Couple.
comedian.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I don't know
The
the
Odd
name. I
The
don't know
Odd
the
Couple, Jack Gleason, right?
Gotcha, yeah.
So, grumpier old man,
Yeah.
not Marthile, but the other one.
I know. There's the new. Yeah, I got you. The blonde.
Oh no, that was Jack Lennon, wasn't it?
Jack Lemmon. If you're talking about the new version, but there's an older version of the Odd Couple. But anyway, who is this?
Jackie Gleason was on the Honeymooners. Flintstones was based on.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I was about ready to look it up. I was like, you know what? I'm going to stop just assuming.
Who is the Gleason of the Gleason map? What's that guy's name?
His name is Alex Gleason,
Alexander.
Gospel Bird. Alexander Gleason.
Thank you. Dude's a walking encyclopedia.
And I asked
Jeopardy
Michael Gleason.
master.
I asked Michael Gleason earlier, and as far as he knows, he's not related.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was looking at Family Tree site, and there's some Gleasons up my tree a little bit, and I found, I think it was like second cousin 8 times removed or something with Alexander Gleason.
Nice.
But it was created by a company because he was working for the company as a cartographer. Right? It's oh shit, come on. It's Buffalo Electric Typing and Engraving Company. 1892.
Do we have any? Well, I guess it's. I don't know what time it is in Australia. What time is it in Australia right now? 7:14. Oh, it's like early morning.
Apparently, you can find that the Gleason map in the Boston Public Library on display. So that would be a pretty cool thing, just to go to the, Boston Public Library and sneak in a spy camera, because I don't think you can take pictures while you're there.
A lot of that is antiquated rules because of flash photography destroying the artifacts, allegedly.
Yeah, the light deterioration of the pigments.
It makes sense. It's a pretty bright situation going on, but
Well,
no,
it produces UV light is what the problem is, I think.
Yeah.
The flashes. Shit, I know one thing. The best, secondary non-lethal, protection you can have on your rifle is a camera flash from a Nikon that can just rapidly flash like a strobe.
Yeah, especially
You
at
can just set that unit
nighttime.
down and just walk away. Yeah, especially at nighttime.
Yeah, what if there was like a little grenade, little flash grenade, not a grenade, of course, but an actual device that like had a good like 360-degree array of
Like a drone?
flash. Or I mean, a drone
Like
could work too, but I'm thinking of something that would just roll onto the ground and like you like a ninja, you could just vanish. I mean, that would be a pretty cool device. A flashbang, but not a flashbang. Like, yeah, like the thing you're talking about attached to a gun, but 360 and would
yeah.
last like 5 minutes of battery or something, and just super bright flashes. That'd be really cool. It'd also be
Like
a mechanism of chaos during riots
call it
and
a bed.
demonstrations, though.
Call it a bed, right? The Batman escapement device.
Oh, yeah, comics these days. What they've
Well,
done
think
with
about
them.
it. I think that would be a pretty good device. Shit, maybe if I could find a Nikon flash unit. That way you could just like set it down while it's aimed at something, and then you could walk around in the background and they would be the wiser.
Oh yeah, you could. I mean, there's thrift stores and antique stores and stuff where they just have like 50 super old, completely garbage um, cameras sitting on their shelf, and I've walked into places where you just see tons of stuff like that, and like you'd be like, I'll give you $100 for all of these. Be like, oh, okay. They've been sitting there for 18 years, so
Right.
sure, go ahead.
Okay, you know how shit, what was it? Damn it. Hate it when that happens. Never mind. I'm in the same area where I lost the thought, so yeah, it's not coming back.
I heard Waterball the other day. I was so happy to hear him talking. He was repping. He was repping for the home team.
I wish I
Oh,
could turn this into a meme that has the laughing. So until then, I post the video.
Yeah, I got to talk to Waterball the other day. He's not around nearly as much as he used to be, but that was nice that he stopped in.
yeah. He's such a fun guy. Finnish is just. I've researched a little bit about Finnish, and it is a mysterious language, and people, they always get stuff done. Come
Yeah,
on,
we used
guys.
to have an exchange student
Nobody
from
was
I think.
fast enough with that one. I was hoping for at least one chuckle out of that.
Oh, really? Was that a
I
joke? I
chuckled
didn't
when
get it.
when
I'm
they
sorry. Went over my head. Can you repeat it, please?
I said the Finnish, they're mysterious people. They're really great. They always get stuff done. They always get stuff done.
Okay, the
chuckle,
Finnish. Okay,
chuckle,
I get it. Okay, I just thought
chuckle, I
because they're
chuckle.
Northerners, that Northerners are known for being industrious because we have to be to, stay
They are,
alive in
though.
cold
They
weather.
are.
Yeah.
They are. They have a very mysterious language. Allegedly, there is no parent language. And what that means, for those of you that are interested in such things, for others, just close your ears because that's physically possible to do. The Finnish might very possibly be one of the direct languages from the Tower of Babel dispersion. Might. Possible. Just saying.
Isn't it isn't Finland where the Hisi come from?
That I don't know.
It's when Christianity went there and pretty much colonized it, made it civil, got rid of all the paganism. All of their old gods were called the Hisi. And then they even added Lucifer, or not Lucifer, but the devil as being the head Hisi, which is like witches and stuff. I think it's Finland. It's either Finnish or Norway. I know it's not Icelandic. Icelandic, they got magic staves, right? So it's a little bit different.
Jumo or Jumala, Ati, Uko, Jumala, Ati,
Yeah,
Tapio.
Ukko is the god of lightning.
Those are Finnish. So the Hisi thing might be something else.
Was it the
Well, no,
Catholics who
Ukko is
did
a
that?
Hisi. Ukko is a Hisi.
Oh, okay. Estonian mythology, and Finnish, yeah. And you're right, yeah, Finnish. Ukko would be thunder. Yeah, but I don't really. I've read about some of that stuff in the past. It's one of the sort of things that I like to. There's only so much evil and darkness, and paganism and all that stuff that you can take in at a
I
time
agree.
because it's.
But here's good news. They turned
Poisonous.
that whole thing into a video game where you go around and you craft magic wands. And you go to this place called the Temple of the Art, and the very end of the game is called the Great Work. Yeah, you can tell that's fucking occultic right there, huh?
Yeah.
It's called shit, what the hell is the name of it? I can't remember the name of the game. But it's a newer game. Shit, what the hell is the name of it? It's a dungeon type game where you're running around and like it's real. You have to have a real good computer to play it with good graphics and memory and all that, because every single particle in that game is simulated and calculated into the real time positioning.
Crafting is a very popular activity these days with a multi-billion-dollar industry of Minecraft and so on. Crafting is getting normalized worldwide.
I want to say NOLA, but it's not NOLA.
How dare you! I play Minecraft with my kids, and it's a good time.
And not only that, these retro items that we find in these games, whether we craft them or they drop, are more valuable now than real items in the real life. Trade for real money.
The world of NFTs and other mind trickery.
Yeah, but still, you know, I keep telling people, grow your money, right?
Like you can get like a red purse in The Sims, and the red purse is like the rare one, and then that one is more valuable than a real purse in real life because you can show it to all your friends online in the game.
Yeah, it's a spell.
It's augmented reality shit. I think, wasn't there something else to where people were making a lot of money off of RuneScape? Was that the name of the game?
Yeah, and I always thought that it was a really unusual pronunciation for a game that should otherwise be called Run Escape. But yeah. It's also runes, or rune, like yeah. Yeah, it's an unusual.
Runes ape. Runes monkey. You know, Runes ape. Yeah. I'm watching this kitten playing the pool with a ball. It's a little kiddie pool. But I swear,
Keeps them entertained for hours.
Can we ask Don Pettit real quick how you make coffee? ISC? Hey, Don Pettit, how do you make coffee? I'm asking Don Pettit how he makes coffee on ISC. Probably robot, and I'll shut up.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Yeah.
Nutty.
Thank you, Don.
Nutty.
How can you hate that guy? He's got to be the most endearing, lovable, quote unquote scientist. Not real guys. I know, but
So too many of the kids were starting to like to be astronauts, and NASA got word of that. They said, "Well, shit, we better turn them off. We better steer this away." And then they made the coffee that eats shit, and that makes people not want to be astronauts. So that way they can control the conspiracy a little better.
That's right, because you don't want to have all these heartbroken children going around. Oh, I can't really be an astronaut. Also, I'm not stupid enough, because they also put out this. I thought you were referring to Don Pettit being like such a horrible role model that no one would want to be like him. But I agree that it's hard to like be mad at him because you just feel sorry for him, right? Because he seems like extremely, mentally
he needs a
disabled.
hug.
But,
Yeah, he's like a guy that you just I just want to hug that guy, poor little fella. Look
they're
at him.
taking advantage of the poor guy and calling him an astronaut. Like, hey, yeah, you're an astronaut. You're the smartest, the brightest, and the best. He's like, oh, thank you. I always knew I was the smartest. Thank you. I mean,
he's
it's just
like Millhouse,
a sad
right?
guy.
It's really hard to be mad at a retard.
That kid, the smart, the allegedly smart kid in The Simpsons that always picked his nose. I
never saw that, but I believe you. I think it is kind of a trope, right? It's kind of, I know what you mean, though. In general, that character type, yeah. Yeah, he's being taken advantage of.
Then you have the hardcore kids. The hardcore kids gonna be like, "Mom, I'm gonna eat shit. I'm gonna eat shitty coffee. I'm gonna be an astronaut. Pay for space camp." Hardcore.
Oh, that's the character you're talking about, Gospel Bear, this GIF here?
Yeah. That's Don Pettit
yeah.
right there.
Yeah, I bet it is. That's how when he was on the
childhood.
school bus. Yeah, that's what he was doing. I bet you're absolutely right. Yeah.
That is absolutely.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus.
Oh my goodness, Creation Bear. Whoa, I haven't heard that one before. The perfect illustration, my goodness, that poor man. I do feel sorry for him. I really do. I get mad at Bill Nye, and Robert Simmons and all those guys, but yeah, I can't get too mad at Don Pettit. I do pity him.
I mean, think about it though. How many people died in a 1968 Corvette? I mean, the Corvette has been a pretty deadly vehicle if you think about it. No, I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
But here's the thing: the car didn't kill anyone ever. The car didn't do it. It was the person with their foot on the gas, or lack of brake, or lack of steering. Like cars have drivers, just in case anybody's confused about how that works.
Dandelion, I'll see if I can find the original video for that clip. But it's actually really funny. He's talking in a weird voice about working from home and drinking coffee and working in pleasantries and stuff like that. It's super weird.
Do you think it's a
best
weird?
and the brightest.
Is it not his natural voice?
I'll see if I can find.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. What does that Corvette spiel have to do with Tom Pettit?
So he referenced Corvette 19 in his in his little spiel, and that's why I went on a little rant about how no Corvette actually ever killed anyone. It was the driver that was doing the driving that wound up resulting in the death, and ultimately, you die from brain trauma, you die from bleeding to death, those sorts of things, and the car never killed you is kind of the point.
The
So
point is that
Yeah,
Tom
that
Petty can't
Abrams has
pronounce.
never killed anything. It's always the person driving and pulling the trigger of the main cannon that kills things. It's not the weapon itself. It's not the vehicle itself that kills. It's the operator.
Well, I was just confused what that had to do with Tom.
The point is that Tom Petty can't pronounce COVID.
Yeah, but it's also a metaphor for those that are autistic like me. The Corvette is a
I got your
metaphor.
metaphor. I got it, Gospel Bear. I might not have gotten your Finnish reference, but I got that one.
I know. I'm just being Captain Obvious. I like to really drive points home from time to time, make sure that nobody's confused about what I'm trying to convey.
Yeah, I'm waiting for somebody to ask me, what came first, the chicken or the egg, and I'm going to tell them can't answer the question because you're missing the rooster, because of course the rooster came first.
Nice one. I like that answer. Yeah, one of these days on the live stream, I'll ask you that when no people are here that don't know what you're going to say.
Why did the rooster? Why a rooster and not a rooster and a chicken?
Because the rooster came first.
I would say the rooster and the chicken came first. I don't understand.
Why are you saying the rooster came first?
The rooster and
Because
the
it's a
chicken
male.
Simultaneously.
Captain
You're
Obvious.
missing the cum reference. You're missing the reference to it came first.
Gotcha.
There you go, Captain Obvious.
Yeah, I'm just I'm kind of dead to toilet humor or crass, but I understand. That's just a word that since
I didn't get that part of
1998.
it either. I didn't get that part of it either. You're not the only one. Don't worry.
Since 1998, I've just been very objectionable to that word, because when I was in 7th grade, I was sat down at the lunch table with a bunch of raunchy, crazy 12 and 13-year-olds that just wanted to educate me on every vile and disgusting slang word that existed for no apparent reason whatsoever, except that they thought that they might defile my mind. And ever since then, I've just been really disturbed by those slangs. But I get
I
it.
apologize for my highbrow, lowbrow comedy.
Yeah, I'm not going to offer to ask you the setup question now.
No.
But no, I'm just kidding. But no, I know what you mean, Gospel Bear, and I think it's sad, but it's actually good that you made it that far, without knowing. I would say, because some of these children you see in the schools today that I used to see when I was teaching the public schools, like much younger than you are, just know it all. It's sad.
Yeah. But yes, Corvettes never killed anyone ever. That's not how it works. You have to
Creation Bear
you have
found
to
us the
you have
thing.
to get
Thank you.
pneumonia. You die of pulmonary embolisms. You have to get pneumonia. You die of a lack of oxygen. You never die from a Corvette ever. Just saying, that's not how it works.
But speed kills.
Isn't ammonia just water and nitrogen?
Like the speed of the breakdown of your liver after remdesivir. And I don't know why. I think remdesivir is a certain type of nitrous oxide that they install in the Corvettes to make them go faster. But yeah, remdesivir absolutely, without question, destroys your liver. They did research studies by a certain, what's that guy, Stag Fauci, the guy that wears the white suit with the white helmet. He's like a really cool race car driver guy. So he did these studies in Africa with race car driving. They said when they installed remdesivir in the cars in Africa, all of a sudden, like 55% of the people died, or 56% of the people died because of the nitrous oxide in the Corvettes destroyed their liver. They went into like liver failure and died a horrible drowning of a death. And it's all because of that weird nitrous oxide stuff. I think remdesivir is the brand name of the car enhancing treatment for making the car go faster when it is a Corvette. I
Dude,
know, guys. I know.
You're like everywhere in topics. You go from one thing to. I'm having a hard time following you.
I just wanted to get ridiculously allegorical for everybody for a minute, because it's an interesting topic that shall not be talked about in direct manner. So I had to get metaphorical and stuff.
Yeah, you were being deliberately obscure.
Deliberately. So, and what's really hilarious is I can say all that, and there's people that don't know me, and they're listening to it, and they go, "Is this guy mentally ill? Is he maybe under the influence of some type of mind-altering substance? Maybe he doesn't really know what he's saying." Oh, he knows exactly what he's saying, and it's for those that have ears to hear. And you can look these things up. This is published material. Stagg and Fauci, though, that was two words to say together that just a little awkward. Does everybody know that Christine Grady is his wife and that she's the CEO of the NIH? Does everybody know that she literally barks orders to the FDA? Because is everybody
I know
aware
that.
of Christine
All right.
Grady being literally his wife and in charge of the FDA by means of the NIH? I mean, that's some really funny Corvette talk, if you ask me. It's
Has
just
anybody ever seen
hilarious.
The Secret of NIM?
The Secret of the M?
No, The Secret of NIM.
Oh, no, it
Back in the
sounds
day,
like
it's
a.
an animated cartoon about mice in a field, and one
I've not
mice
seen it.
escapes
I've
from a
seen
lab
I've seen like the
where they
box
made,
of it, or
and this lab made him intelligent. Well, that's based off of a true story. Yeah, a cartoon based off of a true story, just loosely based, right?
yeah.
They were doing through the National Institute of Mental Health, NIM. We're doing a study called Mouse Utopia. They were gonna
Yeah.
fucking hawk, man. That's beautiful red-tailed hawk. They sit there and they go through. They get a bunch of mice and they give them everything they could ever want. They create a mouse utopian society where everything, nobody can want for nothing. But what ends up happening is the beautiful ones control everything while all the other ones turn homosexual. So
Oh
it's
yeah.
like utopia will be the destruction of the human species, the human race. It'll be the extinction of us, and everybody wants this fucking bullshit. But yet, the Department of Mental Health had already said, we've done this experiment 4 times. It is wrong to do the experiment because of, the consequences that happens. They start turning cannibalistic even though they have food.
It's a good cover story that they wanted to discontinue. But they transformed it to humans.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do right now, right? And these are the eugenicists, the eugenics, like Margaret Sanger and all them. They anyways, The Secret of NIM is about one of these mice that had escaped. That was not one of the beautiful ones. He was a soldier and a smart one. He was a smart mouse, right? And he started breeding with the field mice, and the field mice started getting intelligent and started creating for themselves a society, kind of like back in the days of Little House on the Prairie, right? So it's like an allegory based in that, I guess. I don't know. It's a pretty interesting movie. I saw it when I was a child.
Yeah, the connection there does seem fairly obvious. That is fascinating. Thank you for sharing. I think I triggered at least one or two people with my my rant, but that's okay. They'll get over it.
Yeah. But still, I mean, it goes back to these sun worshippers, the cult of Helios, right? The cult of Apollo, the cult of Abaddon, the cult of destruction, right? So what does the globe have to do with the Mouse Utopian experiment? Well, it's the same thing because these people all worship the fucking sun. It's nothing new under the sun.
Nothing is new under the sun.
Yeah.
And we're living in a time unlike any other because all of these things are present today as opposed to of only one aspect being around at a certain time. Now, all of these things are put together to create this zombie culture of media watching morons.
And if you bring it up in normal conversation to people, then they look at you like you're the crazy one.
Oh yeah, you can actually see their eyes like flash and gloss over. It's like, wow, really?
Well, I had a coworker the other day. He's like, "Well, this is coming from the guy that thinks the Earth's flat," and I'm like, "I didn't say it was flat. I'm just saying it's not a globe." You know what I'm saying? They just try to put words in your mouth. Like, I didn't say that.
Well, even if you did,
You
that's
should have
not
said yeah,
gotcha.
and the person. You should have said yeah, and the person that said that is a person that loves a football team, thinks it's their team, yet they've never paid a cent to own the team. Sports ball worshippers,
Exactly.
It's all the same thing as the heliocentric cult, man. They don't realize the shit.
Right. They don't even understand what they don't understand. I mean,
it's like that's when you tell them, "Oh, you like baseball? Well, look at this. You flip the baseball diamond upside down. Holy fuck, that's all seeing eye, the Illuminati pyramid."
The entire world's under a spell right now. A very serious, very, very, very serious spell. And they don't even understand what's going on. They're just living life like it's normal.
Exactly. It's a grand illusion.
Yep. And it will be as in the days of Noah, people given into marriage, carrying on about their life.
Yep. Stacking these things for the future, preparing for the future, but the future is done.
This server is a part of keeping my sanity, to be quite honest with you, because, I mean, if you just want to go out in the world and just have a normal conversation about this, you have another thing coming. I mean, I have to come to the server periodically just to keep my sanity, man. It's freaking insane.
I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate everyone here also.
I am very thankful for the gift of discernment that my creator had given to me so that I can see the world for what it truly is, so I could see through the lies. And it's nothing that I can do myself, but not intuition, but more like, I don't even know the name for it. It's like something else is telling me, hey, look into this a little bit more. Look into that a little bit.
When you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember like reading about the story of Noah when I was a child and thinking, wow, that would be really hard to do to like, do all this stuff, even though your neighbors are making fun of you. But like you guys just said, I mean, that's basically what's going on. And it's not, I mean, it's hard. Like, you need, like, Flathead said, yeah, you need, to maybe periodically have some community and fellowship with people who understand what it's like. But it's not like a question. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's just a feeling of certainty where you know that you just know, and so it's not even, and that does drive some of those globe heads crazy, right? Because they are like, "Oh, can you be so sure, so confident you're right?" Like some of them get really angry about that because they don't know what that feeling is like. They're all like putting up their finger and checking which way the wind of popular opinion blows. And that's the way they're going to go. Or they're taking an opinion poll to see, what they're not going to get made fun of for today. And that's what they'll agree with, Like they don't even know what that's like to have a certainty within your heart and soul, and that kind of thing. So they don't know what it's like to have faith, I guess you would say, or I mean, you can
Hey,
have it. You can have an intellectual certainty about flat Earth for sure, but that's not the same as being able to, really be out there in the world and just be like, "Yeah, you guys can do whatever you want. It's perfectly fine. Go along your way. That's not what I'm going to do. I'm not participating in that. Thank you very much. Good day, sir."
hey, what do you mean by that? I still wet my finger and stick it in the air.
Well, actually, just trying to find out wind direction. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, trying to find out if the storm's coming my way or not.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a good point. People made fun of Noah. He warned everybody, but nobody believed.
Never imagined I'd have to wander around on a daily basis and just watch.
Well, what do scoffers do? What do
Living life.
naysayers do? Right? They say nay.
I don't know.
What do scoffers do? They scoff.
That I'd have to walk around and see this many people, just the masses. I mean, almost everyone is just living this fake life and fake beliefs, and everything is a fantasy, and they believe it's all real, and it's just so strange to me now. Once we've learned what we've learned here in this channel, it is so strange to see all these zombies and these people that believe in complete Narnia and who are you people? About medicine, about everything. It's just
Yeah, and you don't have to. We're not responsible
polluted
to
and so
convince.
strange.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Gavak. I was just going to say we're not like it's not our responsibility to convert or convince those people. I mean, you can if you get someone who's like questioning, or people come in here and we talk to them about what we've discovered and so on. But like we're not responsible to fix all those people. Like we already know if you actually have are seeking the truth, that you can find out a lot of things, as we all have. And if people are not willing to do that, then that's their prerogative. But I did want to say, well, one thing I just wanted to give a general pep talk that, all the people here, I do truly appreciate you, just like Flathead said, because, to be standing at this time is, in the truth, is a difficult thing to do. And it takes a lot of strength to do. But I also want to say, because, when I was talking earlier about the Alex Jones thing and mental hospital of all of it, where, they try to say we're the crazy ones, but they don't have a leg to stand on. Like, people don't need to go around in fear of that. As long as you are, willing to speak the truth, you have truth on your side, and you don't need to worry about it. I mean, people can persecute you if they want. And I mean, I shouldn't say that like that. Maybe worse stuff will happen to us. I don't know what's going to happen to us, but I don't think that we have to be afraid. I just don't think we need to have a spirit of fear, because
Now the choice is yours, new thought of mind, to either take the blue pill, go back to sleep, and refresh on your indoctrination, or you could take the red pill, wake up, and find out exactly how deep this rabbit hole goes.
And also just say no to pills.
Yes, and hospitals. Definitely go to the hospital to die, right? That's what the purpose of the hospital is. We just rename it the death center. But yeah, pills in general are bad.
I was under the knife. I was under the knife this year. Anesthesia, major surgery, and all that in a Western medicine hospital. And I'm here to still be able to talk about it. Thankfully.
Oh, good for you. Yeah, I'm glad you've got through it. Yeah, good. Yeah, I guess they might have some use to some things. I don't know. It's not been my experience with my family, but yeah.
Well, had I not gone, I would have died. So
Majority of people have a misunderstanding of sorcery. Right? They think sorcery is something they see on pop culture through Disney or fucking Harry Potter or whatever the fuck, right? They have no idea what the true meaning of the word means. And it's the taking of drugs. In fact, the word pharmacy comes from the word pharmakios, which comes from pharmakia, the Greek word for dispenser of potions.
So literally, the potion is the taking of drugs. The pharmakia is the practice of sorcery.
Yeah, with
Why do they
surgery
have?
is not that.
Well, I got a quick question about pharmacy. Why do they use a RX? What does the RX stand for? Does that have to do with
Rexor
this?
King. Rexor King.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be an abbreviation for the word prescription. So
RX is abbreviation for prescription. I don't understand that.
Yeah, it comes from the Latin word for prescription or whatever for a script of a written script of direction or something like that. I believe is what it comes from, and it means it's Rexor, so that's why it's RX. But in English, it's prescription.
Oh, okay, thanks.
I'll see if I can find a citation on that.
Thank you.
I think it's ironic how a lot of I've had friends in the past who claim to be witches or warlocks or whatever, and they're on this heliocentric model, but in the same breath, they're doing it wrong. I mean, I'm not a Wiccan or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, it's ironic. It's kind of funny to me because it's like you're telling me you're into this, and you're like thinking you're doing magic, and you're not even doing it correctly. It's just ridiculous to me.
And back on the prescriptions, the reason why you need a prescription from a doctor, one of the reasons, is because the medication is toxic. It could kill you if you take too much. It's one of the reasons. And how are the Wiccans doing it wrong exactly?
Well, I'm saying it in the sense of if you're looking at your existence as in a heliocentric mindset, and that's what you're truly going with, then you're not even doing it properly in the sense of if you're looking at things from a planetary perspective, then you're not going to emit or gather the energy that you need to do your sorcery or spells or whatever.
They're harnessing plenty of power through demonic entities.
Oh wow! So apparently this right here, the RX is from recipe, but it goes back to ancient Egypt for the Eye of Horus. I posted the citation.
Right.
So the most powerful witches are going to be flat Earth witches. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly. Because they know the true nature of reality. That's my viewpoint. I'm not saying that like people that out there, don't have, or whatever that are in a heliocentric mind state. I'm just saying that, just like you said, flat Earth witches would be the more dangerous ones, if you will.
Yeah, that's why I periodically give my public service announcement, especially for people that are new to Flat Earth, because I know I was the same way. You come into it, you're like, wow, this is the truth. Like, we've been lied to. Oh, this is my group of these great flat earthers. They're so wonderful. If you understand this, you're the good guys. No, obviously, as the loonies that Joshua Matthew talked about, they all know the earth is flat, right? The people at the top that are carrying on this deception, they're all flat earthers by the definition of intellectually understanding that the globe is not reality. That being a flat earther is not a virtue.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's recoin the term lunatic for those that think we landed on the moon. Yeah, fucking loonies, man.
Yes, I'm totally endorsing that new name. I love it. Loonies. Oh, yeah. Oh, look, Lag is back. I am so happy to see you, Lag. How are you doing?
Heck.
How about a moony loony? If they believe that you landed on the moon, they're a moony loony.
Moony loony.
What is?
Well,
Where's
loony, lunatic means moon, of the moon.
Well, yeah, but teak, TIQUE, TICUS. I'm just trying to ascertain what tychus or ticus what is that suffix and what does it mean?
Do you want me to study on that? I can find
No,
the answer
no,
for
no.
you. It'll take
I'm
me about a day
sorry.
and a half.
No, there's a Latin resource I have for
Oh, okay. Yeah, those are usually 3 letters too. The Latin, like suffix, prefix, root.
yeah.
It's all 3-lettered words. Yeah.
Okay, so why would they use the moon? Like, Luna is moon.
It
What
is.
does the moon have to do with crazy people?
It has to do with the Sabbath, right? A lot of people today will sit there and say that the Sabbath is on Saturday. Well, there's another consensus that's older than the modern consensus of Saturday being Sabbath, saying that it has to do with the moon cycle, thus lunatics, and thus the term April Fool, because, the Gregorian calendar changed the new year to January 1st instead of April 1st, thus April Fool's Day.
Okay. Just for the record, there was never in Scripture. There is no actual dedicated Sabbath day. It's all that it says is that you work 6 days, take the 7th day off. There was no
It
established.
says it says remember the Sabbath day, right? As a memorial. Yeah.
Right, but they're saying that everybody has the same Sabbath. That's not true. It was never said. All it says is work 6 days, take the 7th off. It could be like, for me, my Sabbath is either Sunday or Monday because I work Tuesday through Saturday, and it just, there is no established, according to God, actual Sabbath day, certain day
Well,
of the week.
you want to get into the first of the year, right? You count 14 days, and then there's Passover. Okay, so 14 days prior to Passover, that's the time. The 14 days is the period where they're looking for the firstborn sheep, so that they can make the sacrifice. Okay,
Yeah, the day
the
after Passover on
beginning
the
of the
15th.
year is where the crescent moon is seen in the west. Okay, the reason that is, you got the new crescent, post new moon, crescent moon, and then you wait for the harvest, the plants to aviv. Once the plants, they're done growing straight up, the bulbs at the top of them will fall over. Right, that's the beginning, and then they start the year. They start the 14-day countdown. They gather their sheep, and then that's the Passover. So that's the
Yeah,
first
on
day,
the 15th
first
day of
month.
Aviv, which is the day after Passover, is a Sabbath day and the beginning of the first fruits. Because I was born on that day. I know that much. That's the only time where a Sabbath day is specifically coined, dated, and named in Scripture that I know of.
Yes, and then from that day is where you start counting all of your Sabbaths. That's the first Sabbath of the year.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Real quick, can we welcome back Lag from yesterday? Welcome. What brings you back?
He told me in the voice text that he can't talk right now. Maybe he'll be able to talk later. Let's hope, Dave. Let's hope.
Oh, okay, I was just curious to hear what he had to say.
But
Go
you're
ahead.
so much better at getting people to talk than I am. Maybe you'll have luck with them, Hi, Indio.
Perhaps he's lagging.
Oh, my goodness. That was a good one.
I know, I'm lame. Full of dad
Oh, no,
jokes.
I liked it. Well,
Okay, what do
Indio's
you call
gone.
it?
He was
You
this
asked
year.
for it. You asked for it. So what do you call a cow with 2 legs?
I don't know. Tell me.
Lean beef. Ah. What do you call a cow with no legs? Think about it. Ground beef.
That's a good one. I like that one.
So this is just to back up your article from earlier, Joshua, right here. Here, I'll just post
Yeah, I see it. I
It
appreciate it, brother.
is, yeah, no, I was a major skeptic because it said History Channel, and I'm like, gee, we all know History Channel, owned by Disney, is definitely a great source of truth. I tell you what.
Yeah, the Royal Academy of Sciences, who owns Discovery.
And then this is Journal of Royal College of Physicians of London. Wait, you said that they own who? Wait, what?
Discovery Channel is owned by the Society or the Royal Science or the Royal Society of Science or something like that.
Oh, well, History Channel is one of the is owned by Disney.
Well, I know, but they all got started in on the BBC.
Oh yeah,
Discovery, history, all that stuff. It got started in Britain.
gotcha. Well, anyway,
Royal Academy of Science. Yeah.
there is a Journal of Royal College of Physicians of London 1992 article referring to the Eye of Horus for the RX. So yes, that is fascinating.
Hey, isn't that 2-4? Isn't that Saturn? The symbol to the right of the eye.
I'm
Looks
trying.
like a 2
I
and a
thought that
4.
the symbol for Saturn is the sigil of Lucifer. That's what.
No, I'm not the sigil. I'm talking about the astronomical or the astrological symbol of Saturn.
Astrological. Not a big fan of astrology, but I'll look it up. There was a Saturn.
Or the sun is a circle with a dot in it. Yeah. No, it's sideways, so
Wait.
it's
I'm
more
sorry.
like 8.
Sorry to cut you off. What's the circle with the dot in it?
Earth.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Or the sun. I mean the sun. The sun, not Earth.
Okay. Because
images. Quit opening the same fucking image. Jesus Christ.
there's a photo that I was made privy of or was shared with me from a friend. He took it in Los Angeles. And it is an extremely disturbing image. I'll just show a blown up portion of it.
There's a symbol of Saturn. So
Okay.
pretty similar.
See the circle with the dot in it and the pedophilia symbolism with the letter G there, and then the heart. Yeah. Okay, so Jupiter is the one, right?
Yes, thank you, Matthew. Thank you. Matthew just posted it. Yeah, it's Jupiter. Yeah.
Jupiter,
the Eye of Horus.
Eye of Horus. Interesting. But yeah, see that you said circle with the dot in it. This has been on my mind all day because this is blatant children sex trafficking in broad daylight.
And look at Uranus. Uranus also is the male. So Uranus represents the raper.
Yeah.
Is that why it's called Uranus?
Well, that's
Deep on.
that's a actual sexual act being perpetrated on the second image for Uranus.
Yep.
That's
my.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's the right pharmacy. You wanna live a long life, eat right. Don't eat chemicals, don't eat processed foods. And now they've even corrupted the good fruit. Like cabbage mixed with scorpion. What? Or rice mixed with human. What?
What did you just say? Cabbage mixed with scorpion?
Yeah. They've spliced scorpion DNA with cabbage DNA. So that the pests won't predate on it.
If
It's
you ever
really hard to grow
see
cabbage without pesticide.
anything like what I just posted in that photo, try to seek out the right kind of justice that will accomplish a just response.
Yeah, you notice they didn't say children, they said kids.
Go on.
Yeah, what is he trying to say with that sign?
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying non-possessive language, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of laboring right now, so I can't talk.
No. That is an interesting added component that I hadn't noticed. The non-possessive language is telling. That's it's a perpetration of satanic behavior. Matthew learns that is evil in our world. That is sex trafficking, right in the streets of Los Angeles.
To me, it looks like they're saying they need money for rent or lease, and they need help. God bless, I have kids.
It says please help, but
oh, please help, not lease. Got it. Yeah, so she needs money for rent. Please help.
Yeah, it doesn't say please help for rent or I need help for rent. It says I have kids for rent.
I don't think that have kids for rent. I don't think those two sentences were meant to go together. It's a badly written sign.
Well, there's also pedophilia symbolism in 3 different locations on the sign. The spiral G that's written in an unusual, out of fashion way with the rest of the sign. The O, for instance, is not written in a square-like fashion. But if you look up boy lover symbolism and spiral symbolism, it's a common theme for pedophilia. And then the double S's on kids is actually not mistake. I mean, you could say it was an accident. I find that hardly possible to justify. But if you juxtapose the S's, what you get is the butterfly symbolism, which is also another child lover pedophile symbol, and then the heart is regularly shown in pedophile symbolism. It's usually a heart inside of a heart, but the fact that it exists right after the word rent in association with selling sex.
And there's a reason why P is kind of lightened out to where you can barely read it, and all you see is lease and then hell. You can barely see the P's.
Okay, I guess I'm unfamiliar with all of that symbolism, so.
Yeah, FBI. If you go, you can just look. I mean, a Google search of pedophile symbolism or pedophile symbols. Put safe search on, but you'll wind up coming across the FBI list of symbols associated with. You could potentially argue that some of what I just said is a bit of a stretch, such as the juxtaposition of the S's, right? But if you look at the symbols, you'll understand why I would say that. Well, there's no doubling of the heart, so therefore it's not overt enough. But the fact that there are multiples of symbols, and this is not a photo that has circulated on the internet until today. This was shared with me from a good friend of mine that currently lives in Los Angeles. He took this from his bicycle as he was riding on the road. So,
okay, I'll take your word for it. I don't think I'm going to do that Google search, but
no, it's fine. You could probably even do the search from within the FBI's website or something like that. I'm not trying to
Whatever
get
you try downloading a different search browser like Mozilla, and do not
Brave.
import or share anything, or even what do you call it, Opera,
Brave
and then
Brave
use the
Brave browser
built-in
is the
VPN.
best.
Oh, I know that, but I'm saying, to search something else up that you don't want to have taint your algorithm on your main search engine,
You can
use like
Brave
Mozilla or
Tor. You can Tor within Brave.
yeah, but it's slow as shit, dude.
It is horribly slow. Probably for good reason.
Yeah. But still, the thing is Opera, right? Which is, I think, owned by the Chinese government now. And so is Time Warner, Warner Brothers, Warner Brother Music. It's all owned by China.
That's funny.
Shit, what was it? Fuck. Anyway, yeah.
I appreciate your attempt at a little bit of a rebuttal of understanding that image, but there's just too many symbols in that sign for me to not interpret it as horribly nefarious.
Hey, I got a question. Why did they call Spanish-speaking population Latin America? Wouldn't it be Hispanic America?
Latin languages, because the French were involved in a little bit down there too. French were
Yeah, but
involved.
it makes me think that where Italy is not where the Romans were. I think it makes me think that the Romans were actually the Mesoamericans.
Are you one of those historical revisionists where you?
No, it's just looking at the language, like they could have called them like different population, a different ethnic group, but that's the only one where it's Latin America. Like South America, it's just South America, right? But Mexico, Mesoamerica, is known as Latin America, and they had a lot of pyramids. I don't know. It just makes me think that perhaps because they were sitting there saying that Mexico was at the height of its civilization in antiquity when Rome was in grass huts, right? That's a time frame, they say. So perhaps they journeyed and found that area and just started taking over. Because they did say that their god would come over from the waters as a white man with red hair, because he is the sun Quetzalcoatl. So when the conquistadors came over, they figured, oh, this. But in reality, it wasn't what it was supposed to be. And even the Hopi said they were supposed to give a certain handshake. And the only ones that know that handshake today are the Freemasons. Because the conquistadors, none of them ever shook their hand whatsoever. Which meant that, that's not the God. So it's like, you have to sit there and like break things down, just because, the United States, the history of the United States is hidden. Nobody knows, right? We're told that Christopher Columbus discovered it when there were 500 tribal groups already living in North America.
Amerigus Vespucci and predates Columbus. And
yeah, but the thing is there's occult writings, right, that talk about the naming of America has nothing to do with the discoverers or Amerigo Gold Vespucci. It actually has to do with America from Amaru Khan, right? Meaning
no,
the Peruvian.
Amerigus is where the word America comes from. Amerigus Vespucci is where the word America comes from. I mean, unless that's, I guess you're saying that's a lie.
It would be called Vespucci, not Americus. There was a woman that came over whose name was America Vespucci, and she said that she owned all the land because it was named after, her forefathers, and she's the one with the correct land title and all that, and it got thrown out of court.
What were you saying about American?
Amaru is the Peruvian sun god Quetzalcoatl. It's their Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent, Amaru. And then Akun means chief of the land or the land of, right? So Amaru Khan means land of the plumed serpent. Coincidentally, America has the world's market for serpentine or serpentinite, which is named after, the scaly nature of a snake's scales because it flakes off easily. It's like a green stone as well, not jade. It's softer than jade, but apparently jade comes from this stone. And a lot of the Mesoamericans, South American Indians used jade as part of ceremonial instruments. Even, what do you call it? The people of New Zealand, the Maori, they use jade as clubs as well. It's just something you got to look into. Something else I found out last year, March 3rd, they discovered this huge Mexican temple called the Watery Phoenix, right? And this is in a place called Agua de Phoenix, which means the Watery Phoenix. And it's the largest temple compound ever, conceived. It's got pyramids and altars of cleansing and all of that. And to me, it seems like, the first temple. But I could be wrong.
What do you mean by the first temple?
First temple of scripture, the Temple of Solomon. See, the Mississippi has 7 branches, not the Nile doesn't. The Nile has less than 6.
So you're thinking that the Temple of Solomon was in Mexico?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm thinking that
It was in
the
Jerusalem.
story that we were told between the between the Mayans and the Incas about the war between the two were really the war of Rome conquering Israel. Because they did have, even when the conquistadors went over, they had a feast of watery tamales around the same time as the feast of first fruits. And what they would do is they would just eat plain
I just want to
tamales
make
with
sure
no
I
food.
understand you for a second. Hold on. Are you actually saying that you think that Israel, Jerusalem, was actually in Mexico?
Yes, before they got taken away into captivity in Babylon.
There's also a lot of people that feel like the Garden of Eden was also in the United States, off the because of the Mississippi River being the river that they speak of, where the rivers come. What I can't remember the two or three rivers that come together, or whatever they say. There's the LDS people, the Mormon people, believe fervently that that this land was the land that was written about in the Bible, not the Holy Land. Now, whether that's true or not, and everybody knows the LDS people, they think they're all a bunch of weirdos and whatnot. They believe in globes, and that's all true. But they also, a lot of the stuff that's in their book is coming true, about all these all these people that lived over here, big cities. They destroyed a big city over here in, I think it was the Temple of, it's that big dirt pyramid in the center of the nation, somewhere over there. When the Cahokia, there you go. That was a huge city before, and they
Serpent Mound.
They dismantled that city before the settlers got here. And there's new information that says that when Columbus came, the first 2 boats that came over here had nothing but Freemasons. The settlers didn't come till 150 years later. It's all been hidden from us. Freemasons came over here, first off, and took control of everything, set everything up the way they wanted it, whatever, these cities that were abandoned, these buildings buildings that we still can't build today. They either destroyed them or whatever they did to hide our past and our history. They were here for 150 years.
There's also a Giant's Wall in Texas.
Yes. So there's a lot about our history here that starting to surface, and it's completely different than what we were taught, completely different than anything we've ever been told before. And so a lot of
And there
stuff
were
coming
giants
out.
in the land,
Who knows
right?
what's really true at this point? You know, to be honest with you, I mean, I'm not trying to validate any of the things I just said. I'm just saying that these are now things that are starting to come to the surface. People are discussing these possibilities because there's evidence to support it.
What about
Okay, well, I
Lovelock,
guess
Nevada, right? Lovelock Cave in Nevada, they found. Okay.
They found
go ahead.
giants.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, now
I was just going to say they
the
found a
whole
bunch of bones of giants.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
where at? You said Nevada.
Yeah, it borders Utah and
Yeah,
Nevada.
Lovelock Cave, Nevada.
It's
Smithsonian
right on
took
the
the
border,
remains.
very close to the border of Utah.
Okay, so the idea of Israel being in Mexico, that doesn't fit with when after they were released. Who was it? Obadiah? I can't remember who the prophet was who asked the king's permission to go back to Jerusalem, rebuild its walls and the temple, and he was given permission. And Scripture says that he did. He went back to Jerusalem, so that would mean that he would have to go to Mexico, not what is considered Israel now. So
Perhaps they
that doesn't
didn't know
fit.
where the original location was, and what we call Israel today is actually called Philistine. The Arabs call it Philistina or Palestine. It's because it's not Palestine, it's Philistine,
Yeah,
the
Palestine
land
was
of the
never a
Philistines.
nation.
Right.
Palestine was never a nation.
And if you look to the Gospels, right, it says, this is the land of Sodom and Egypt, also where you had killed our Messiah.
Anyway, my point is there's just a lot of really strange stuff coming to light. What it means, I don't know, but it certainly is way different than anything we've been taught. And it leaves a lot of things to question, whether or not it validates anything that you guys have just been discussing. Who knows? All I know is there's a lot of stuff that took place over here in the United States that has been hidden and was never talked about, was destroyed and taken advantage of by the Freemasons that were here for 150 years before anybody else came.
What about the London, Texas hammer?
The what?
The London hammer that was found in Texas in a place called London, Texas?
I don't know about that. I haven't heard about that.
Well, while you look for that, my friend, can I just introduce a couple of new people in the room? Someone called, I think it's Big O's or Big. Called Skoya.
Big OZ. Skoyeb, welcome to the conversation, guys. Is that how you pronounce it, old dudes? I'm looking at Javel. You said that funny.
Yeah, I think it's Skoya. Or,
Nice.
well, it's a Yabel. It's a ye. I'm not sure where the inflection is, but I think the G is silent and it's a ye sound. I think it sounds like alcohol to me. So yeah. Skoyaville, open your mic. Say hello. We need Grace or someone that speaks their language.
What language is you're saying he speaks? You don't know?
Well, we'll find out. I've given him control of his microphone.
Okay.
Skoyaville, you can open your microphone and speak to us.
At least say hi. We'd like to say hi to you at the bare minimum. Just say hi. What's up? Glad you're here.
Hi.
Yeah, hey, glad to have you. Welcome. Don't be shy.
We bite, but it won't hurt. They're just nibbles.
Much.
So Sko, how was that pronunciation? Did we nail it or what?
It's skogjävel. It's Scandinavian.
Nice. I think Oldie
I
gets some
knew it
points
was
there.
close. I
Thank
knew
you
it
for
was
that.
close. It's not a silent G then. Does that mean son or daughter of, by any chance? Skog. I don't know enough Scandinavian. I need to learn it. I've only got a little bit of Norse.
But yeah,
So
the
Sko.
London Hammer was I dropped the thing. It was an object found in a piece of rock, and it was a piece of metal that wasn't rusty, and the hammer's been buried and encased in rock for so long that part of the handle had petrified, and that part that didn't petrify had turned to coal. They did a metallurgical analysis on the iron or on the metal of the hammer itself. Turns out that it's made of iron with arsenic and a couple of other elements that's not readily fused with it unless it's under a different kind of atmospheric circumstance or in a lab made atmosphere to create these alloys.
So high
So
tech.
yeah, high tech. Even we can't even do it today, but yet it's all over there to where in antiquity it was there at one time. Get away from the gate. Put it over his. Hang on.
Yeah, actually, one more thing about the idea of Israel being in Mexico. Would that have to mean that Lebanon was in the same region too? Because Solomon used the cedars of Lebanon to build the temple. Did he have them shipped
Yeah,
all the way from the Middle East, or was
you have to
Lebanon
remember.
actually in Mexico too?
You have to remember. He paid the king of Tyre a lot of money, right? And then asked him to help him build the temple with all this money. And the king of Tyre was a Phoenician that was the master sailor. They had the ability to go wherever they wanted as long as they had a ship and a way to the ocean, right? So it's almost like one of those things to where who knows exactly if the cedars of Lebanon could have been in the United States, which is why there is no cedars in America. Don't know.
Well,
There are no true cedars
there
in
are
America.
cedars here, but they're small.
Well, they're not true cedars, dude. They're not a
Well,
true cedar tree. It's a fir tree.
no, there's cedars here, but they're just small.
I'm pretty sure cedar has a smooth bark. Because I know what you're talking about. We've called cedar arborvitaes or whatnot that get pretty large. It's not actually a cedar because it's a fir bark. The bark is similar to a fir, and the flowers as well. But I could be wrong. But then again, the Lebanon's a cedar could have been the stuff that's all over the world, right? It's called tamarisk, salt cedar. But that again is not a true cedar. But the only reason why they call it a salt cedar is or a cedar at all, is because the flowers resemble the flowers of a cedar tree.
Yeah, but it specifically says the cedars of Lebanon.
Yeah.
And they
How do
were
you think
big.
Moses got from Egypt to Jerusalem?
They were very
What do you
tall.
mean? How he got from Egypt to Jerusalem? He went north, and back in the day, south was north. All the maps, like back in antiquity, there's a few that are surviving that where they're drawn upside down from Egypt. Now, it could be the fact that he simply went south from the Mississippi Delta into Mexico. Because the Mississippi Delta could be the
So
same as the Nile Delta.
So you're saying Moses wasn't in Egypt?
He was in Egypt. I'm saying Egypt is not in Africa. That was Babylon.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because Egypt was a part of Babylon, which was also a part of the ancient religion of Hinduism. Because the similarities between the Egyptian hierarchy of the archetypes and the hierarchy of the Hindu archetypes line up pretty well.
Just my opinion, with 2 new people here at least listening, let's quit speculating at some point. We need Earth curvature, rotation, and existence of said ball Earth in a vacuum of space. I'll shut up now.
Good point, Dave. I agree. I think they did leave, though. We scared them off.
It's okay to speculate. We got new people here. Let's try to stick to factual. Maybe some.
Did that one guy ever get on mic, or is he still off mic, or did he leave?
I think they're gone now, so y'all go back to speculating. I guess.
Lag, that's what his name was, Lag.
Yeah, he's already gone. So is the other part. Well, I see that Matthew Learns doesn't have. Would you like to answer this, Matthew?
I was interested in that Egypt and Moses thing because I thought there were several pharaohs mentioned in the Bible where they have archaeological evidence in Egypt and Africa that those pharaohs existed there.
We can talk about this some other time. Matthew.
That'd be fine.
I still haven't seen any of this curvature that I hear about on a daily basis, though. Still eluding.
Yeah, the only bendy water I've seen is what comes out of the end of a hose.
You just got to climb a tree a little higher.
I mean, I saw some curved water when I was using the restroom earlier, but I don't know if that's what they're asking for.
Likewise, I've never seen my cell phone use radio waves. I've never seen it with my eyes, but I think it's probably true that they do.
Personally, I want to see gravity affect gases.
Good luck.
I'm wondering if anybody can create any radio wave without the use of photons.
I want to see more people do 8 inches per mile squared so they can actually wrap their head around what most of the people in the server are talking about.
Yeah, but then they'll sit there and say, but where did you come up with the math?
Eurosthenes, or whatever the
I
fuck
don't
his
know.
name is.
I thought it was their math. You know, they don't even
We
know
got
their
math
math
from
half the time.
Eratosthenes. We got NASA.gov. Come on. Or is it .com? I can't
The thing,
remember.
we're just going off of their models. This is all what they're talking about. Begging the question, you know, going off on
And
fallacy.
then when they ask us about our model, we don't really have a working model of reality. See, you don't need to have you necessarily don't need to have a working model of, say, a hydroelectric dam to figure out that a hydroelectric dam produces power. You can tell because there's high tension lines coming off. You don't need to know about it. You just know it generates power, right? It's like one of those things to where you don't need to have a scale model of it. And that's the thing. Model usually means built to scale, except for scientific theoretical models, which there's nothing built to scale because the scale is so astronomical, right? I mean, if they were to do a scale model of the heliocentric model, you would have a BB as, say, the Earth on home plate, and a mile and a half away, you would have Pluto or some shit, you know? And that would be the size of a grain of salt. You know, it doesn't make sense. It's hard to visualize the scale model of what they propose is reality, even though you can tell that things are not that distant. Especially when you look in a telescope that's only a 3-inch telescope and you see all the rings of Saturn. Like this image that I took of Saturn with my 3-inch telescope. If I could collect more light from that star, yeah, I said star, even though it's a planet, it's still a star, it's a light in the sky. I could get a clearer picture with maybe a little bit more definition, but I'm pretty sure that's the only definition you can get with a fast exposure rate. Because the longer exposure rate, it's just a big white light because everything's blurred out. But it's Saturn. You can see the little bit of purple in it too.
Right. And you're not going to get a clear image like that.
I took this image 2 nights ago. Like when I'm sitting there looking through it with the eye, I could maybe see a couple of the moons, but when I zoomed in with it on the camera and it was all bled out, I couldn't see any of the stars or any of the moons. So I did the best I could to try to capture them, but the moons wouldn't show up on this. I could barely see them with my eye. If I had a bigger telescope that could capture more light, then I could probably, get a glimpse of them. But I don't know of any images of Saturn that show the moons, which are the satellites of Saturn. So are there satellites? Yeah. What do you think the moon is? Artificial satellites? Well, all we know about artificial satellites is they orbit. Orbit doesn't mean circumnavigation. It just means a circular circuit. I mean, why do you think the holding patterns for plane is to orbit their location until they are cleared for landing?
So, do you think the moon is an actual physical object?
I'm not sure. All
It
I
looks like
know
it
is
to me.
it's a body.
And see, that's where they have the problem. Is they can't accept that we're not, but that's okay. That's part of we can accept that we don't know all the answers. We don't have all the answers. That's the thing. The Globers, they know it all. You know what I'm saying? And if they don't, they're right on the brink of it, and they're right on the science is right on the edge. And that's they can't mentally understand.
Yeah, because if I have a description that seems to work and the model works, I'd rather think that that's true than to just say, "Oh, I don't know." If I have something that works, that's probably true.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, Matthew. It's like a lot of Globers are more comfortable with a wrong answer than no answer.
Exactly. Can you prove the moon is a physical object, Matthew?
I cannot, but it looks like one when I look at it through my telescope.
That's a fair answer, though. You can't prove it, though, right?
That's right. No.
I mean, my
They're not
car
just
looks like a sports car when I look at
they're
it.
not
So
they're not comfortable with just wrong answers. They're comfortable with retarded answers that make absolutely no sense.
That's a completely devoid from actual objective reality.
well, you just crunch some numbers and then the maths make it real. It's in the calculations.
Well, math is just a language. I can literally calculate anything I want to on paper, and it doesn't matter what it is. I can, turn numbers and letters into, formulas and have outcomes for whatever I want because it's a language. It's used to describe physics and science. When you start conflating different methods of, physics, science, and then creating the pseudoscience and whatnot, then you're on a whole nother, it's just a fallacy.
Philosophical question for Matthew Learns. He doesn't care.
Go ahead.
Would you rather have questions that can't be answered or answers that can't be questioned?
Questions that can't be answered for sure.
Okay, at least that's a good answer.
Yeah, I'm okay with there being mystery in the world, but generally, I would rather find answers and explanations if they're available, I guess.
When you say answers that can't be questioned, do you mean by not allowed to question?
Yeah, I think that's what he was asking. Yeah.
Yeah, in the same way you're not allowed to question the current narrative, right? If you know what I mean.
So anything new from the globe side that we haven't addressed, Matthew, that you want to bring up? Don't make me regret asking. Just kidding.
Well, I've got my 30, 60, 90 triangle with the moon size thing, but I don't know if you guys have seen that already.
I don't know. Do we want to see that panel?
Is that a curved triangle by any chance?
No, it's a flat triangle.
I'm just messing.
Here, I'll post it.
Hey, Matthew, about the moon landing real quick. How did that footage get recovered from when they took off and it was supposedly remotely moved to capture the ascent of the lunar module when there was no broadcasting capability of those cameras at that time? somebody had to retrieve the film.
Those were
So how's
TV
that footage
cameras
recovered?
broadcasting live.
They didn't have
TV.
TV cameras when they went the moon missions. They used Hasselblad cameras, which were not television cameras. They were just recording devices. Didn't even have a viewfinder.
They used both.
Nah, I don't think so, man. Do you know how heavy those broadcast cameras were?
Well, they didn't take normal broadcast cameras. They had specially designed ones. Sure.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the iPhone technology didn't come about till about 60 years after that. Or
Yeah,
40
it
years.
was very crude cameras. They didn't have very high resolution at all.
Yeah, in other words, they were not able to do that. Somebody had to capture it because that was through a Hasselblad camera, not a broadcast camera. You could see the crosshairs.
Matthew, can you explain that special ones?
The special broadcast cameras that they brought? What do you mean?
Yeah. Can you explain them, how they look and how they're working and everything?
I don't know too many details, but they basically brought cameras to broadcast a TV signal, and they had really low resolution because they didn't have high bandwidth. So, I don't know much about it though.
So why would they destroy that technology? That makes no sense.
No, we still have broadcast. You can live broadcast technologies around.
Okay.
So if they had that technology, then they wouldn't need to have a U-2 spy plane equipped with a camera that records on film. They would just broadcast that.
Oh, film has way higher resolution. It's like
The
hundreds.
The U-2 was also after the space missions, so the technology would have improved. But instead, they used film.
Well, yeah, it depends on if you want a live image, then you're okay with lower resolution. But if you're spying on Russia, you'd use the best, highest resolution technology available. And at that time, it was film. I mean, still film is very high resolution.
Exactly. So why aren't there more accurate pictures of the curvature of the Earth or something that would unequivocally prove that, the globe delusion? I mean, I don't see how that's helping your argument at all with high resolution. We know the resolution capabilities that are here in present day. I want to see evidence of curvature or globe from space, with stars in the background, or is that just Star Wars and Star Trek we're talking about? Because I'm talking about objective reality here.
Yeah. Because you can see. Yeah. Because you can see the stars. Oh yeah. And
Okay. Isn't there a way to look up every single thing that was supposedly taken to the moon? I thought there was something you could go to in every single thing that was taken that should be listed, and you should be able to access that. Am I wrong about that?
Are we sure they
I
didn't
think that
destroy
sounds
that
right.
technology as well?
Well, I was just saying, if that's true, if you can see everything that they took up there, you get a list of everything, the manifest or whatever.
Golf clubs.
Wouldn't a broadcasting camera be on there?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't looked at the list.
Maybe because you cannot account on objective reality. If you account on objective reality, then it's mistake. Big. Maybe that's the wrong way to be objective in reality.
Yeah, that term color imagery isn't what you think it is.
Yeah, if you look like that, then maybe you can understand them.
Matthew, I think that manifesto of what was taken to the moon was kind of implied when it was described to you that they took Hasselblad cameras with them and that they didn't take the type of camera that you have in your imagination that can broadcast from 250,000 miles away.
I admit I haven't looked at the manifest, but I don't know if it would be on there or not.
Then that was
That's
a blatant
evident.
lie.
If
So
you
you
took a
made a claim.
broadcasting camera up there, it would have to be in the inventory.
It was a blatant lie, just like all space cadets have to just blatantly lie to defend this belief. It's unbelievable. All they have to say is, I don't know, but they just have to make...
But they had special technology to have broadcasting from the moon.
Yeah, then you ask them what it is, and there's no claim. As usual, this is just the most insane religion ever. Nobody acts like this and just keeps making stuff up to defend it. This is what happens when you believe in evolution, and that's what this magical outer space religion is. Most of these people believe in the, oh yeah, millions of years ago, and it's the same thing.
Because it have sense, you know.
Yeah,
I'm just
that's the
curious,
thing. They just make the claim.
Is there anybody in here that loves
Look
to
at
do research and stuff? Is there anybody that
I'm
likes
sorry,
to
what was
do
that?
research?
Try that again. What was it, Scrat?
Is there anybody in here who really enjoys researching stuff?
You trying to give us
what I'm
homework?
researching.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have the time to do this kind of stuff, but if somebody would be willing to actually look up the manifest, the inventory of what they supposedly took, I'm really curious as to whether a broadcasting camera is on there. I was just wondering if somebody could do that.
Yes, there is an actual documentary of them going into NASA and trying to find it all, and they actually say that they deleted it or destroyed it, and it's a painful process to get it back.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the. You can go to their website and pull up the inventory of everything that they took, and if they actually took
That's what
a
I'm trying to
broadcasting
say. They didn't have anything listed because they destroyed it all. Is what their answer was. It was a documentary. A documentary on what they took when they went to the moon, what pictures, what everything, and they could not give the documentary people what they were asking for. They just kept saying, "We don't have it."
Well, I
But the
saw
problem is we don't have the
it
technology
had to
to
have been
do
about
that anymore.
5 years. Go ahead. Okay, well, about 5 years ago, I actually watched a video disproving the moon landing, and the person who made it actually had the manifest, and he was saying, "Look, this is what all they could have. Where did they get this from?" And such and such. So I was just wondering if he had it. How did I don't know? How did he get it?
But how was destroyed? By purpose or by accident?
That's the point. People are going to
There's
make
the
claims.
documentary.
People
Funny
are going
thing
to
I'm saying
happened
defend
on the way.
religion without having looked into this. That's the point. They just declare. They don't even know what they're talking about. They just say, "Oh yeah, they made special cameras that magically transported the signal 250." They just literally just a declaration from a psychotic, like it's a mental embolism. They just have to make up a story. That's the point. It's not is there data? They don't even know if there's any data. That's the point. They're already caught lying. I don't have to prove they're lying. They admit it. They don't know where they got their information from. And that's the crux of this problem. This religion destroys your brain and turns you into a habitual liar. That's really what it does.
Because we had all. Why people don't believe we had all that things, but it was fire. and flood and moisture and everything. And how you don't understand that? But we had that, and now it's painful process to reveal that, and we went to another technology. We have some another technology now, but if we can find that scientists or people who was working on that technology, we could have now, even better technology.
Right.
But
So when you talk to the
We have
internet
been
expert,
unable
Sasha,
to track it down. I mean, we don't know where this telemetry data ended up, and we don't know what path it may have taken. So, unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists.
Right. Yep. So no claim. Exactly. There is no claim for any of this. It's a cartoon on TV. That's why they believe it, and they'll defend it to the death without any evidence.
NASA admitted that it had lost the original footage of man's first steps on the moon.
The most heralded, most famous accomplishment of mankind, of humans, the landing on the moon. NASA lost everything. They're claiming there's nothing in their archives, nothing in storage, nothing in a cardboard box someplace that has anything to do with the Apollo missions. It's all gone.
People making mistakes.
Yeah, that's where my socks, my keys, my wallet. That's where they all end up. Where the telemetry data is, that's where that is. There's a magical portal somewhere, and that's a story they'll believe. Oh yeah, you're right. There is a magical portal somewhere. That's why we lost the telemetry data. Just tell them that; they'll agree with you. But the point is that they'll defend it and say no. When you ask somebody, well, how do you feel about this? Is a trigger word. This is one of the unknown 3 points that are really disturbing because it destroys their psyche. And all you got to do is ask this. Well, how do you feel about the fact that the government admits they can't go to the moon? And then just watch what they do. They admit, and then they're going to, no, they didn't. Of course we can go to the, immediately they go into this regurgitating lying session where they're just going to make up a story about how, of course we can. And you're just dumb. And so it's the same response. And then later, like Matthew Learns will be back and be like, oh yeah, we can't anymore because he'll change his mind. They'll change their mind as they go because again, evolution, remember? So they're going to continue to evolve their way of slithering around the truth, right? And that's what this is. That's why you'll see the evolution of these people changing their word. Like Matthew Learns is a perfect example. Remember, he always says certain things so that he doesn't say it in a way where we can hold him to a technical standard. He just ends up admitting it's just a presupposition. But in the meantime, describing all these fallacies.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Do the government say that they can't get to the moon because of the Van Allen belts?
That's another issue. That's the point. That is another side topic. The point is they've admitted many times for the last many decades that they can't go back. So we start.
Are there any other reasons? Are there any other reasons that they give?
How'd you go? How'd you even make it the first time then? Is the question? I mean, it's
right. So page 2 it says you can't do it anyway. Page 1 says we can't go. Page 2 says why we can't go. That's how crazy this is. Yeah, there's no claim otherwise.
When someone asked how did they do it in the first place, I've got a lovely clip where they describe this.
Apollo computer had 32K of fixed memory and 2K of erasable. That was it. No screen, no sound, no icons, no nothing. Just and the keyboard just had it had 0 through 10, read, clear, and enter. No graphics, no screen, no. On its best days, it couldn't get to 1 megahertz. So it was slow and weak, but it got its there.
Possessed. These people are possessed.
That was so funny.
The same technology what was made for the video cameras broadcast, it's made also Apollo with that, to pass that. There was
that's what
some kind of shield. They had shield.
That's what you need to send a packet of data 250,000 miles. You need about 32K, and you should be able to send color files You know, simple. "32 kilobytes is like a Word document, a single page in Word."
No, it
telling
worked
me,
because at that time that was the top technology, so it was sufficient to get him to the moon and back 6 times.
Show me the moon as a physical object.
In
this
that time,
really is a religion of filling the gaps between the dots with your own imagination.
And then declaring it, exactly. Then declaring it as if it's true. There's never been a religion this dangerous. Yep.
The moon looks to me to be a physical object when I look at it with my eyes or through a telescope. So until proven otherwise, I'll assume that it's a physical object.
how Earth looks like, Matthew, when you look through the telescope.
It looks flat.
Oh, great.
Matthew, did you see the star through the
So
moon? Did you see that picture?
wait, Godric. So, in other words, you look at the moon and the moon appears like a rock. So you're going to go with it being a rock until it's proven otherwise.
That's right.
And then you look through your telescope and you see that the Earth is flat. And therefore you should go with the Earth is flat until you get presented with sufficient evidence to believe otherwise. Correct, Matthew?
That's exactly correct. Yes.
But why you are not? But Matthew, that's not you. That should be you, but that's not you.
No, I'm saying that the Earth looks flat when I go outside and look at the ocean. It looks flat, and so I'm going to say it's flat until I have sufficient reason to believe otherwise. And I believe I do have sufficient reason.
That mean you mean that you think that Earth is flat?
No, I don't, because
Oh.
I think that I've found other reasons.
So you think the moon is physical? No, definitely not. Right?
I do. It looks physical, so I'm assuming that it's physical.
Wow.
Matthew.
No, it's
So it
like a
looks
hedgehog.
flat.
This is like a hedgehog game. Doink, hedgehog goes down, it comes right back up. This is really.
Matthew, do you know that you're contradicting yourself now?
I'm not.
Hedgehog.
I'm saying that it looks flat until
You are
proven
not.
otherwise.
Listen, I'm from Croatia. I don't speak English very well. You know, I lived in Italy 12 years and I spoke Italian. In English, it's very difficult for me. But to understand this point, it was really, really clear what Roger explained.
You might as well throw the whole language in the trash at this point. Yeah, just burn it all. Burn all the books. Burn them.
Oh, Sasha, you're doing very good at speaking English.
I'm doing
you
very
missed
good.
what he was trying to say, though, Matthew. He's saying my English isn't that good, but I just heard you contradict yourself. He's not trying to.
Yes, exactly.
No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Is it my English bad now?
No.
It's good.
It's good. That means that you are contradicting yourself.
Hedgehog.
If you say no, I will say that means that my English is not good.
Yeah, it's
We know it's spherical because it looks so flat.
It looks flat, and I'll assume it's flat until proven otherwise. And I think there's enough proof for me to believe that it's not flat. That's what I'm saying. There was no contradiction.
Can you please present
Bro,
that?
I haven't seen any proof.
Here it comes. Watch. Here it comes.
My photos from space.
No, my photo from the sunset.
Matthew, but listen, this. I looked at the moon, and it looks spherical. It's a rock. Till somebody prove me wrong, that will be like that. But look at this. I look to the flat Earth through the telescope, and it's flat. Till somebody prove me that it's curving, will be flat. That's your position. If you want to take position from the moon, it's the same position. But you are turning around that position. In the case of the flat, what you see. In the case of the moon, what you see.
No,
Am
it's
I
pretty
speaking good?
simple.
It's
I
very
trust my
simple.
eyes unless there's
I'm
reason
trying
not
to
to.
speak very
Caddyshack.
simple
This is
English.
Caddyshack creation, Bear. You got to get some Caddyshack clips for this.
I'm trying to
Just so you
speak
know.
very simple English. Like I'm ignorant. I'm trying to communicate with some people who speak English and they know more English than me, like you, like you know. But I want to be simple to understand these English people. If they are saying bullshits or I'm on the same level, or I need to improve my English. I need to learn what I need to do. But
Okay,
now
here's
I'm
how I'd put
confused.
it simply. I trust my eyes unless there is a reason not to.
But in the case of the moon, that's not true what you are saying now.
And I trust my eyes unless there's a reason not to. I look at the moon; it looks like a physical object.
Matt.
So I
Matt,
assume it is.
If you didn't learn about the moon beforehand and you looked at it without knowing anything,
No,
then
again.
what?
It looks like a sphere up there. If you look through a telescope,
Oh
it
my
certainly
gosh.
does.
Matthew, you need to look into optics. Optically, a lot of things can look like something. That doesn't mean that's what it is. I get what you're saying, but
Did
no,
you
that's
see the
not.
phases
That's
video?
doesn't mean it's what it is.
Did you
That's
see
true,
the
yeah.
concept phases video that I posted before? This guy went over it very, very well, doing another concept of how shapes can work. Okay, so let me just show it to you so that you can be on the page that I'm on. Okay, I'm gonna ping you. Hold on. Oops, I'm in a different lobby. There you go. All right. So if you see that, that's not a sphere.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that would be
What I'm saying is that you learned a sphere beforehand while you were a child. If you learned that the moon was a plate in the sky, you wouldn't be saying that it's a sphere right now.
Simple
You'd
as
be
that,
saying,
bro.
no, I learned it was a plate.
You're
so
right.
don't tell me that you learned it by just looking at it. Stop lying to us. Thank you.
I learned it as a child. Looking at it, it seems to confirm what I learned as a child.
You learned it from the books and the teachers that told it to you. Stop lying to us.
I learned it from the books and teachers who taught it to me. You're right.
You were told not to trust your eyes in school. Stop. You're totally lying to us. Flat out.
I have not said a single lie today. Here.
Yes, you did. When you say that you can see the spherical object in the sky.
It's a lie in and of itself by saying that you haven't lied.
Absolutely lie.
Hey,
And you're not going to get away with it here. You're definitely not going to get away with it here. I'm going to call you out on it every single time. Okay? Because when I was growing up, I learned the globe. I learned that the moon is a globe-like structure. I looked at it, and I do not see a globe when I look at it. Every time I look at it.
Me neither.
When I say the Earth is a globe, you would call that a lie, right?
You learned it. That's end of story. If you learned that the Earth was flat when you first grew up, you would not be saying it was a globe. You are lying to everyone in here.
When I say the Earth is a globe, do you call that a lie?
No, you are saying that you visually see a globe in the sky. You see it with your fucking eyes. You just said it. No, you do not. You're lying to us.
Remember when Vsauce put this comical thing out?
Put it into your kids and your students' heads. You just can't take it, dude. You just cannot take it here. You have to lie. That's the whole thing. Lying is part of being a globe earther.
What's the difference between merely
I
being
am not
incorrect?
just saying shit.
What's the difference between
Am I just saying shit? No, Matthew, you are just saying shit.
What would you say is the difference between lying and being incorrect?
I don't care any kind of thing about the globe logic at all. So you can bring whatever you want in here about Globe Logic. It's end. It's the end here.
I would assume that lying implies an intent to deceive.
When you say you look at the sky and you see the moon in the sky and it looks spherical to you, you are lying.
An intent to deceive yourself. An intent to deceive
Unreal.
yourself.
Yeah, if I could answer your question, Matthew, I don't think it's considered lying if, for example, like myself, just a few years ago when I believed in space and the globe and all that stuff, I wasn't lying when I was telling people about my beliefs there. But you know the arguments now, right? You understand what we're putting forth here. So I think you're beyond the just believing it stage.
Yeah, I know all the arguments, and I
you
find
can
them
accept
lacking.
all of these other things that we say, all of these other things. Yes, I do accept that. But then this.
I don't believe you know them, because if you knew them, then we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. You're just saying that for
There
the
it
sake
is.
Matthew,
And for the sake of telling your students and everything else that's watching.
Matthew, can we say like this? Because you know, we knows, everybody knows, because of arguments, because of everything. Like when we look into the moon, anyone from the any human being cannot realize what that thing in the sky. Can we conclude that? No one can conclude that with watching with whatever you want. If you want the special secret photo telescope zooming 2,000 miles, you know, what military has, but we don't have, you will not conclude what it is. How we know that it's fear if we cannot see the other side?
End of story.
Well, he says that there's no malice. So I guess then that's Hanlon's razor, that you should never attribute to malice that which can be adequately explained by incompetence or stupidity.
How we can know that it's fear if we cannot see the other side, Matthew?
I'm just saying that to me it looks like a sphere when I
Like
look at
human
it
being,
close
I'm
enough.
asking you, how you can see behind?
You could assume
Miles.
there's the other side. You could assume there's a
Yeah.
dark side of the moon.
Whatever. It's a dark, but it's spherical. No? But you cannot see that. You cannot go there. You cannot. That other side should be spherical also. Dark there.
I have a question about the moon for Matthew, please.
Yeah, go ahead. What question?
Thank you, Matthew. So, like, how far is it from, like, the East Coast to the West Coast?
About
Miles.
3,000 miles.
Can we say 2,500? Like, round it down?
Yeah, 28, 2,500, somewhere in there. Sure.
Depends on what state you go. Okay, can you see that on the Earth?
No, there's way too much air in the way.
What's the longest distance? I think it's mountain, that record mountain distance on Earth.
Probably 200 miles.
Atmospheric density.
So 200 miles. Okay, so we can zoom in like with like a telescope to the moon, and we can get like craters and we can get like details. It looks pretty pretty detailed, like with the proper telescope of P900, right? You maybe even say some shadows. Yes.
Matthew, the reason why it's called the dark side of the moon is because it's the side that does not face Earth. That doesn't mean the part where the shadow is. That is literally the same face you see when it's full. Same
Yes, of
craters
course.
and features and everything.
So the dark side of the moon
But
is
they're
a
talking about
misnomer.
the opposite side of it that you cannot see from the Earth.
Yes, that's called the far side of the moon. That's right.
But when people say the dark side, they're referring to the side that's not visible from the Earth.
And they're
Which
using that
is
term
kind of
incorrectly.
questionable because if it was spherical, it should be rotating. Instead, it's rotating counterclockwise from our perspective, like a clock face going backwards in time. I don't know if you've ever seen that phenomenon of the moon, a full moon actually rotating throughout the night sky from, one position rotating to the left to where it's like anti-clockwise fashion by a few degrees.
No, I haven't seen that.
You haven't seen? Okay. That really blew my mind. I was like, wait a minute. So it's the wheel in the sky that keeps on turning. Which is why the far side can never be seen because it's not rotating how we would see it. It's rotating like a record album.
Well, I wanted to say that we can see mountains, let's say 250 miles away, like as a record, and you're saying you can see moon craters 250,000 miles away, 1,000 times that distance. You're saying you can see this.
Yes,
so I'm calling
that's
the
correct.
question the distance to the moon. Do you think you're able to zoom in on the moon if it was 250,000 miles away?
Yeah, it's just the law of perspective. Depends on how big it is and how far it is. So, yeah, the resolution that you can see it at depends on how much atmosphere you're looking through. Right? I mean, those miles,
That
those
was my
mountains that are 200
point.
miles away, you're looking through 200 miles of atmosphere. If you're looking straight up at the moon, you're looking through like 6 miles of atmosphere.
You do understand that atmosphere is an oxymoron, right?
I dispute that characterization. I know QE likes to say it, but I understand his argument.
And it's a valid argument. Gases don't take a shape. They take the shape of their container. That's the only shape gases have, is the shape of their container.
Right.
How do you have sphere-shaped gas?
Sometimes gases stick to a ball based on their weight. That's how I'd say it.
Can you, without making stuff up, can you demonstrate how you can have sphere-shaped gas, please? Without a container.
You can't without a container, but if you consider gravity as kind of a pseudo container, that would be the way that it works.
Can you please
We're not
demonstrate
considering
just one time?
anything that involves begging the question, okay? I mean,
Well, and can you demonstrate gravity?
Do you even listen
anyway,
to yourself?
demonstrate gravity affecting gases, please. Just one demonstration of it.
Yeah, sure. You take a barometer and read it, and then you go up 3 flights of stairs and look at the barometer again, and it's different. The weight of the gas makes a difference in barometric
How is that
pressure.
proving gravity affecting gas?
It's showing that the weight of gas affects barometric pressure.
How is it proving gravity is affecting the gas?
Well, because I believe weight is due to gravity. That's how. I know you don't buy that, but I'm just saying that's how I think of it.
What a story, Mark.
Do you even listen to the words coming out of your mouth? Gravity behaves like a pseudo container. Pseudo means not real. A not real container.
Yeah, it's not a physical container, but it acts like one. It's not actually
But the
physical.
point was, he said, "Don't make stuff up." Why? He's being allowed to now make stuff up again? That's the problem. Is the
You
lies.
can't beg the question.
What do you mean by begging the question? In what case did I do that?
Assuming gravity, for one thing.
Assuming the heliocentric model and the gravity that you're talking about is a real thing that's tangible, and then pseudo in the same breath that you're saying.
There's no demonstration of a force field. It's known in science fiction for about 80 to 90 years. This thing called a force field is known as fiction. He thinks that's real. Let's address the reality here. I rest my case. Because there's no claim. I see dumb people.
I just don't understand why people can't recognize how bad they've been lied to. I mean, the lies are so obvious. And they just swallow them hook, line, and sinker like they're candy. Wow.
Because I'm smart and I got a piece of paper. Really smart.
Cognitive dissonance is a very powerful thing.
That I totally agree with.
Magical force field. That's the new claim, guys. Yes.
I'd agree with the cognitive
Still waiting
dissonance
for
is a very powerful thing.
We're just waiting for a
Yeah, I think
demonstration.
it's in-
the time's
in-
clicking by. We have no demonstration, guys. So, set your watches.
I'm trying to
Yep,
wrap my mind around the pseudo container. It's like my car is a pseudo sports car, but it acts like a Lamborghini.
Bro, that's a new claim. That was a new creation today. I'm gonna have to make a meme 4:20 after the hour here. So
Pseudo.
Not real containers.
Right. What textbook says this, Drace, and creation? What textbook says there's a pseudo container?
none of them. I made it up.
Oh, I rest my case again. That's what this religion does to you guys.
I made it up.
Pseudo containers. I made them up.
Listen to yourself.
No, I made it up as a way to explain what's going on.
Unbelievable. That's how psychotic these people become. Unbelievable.
Thank you for that demonstration, Matthew. I hope someone clips this.
This is called a class in paranormal psychology, and you've all graduated.
Feel free to clip this conversation, Matthew, and put it on your channel if you want to. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, I think we should call it the serpent's tongue. Here's I just realized this. The serpent's tongue going through this NASA symbol, right? This emblem. And what we see, well, what's so crazy is every single person that defends NASA has a serpent tongue. Every single one of them has to make stuff up and lie.
Right.
I just realized this. That's what this religion does. It forces you to have a serpent tongue. Wow, congratulations, guys.
Matthew, if you can make one about this telescope. Sorry, only that's what I concluded. That story about you look moon, and then people who need to convince you, and then you look earth, and then who need to convince you. It will be very nice if you make with all your sentences to repeat what you said tonight, and then put that in ether. To whole world, that world can hear that. Also, your
Yeah, I made a video about that. My subscribers generally are not very
no.
interested, less
Video
than
about this
5%.
night. If you can not mention me, that story about you look the moon, and you see the sphere, until nobody convince you that it's not a sphere, it's a sphere, and then you look the Earth. Earth is flat, but then you change the story. That I want to make, that you make story proper about this. My English is not good, but you will put that words very good.
Yeah, I generally trust my eyes unless proven otherwise. So if I see a car across the
I
street, I
will
think it's
subscribe
actually
in your
there.
channel if you make one video about this tonight. This proper this argument. What you said, we're looking at the moon. Man, really.
Well, I was
I'm
thinking
not
about doing a little montage in a video where Matthew actually comes out with some good points just to attract his audience.
Yeah, that's another
So
lie.
that they
You
can
can't be
listen
a
like
right.
untangent. Yeah.
Okay, here's the problem though. You can't be a refractionist, which is the lowest level of psychosis in human history, and say you trust your eyes at the same time. So for the record, that will not be accepted. Thank
Hashtag, yeah,
Matthew, I got a
I made it up.
Exactly.
It don't
Yeah,
work like that, man.
Exactly.
Matthew, I got a question for you.
Go ahead, Scott.
Do you have any evidence for your ball that does not beg the question?
Yes, pictures from NASA.
Okay, please tell us it. I'm sorry?
Pictures from NASA showing the full globe in one image.
I said without begging the
Full globe.
Wait.
How
Hold
is
on.
that
Are those?
They can't. We just got
Are those pseudo pictures?
Oh my gosh.
How is that begging the question?
He said
You're
full
assuming
globe.
space is real.
Don't let him get away, Jace. He said
No,
full globe, guys.
There's a camera that took a picture, and then they developed the film, and it showed a whole globe.
Yeah,
How
the
is that
focus
begging
is
the
ankle on the left and right. That's 5. Yeah.
How many real pictures do they claim to have?
Was that kind of
That
patient?
aren't composites.
Hold on for
Look,
a second.
he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Those pictures are claimed to be taken from a vacuum.
From
That's begging the question.
from 60s till now, I can count if every day, I don't know, but I will say some number, like 37 billion pictures should be at least. But we have 3 or 4. 2, 1.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
This is just an abomination.
Matthew, you are math, man. I was studying math. I was good in math. If we calculating, let's say that NASA made 10 pictures per day, every day. Let's say every week from 60s. How many pictures we have from space?
A lot, but I think that most of them don't show the whole Earth.
But they are destroyed also together with that technology. Is that true?
No, I mean they have digital pictures that they take every day.
Really?
Matthew, would you agree that the Coriolis effect is caused by the displacement that the Coriolis effect would cause is because the Earth is rotating underneath a moving plane in an opposite direction?
The Coriolis effect is due to the rotation of the Earth, yes.
Underneath a plane that's moving in a different direction than the Earth is moving, correct?
Oh, you mean underneath an airplane that's flying?
Yeah.
Underneath of 10,000 airplanes in this moment.
The reason it would be displaced is because it's going north or south at any angle, and the Earth is moving west to east, and it's moving in a different direction than the plane is moving at a different speed.
Right, yeah.
That's the reason for the Coriolis, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So all you have to do is take a picture out the window of a plane and show the Earth moving, and we're done.
Well, the plane is flying in the atmosphere, so it's going to...
Yeah, but still, we're talking about the Earth is rotating underneath the plane that's moving in a different direction. So all anyone needs to do is get a video camera, put it out the window, and show the Earth moving west to east underneath the north-headed plane, right? Then we're done. We can end this tomorrow.
Not if a plane is moving along with the Earth beneath it. It's
Oh, but you just said the reason that the Coriolis displacement happens is because the Earth moves independently of the plane underneath in a different direction.
right, but it doesn't change. It's not that much different. It's pretty close.
Well, if it's any different, we could be able to capture that with a video camera.
The amount of wind makes it, is way more than any Coriolis effect there would be. So wind has a higher.
It doesn't matter about the wind, but the fact that the Earth moves independently of the plane is the reason for the Coriolis displacement. So all you have to do is go get a video camera, put it out the window, show the Earth moving, and this will be over.
Yeah.
Hang on. How does the wind matter, Matthew? How does the wind matter at all, Matthew? Explain that to us, please.
The amount of wind is a bigger effect on a plane than any Coriolis effect would be.
Yeah, but what we will do with orbital 66,000 airplane?
Before we get onto the orbital, and the reason that the ring laser gyro doesn't pick up the orbital or the sun movement or any of that, let's stick with the Coriolis for just a minute because this is kind of easy. We should just be able to film the Earth moving independently underneath, left to right, underneath a plane headed north. So
you can literally go to your think bowl and prove the Coriolis effect with the BS with the north and the southern equator. Going in opposite. I used to go eat that shit up, but you can easily change the direction of it. The Coriolis effect is complete BS.
The Coriolis effect doesn't affect the sync. You're right.
Well, if it was real, we could capture it easily enough outside the plane window. Is the point? Or do you say that that's impossible to capture, Matthew? Do you think it's impossible?
These are very simple things to understand.
Yes, the Coriolis effect is very small, so you're not going to see it out a plane window.
Oh, so it's not the Earth moving independently of the plane moving in a different direction that would cause the
It's
displacement.
just the effect.
Oh, well, then you'd be able to capture it outside the window of the plane.
Listen, that's the point. Listen, don't get sidetracked. He just admitted, admitted we don't experience, admitting that it's some sort of psychosis. That's the point. Yeah.
Exactly. You're saying the reason for the Coriolis displacement, that would be drastic if it never corrected for it, and there is no correction for it. But even if you claim that it corrects automatically and that it's negligible or any of these things, if there's a difference between the Earth movement left to right underneath a plane that's moving northerly, that would be able to be captured and shown to everybody, and this would be over. But you're saying that's not able to be captured, so that means the Earth doesn't move.
No, I'm saying it's in between, that it is there, but it's just so small that you can't capture it.
You can't help them, bro.
It's pseudo movement. Is it pseudo movement of the Earth now? Is that what we're talking about? Pseudo movement.
No, it's so pseudo. Listen, hold on. It's so pseudo. You can't detect it, bro. That's how crazy they are.
Oh no, they say it's detectable. You just can't observe
it.
Dude,
they're admitting they're admitting there's no detection of this, which means it's in their imagination.
They don't hear themselves.
So you're saying that either the Coriolis effect doesn't exist, or it's so large that you'd be able to see it from 30,000 feet out of a plane. Those are the only two options.
No. I'm saying even if it's really small, even if it's as small as you want to make it, we'd be able to film it outside the plane window as it's landing.
Listen, new perspective. When somebody's trying to ask you a question, that's a bait and switch tactic. He's trying to make you make a claim for his religious belief. He's trying to get you
and then he tried to
Don't do it. That's exactly him, scared for his life, running away from his own claim.
I've never been scared.
He put it in the extremes. You notice he said either it's not there at all, or it's so large you could actually observe it. No, I'm not saying it has to be large at all. I'm saying even if it's minuscule, you'd be able to see it and record it, and we'd be done. And you'd be able to do it every day with a normal plane, especially a plane that flies 1,200 miles per hour, has 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance as it hovers. And then to claim that kind of plane wouldn't be able to observe the Earth moving when it can outfly the spin of the Earth is ridiculous. So you want to claim it's totally there and it would displace the plane from its original destination if it never corrected for Coriolis, but it can never record that change underneath. So you can't have it both ways.
Yeah, it's a catch-22. Yep, it's a paradigm.
Listen, this logic. You make observation. You're doing everything. You don't see Coriolis. You watch clouds, you watch drone, you make so many observations, and look at this. The most absurd thing is to think that it's stationary.
So why would the plane ever be able to capture out the window a movement of Earth underneath the plane, Matthew? with all of the capabilities of like a plane that can fly 1,200 miles per hour and have 40,000 pounds of thrust as it hovers, all those like super like plane things that we have available to us now. You're saying there's no way that plane could ever see the Earth moving underneath it?
No, because the atmosphere is moving almost at the exact same rate as the Earth beneath it, and so the effect is going to be so small that it's not going to be visible.
That is asinine.
Yeah.
The degree change every single
Yeah,
year.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Hang on,
And
Matthew,
besides that, over a 5-hour
Matthew.
trip, it'd be 450 miles off course, correct? How could you say 450 miles off course
Hang on.
over a 5-hour trip is minuscule or even not noticeable?
But it's also a lie
Hang
that
on.
it's undetected.
I have a
It's a
question.
lie again. Hold on, listen, wait a second. Listen, guys, okay? It's another lie because there isn't a marginal thing measured or detected. There's nothing measured or
Right.
detected ever, period.
Exactly.
End of story.
So they have to claim it could never be observed, but they have to claim that it's there because the ball requires it.
Exactly. Paradox. Yep, every time.
Can I ask now a question, Matthew?
Hang
You
on.
ready?
I wanted to ask
Question.
something.
How you prove that
What
something
about
is stationary, Matthew?
How do I prove what's stationary?
How you prove that something is stationary?
Stationary meaning if it's not moving with respect to the relative motion of the Earth.
See, there's no answer. Nope.
Yeah, there's no answer because nothing's truly stationary.
Amen. That's what it's a literal form of Satanism. So you can't give an answer, guys. That's what I'm telling you.
You know how you can prove it? You can stick a camera in the window of an airplane and see if the Earth moves underneath it.
No, but here's the problem, guys, is that this is where it comes into the parapsychology. There's no better example than a satanic paradigm when they admit they can't give you answers. And in the same breath, they contradict themselves. That's why this is such a serious problem. That's how you know that this is a dangerous and evil deception.
It's a mental psychosis that needs to be diagnosed.
Regardless of any of those labels, what's interesting is that I'd like to know how you would even imagine that it would not be possible for a plane to capture this movement from its window when there's supposedly a movement that's independent of the plane, which is the reason we talk about Coriolis to begin with. How can you say that you'd never be able to capture it, but there is movement that would displace the plane by 450 miles over a 5-hour trip?
Well, you don't understand. The plane is not only just flying north, it's also traveling east with the Earth.
Right, so then it would never be able to fly against the spin, right? See, that's the problem. It flies against the spin. Right there, you're done.
I think that I'm not going to be able to explain how this works to you guys.
No, it's not about being able to explain it. It's about
absolutely ridiculous.
You can't say that both things are true, but you have to because otherwise you're done.
I do say both.
How I will prove that car is stationary or car is moving? Matthew, how I will know when car is stationary and when car is moving? How I will know that? How I can?
Yeah, in the context of the car, you look and see if the Earth is moving relative to the car, then it's moving. If it's moving the same as the car, then it's not moving.
Just like the plane and the Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Exactly. So you'd be able to look out the window of the plane and see the Earth moving independently of the plane's motion. Right?
Matthew saying that you can't
that's
tell
right.
There's enough intelligence to understand the basic.
No, what do you mean enough intelligence? No, you're contradicting yourself. And if you don't have enough intelligence to at least acknowledge that, then what are we talking about? You're saying that the reason for Coriolis displacement is the Earth moving independently of the plane in a different direction, and then you're saying there's never a way to observe it?
Not never.
You're either.
Oh no, not never. How would we observe it? Wait, hold on. How would we observe it?
You are either shilling or being willfully ignorant.
But wait. He said we can observe. How do you do it, Matthew? How do you observe this movement underneath the plane?
Very sensitive instruments might be able to pick it up.
Which ones?
Oh, like a camera, like a camera that shows the Earth moving.
That's another lie.
Instruments.
Okay. Yeah, that's another lie because
it's not so minuscule that you need a special instrument. It's actually drastic. You'd be able to see it every time you fly.
Lying. He said that he's not lying, that he's only learned. Okay, he learned that we have some instrument measuring the rotational wheel. What is that instrument, Matthew?
What instrument?
If there's a physical displacement that is going on, that physical displacement would be able to be recorded with a camera.
I would say that for anything that
Use
is
an
true,
instrument. What is the name of the instrument, Matthew? What is
Just
the
a
name of
habitual
it?
thing at this point.
Matthew,
No, I'm
what
just
is
saying
the
that
name of the instrument?
I do not know. I made up the
But you know
idea
that
that there should
instrument
be
exists.
somewhere.
You don't know the name of the
Making more
instrument.
stuff up.
Matthew,
Yeah.
you don't know the name of the instrument.
Wait. So
but
there's
the
an instrument that
exists.
you don't know about?
He
that,
did it again.
that
Yes,
most-
Justin.
Made it up.
He did it again, Justin. That's
There's
him.
an
That's
instrument
his
that I
You know the
don't know
instrument.
about.
You
I'm
guys.
trying to understand you, Matt. But what you're saying, we're not understanding.
He admits,
we're
Justin.
speaking
again,
logical here,
Justin,
Matt.
Justin,
Don't
he
try to
admits he made it up.
understand.
You guys are
No,
speaking
Justin, hold
logical
on. He admits he
fallacy.
made.
He's not
this is the
lying.
third-
He's not lying. He learned that.
The third time today, he has admitted he's making it up. Yes, that's lying. Thank you.
Yes, I make things
No,
up
he
based on
learned
common
that.
sense.
This
You
guy is a
can't speak
psycho.
like
This guy's like Jeffrey
speak
Dahmer. That's who we have on the
Wait,
server
hold on.
right now.
What
This
did
is
you
Jeffrey
say,
Dahmer,
Matthew?
right?
Yes, you make things up. Well, continue that, please. You said
Okay, let's
Yes,
go
Justin,
back to my
flip this
How
out, please.
the globe works.
Based on
let's go
common
back to my
sense.
English.
Flip this
Matthew,
out, please.
you said that you are not lying. That you are only that you learned that from blah 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 NASA. You study like all of us. But now you lied 3 times. You know why you're lying?
Unbelievable.
And you
So-
said this is common sense, but whatever it is for you, common sense is
Where's
not common
India? I
sense.
hope India needs somebody send India a message to listen to this, please. Thank you.
Making up.
wait, hold on. I think he's saying he's not lying. He's just making stuff up.
But that's lying.
Okay, so if there is a way, if Coriolis
No,
does
if
exist,
Matthew, if
Well, hold on. I want to hear this. Let me continue, please.
Okay.
if Coriolis exists and it's the truth, then there should be some way to set up some kind of experiment or observation such that you would be able to measure it from a plane. I don't
like
know
with
what
a
it would look
camera.
like.
How
I
about
don't
a
know what
camera
the-
that shows the Earth moving underneath the plane? That would be great.
Okay, so I'm saying I don't know if it's a camera, if it's some other type of instrument.
Whatever, yeah, whatever we
And
can
so when I
do.
say-
That's not some special instrument that you're saying detects something that we can't observe.
So I don't know what you would need to set up that experiment.
Oh well, if you had a plane that flew 1,200 miles per hour, that'd be a pretty good way to do it, don't you think? Because it would be able to cross over the planes. Oh, really? Why not? Why not?
I think you'd need much more detailed experiment. And
Well,
so,
it could mimic a ballistic, correct?
So that's why I'm saying that I think that you could make that you could.
Why, Matt? You can count with a short flight. For example, you can count how much rotation of the Earth is. You take the flight, let's say 100 miles or 50 miles, 20 miles, and you count rotation and you go the opposite way, and then it will be,
You
calculation.
conserve the original speed. You want to have all your conservation of momentum and all that. You can't get out of this one because as soon as the plane moves to a different latitude with a different tangential speed, the plane would be going at a different speed than the Earth below it. You can't say that it automatically, all of a sudden, is in this other reference frame that it can't detect an Earth movement underneath it because it's moving faster than the plane by your own conservation of momentum laws. Not yours, but I mean, yeah, if conservational momentum worked the way you did with worked the way you want it to with airplanes, it ruins it for you. Because then you could go over different tangential speeds and show the Earth plainly moving underneath it. Even if it was minuscule, you could see it. You could see a couple inches. You could see even a centimeter of it moving towards you in a different direction. How do you say that's impossible with a plane that can hover at 40,000 pounds of thrust and get to wherever it wants at 1,200 miles per hour? You're saying that's impossible? I mean, the only way that I think that it would be possible for a plane like that to never see anything but a motionless Earth is if the Earth is motionless.
So you're flying at 30,000 feet and you could see a centimeter of movement?
Let's say it's landing. Let's say it's going in for a landing. The Earth's moving in a different direction, like a north-south runway. Then you're saying, oh, wait, maybe it would correct for that. Well, what if it doesn't correct for that? It could just stick a camera in the window and show the Earth is moving independently of the plane's direction.
Yeah, I mean, they can land with
There
a
you go.
crosswind of 20 miles an hour. So I think
Yeah, you always want to go to winds, don't you? I'm talking about the ground movement to the plane movement. Forget about the winds. Yeah, but the plane can fly against the wind, right? The plane can fly against the wind, right? So it could resist the wind and fly against the wind and not have the wind automatically correct it so it can't see anything but a motionless Earth. You think a plane can't resist the wind enough to capture an Earth moving underneath it?
When a plane is landing, it's going from the reference frame of the air to the reference frame of the ground, and so the only
and there's a
thing that
difference,
matters-
right?
And there is a difference, and it's called
Oh,
wind.
perfect. Then we could just stick a camera in the window and show that difference.
Wait a second, he just contradicted himself. There isn't a difference
Of course.
because you claim the air rotates with the Earth, so that's the same reference frame. Are you going to stop?
The problem is, bro. Hey, the problem is once they get to a different tangent line, right? Once they get to a different latitude area, there's a different tangential speed, so it's not conserving that amount of speed. It's conserving its original speed. So there's a difference between the ground movement and any other area than from where it started. So even if they claim that the atmosphere is somehow, velcroed to the Earth, once it's in that different latitude, you can't say that the plane would be also velcroed because it came from a different latitude with a different conserved speed. So it fucks it all up for them. They have to say there's a difference and they have to minimize it somehow in their head or calculate it so it seems like it's minuscule. But if there's any difference, if there's any Coriolis, the only reason we're talking about this is because they would have to correct for something. So if there's something to correct for, then all you have to do is stick a camera in the window, show the Earth moving independently of plane to any degree. To any degree. And that never happens. Therefore, the Earth is motionless.
I disagree.
Okay, so how would you do the camera in the window? Could you make that happen?
I don't know how you do the experiment, but the
so you're saying the plane can never see anything but a motionless Earth, no matter what it does.
You're right. There are different speeds at different latitudes, but I would say the air goes about the same speed as the ground underneath it at different latitudes also.
And you're saying that's what forces the plane to never see anything but a motionless Earth?
Exactly.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that somehow magically all these forces and everything that add up with all these different variables of different tangential speeds over all these different latitudes, and the air and all of that somehow corrects the plane so much so that this illusion of a motionless Earth is only thing we could ever see, even though there's something to correct for.
Exactly. The air.
Do you understand the contradiction there, Matthew? If there's something to correct for, the plane would not always see a motionless Earth. That means if it didn't correct for it, it would be going in a different direction than the Earth is spinning, and it would be able to film with the camera the Earth moving below it. Otherwise, you're totally contradicting yourself.
I understand that this is pretty complex. I think that I won't be able
to... No, it's not about being complex. It's about you making it a contradiction, but not a contradiction.
It's a very simple concept.
It's not a contradiction. But you're contradicting yourself, but then saying it's too complex for us to understand. That's a cop-out.
I guess it is a cop-out because I'm having a hard time explaining it to you guys.
Yeah, because if you were to think of a plane seeing the Earth move independently of it, which is what the Coriolis effect is, then you would have to admit that the Earth doesn't move because the plane never sees that. And you're done. And then you have no Earth rotation, then you have no ball, then you have a flat Earth, and it's over for you. So you have to think about it in two different ways at the same time, as far as I can tell.
If a plane flies from the equator to the North Pole, at the equator, the plane and the runway and the air is moving at 1,040 miles per hour. But if there were, and then 12 hours later, if it lands at a fictional runway on the North Pole, then that lateral movement is down to zero. So I understand.
because the conservation of momentum isn't a thing now. Is that what you're saying?
No, it is. You're right, and I understand where your question comes from. My answer.
Yeah, but see, Matthew, wouldn't you have a problem if you were to go from the equator to say Greenland?
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
So you fly
right.
to
difference in tangential speed, right?
Yeah. So if you fly straight north, then the runway isn't moving at 1,040; it's moving in Greenland maybe 200 miles an hour or something like that.
Right. So there'd be a difference between the Earth movement and the plane movement that it would have to correct for, right?
All along the way during
before it could land.
Right.
The reason that Coriolis is a thing is that the plane would have to correct for the difference between the Earth movement below it and the plane's direction in a different heading. Correct.
Correct. And the way that
Okay,
happens,
so there you go. You'd be able to put a camera in the window to show the Earth moving independently of the plane if that were true. Correct.
no, because it happens so gradually.
Oh, why?
Over 12 hours.
Okay, regardless of the gradual, it's a difference. There's a difference that is there that you're recognizing, and you're saying that difference can't be seen, or observed, or recorded in any way.
Right, because
Then how do you know it's there?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
if you can't record it, you can't measure it, you can't say that it's there outside the plane window with a very simple idea of a really fast-moving plane with all kinds of resistance and all kinds of capabilities of getting to a different latitude with a different tangential speed that it could or couldn't correct for, and it could go against the spin of the Earth, so therefore it would be able to show the Earth moving. The fact that it can't means it's either not moving or, well, like, I don't know what their other option is.
It's so small that you can't observe it. That's the other option.
Doesn't matter. Oh, it's so small you can't observe it, but it would knock you off 450 miles over a 5-hour trip. That's not small.
Well, here's the thing: is Einstein, your czar, or one of your czars, claimed that you can't actually test for the movement of the Earth itself with any.
Oh yeah, that's right. What if Coriolis can't be a thing?
Yeah, so you're not gonna be able to prove that the Earth moves based on planes and that type of stuff. It's due to other reasons.
Oh, so there's nothing to correct for then.
No, I'd say the Earth moves, but
but that's why the plane would correct for it then, right? Because the Earth moves independently of the plane's motion in an opposite direction.
The laws
that's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, the laws of physics say that if something is rotating, then there will be a Coriolis effect. That's why I think.
Yeah, so there you go. We'd be able to observe it if there's a Coriolis effect from a plane window with a camera.
Whether or not you can observe it depends on a bunch of different factors.
Oh yeah, there's so many different variables to work in that there must be some variable where you can see the Earth moving independently of the plane, which is the reason we're talking about this to begin with, right?
I think I'm going to need to make a video about this to explain what I mean visually.
You should, yeah, that would be fucking awesome.
Hold on for a second.
And I want you to include the idea that a plane can never observe the Earth moving underneath it, but that the Coriolis effect is the Earth moving underneath it.
If you can't measure it or see it, why do you think it's there?
Because of other reasons. I think the Earth rotates, and if the Earth rotates, then there is a Coriolis effect.
Like what? Like what? What other reason? Other than you?
Wouldn't you be excited that a plane might be able to capture this Earth rotating, and then you could prove your ball that way? Why is this not a feat that you're excited about rather than avoiding? Like, oh no, that could never happen. Like you're thinking of all the ways this could never be possible, but then wait, hold on. If it was possible, you'd prove the Earth moves.
No, that wouldn't be good enough proof. That would.
What are the other reasons that you think? Please. What are the other reasons that makes you think it's spinning?
Sure, I can see the stars move, and I think the stars are very far away.
It has nothing to do with Earth movement. The Earth doesn't move as far as we can tell. And a plane with the difference of an Earth speed and the fucking plane speed would be a perfect way to capture it, but you're saying it's impossible. But then you're saying there's something to correct for it at the same time.
You see the stars move. That is just absolutely ridiculous.
That's where I was going to go. You say you see the stars move, therefore the Earth is spinning. Wait, you just said you were seeing the stars move.
Yeah, if something is moving, it's either you that's moving or the thing that is moving. One of the two.
Okay.
Yeah, right. So what would be a great way to figure that out? What if the plane had a camera on the bottom of the plane and it recorded its whole trip, right? And it never corrected for Coriolis. That would mean that it would be off course. And over that period of time that it recorded its whole flight, it would see the ground independently moving left to right underneath it. It would necessarily, by the Coriolis effects laws that the ball has to abide by. That's the reason for the conversation about Coriolis. You can say it's correcting for it. You can say it's small. You can say it's correct for it. You're right, it's small. Yeah, the wind and all that. You can't say that wind, that variable, that is so perfect that it makes it so that the plane can never see anything but a motionless Earth, because these are variables. They're not consistent enough for you to claim that.
But they are consistent enough for me to claim that. It's basically that the winds above the Earth don't go more than a couple hundred miles an hour.
Yeah, but a plane that can fly against the wind and have these 40,000 pounds of thrust and all of its capabilities with 1,200 miles per hour should be able to counteract those wind corrections, don't you think?
Yeah,
There you go. So there you go. It needs it needs a camera on the bottom of it, and it records its whole trip over multiple latitudes, and then we could see the Earth moving independently of the plane's motion underneath, and we're done. Right? That would be possible, right?
Man, I just don't think I can explain this. I sense
You
sort of a
want
deep-
to make it
deep
about you not being able to
misunderstanding
explain it, but you can't explain it without contradicting yourself.
I'm not contradicting myself. It's just
Yes,
Well,
you
is there a
are.
choreo? Is there something you would have to
You're
correct?
lying to us when you say that. I
Are you
want
just
to let
making
you know
up that you can't explain it? Is that what you're making up now? That you can't explain it?
Listen to the past half an hour. It's obvious that I can't explain it.
No, well, see, that's the thing, because it doesn't make sense. That's the reason you can't explain it. Because you're talking out both sides of your mouth. You want to say there's a correction. You want to say there's a difference between the Earth movement and the plane movement, but then you want to say that's unrecordable. Silence is golden.
There's nothing I can say to convince you. You would have to learn.
No, I'm not. It's not about convincing me. You could put a camera on the bottom of a plane and show us this Coriolis correction. That's what you could do to convince me. And actually, you could convince the whole world. In fact, that'd be the perfect solution. Show the Earth moves, and then we're all done with this, right?
I got a quick question here. Is the Coriolis effect detectable? Yes or no?
Yes, it is.
How?
You can use a Foucault pendulum. You can high speed rifle target practice, like if you're shooting a sniper rifle 1,000 yards.
No. Oh my gosh! Are you really using
so
that?
the plane can't mimic the bullet's motion?
Hang on. What's the deviation? What's the deviation at 1,000 yards, Matthew? What's the
I
difference?
think it's only a couple centimeters, and those bullets are traveling way faster than planes.
Centimeters.
How much is a centimeter? Is that an inch?
No,
Like
centimeters a centimeter.
Half an inch, a quarter inch. It's on that order. It's
You
not very much.
You think that's detectable in 1,000 yards?
If you're doing high precision target practice, yes.
So if that bullet were to go what if that bullet were to go like 24,000 miles? How much difference do you think that would be?
It's about the speed relative to the time. So the bullet's going very fast for a few seconds, and so that's why you can see it. Whereas a plane.
So let's say that the bullet was in the air for like hours. There'd be a lot of difference, right? There'd be a big correction, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. The plane could act like a bullet is the point, Matthew.
Exactly.
There you go. So then you put a camera on the bottom of a plane and show that there's a deviation. Simple.
This is ridiculous.
I agree. This is ridiculous.
You're being ridiculous. You admit that, right? Or are you just making that up?
What's the equation for the correction of Coriolis?
Getting into the ridiculous.
What's the equation for the correction of Coriolis on the autopilots, Matthew?
They don't need it because the wind is so much stronger.
Exactly. They don't need it because they navigate on a flat plane. And that's
They on a flat plane, man.
This is funny. I mean, and you want to tell us that you're totally being honest, and you're always trying to figure, like you're really interested in figuring this out, but then you're not excited about the camera on the bottom of the plane being able to show us exactly what you believe.
Yeah, because it's not going to show anything.
Oh, well, then the Earth is motionless then.
What about a Tomahawk cruise missile, bud?
I don't know how much that would affect.
Those use TV guidance, television
I
guidance.
do, because I studied cryptology when I was in the Navy, and it don't work like that.
So the ballistic missile, the reason that it would be off course is because the Earth moves independently of the missile, correct?
A rail gun hitting a target over 100 miles at 10 feet off the ground.
Line of sight.
Yeah, that's another contradiction.
How about that one, Matthew? Can you explain that one?
But see, I was talking about a
100
Tomahawk
miles.
cruise missile, which acts like a
100 miles.
fast-moving plane.
It hits a target 100 miles away, not even visible, and only off the ground 10 feet.
I cannot explain that.
I know, because the Earth is flat. That's why you can't.
Because it don't work like that. Exactly. Thank you. It's that simple, man. It's that simple. I could explain this to a 5-year-old.
Sorry. Oh, cool. This is
Hang on.
hilarious.
How much curvature is in 100 miles? Is it 6,000 feet?
Something like that, yeah.
Wow.
Now you would have to angle it. You would have to angle it upwards to hit that target. If there was any movement of the Earth.
Willing to bet we can find some remnants of spacecraft in the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle.
Or a rocket.
And I'm not talking about aliens.
Like a rocket flew out there and got lost.
Yeah.
So
which
wait,
is why the
Matt.
whole myth started right around the time of the space travel.
So if the ballistic missile, Matthew, let's say the ballistic missile is like 30 feet off course from where it was aiming, right? Say it's 30 feet. Well, then if you put a camera on the bottom of the ballistic missile, you'd be able to see the Earth moving independently of the ballistic missile underneath it, right?
No, the ballistic missile is also flying in the atmosphere, so you're not going to detect it. It's so small compared to wind and other factors.
Oh, so this is undetectable. This Coriolis effect.
That's right. Yeah.
Then it's not there.
Wait a second. He
So it
just
doesn't-
said it is detectable.
Yeah, you said it is detectable, but it's not detectable at the same time. You don't
Undetectable
realize
does
you're
not
doing
mean
that?
Not there.
Hang on, wait.
Okay.
Back up.
Wait, undetectable does not mean not there? Wait, say
That's
that
right.
again. And do you see the contradiction there?
How do I detect something that's not there? Do you know the definition of a paradox?
If you have trouble seeing the radio waves coming out of your cell phone, that doesn't mean they don't exist.
Yeah,
no, because you
There's
can
that
actually
comparison
measure.
again. No, don't let him
measure
get away
those.
with that. See, this is another problem because we see the effects
Yeah.
and we know of things like radio waves. There is no effect of Earth curvature. So again, hiding from the point in reality, it's very depressing for you, Matt.
It's not even. It's
No,
a
it's a
non sequitur
perfect
too, because it's
analogy.
not even
Exactly
about
what
that.
I'm
No,
thinking.
we're talking about displacement.
Yeah,
bro.
he's insane.
You're saying that there's displacement caused by Coriolis effect, but that displacement is undetectable. If there's displacement, there's a detectable displacement.
Okay, and I thought dishonesty was not tolerated here.
Justin is this? It's not.
I mean, I guess
the
if you
thing.
make things up and,
Okay.
and contradict
Okay, here
yourself, I don't know if
for the-
that's dishonest, but
Right,
it's insane at least.
For the okay, but hold on. For the moderator's benefit, they are allowing this to happen to show what happens when you dive into this religion and it destroys your brain. That's why the moderators are allowing this conversation.
Yeah, he's doing us a favor, really.
And
Can
also,
someone
they know
change Matthew's name to Misconception Contradiction?
I was excited for the globe, man. I was going to say, get that camera underneath the plane. If there's a deviation, that deviation would obviously be recorded on this camera underneath the plane, showing every movement of the Earth below it, which is the reason there'd be a displacement. Matthew's not excited about that because he says that the plane would not be able to detect any Earth movement underneath it, even though there's a displacement somehow in his head still.
I promise you.
Do you understand the contradiction?
If we did come up with a video under a plane that showed that, you would find some way to discount it because
but let's try
That's projection.
at least,
He's the one that discounts everything. That's total projection again. That's insanity. Thanks.
Okay, so you're saying that it would be possible for a plane to detect the Earth moving underneath it, right?
No, with a properly designed experiment, maybe, but I can't imagine how that would work, and I don't know. But I don't think a simple.
You imagine that there's a displacement caused by the Coriolis effect, correct?
For most things that are true, you can design an experiment to show it, and so it's true that there is a Coriolis effect, and I can't imagine how you do it, but there should be a way to make an experiment that shows that it.
Why is a plane not good enough to detect it when the plane is the thing we're talking about being displaced?
Oh, because the wind is so much bigger factor than the.
But the plane can resist the wind. It can fly into the wind.
Yeah, it's flying relative to the wind, so it's the airspeed.
Plane cannot land on and I'm not even going to get into that because that's going in and begging the question. It just
It can't land on
No.
a moving runway. Yeah, you're right. If it's a north to south runway, it would have to time
There you
it so
go.
that the runway
There
that's
you go.
approaching it from the left is timed. And he is admitting that it would have to correct for that so it would have a safe landing. But then he's saying if you put a
Exactly.
camera on the bottom of it, you wouldn't be able to detect this thing that you're supposedly corrected for. You understand the contradiction, Matthew?
Fighter jets land on moving runways on aircraft carriers all the time.
Right, and it takes special training for that, and they don't ever train pilots to do that.
Yep,
It's on a flat plane that they're doing it on. They're not doing it on a. I'm not getting into that. That's not how it works.
The slightest drift is that aircraft
Right. Well,
carrier
listen, hold on though.
landing spot.
Just order real quick, just for the record. That's right. That's the point. Is that when we have to make adjustments for a moving runway, such as an aircraft carrier, we have to make adjustments. That's the point. Thanks.
Right. And if the plane had a camera underneath it and it missed its target, it would show this runway that it was supposed to land on moving left to right underneath its direction, because that's the drift we're talking about being able to record. And you're using it as an example that proves your point?
This conversation's gone round and round. I think it's bordering on the ridiculous. I don't know if I have anything more.
Yeah, you're being ridiculous.
Keep going,
you're right.
perspective. Keep going. Keep going.
I mean, come on, Matthew. You're trying to bow out now because you know you're locked. It's over, bro. You can't say that there's no way to detect this with the camera underneath the plane if there's something to correct for.
It makes perfect sense in my mind, and I could explain it to somebody who's scientifically literate, and we could talk about it. And
now you're going to insult us on your
Yeah,
You're going to say we're not
Now you're gonna
scientifically
go in.
literate. We're just trying to talk common sense, bro. We're just talking common sense, bro. That's all we're trying to do. And if you can't get to common sense, how are you going to get to science? If you can't even explain it in common sense ways.
And it'll sound perfect to me in my head, but it was a dream.
He lives in his imagination.
He wanted to get into begging the question.
How would someone scientifically understand this? Please, just give it a try. Give it a try, Matthew. Try to put it in scientific terms for us, please.
Yeah, so I agree this is begging the question. I'm operating on the assumption that the Earth is rotating. I don't think the planes or Coriolis or anything proves it. I have a prior assumption that the Earth is rotating, and based on that assumption, there must be Coriolis. And the fact that planes don't see this must be because it's too small to detect, and when
see a non-claim. Yep, no claim.
Yeah, exactly.
See, you say the assumption would be proven wrong if the plane were never able to detect it. Is the point? It would prove your assumption wrong. So you have to think of it in two ways at the same time.
He completely contradicted himself again in the same sentence. Yeah.
Yeah. But he won't admit it and then say that he's trying to be honest.
I wonder if someday you guys will recognize the truth of what I'm saying. I'm genuinely.
Well, yeah, we could do it tomorrow.
I already
with the plane
recognize it.
And a camera underneath the plane. We could recognize the truth right there. We could just put a camera underneath the plane, and we could show that the Earth moves, and we'd realize you were right. But you think that's impossible, so we're already realizing you're wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he's already admitted, even on August 9th, 2021, he's admitted that you can't demonstrating it, and demonstrating it is not important. This is not important.
Hang on, does the plane get conservation of momentum when they take off from a moving aircraft carrier, Matthew?
Yes.
No.
Have you ever even been on any kind of war vessel like that to even make a claim so bold? You have zero clue.
Oh my gosh, that was hilarious.
Good one. Yeah. Because if it does, then you wouldn't need to adjust when you land back on it.
I wouldn't need to keep my engines on. My goodness, nobody can be this insane.
I would love to see the video you're going to make about this. And please use the camera underneath the plane not being able to capture any Coriolis effect as part of the video, please. Because that would be awesome for you to show that it's totally undetectable, but that it's detectable at the same time somehow.
Can somebody tell me how fast aircraft ships move across the sea? Does anybody know that?
About 20 miles an hour, 30 sometimes.
No, they're faster than that. You have to almost 40 miles an hour in an aircraft carrier, double that.
Let's say 30 miles an hour. So the plane has a 30 miles an hour addition to what it's normally flying. Is that right? When it comes off, but off the ground, it doesn't have that 30 miles. Am I right?
It's on the ground longer, but he's not going to be able to answer any of that. But go ahead.
So off the ground, it doesn't have a 30-mile extra speed, but off the aircraft carrier, it has an extra speed of 30 miles in this case. And it maintains that conservation while it's flying until it lands. Is that right?
The conservation of momentum, and that's the thing, bro, is we can give them the conservation of momentum. We could say okay, that's the reason that a helicopter may be able to hover and not have the Earth spin below it so it can go to Paris. Because if we give them that, and then they try to say that, okay, now it moves to a different latitude with a different tangential speed, and it conserves the original latitude speed, then there'd be a difference between the ground speed and the airplane speed, and the direction would be different as well. And then somehow it never sees that difference. And so he can't say that there's a difference in the conserved speed compared to the tangential speed it flies into, and then the air somehow corrects it so it would never be detectable. It's ridiculous. The only reason there would be a deviation is because there's a difference between the ground direction and speed compared to the airplane's direction and speed. That's what Coriolis is. That's the only reason we're even talking about this. So if it's a thing, a plane with a camera on the bottom of it would prove that it's a thing. And he's saying that's impossible, which I don't understand, because it'd be exciting to be able to prove that the Earth spins that way. The Coriolis is a real thing. It can't not be a real thing and say that the plane would never see this movement that we're talking about.
Yep, there's zero demonstrations of conservation of angular momentum. Just look it up for in a couple minutes, and it's just they claim about outer space. There's nothing to do with reality. There's no such thing. When my bullet leaves the muzzle of a weapon, the bullet starts slowing down immediately. That's just absolute reality on every single thing that's ever been thrown in history starts to slow down once it leaves the operator. It's over.
Yeah, and they always try to get, when you get into this conversation of the airplanes not seeing it ever, the airplane only seeing a motionless Earth ever, even though there's a supposed conservation of momentum, different latitude speeds. They want to go to ballistics. They want to go to
so again,
called pendulum. They want to go to ring laser gyro. All these instruments are showing movement of something, maybe the ether or some other effect that they want to ignore, but they want to claim that's the Earth movement, and then the plane can never see it but anything but motionless, which totally contradicts the idea that it's moving, and they can't admit it.
Right, and then all simulator models used in literally the entire military-industrial complex make these simulators based on obviously a stationary surface that's flat, and they can't even add movement or curvature, or it would completely make it impossible to use in any way, shape, or form. So those are the models they'll never talk about. They talk about their imagination model. They'll never talk about the models that are used in reality. All models used in reality are flat Earth models, and that's why they don't have
exactly because it does not work that way.
Exactly, and it would be so extreme when you add it up. If you added up the actual difference between the ground movement and the plane movement that can fly 1,200 miles per hour, if you added up all the drastic differences that would actually be there, it's so crazy that you couldn't even imagine that you'd never be able to detect it. But somehow mathematically they reduce it.
Models as well, right? The shooting models, when they simulate a tank. When I went to Fort Knox, they do shooting models in these machines that you have to get inside. They're like carnival rides that you get inside that move, just like it's a simulator, right? And all the projectiles are also based on a stationary flat plane. Every projectile. Yeah, good exorcism though.
I think it's like I think he's like coming into the conversation. I don't know if you're still here, Matthew, but the assumption that the Earth moves is something that will never change in your mind.
That's
and
right.
So therefore you have to make everything somehow fit that, even if there's a contradiction at all.
Yeah,
he
loves
the Earth
man's
is
religion.
moving,
He
then
loves
I
the
have
religion.
to make everything fit that model.
It's his it's his religion. He admits it. It's a religious belief. He doesn't have any evidence. It's his religion. Yeah.
But then if there's a way of proving it wrong, he won't even admit that.
I haven't seen any way.
No, it's his religion. There is no proof.
We
it's not about evidence.
That, Matthew.
He admitted it. New perspective. There's no evidence. Yeah, it's 100% religion.
You could prove it right is the point. The camera on the bottom of a plane that never corrects for Coriolis would prove it, and you would have your spinning ball, and it would be proven true.
People don't understand the definition of a religion anymore, though.
But again, the main root of this is the evolution paradigm. If you believe in man's ideas when it comes to existence, you're probably going to believe all of them. And he takes it, all of it, hook, line, and sinker, all the fake radiometric dating methods and the evolution and of course cosmic evolution, magical balls in space. Yeah, all goes together.
Do you think somebody with a scientific understanding of all this would be able to overlook the contradictions that you just made?
I think they would understand what I'm saying and make perfect sense to them.
Right. So then you're saying that the camera underneath the plane, a scientist would say, oh no, there'd never be a detection of Earth movement underneath the plane. But then I would
That's right.
still
That's
believe
what
it's
they would
totally
say.
real. So scientific,
You just admitted it.
so someone that's scientifically minded just totally ignores contradictions like that?
I promise you that to anyone who's
Yep.
scientifically minded and understands the common sense of what I'm saying, that they would agree with me.
So the common sense of what you're saying is that the wind and the
The
atmosphere
common
somehow
sense
force
is begging
a
the
plane.
question, is what he's saying.
Yeah, no, it's not even begging the question. There's no way they can even explain this. We can give them all the conservational momentum they want. Just the fact that there's different latitudes and different speeds, and the Coriolis effect is something that they would claim is real, means that it would be detectable with a camera underneath the plane.
So he's saying
Period.
that. Oh my! He's saying that it will make perfect sense to them, even though they will have to discard all of their senses to make this claim that Matthew is making.
And
That
the
is
actual proof of
nonsense.
the camera, not seeing the plane, not seeing the motion of the Earth underneath it. The camera that's attached to the plane, showing its whole trip over thousands of miles with different latitudes. And you're saying that if Coriolis effect is real, the plane would be displaced. Therefore, the Earth moves left to right underneath it, and that would be detectable by the camera. And a scientist would look at that and say, "Wait, there's no detectable movement." But I totally think you make sense.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
It's ridiculous to even end on that as if we don't have a scientific understanding of this when it's direct common sense contradictions that we're pointing out is kind of insulting and ridiculous.
Right. Remember, this is the same
Listen,
people
I'm
that
sorry, I
claim
don't
if
mean
it
to be
stays the
insulting,
same, it's
no.
evolution. There's no claim to it. It just is. They just say buzzwords. That's all it is.
We're not insulted. That's the wrong word to use. We're just ashamed for you.
Yeah, it's
That's
sad.
fine.
It's just like evolution. If it stays the same, it's evolution. If it changes, it's evolution. If it's dead, it's evolution. If it's flat and non-rotating, it's a magical curving ball. Same thing.
It's like with refraction and things like these other arguments that they could somehow make themselves believe that somehow it's perfectly refracted, so it seems like it's there but it's not there. This one, they could say all of the things they want about the atmosphere being with the Earth and all that, but once you have a plane that's in free motion over Earth over different latitudes, anything that they come up with, they have to say there's a difference, but that difference can never be recorded, which ruins it. It just ruins your whole idea of the ball, bro. It can't be both things at the same time. It can't be detectable and undetectable at the same time.
That would be true if it was
They also-
completely independent,
they
but it's
also say
flying
that
in the
nothing-
atmosphere.
They also
Right, but
say
you know that
nothing where it really is because of refraction, and yet
Yeah.
snipers hit the target every time.
Right, and they want to make it all about the snipers because there's some drop that automatically goes, and they want to make that about the revolution of the Earth. But if that were true, then the plane would be able to capture this every time it flies. And the machine's capability that a plane has, it can fly against the wind and all that. It's not so bound to the atmosphere that it automatically is at the same tangential speed, especially because you're claiming conservational momentum that never leaves the plane. So that fucks it all up for them because they have to claim the conservation is at that latitude. And if it always is conserved, that means it's at a different speed than the tangential speed of the different latitude with a different speed. And somehow it can't magically just be like all of a sudden the atmosphere made this awesome machine have to correct and it could never see the Earth move because it already conserved its original latitude speed and it's different than where it flies to. So it doesn't work, bro. If you don't understand that, I don't know why you would even try to scientifically explain this.
Because he saw
You
it on
can't
TV. He's got to believe it.
It can't pass the common sense test. How can you get scientific with it?
Yeah, there's no claim. It's just the cartoon belief system. Yeah.
Crazy. But if he had to admit it, then this would be a big moment right now, wouldn't it?
He can't.
It would be, but you have to look past the cartoon belief system.
But it's like there's no explanation. There's like the cartoon belief system doesn't even have an explanation for this. Like there's no logical way that you can make this work.
Some people just don't have the capacity.
They can't.
Okay, so I know you don't believe me, but I promise you that it makes logical sense in my mind with no contradictions. I know that you don't believe that, and I know that
You
I'm
don't
not
believe in
explaining
logic
it
in the
well.
first place. You deny all your senses anyway, and you've already admitted that God had to talk to his own people like they were stupid, and they actually couldn't understand reality. So God had to just act like it was a flat Earth and pretend. So no, it's not logic; it's a psychosis.
So you're
It's
promising
it's
us
not a
that the
psychosis, it's
contradictions make
actual
sense.
logic. Yeah.
Oh, it's
Hey,
like Jeffrey Dahmer level psychosis. Actually,
Logic
can I
to ignore contradictions.
Nightmare, please.
I,
Yes.
can I ask Matthew a question here? So, Matthew, you there?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So Matthew, so why? I'm probably the same answer anyway. But seriously, Matthew, why do you keep coming in here? Just. You see this picture that the past is the future posted here. This is literally you, man. Just why?
I think it's important for people to expose themselves to ideas outside of the
Here we go
norm.
again with the same bullshit answer. Dude, I don't believe that
Okay.
answer, man. Let me ask you another question, bro. What makes you so special? What makes you so special that you can that this makes sense in your mind, right? And this makes
Oh
sense for
yeah,
all of us. What makes you
it's not.
special?
No, it's not. It's not special. I'm not special at all. I promise you, like a large percentage of scientifically minded people would completely agree with me.
And they're all Satanists. Amazing. What a coincidence.
No, I'm anti-Satanist. I believe God exists.
No, that's
and
what Satan
created
would
the
say.
world.
That's what Satan would say. Yeah.
Before we get into that line of thinking, let's just say that scientists was get into
No,
this
hold
discussion
on.
with
For
us.
the line of thing. Okay, we're gonna move on. But if he cited a source, it would be of an antichrist source. That's why he never gives citations or sources. Okay, moving on.
But then, yeah. So if the scientific minded person were to hear this discussion and they were to hear you say that the camera underneath the plane that is deviating from its location that it tended to go to because it never corrected for Coriolis. And the reason for Coriolis is that there's a motion of Earth that's independent of the plane underneath it, and that camera would never be able to detect any motion of the Earth moving underneath it, which is the reason for the displacement to begin with. And they were to look at that and say, wait, there's no detection of Earth movement underneath it, yet the plane's displaced. Why would that scientifically make sense to anybody?
Because they would understand that it's wind, just like I understand it. What do you mean?
So why would there be a displacement if there wasn't a left to right movement of the Earth underneath the plane? Why would there be a displacement at all?
The wind moves with the Earth. I don't know what to tell you, man.
So there's no
That's the way the world-
displacement. You're saying there's no displacement caused by Coriolis then?
There's some, but it's not much. The wind.
Even if you say there's some.
While simultaneously violating the second law of thermodynamics in the process.
Well, that's not what we're talking
space
about.
Is not a second law of thermodynamics violation. That's a
regardless. Let's not go there. I just want to say, how do you say that there's displacement?
He just lied again.
Okay,
though. The problem is,
Matthew, I want to get this straight. How is there displacement that would be caused by Coriolis, which is the Earth moving independently left to right of the plane's direction and speed, not be detected whatsoever if the camera underneath the plane always shows a motionless Earth relative to its motion? How could you say that there's a difference in the way that it would need to fly for correcting for Coriolis? How could you say that?
Because the wind.
That's what it is.
Because the wind slowly pushes it and makes it match the east-west of the speed of the plane as it goes farther north.
So there's no conserved. No, it's not straightforward because you're saying that if it starts at one latitude, it conserves that speed, and that speed's different than the latitude that it flies into. So you're saying that the speed is not conserved?
It's not conserved because slowly, as it goes north, the wind pushes it more and more. Let's see, which direction? East, westerly.
Yeah, but the plane can fly into the wind and resist the wind.
I'm saying that if a plane is flying straight north from the equator, even if it's flying straight north, it's also moving a little bit to the west as it goes through the air over the hours.
Sure. Okay. Even if we give you that, though, then you're saying there's no Coriolis correction.
So that is the Coriolis correction.
Oh, okay. So the Coriolis is the difference between the ground moving and the plane moving, correct?
Just contradicted himself again.
Look, I think that
the reason it corrects is because the Earth moves.
Again.
The Earth moves underneath the plane in a different direction. That's the reason that we talk
Listen,
about
we need to stop
Coriolis.
talking about this because you are not going to understand it, and I'm not going to be able to.
No,
explain
you're
it.
not going to
You're
end by
insane,
telling
Matthew.
us we
You're
don't
insane.
Okay,
understand.
I'm out of
Yeah,
here.
you're
You're not going to
insane,
get out
bro.
that
You're
easy. You
possessed.
need to get out of here, man. You're just a
Yeah, you're
ridiculous
psychopath.
bundle of contradictions, bro.
Son!
Hey, can you guys look at the screenshots I posted in the live stream voice text? He himself admits that he has no citations and he's just reporting on his belief.
Exactly
He's
right.
insane.
That's my point. Yep, he will never show you a citation because it always comes from somebody that's like an antichrist. He will never give a citation.
That's why I said it, Callie. And I've been watching it all along. He doesn't. All he does is post someone else's claim.
No, he made up his own. He doesn't even have a source for his claim. He'll never give a citation ever. He just brings it out of his imagination every time.
And what kind of pisses me off too is that this guy claims to be Christian, but even in the Bible it states that you have to prove things. And the thing is, in Second Thessalonians, prove things that hold true. Or I forgot the exact
That's
verse,
right. That's right.
but it says that you have to
right.
prove things, right? He doesn't do it. He doesn't even follow his own book. This guy is such a
That's
fraud.
right. Well, right. That's right. Now it says also that things are clearly seen in God's creation, not refraction. It's really not there. So again, yeah, it's much worse than we initially thought. Yeah. Rest in peace.
Well, it's hard to feel bad for him when he ends off by saying we don't understand. But instead of saying you got me, or at least or something, like you say, come on, to end off
Right.
with
The
some
guy
kind
that's
of like
admitted. Right.
claim of superiority, right? That makes it hard to feel sorry for him, even though I still do.
Yeah, 90 minutes of being told that we don't understand because he's making it up and he's admitting he's making it up, but you guys can't understand, bro. That's the lowest
Right.
level I could ever imagine. I feel these people are doomed.
Oh man.
Did
But
he
in
rage
his
quit?
mind, it makes sense, even though he's not using any of his senses.
Yeah, you can't trust your senses, Gems. You can
Zero
only trust
common
your
sense.
That is a full class, full roaming vapor phantasm.
I thought he might be excited about the idea that this Coriolis correction would be able to be recorded with a camera underneath the plane because it should be. But he's saying it's impossible to.
Right, exactly. Anytime we say, "Oh, we can prove something," he says, "No, you can't," and it doesn't matter if you can. His quote on August 9th is demonstrating it doesn't prove anything. So he admits he hides from all evidence.
I think the reason he left the room was because we stuck to one point and we weren't giving him new content he can take from this. I'm like 100% sure he has some ulterior motive for coming here.
Yeah, he wants to gish gallop.
Yeah, so we stuck to one point, and I think he's taken away, taking stuff away from his time here to make videos or whatever. If we stick to one point, he can't get any more out of it, and he just left.
I would love to see the video that he'll never make on this. There's a challenge, Matthew. If you're still listening, make that video.
Please do.
Now here, the video would go like, okay, so even though there's a Coriolis effect that we're talking about that we can always measure, and that ballistics have to be, succumb to, and the plane definitely would have to correct for. There's no way of ever detecting this. The plane will always see a motionless Earth underneath it, even though the reason we talk about this is because the Earth isn't motionless. Because the Earth is has a motion relative to the plane in a different direction. That's the only reason that this is even a thing. But then it's undetectable and detectable. It's just a direct contradiction. The atmosphere and the wind somehow forces this machine that can fly against the wind and hover and all these other things that it can do. Somehow the atmosphere is just so magically perfect that it makes it seem like the Earth is motionless no matter what the plane does. Now that's ridiculous.
I didn't get a chance to ask him if the Coriolis helps the football go into the goalpost on a 50-yard kick. I wonder what he was
calculation, and I tweeted the winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
Yeah, it really points out that he must know the truth, and just be saying that he thinks it spins still. Because if he really thought it spinned, if he really thought there was rotation to the Earth, then he'd be excited about the idea that a camera underneath the plane could show us that it rotates. But he's not. He's automatically claiming there'd never be a way for it to be shown, which means that I think he knows the truth and he's just here to argue the other side.
Well, it's worse than that, and it can't even be willfully ignorant, because when he first started here, I met him right away about almost a year ago, roughly. I'm not sure, probably over a year ago, and I could tell that he was, a natural. He believes in all the he says he believes in God, but everything he actually believes is what they tell: evolution, naturalism, right? And he denied it when I asked him. I said, "Well, you believe in
Complete
evolution?" Oh,
contradiction.
no, I don't. Yeah, but he denied it at first and hid the fact that he believed in evolution. And then I caught him 8 months later defending it. So he's scared of his own belief system. Again, that would have completely changed the dynamic of the conversation had he not initially lied about his own beliefs entirely, which he hid from everybody in the server, because I immediately asked him, and I asked him several times because I could tell he was lying just habitually. And then it turns out, yes, he fully believes in evolution and everything that man teaches. Yes.
Hold on. He said he believes in evolution. I wasn't here for that.
I caught him admitting it about a month or two ago. That's after a year of him hiding from that fact, because I already knew he was. And then I caught him about, not sure when it was, but it was a few weeks ago at the earliest, and he was defending evolution, the old ages of the Earth, and all the same rhetoric that the atheists spew. Everything.
Isn't he a
Not surprising.
professor that is supposed to be teaching the next generation?
Yep, Satan is teaching the next generation. Yep.
Satan's been teaching every generation since Adam.
Is Matthew a teacher by profession?
What did he say? I didn't catch that.
Is Matthew a teacher by profession?
He claims to be. A professor at a university.
So he can teach his kids that there's a pseudo what do they say, a pseudo container that keeps the atmosphere in.
Yes,
What's the
yes.
word you
He
used?
said that.
Did he say pseudo container?
It was like pseudo. Yeah, it was like pseudo container or something along those lines.
That keeps the atmosphere from going out into space. Okay, that would be like a new development, like in the new science. Maybe you get some peer review on that.
Do you know one of his students was the first person in the world to reach 1 million followers on TikTok?
Say that again.
One of his students was the first person in the world to reach 1 million followers on TikTok.
And how did you come to know that, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't know. I've just come. If the first person that reached 1 million followers on TikTok was from his school, and then like Matthew Learns does all the social media stuff, so we could like help him with making the videos and things. You have to ask Matthew about it.
Do you think that's
There's
like
some fishy
suspicious?
things. There's some fishy things going on. Certainly, yeah. There's
Well, I
certainly
don't
some
think
weird things.
it's suspicious, but it's just annoying that he's preaching to his students, and then his students are making these like massive social media accounts.
Well,
Probably
again,
pushing the same thing.
yeah, it's not a mystery though, because obviously we understand that that's how the world already works. So they only promote that type of filth. I mean, if you can just literally sell your soul. That's why Ranty sold his soul, Ranty wanted to make a financial change in his life, and he was slowly converging and changing his ways. I remember almost 2 years ago, I tried to show him some pictures, and he had never seen anything like it before. And he was like, "Nah, I don't think it's that big." So people love their money. You know, somebody like Ranty is clearly faking it. Somebody like Matthew Learns, I think there's actually something worse going on with him. I think there's some sort of, yeah, well, that's speculation. So I don't believe in shills, but if I ever had to point one out, it'd be him.
You see, I don't even think he's a shill. I think his brain's just totally gone from the education system. Like, he works at the college he studied at, so he studied there for years. I've seen his CV, like, I've seen it, it's posted online somewhere. And he leaves the college for like 6 months to work in the real world, and then comes back to work at the college where he's worked for like the last 20, 30 years. So he spent like 50 years or whatever, 40 years in this same college. His mind's
Is this
totally gone from the education system.
is this a situation where if he came out with the flat Earth as a flat earther, he could get fired? Is that possible?
I'm not sure.
Well, I know it's happened before, so possibly he can't change because of his vocation. It's like a conflict of interest. Even if he believed it, he couldn't come out.
But it's a Christian college. It couldn't be that bad.
Well, what if he taught both?
That engineer Brian, he was strongly encouraged to stop the flat Earth because of his vocation. Right? People were threatening him. Right? That engineer Brian something, and he had to stop his videos on YouTube. Who am I talking about? You guys know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think so. They were threatening him, saying he would put people's life in danger by being a flat earther and an engineer at the same time. That guy.
Yeah, he's since then, I believe, come off the argument and has stopped his videos since then. Yeah, Globers don't like when you have independent thoughts. That's not okay. You need to be with the same tribe. They feel threatened.
Very, very true. Threatens everything that they know.
You have to be status quo. You have to be narrative. You have to be textbook. Otherwise, you're a radicalist, terrorist type person.
Yeah, maybe they'll blame the next terrorist attack on the flat Earth.
Demonized by the demons.
I think a big part of it is ego. Like, it's very difficult for an ego body to admit they've been fooled their whole life. So they're gonna say shit like, notice Matthew, he made a lot of assumptions. He said, I assume it's a sphere, therefore I assume it's moving, therefore I assume it's this, therefore. You hear him say that?
Oh, that guy I was talking about from Matthew Learns University. His name's Zach King. He's got 62 million followers on TikTok.
Is that California, West Coast?
I don't know. He's from Biola University. That's where Matthew Learns teaches. And all these
Are they
videos
all
are
right
on
in Los
video
Angeles?
editing tricks. I don't know where it is. It's in America somewhere.
I believe it's in Los Angeles, California.
So you're saying the guy we were just talking to has 63 million followers on TikTok?
No. Someone from his school. He would have been teaching him basically. So
Okay, I got you.
Matthew Learns he does all these this really nice video editing. That's how he's made the videos himself, like that Star Wars video with like 100 million views. Then one of his students uses this same style of video editing, and he's the fifth most followed creator on TikTok. 62.9 million followers.
Sheesh. I heard the flat Earth was blowing up on TikTok.
Yeah, it's all over TikTok, but it gets censored after about a few weeks.
Are they censoring TikTok now? Flat Earth, like YouTube?
No, not really. What happens is you make flat Earth content, and you put the hashtags in, like the popular hashtags or whatever, and then it starts to make people's For You pages, and it starts to blow up, and then some anti-flat earthers all of a sudden start reporting you. Enough of them report you, and your channel gets shadow banned. So they start to take off, and then they get shut down, basically.
But like some of those flat Earth videos are very tantalizing. They're very interesting, and that basically just based on that, it would fetch a lot of views.
Yeah, like I was making flat Earth videos on TikTok, and I'd made one that had like 100,000 views, and I'd made other ones with like 20, 30, 40, 50,000 views. And I was getting messages from anti-flat earthers saying, we're going to report you, we're going to get you banned, we're going to use bots to report you multiple times and get you banned. Right? They were saying stuff like that.
They're threatening you because they feel threatened, right?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, each video, the view count dropped to about 200. It went literally from 20,000 on each video, 10,000, to the next day 200, 300. It was only getting seen by the people who followed me, and that was it.
But the view count can't come off, can it? It can't drop, can it? Because once you got the view, you got the view,
Oh
right?
no, yeah. Once I got the views, I got the views. But the new videos, Like they
And
weren't
like
getting
current
shared.
views, like new views have dropped.
Yeah, new views. Like so, every video I made was getting like thousands and thousands of views, and then all of a sudden, like the next day, the videos were getting like 200 views, 300 views. Like, so they need to hit the For You page where it gets
Okay,
shared with
okay.
everybody.
But to
And
be fair, any video can get quote unquote shadow banned if someone doesn't like it and they start reporting it. Whether it doesn't matter what it is, it'll be seen less from the reports, aka
oh yeah,
shadow ban.
totally, yeah. But the whole channel got shadow banned. So I read some advice on Google, and it said basically keep posting videos until you get out of TikTok prison, as they call it. But I never got out of it.
Is TikTok owned by the Chinese?
I don't know. Apparently so.
I wonder if they're in league with Facebook, YouTube, Apple, and you know, Twitter, as far as censorship.
It's really difficult to censor TikTok though. Like they have to catch you first. Otherwise, you're making a video and you're putting the popular hashtags in it. If it's on a fresh account, it's just getting shared immediately in those hashtags and on the For You pages.
How do you make money off TikTok?
I don't know. I think there's a lot of people making TikTok accounts they're just building TikTok accounts using clips from TV shows. And then their aim is to gain followers and then sell that on to someone who can advertise a product through it. You can link a website to your homepage on the TikTok account. So I guess there's loads of ways. Or what you can even do is you can build a TikTok account and then use those TikTok followers to try and build an Instagram account and send them over. So send the audience over to Instagram when a large Instagram account is worth a lot of money.
You're saying you can sell your Instagram followers or your Instagram account?
No, but I think when you've got a lot of followers on your Instagram, you get paid to promote certain products.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, the possibilities are endless, really, and how you can. At the end of the day, if you count with 500,000 followers, just making shitty videos, and then all of a sudden you want to show 500,000 people something for 15 seconds, I guess you can do all sorts of stuff with that.
Boom, Earth pilot. Sorry, boys, I have to push the nose down to deal with the curve. What are you talking about? Guys, we're going 500 fucking miles per hour. There's 8 inches per mile squared down there. I have to buckle this thing down a couple hundred feet, like in a fraction of a second.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mr. Strawman?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi,
Yep.
how are you?
We got our torches ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
Oh,
what a way to start a morning. Yeah. I love this. Here's 2020. Chocolate scene. It's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like low arsonists. Y'all get dissed, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. As I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the mist. Always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease and desist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies. Begging the question and never saying please. Claiming flat earth is only arcade while you sit back and paint this mosaics of Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro, it seems profound. 2,000 years and still like 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, what's really going 6 feet deep is the value of your radius. It's RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. Keep it moving. Yo, I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a ball. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this bullshit campaign of a force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game. It's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane. The cartoon ball will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only want to help you be attained and reclaim your sense of home and your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism as it starts to race. Globetrotters scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think that's really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, yo, that's all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water ball is losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe model is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap time to throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
Damn, son, where'd you find this? Because I spit hot fire.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry your model needs. Nowadays, mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core scientific. All the sick of that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime they were Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigma that's sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on her head, she keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air, that's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your might. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Hello to everyone.
Hello.
I just wanted to ask about, can someone give a role to my friend? His nickname is Sotovy Medayet, with the Russian letters. He believes in flat earth too. He's very smart.
Any moderators got that one? Might just have to wait just a little bit.
Must you go to check in first? Oh.
Yeah, that's definitely part of the process. VC check-in, yeah.
Okay, he speaks Russian, his native language, but he can speak English quite well too. So I will try to tell him in Russian. Сотовый медает. Ты должен пойти в check-in, и там тебе выдадут роли. Перейди пока туда, на тот канал, который я тебе говорила.
going up to outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Kuba, thank you. Shetlands. Hello everyone.
Hello everyone.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat,
From
right?
Russia with
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Yeah, so do I. Everybody knows that.
It's okay. That was the bot. It was singing to us. But welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, when there's no discussion or someone speaking or any kind of topic going on, we usually post a video or have a video, because we've got some very talented people here. And they sing very well. And rap too, so. Do you know Cheech and Chong? I hope you do. They actually made a song
yes.
on Flat Earth. Did you know that?
Yes, I've heard some songs
They
about
are flat earthers. It's unreal, and it's just crazy because I never knew that they really were.
we can presentate ourselves a little bit. I live in Sweden, but my native language is Russian, so we're Russian-speaking friends with my friends. So yes, we are also very interested about what is the real form of the Earth. Is it flat or is it globe? But I don't think it's globe because I don't feel any moving nowhere. So
I think this is a sort of vision. Anything.
Yes. Well, we
So
have
that
done
it's a B.
calculations. Go ahead.
So that it's a B. B. It's
my friend, yes, he thinks. I will try to to explain his thoughts. So he thinks that the Earth has a form of like some insects like bees. They create their special places where they live and they put honey inside. So it's the form of like their little bit. It's not square, but it has 6 corners. What's the English for with 6 corners? So it's like he
like
believes that
A cube.
no cube. It's no.
Cyber cube.
No.
Because cube has not been.
I don't know what is it, but I know what is doesn't. What is it doesn't.
So like I said, when you first start out, you should be starting out trying to find the evidence for the globe. That's the whole key thing about it. So you go to the baseline of what they say is the size of the Earth. And when you go out and try to test that size of the Earth in reality with, of course, mathematical equations, we have done a test off of the surface of the water, flat surface of the water, because water is always flat, right? It's always level. And it was at sea level. I mean, that's why they call it sea level, because water's always flat. And you can do measurements. So the measurements of the globe should be no more than 1.225 miles in the circumference radius of a 1 foot observer height. You get what I'm saying? So when you're only 1 foot off the ground, you should not be able to see further than 1.225 miles because the horizon should be touching the parent sky should be touching the ground. That's where the horizon is. So when you look at the black swan, that apparent horizon is 10 times further. So when you take the calculations into this, the picture is in the live stream too. I'm
Sir,
posting it.
Justin.
I just pinged
Sorry.
you as well.
Okay.
This one right here. So if you take the towers into account, the towers, of course, are 9.9 miles and 6 miles. Okay. Well, if that's 1 foot off the ground, you shouldn't be seeing those towers at all. You shouldn't be seeing past those towers. There's no way you should be able to see past those towers. Yet we can clearly see that the horizon extends way further than those two towers. So you can actually take the 2 towers out of the equation, out of the picture. They were just there to show you the distance that you're actually looking at. So if we showed you a picture without the 2 towers in there, then you would just say, yeah, that's only 1.225 miles away. Yep. But no, it's not, because the 2 towers are there. Now, I'm going to show you even better one. That right there is the mountain in the background. How the hell am I supposed to be able to see that mountain if that horizon is supposed to be at 1.225 miles?
Exactly.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Yes, and Sometimes people can see even without mountains, they're standing just in the beach and they can see in a special gadgets like telescope and others.
So when
they
you
can
do the
see even
calculation for this picture, we just stuck in 30, 30 miles. So if we're 1 foot off the ground and we can see 30 miles away for the horizon, okay, so we can't see any further than 30 miles. So when you put that into the equation for the globe, then you're speaking about a globe that's over 300,000 miles in radius, literally. Everyone did the math in here. It was like a whole show. You can actually go back to one of the live clips and actually listen to us doing the math equation in here. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, sometimes even 400 kilometers
It's
they can
really
see.
crazy amounts of numbers, yes.
Yes.
And then they just don't account for it. They just say, oh, it's refraction. It's just the globe moving. It's pulsating. Like, really? Really? The water is that high and it's covering the land? Really?
It's okay, John Ronald Rowell Tolkien.
I just
My
kidding.
pleasure. Very good.
I really want to
analogy.
say this to them, like straight to their face. Like, really, you're really going to look at this same picture with me right here in front and say that that is the curve of the earth moving up and down. And that right there, that's about, I think that's about 20 miles away right there. That land mass over there, that last picture that I posted, I think that is 20 miles away, if I'm not mistaken. Now, if the water was to stay above and just stay there the whole time, yeah, okay, then it's a globe. But we are not seeing that. We are seeing the black swan every single time. We only see the globe once in a while when the refraction happens. I mean, literally, you never see the globe in reality. Never once have you ever seen globe shape in reality. Never. Never once.
The problem is that a lot of people, they believe to some official theories and they think that, scientists, they cannot make any mistakes. And so that is the problem. So they are trying to, they're trying to not to think themselves, but to give this chance to other people. So it's like zombies, I think.
And you are not going to die. Okay, this is okay. I could we save you, and you are not going to die. Okay, and fire and my writing are now neck and neck.
Your English is perfect. I'm joking.
Спасибо, thanks, everybody. And I don't know what is my flat Earth, but other world don't give a fuck what is this
They will when the truth comes out.
University. Universal.
Universal. University, it's университет. Universe, вселенная.
Зизи. Меня не слышно? Anybody hear me?
Yes,
Anybody?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Да-да-да. Слышу.
It's Russian guy. Саша. Thank you.
It's a 3:15 in Sweden, so maybe I have to go to sleep. It was very nice that we could join here, and
Yes, come
we will
back
try to
anytime.
be. Yes, we will try to be more often here and to take some participations maybe in discussions. So it's very interesting and very fascinated about everything.
Good. Question everything, even us, because you need to find out the truth. Even with us saying it, you don't believe us. You need to find out for yourself, and this is how you do it.
I think I have found for myself through the saint scriptures. Yes.
Well, good.
Да. I don't want to be me anymore. I want to be happy and I want back in my bedroom. He is my first real dialogue and in my life with American speakers. Thank you everyone and Mother Justin.
You're welcome.
I'm very pleasure and I believe in David Icke and I believe in reptiloids, Drakey, visions, some monster, invisible monster. I believe in this, and I think it's true. Thank you, everyone. Peace from Russia.
Yes, sir. Take care.
Have a nice evening and good night. Yes.
Yes, good night.
See you. See you. Bye bye.
I can do a little Russian, a little Russian accent. That's my Russian accent right here. You gotta have it in the back of your mouth, like, you know. I love the language though. Crazy, but insane. Yeah. I know. Isn't that crazy? Like most people play other parts, but they're not even the right person to play the part. It's like, what the heck? Just because I speak a little Russian like this doesn't mean I'm from Russia.
And I want one. And please don't believe me, but I'm a big success, be strong and loved, and everything else I wanted to be. I'm over that now. I'm just want to be invisible. Maybe I'll become a work in a little colony conslager 5G where nobody is complete. I'll be an ice hockey and wear a mask with filter, but some cartoon characters any zombie in my mind. I think that science don't want to chance a strange molester guy. Maybe I'll be a cat and mouse or a dog or a duck. I don't know. Maybe I very crazy. I'm sure I'll find out. There's no escaping fate. It just keep going day and night. The future just keeps coming at you. I believe in David Tykes, and I believe in this history and this any theory, да? Big Bang, or maybe this is an involution or orthodoxy, but I believe in a human race, in a good people, in good things, in a God absolute, and nature. It's my friend, and every people. It's my friend. Not not survive but live. Not surviving but live. And I want what everybody, man or girl in this world, don't need anymore. Don't need food, don't need water. Everybody live what he want, lives, and I don't need them at this moment or the next forever. Thank you, everybody. Everybody peace, and everybody lives. Thank you. All lives matter. Thank you.
What?
I see they have a bunch of people up there in the check-in, so maybe they'll let them come down and talk to us if we're lucky.
Where my people at?
Hello, Hank.
Hey, what's up?
I just went up to the check-in to see what Justin was doing. He's giving them a little orientation there, so maybe some of those people will be coming down here at some point. What's happening with you?
Oh, I just, had a little debate over there on the other server. Trying to teach some people a little bit.
Did you teach him anything?
Hopefully. Yeah, one guy, he was the older Canadian guy. He was like, this is like making too much sense. This is weird. I'm like, yeah, bro, go measure it yourself. And he was like saying that he had, seen the horizon past a 20-kilometer object. And I was like, yeah, bro, that's not possible. He's like, well, then the Earth might be bigger. I was like, well, if it's 10 miles, then that means the circumference is the orbit of the moon, 238,000 miles. And he was like, this is getting weird.
Yes, you can't have it both ways. That's right. That's when they get to the bargaining stage of the stages of grief from losing their globe.
Well, he did really good.
Good.
Can't really ask a lot from the immature ones. Their brain's still developing. But that guy seemed fully developed. It's funny how the young ones show the Dunning-Kruger effect so perfectly. Their brain isn't even fully developed, but they got it all figured out.
Yeah.
The young ones, it's not their fault. They're still developing. Right? They're like kittens that just can't quite get that laser light. Just almost got it.
Yep, they're still doing their trial and error stage.
You ought to slow down here.
I think so. Oh, yeah, Jenny's back. Yeah, it's been, pretty mellow, I would say. Yep, with the times that I was here.
She roboting for everybody else?
Oh, shoot, I am too bad.
I'm glad I'm not a robot.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
And maybe I am roboting.
You are roboting, Jenny.
Jeez.
Hey, what server was that you were talking about, Hank? All you said was the other server. We're partners with a lot of servers. I was Hank in there. He's not even in here anymore. Oh, there he goes. I was just curious. Maybe Hank is disconnected or something. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I hear you perfectly fine. Was I the robot? Because I didn't hear any robots.
Oh, maybe it's me. Everybody's roboting. That's crazy. I'll jump out and come back in and see if it works any better. Chickadee check of the microphone 1, 2. So listen to the live stream and see if my microphone is working right.
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
All right. Yeah, I was just curious, Hank, which server you were talking about. You said you were in the other server, which
Wisdom.
Oh, the Wisdom one. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the new servers, right? Because didn't they? Let's see. I think I'm a House of Wisdom. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a wonderful server. The only problem is the bot is a tyrant, and it's always like saying that I'm spamming. Like nobody's in there using that room. All I'm trying to do is cite some sources, and the bot's like, "Oh no, that's too many sources."
Oh, were you in the debate squared room or something?
Yeah.
And
That's too many sources. I don't like your sources.
yeah, people set up their servers kind of weird, you know. It's like I think as much as we protect, you know, what's going on in here, I think we have a pretty open format for everyone to get involved.
I ain't had no trouble citing sources here. Shit, I got my sources from here. What am I talking about?
Cool. So there was I think that we got introduced to that server by one of the admins over there. Came in with a couple of people. Was it last week? It's about a little over a week ago, and invited us over there. And people, had a conversation, and they invited some flat earthers over there. And so you've been hanging out over there, like trying to talk some sense into people.
Yeah. Yesterday I had a really, really high-end conversation with a physicist, or a soon-to-be physicist, and I really wish that could have been recorded because we didn't really disagree on much. The only thing he said is that I'm a little closed-minded on my scientific method, and I said, "Yeah, you're a little open-minded, slapping causation on everything." So he said there is no scientific method, and he's like, "There's multiple scientific methods," and I looked through all my sources, and I didn't have the one. QE says the scientific method.
Well, hey, if you at any time, if you want to set up a debate or a talk with like a 1v1 with a moderator, I'd be willing to record it for you. So anytime you're ready to do that, just let me know. We can set it up for a time, and then we can have a 1v1. We can all jump over in the server, and it'd just be you and no, or it could be two moderators, one from our side, one from the other. Just to make it fair. But if it's a 1v1 talk, we can make it an event and then promote both servers.
I appreciate that. But yeah, it was kind of one of those spontaneous discussions that never devolved into a debate.
Yeah, I get it. But sometimes that's kind of the best kind of discussions, you never know where it's coming from, So yeah. That's why we do this 24/7 here. We never know who's going to jump in here,
I think there's a lot of people in the VC check-in.
Yeah, and
they've been in there for a while. They must be going over some rules.
Yeah, they're not going over the rules. It's the people that are in there checking them in don't send them on down here, and they just like to hog the mic.
Yeah, they're giving him a lecture up there with
it's
visuals.
just like
That's what's happening. You can see it in the voice tech.
Well, I can back out. When they get down here, you guys can take over and hammer the nails in the coffin.
I don't want to take over. I was just curious about what server you were talking about, and I thought that's the one you were talking about because that's one of the newer ones that it's just a pretty large server. They have like almost 15,000 members, I think there. So
really, wow.
Yeah, House of Wisdom has like almost 15,000 members. So yeah, maybe if we partner with them and get a lot of people to start talking about it, then we can have some events and host them. Good stuff.
Yeah, today I got into the flat Earth a lot. I was dropping flat Earth hints and references and I got to go over a pretty good spiel for about an hour. I made them Google the radius and then showed them where the horizon would be with the Earth curve calculator, and they were like, "Wait a minute, this is making too much sense."
Look, Twadwazzle's friggin' saying, "Oh no, Justin's just being thorough about his check-in."
Yeah, you don't want to eat pink
But
chicken.
when I check people in, I'm just like, all right, cool. we do a live stream. You know, when I check people in, I just want to make sure they're not gonna, scream the N word or anything derogative. You know, once we start asking them questions, just check them in. Boom. All right, cool. VC check in and get your ass in there in the live stream. But like, look, it's filling up now because everybody's going to lose it. And but that's just the way I do it. but I know Justin will hold their ass in there. He's not the only one. He'll just hold their ass in there for like 20, 30 minutes and it's like, well, the live stream's dead, you know, and it's like, dude, what the fuck? Get up there and get them to come into the live stream and talk. Make sure they're not going to freaking, spam us or freaking troll. Then get their ass in the live stream.
You can't really make sure.
Well, even if they
Just tell
do,
them
I mean,
if
the
they
moderators are here. I mean, it's just like, I mean, we can,
Yeah.
even if your check-in didn't work, they only have like 5 seconds and then they're gone.
Christian's here. Yeah, isn't Christian here from? Didn't Christian just get here from there? Did Justin just check you in, Christian? Christiane, sorry, maybe that's Christiane, maybe.
Sister Christian on a good one.
I was doing some homework. Yeah. Justin
that's
checked
cool.
me in.
Cool. How'd you find us? I know he probably already asked you that, but
So I was in a debate class with my friends today, because I'm in honors debate. I'm still in high school, and on Thursdays we're allowed to debate any topic we want to. Just someone started bringing up flat Earth and everything, and so I looked up the Discord for it because I was intrigued with the topic, and here I am.
Right.
awesome.
So
that's the first time you go ahead, Hank. You got it.
No, I was going to say, we're going to have a discussion, but we got to ask you some questions first, and then you can ask whatever you want to ask. Go ahead, Helio. You got it, bro.
So you're saying flat Earth came up in school today?
Indeed.
And then you came to Discord and were looking up flat Earth stuff, and you found your way here.
Indeed.
Did you find it through YouTube or Discord?
I just found it online.
Online, cool. Yeah, this is the largest flat Earth Discord on Discord. So
Yeah, I saw you guys had the vanity link, the discord.gg.
yeah, we have. I think we have like 50 something server boosts. So yeah, we've been doing this for a while.
Pretty solid.
So is this the first time you've ever heard about it when you heard it at school today, or had you heard just like?
I've known about flat Earth in the past. I didn't think much too of it, but I was pretty intrigued on the topic when I heard about it today.
Awesome, bro.
So here I am.
You think it's crazy?
Yeah, I've been.
I ain't gonna lie. I thought it was crazy when I
articles.
first heard of it too. I was just like, I ain't looking into that, even though I was total conspiratard before that.
He was explaining everything with Argentina, or what? No, fuck. Did I say Argentina? I meant Antarctica. And he started
Antarctica.
going over because I was asking him about the disk and everything, and it's if gravity is real, and all that stuff.
Right.
It's crazy.
Well, I mean, and here's the three major claims of the globe, right? I mean, if we're the third rock from the sun spinning around the solar system, moving throughout the galaxy, following the sun, this is where the gravity part comes in, right? Because gravity exists, creating, these hundreds of thousands of light years of universe and all this kind of stuff. But only thing we've ever experienced as people on Earth is Earth as a level stationary plane. So when you walk outside your door, you experience Earth as it presents itself. Mm-hmm. Here are the three major claims that the globe Earth makes. The first one being Earth curvature, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we have Now, fortunately for us, we can test what they've told us about this Earth curvature because they gave us a number of the radius of Earth. They said it's a ball of a certain size, right? So we can actually go out and test that. And then the second claim is that it's spinning.
Indeed.
Right. You know about that. And then
Yeah,
the third one is that there's outer space, and the ball Earth is adjacent to this outer space, which has well, they call it the vacuum of space. I mean, it's not negative pressure, still positive pressure there, but at the same time, it's a much less pressurized environment. But there's no barrier in between outer space and what we experience here on Earth. So how can there be, pressure here on the surface of Earth if there's the differential pressure in outer space? So without the atmosphere of Earth just being sucked off into nothing, how can it not? It's called the second law of thermodynamics. How can it be not? How can they not equalize existing in this, I won't say non-pressure environment, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They say it's 10 to the negative 17 torr in outer space. Well, how can that not equalize if there's no barrier in between? So that's the three major claims: curvature, spin, pressure.
What is the? So I don't know if you happen to know, but like this, what's his name? Justin was telling us about like how he had a conversation, or how they wanted to have a conversation, like Obama with the flat earthers or something.
All right, welcome everyone.
Hey, Rip. My bad.
Justin, did you check them all in?
Yes, I did.
All right. Well, a couple of them jumped down here. We're talking about. I just went over. I went over the 3 points. Yeah, I just went over the 3 points with Christian.
You might have to start over just because I just brought in about 4 others.
All right. Cool.
Do it in question format, Julio. That's the best.
Yeah, question.
What? What'd you say? Question format?
Yeah, do it in question format. You got to ask him so we find out what they know.
Yeah. So those are the major. Those 3 major points: the curvature, the spin of Earth, and then the gas pressure without a container, which is outer space, would totally evacuate Earth if there was not a container between, the lower pressure environment.
Hank, why don't you ask one of these other guys that just came in? Yeah, ask him. That'd be fun. Who wants to volunteer?
I hate to interrupt, but do you mind if I just ask a question real quick?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, you guys would be better at this than me. I didn't even actually intend to come in and do this, but yeah.
So, I'm very intrigued with the argument between flat earthers and everything like that. But what is the benefit from like the conspiracy that Earth is flat or in comparison spherical or whatever? Like who benefits from it?
Oh, you're skipping way ahead. Come on, man.
That's my bad. No, I'll just mute. You guys got this.
No.
That's a normal question.
Yeah. I mean, it's. But at the same time, when we're talking about where's the curvature, where's the spin, where's the gas pressure coming from, those are the 3 major. Those are the 3 major claims of the globe Earth, and for the most part, everyone believes they live on a globe. So what? So let's confirm that before we can go into why, why would they lie and that kind of stuff like that, so let's confirm what they claim about Earth before we get into some of the deeper stuff.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the question. It's a normal question, like Hank was starting to say. Many people ask that question. It's just once you realize the objective evidence and where it points, then the reason why is not as important. And it's also something that we aren't able to definitively answer because we aren't the people who have carried out this deception in propping up a complete fantasy known as the globe model. It's basically a superstitious belief, not scientific in any way, a completely failed mathematical model. So,
and to be
that's
honest,
what he's trying to
that
get at.
question's, you can't really answer that question. So that's why we stick to the first three. You know, the three major
If
claims
the globe can't
about the globe.
answer those first three questions, there's no need to further go.
Right.
That's the whole thing.
Well, Hank, are you
Shall I-
willing to go over
shall I
three
take it
questions?
away?
Because a lot of these guys didn't hear it. Yeah.
Sure,
Who are we
okay,
going to
so-
ask the three questions of?
No, it's like 4 or 5 people in here that need to be asked those questions.
Yeah, Hank, you got it?
Yep, I got it. So,
cool.
Going to start off with the first claim is that there's curvature for a curved Earth. That makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to ask you guys to Google the radius of the Earth, right? Real quick, tell me what the radius of the Earth is. You should get back simple number.
3,958.8.
Correct. Now, if you go and look at the pictures of the Earth, it's obviously curved. Okay, so when in ancient time up until now has the Earth been directly measured to have curvature? Directly measured on the Earth to have curvature? And if so, if you know, then tell me who and when and how they did it. If you don't know, just say I don't know, and then we'll move on to the next thing. But if you make a claim, we're going to have to go down that rabbit hole, so to speak. So does anybody know when the Earth has been directly measured to have curvature? Any time in history, up until recent times.
That's a question for any of you guys that just came in. If you don't know, then you can just say you don't know.
Yeah, if you don't know, we're moving on. There's no right or wrong answer. We're just looking to see what you know, because it helps if we establish your knowledge. That way we can kind of see where you're at, and that helps us to, kind of test you, see where you're at. And it's okay if you don't know. That's a perfectly fine answer. We'll just move on to the next question.
I think I might know like an answer
Okay.
that I remember from like a few years ago.
Sure.
I think it was like this Greek, I don't know, like philosopher, whatever, scientist or whatever, and he assumed that like the sun was far away, so he like performed an experiment, I think, and just like measured the angle of the sun, and it like saw that it was like different at like 2 different locations, and then calculated like the circumference or something.
So Eratosthenes measured the shadows of a stick and got the angle of the shadows, and then assumed that the Earth was a sphere, assumed that the sun was really far away, and then based on those assumptions, he calculated the circumference of the Earth. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Pretty accurate. Okay, so here's the problem with that. He's measuring shadows, not the Earth itself. So if you look in the live stream voice text, I'm sure somebody's going to post a meme for me, right? And you're going to see that this is based on assumption, and there's no real way to verify the actual cause of the position of those shadows is the shape of the Earth. So do you understand how science works? The scientific method, natural science?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so what are the 3 constituent parts to an experiment? The 3 things that you have to have.
Like dependent variable, independent variable, something else. I don't
Control
know.
variable.
Control
Bravo.
variable.
Bravo. Very good. Very well done, sir. All right, so the thing with this is that you don't have any of those things here, so this is not scientific. This is completely outside of the realm of science. But if you were to have a cause, right, you have to manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause, and see the effect happening. So you can't really manipulate the circumference of the Earth to prove that the shadow that we're seeing is the effect. Is that correct?
I think so. Yeah. Just
So if
go
the,
on. Yeah.
yeah, it's fine. So if the cause of the shadow being at that angle is the circumference of the Earth, you can't manipulate the circumference of the Earth to see if that's the cause. So not everything fits in the scientific method. It's kind of like a thermometer at the school. It works really good between 95 and 105 degrees, but you can't take it home and bake cornbread muffins. So the scientific method is kind of limited as to the scope of what it can do, right? So if it's a what is the shape of the Earth, it can't really answer that question, right? Because science deals with cause and effect relationships. So how and why, it can answer those questions, but not what is question. All right, so anyone else have an answer? Because this one didn't quite qualify because it's not a direct measurement of the Earth. Does anyone else have an answer?
What about the people who like bike around Earth, right? Because then technically they could see how long it took and everything, and then like measure out like the circumference of their tires and all that. I mean, obviously, I know there's water, but
Well, the problem with that is that you can run around a block around your neighborhood. Your neighborhood's pretty flat, and that's not really going to prove the shape of your neighborhood, even though you got the circumference and everything. So we think when people are running around the Earth, that what they're actually doing is they're circumnavigating the North Pole. All right, so I'm going to assume that nobody can find any direct measurement of curvature. So we're going to move on to the next claim of the globe Earth, which is axial rotation. Anyone know of any person in history, right, that directly measured the axial rotation or the spin of the Earth? And if so, how did they do it?
Could you repeat the question?
Anybody know of anyone in ancient history up until modern times who directly measured the axial rotation or the spin of the Earth? Directly measured the rotation.
Isn't that like Leon Foucault or something? I may be wrong.
The pendulum, right? Okay, so let's go over that. So, according to Foucault's pendulum, if you start the pendulum, it's going to deviate 15 degrees per hour, and the cause of this is the rotation of the Earth. So we went over the scientific method just a second ago. Can we manipulate the rotation of the Earth to see if that is the cause? No, you can't. So let's assume that it is the cause, okay? So the cause of Foucault's pendulum deviation of 15 degrees every hour, let's say it is the spin of the Earth, right? Well, if that's true, then wouldn't you be able to fly a helicopter straight up or a hot air balloon and the Earth would spin under it? Because if the Earth is spinning under the pendulum, which is directly attached to the Earth via the ceiling, via the wall, via the floor, then wouldn't a free body like the hot air balloon, wouldn't it rotate freely under the Earth? So if you floated a balloon, a hot air balloon, in California, and you waited, 3 or 4 hours, wouldn't you end up in North Carolina if the Earth is rotating under the pendulum? Because Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the football goal, right, it was off by a little bit because of the Coriolis effect, which is when the Earth spins. And there's two different reference frames. And this was the cause of the field goal being missed or made. I can't remember which one, if it was missed or made. So you see how that it doesn't really work out because we don't witness Coriolis effect. So the simplest way to visualize the Coriolis effect is to think about two kids on a merry-go-round or roundabout, and you spin it, right? And then the kids throw a ball to each other. The first couple times they're going to completely miss until you teach the kid, hey, you got to lead them, right? You don't throw the ball where they're at, you throw it where they're going. So they got to lead it to the right. So they do that, and then the kids start catching the ball, right? And this apparent deviation, the reason they miss the first few times is because as they throw the ball, it leaves the inertial reference frame and goes into, it leaves the non-inertial reference frame, the merry-go-round, and goes into a separate reference frame. Important key thing there. And then the non-inertial reference frame rotates underneath it. And then the ball ends up on the ground. The kid couldn't catch it because that's not where the child was when the ball landed. So this Coriolis effect requires two separate reference frames. So we don't witness Earth-based Coriolis effect. I'm not saying Coriolis effect doesn't happen. I'm saying that it doesn't happen here on Earth, or unless you can, show us where it has happened, because they say that the hurricanes spin one way, and the southern hurricanes, I forget what you call them, they spin the opposite direction, right? But how do we know that's because of the Coriolis effect? What if it's because of the sun? Because the heat is what creates the hurricanes. And if the hurricanes are spinning opposite on one hemisphere and the other hemisphere, those are just colloquial terms so that you know what I'm talking about. Maybe it's the sun that's causing it, because the sun would push the heat in those directions. So does anybody else have a claim of any time the Earth has been measured to be spinning on its axis?
I feel like sometimes when I sit really still, I can feel the Earth moving. I know it's not really a measurement, but I feel like I can really feel it.
I think you're the first person to ever claim that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a very slight feeling, but like it's very slight. Yeah.
Also, what about when you spin around a bunch? Then you can like really see the Earth
Thinking
spinning.
fallacy. I'm going to call that the wishful thinking fallacy. But sorry, keep going. Go on with your what you're spinning around thing. Whoever was saying that, somebody else.
Mine was when I was riding on my motorcycle. The way that it kept moving left and right, and I wasn't doing that. But that's it's moving parts and engine and motors freaking huge. So.
Right, so I guess we're going to move. Third point.
Hey, Dandelion sounds a little tired. Are you just kind of bored and just hanging out with us till you get ready for bedtime?
Oh, sorry. Do I sound that way? I am very
just
tired. Well, I hope you don't mind if I just listen in then. I'm lower energy at this time of night. Lower energy, Hilo. You don't
you're
lose this to me
high
this time of
energy,
night.
but it just sounds like you're
It's good energy. Yeah.
It's good stuff. I like it.
Eventually, I do mellow out. Yes, later in the day.
But yeah, you're exactly right. It's like we live for this. I mean, we want people to come in here and make shit up to make excuses for why they believe they live on a spinning ball.
I have a question.
Like I said, you grew up into it. Okay, you grew up into it.
All right, wait. Is that Was said he has a question?
Was, yes.
Well, Was is a veteran in this. Is this Was like the real Was?
On number 3, isn't he? Isn't on Hank on number 3?
Was is new.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
Hank
a-
didn't do number 3 yet.
Okay, because we had another guy with the same name that has been in this game for a long time. Well, that's not the same dude.
Oh no, I'm new.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like the same dude. Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Go for it. Go
Okay,
for
what's
it.
the question regarding the Coriolis effect?
It's fine. That's fine. Go ahead.
So, if the Coriolis effect, you said it didn't exist on Earth, but it could exist elsewhere, right? So, how was the focal pendulum work if it was essentially caused by the Coriolis effect and to withstood air resistance? Because the
Can I take this
focal pendulum has to function with the Coriolis effect. That causes it to move off to the side, right? So
Okay.
I was
Okay.
wondering.
So what I want to ask you first about the pendulum is what makes it actually start moving?
It's the actual Coriolis effect, is it not?
So what makes it move is that person grabbing the ball and actually lifting it up and then releasing it. The person is giving it force, giving it the momentum. The person that releases it.
Yes, initially, yes.
Okay, so when you have a pendulum just sitting there, it will never start moving on its own. Never. Okay? So that's where you get the movement is someone is actually having to grab it, pull it up, and then release it. So there's your movement. Your person that's grabbing it is moving the ball.
Yeah, check this out. If you really think about this,
Keep going.
if you really think about this, well, hold on. If you really think about this, the way they describe the Foucault's pendulum and how it should work, wouldn't they be able to just dangle that pendulum?
Exactly what I said. Yep.
It would start moving on its own. You don't have to pull it.
Yeah, that's
no one should have to do it if the Earth is moving. No one should have to move it. It should move automatically on its own. It should start moving as soon as the pendulum is hooked up.
Then how would it exist on other planets then if it's just not Earth?
There is
wait, what?
Well, there's no other planets.
Who said that? Who said other planets exist on other planets? Who said that?
I
No
thought
one
someone
said that here.
said. I thought someone said if it doesn't happen on
You
Earth,
misunderstood.
it happens
No. Sorry. It does not happen anywhere else. There's no other planets we talk about. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. I mean, even if there were other places, like our place, we're talking about Earth, and the way they describe, Foucault's pendulum. I mean, if the Earth is moving and they claim it's spinning and moving around the universe, you wouldn't even have to start that pendulum. It would be consecutively moving 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. You wouldn't even have to fucking touch it if it was built correctly, But here's another problem with the Foucault's pendulum. It's attached to the ground.
It is. It's attached to the Earth, man. Already.
So there is no third body.
And some have magnets to keep the ball moving. They have to use magnets.
Well, they either use magnets or a motor or both when they build it.
Yes, and a motor. Yeah, no, I completely understand. I've seen it. Yep.
Yep. Well, yeah. I mean, they just lie about this Foucault's pendulum to try to prove spin of Earth. I mean, if you guys think Foucault's pendulums prove spin of Earth, you're just wrong.
Every single crane on Earth, the ball should be moving right now. It should be spinning around uncontrollably. If that was true. All of those cranes that you see with the big, huge bulldozer balls that just tear down buildings, they should move constantly.
Yeah, I mean, it can't just dangle, right? I mean, got that shit, 100, 200 feet in the air, and it's like, hey, clock out, work time's over, and they have this freaking huge lead or steel ball just hanging from the crane. Somebody's going to sit there until somebody starts moving it. Same way with Foucault's pendulum.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
do you have any other questions about it?
If it was spinning, it would move on its own the way that they describe it. That may be hard to understand, but once you really
said something about
study
physics class? I heard something about physics class.
Yeah.
Someone said,
I said I learned about how the pendulum would not move if you did not give it its own kinetic energy. We learned about
tell
that
you
in
the
physics.
truth to a point. It's amazing. Then you really do just overlook most of the truth that is actually in reality.
Right, it's like they'll tell you exactly what it would do if you pushed it. But how about you just didn't touch it? If what they're claiming about spinning Earth, it would move on its own. The way that, the entire experiment, quote unquote, is described, you wouldn't even have to touch it.
I got a question.
Go ahead, Darth.
So just regarding what you guys were talking about earlier, are there other planets, or were you guys just saying that we're not allowed to talk about other planets?
Like I said, what we can verify. Okay, so can you actually go to space and verify other planets? Can you personally?
No.
No. So that's a good question to ask, but it's nothing that is verifiable. Plus, if you actually do the research, you can't have space because you cannot have gas pressure without a container. That's the second law of thermodynamic.
So just like a follow-up question. Like I went on like a vacation like a couple years ago, and I went to an observatory, and
Oh
like
yeah, I love
they
observatories.
yeah, they made us like look through a telescope, and like we could see Saturn. So like what exactly was I seeing if that wasn't Saturn then?
So we have to say that they are lights in the sky. Okay, because we really cannot test them at all. What you're optically looking through is multiple devices to see that light in the sky look that way. Correct? You're looking through multiple glass pieces to magnify that light in the sky, right? So you're
Yeah.
manipulating it to zoom in. And what about that device? Who made the device?
I mean, like I don't know, but it
I
wasn't
see
one of
I
those
see a
like big
light that
telescopes.
flickers. I'm going to show you what I see every time I look up there, okay? I'm going to post it in here. This is Mars to me. Okay? Here
Where are you posting
it's
this?
loading. It's loading in the live stream. Give it just
Live stream.
I actually posted it in the lobby, but I'll post it in live stream too. Cuz this is Mars through I believe it's a P900, okay? And they zoom in very very well, very well. So you're telling me that Mars
It's not in focus though, but I mean,
I know,
I
I
don't
know.
lie. That's not
I
in
know.
focus.
This is just what I'm saying that I see when I
Alright.
zoom in to it.
Could I share an image?
Yes. Well,
I obviously this is not exactly what I saw, but like this is what like it just upload failed. Never mind. But
hold on.
I'll tell you what though, when I see Mars with the naked eye, it looks red. But you know, if you zoom in on it, but that's out of focus on a
I
zoom.
completely agree.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Go ahead and post it. I gave you the role.
I don't understand.
Okay.
Shut up, Alexa.
I don't understand.
So this is like roughly what I saw. It looks more clear than that like Mars image you sent. That's
yes.
So you're saying there's some altering with the telescope that I was looking through?
I don't know. I can't tell you. I'm just throwing out stuff because I really can't verify it.
Well, I have a question. So do flat earthers believe that the moon is flat or a sphere?
I'll show you another thing. Hold on. I'll show you another thing. We got many things.
This is so fun, isn't it, Justin?
I love it. I love it because it really is enticing. It really is. They're not here to hurt us. They're not here to argue with us. They're actually asking us questions. There you go. So this is the concept. Okay, that we, of course, as flat earthers and everyone can. You see a circle in the sky, right? Do you actually see a globe, though?
No, you only see one side.
Truly?
One side.
Okay. So now look at that concept right there. That's a plate. That's just a plate. He just pulled a plate out of his cabinet. And he colored it, of course, with the moon. You know. That's actually a plate going inside water and outside water, doing the phases of the moon.
So are we surrounded by water?
That's the key thing, or if you want to go biblical. Okay,
Well,
we
it's
can,
like,
of course, a little bit. But.
Oftentimes, people will say, "Well, wouldn't you fall off the edge of Earth if the Earth was flat?"
Yeah.
Well, it's like, can you fall off the edge of a lake?
There you go.
So
The
like,
answer is no. You can't fall off the edge of a lake. You actually, when you're out in the middle of the lake and you swim to the shore, then you're just like, oh, thank God, I don't have to fucking move anymore. I don't have to swim anymore. I'm right on the edge of the lake.
True. So regarding like Jupiter, if that really exists,
Wait,
like when you
Jupiter? Are you?
Well, the light.
Yeah,
does.
yeah, of course. Yeah, the light Jupiter, yes. And to be honest, at different times of year, you can see the moons of Jupiter moving around it. Yeah, I mean it's freaking maybe around or behind or whatever. But it really, we only see it 2D, from our perspective.
like at certain points you could see the whatever the red spot is called, and then at certain other times you can't, which means it went behind.
Yeah, but that's not true. I've never seen it without the red spot, without the spot.
Sparkly to me.
Oh
Well,
well,
I'm
I'm just
saying
saying. I'm just saying that. Well, they call it the Eye of Jupiter, right? I've never seen it without the Eye of Jupiter. I've seen the moons of Jupiter move, in different positions, but I've never seen Jupiter without the Eye of Jupiter, which would supposedly be on the other side, right? Because it's spinning. I've never seen images of Jupiter like which what I thought was the real, a real
So
image
can I
from a real
step in for
telescope
just
of
a minute?
Jupiter. Yeah, well, let me finish my point. I've never seen Jupiter without the eye, from our perspective. I've seen the moons in different positions, but I've never seen Jupiter without the eye.
I sent a picture in the live stream thing.
Mhm.
Is the one I sent, like I think it got pushed up now. Is that
So
then
that's
fake?
good. Like I said, that's good. It's really, really good. But what I sent? Look at what I sent. So you can't tell anything about any of those circles, like until they actually touch the circle, right? So how can you tell me that picture you posted is a globe that we can navigate to and put humans on?
Well, I'm just talking about the fact that it looks different. Like if it was a plate, you'd only see the same image the whole time.
No, look at the next picture down. What are you talking about? You
Oh, okay.
cannot tell me that it's a globe when I just showed you the next picture down. The only globe that is in that shot that I put is at the very end, and you cannot tell.
And
Yeah.
what Twadwazzle posted right here in the live stream voice text, it's the exact same photo. What they're claiming is they're claiming that that's in 2016 they claim that's Aurora Borealis on Jupiter. And it's the same exact image, and they added some blue swirls on top. And this is from NASA, because I already researched this shit, a couple of years ago. It's the same exact image, and they put some blue swirls on top from NASA.gov.
How am I flat?
And look where the fucking storm is. Same exact place, little bit different color, same fucking image.
Damn.
Yeah. So then, like, what are the theories about like the galaxy and like beyond?
Just what stories they can come up with and make your mind just go trippy, because you are literally unique. They don't want you to believe that. They want you to think that you're a speck on a speck on a speck on a speck of endless specks in the universe of
Don't wanna
speckness.
see you winning.
Okay? So if you want to believe that, go right ahead. But I'm not a speck. I'm not a monkey. I'm not going to follow like a sheep.
How the Flat Boys doing tonight?
Great.
We got some new people in, just
Doing pretty good,
doing some
thank you,
flat
bro.
smacking.
Hell
Looking
yeah.
pretty good today.
Smoke them if you got them.
Can I answer some of them questions?
Yes,
I want to
please.
answer the question about the galaxy. Yeah, and the theories. I'll be real quick. Okay, so every time there's a problem with the heliocentric model, they have to patch the model with the ad hoc theory, which is like an on the spot postulation. Well, what if it's this, right? So if you look at cosmological constant problem, what it leads to is dark matter because the gravity equations don't work at the galactic level. According to Michio Kaku, they spin 10 times too fast, and this would make the stars fly off because there's not enough gravitation. And in reality, they should fly off if we're under the gravity model. So what they did is they said, maybe, what if you can imagine, there's all this dark matter in the galaxy that's causing enough gravitation to hold the stars together. So gravity breaks down at the galactic level, so they come up with the dark matter theory, right? And then they say that there's dark energy, right? That's another theory. And it's them trying to explain why the universe is expanding so fast. Where does it get the energy to keep expanding? Right? And then they come up with other theories, like because there's the fine-tuning problem, the universe exists at only the frequency that would produce life. So they say, well, there must be multi-universes. So they come up with a multiverse theory to where there's all these different universes, and none of these things you can test. You can't verify them. They don't even pass the first step of the scientific method, which is observe a natural phenomenon, but it's touted as science, right? And we call these things pseudoscience. Pseudoscience is the things that people believe are science and derived from the scientific method, but they're actually not. They're not actual natural science.
I remember my teacher was telling me about this today.
Excellent. So we have pseudoscience everywhere, all over the place with this globe model. Because in actuality, none of it is scientific, right? This is all just a mathematical model with zero science to back it up. So when we say like the theory of gravity, we don't call it the scientific theory of gravity because we can't manipulate the bending and warping of space-time and see the effects of the gravity, right? All we see is that when you drop your cell phone, it breaks on the concrete. Well, you might say, why, right? That would be an intelligent question instead of saying, oh, it's gravity. Well, why does it drop? Why does it fall? Well, A, you added energy to it by picking it up and then letting it go. So you're the first cause. The second cause is, in reality, your cell phone is made of, earthy materials, rare earth minerals, and glass. So it's far more dense in the atmosphere. So there's no way that the atmosphere is going to produce enough buoyant force to keep it from falling, right? And this is called specific gravity. So if you Google the term specific gravity, you'll see that this is a well-known thing, and this is actually testable. You can actually put this through the scientific method, and it's actually better than what they say about Einstein because you can't test any of that stuff at all.
Chris, you have a question?
I do indeed. So, just like wondering, so how, like, obviously, different, like, for example, like the summer in the United States corresponds like the winter in Australia, right? So, all right, so let's think about this, right? So the sun rays, which are like almost perfectly parallel, right? They strike Earth at like different angles during different parts of the year. But if the Earth was flat, wouldn't the sun rays always come in like at the same angle? Meaning that, like, for example, like the USA, Australia, Italy, and like Argentina, wouldn't they all experience the seasons the same exact way?
The answer is no. So you say in your model, what causes the seasons is the angle at what the sunlight hits the Earth. And we say, and we don't have a model, but we say it's more likely the proximity of the sun and what you call the hemisphere. So, for example, during the Tropic of Cancer, during the summer, the sun is over the Tropic of Cancer, and during the winter, it's over the Tropic of Cancer, Capricorn. I may have got those confused. And on both equinoxes, which happens twice a year, it's directly over the equator. So it would make sense that the equator would be the hottest part of the Earth, and then the tropics would be like, a little bit cooler. And then the further you go away from those two areas, the cooler it's going to be. Well, the sun, it kind of goes back and forth in between the two tropics once every 6 months. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what about how there's two equinoxes, right? Like the spring is like warmer than the fall equinox. Like the fall equinox for me was like pretty cold. So if the sun was like equal for both of them, wouldn't it be like the same temperature on the equinoxes?
Well, it really depends because it's a dynamic system. So if it was a colder year, then no. If it was a hotter year, then no. But if it was, pretty moderate, then yes. So this year seemed cooler to me, right? And we're in the beginning of a grand solar minimum, so it's going to keep getting cooler and cooler, despite the claims of global warming. It's actually getting cooler, and the ice sheets are getting bigger, despite what you might hear on the news. And that's another thing. If you understand how logical fallacies work, when they say like 97% of scientists believe this, that's like appeal to majority, right? That's a logical fallacy. That doesn't make it true. And if you look at all the logical fallacies and you start listening to what people say about the globe Earth model, there's a lot of fallacies and assumptions. Like the guy earlier said that light comes down, like a 90-degree angle. In reality, it doesn't. Like it comes down in all sorts of angles because there's the atmosphere. So when the sun hits the atmosphere, what does it do? It refracts and goes all kinds of different directions. Light attenuation, all sorts of things happen. So it's really difficult to say light comes down at a perfect 90-degree angle.
I have another question. So, just wondering, right? So in order for, let me think about this, just to make sure I get this right. So is there any proof that the angles of Polaris equal latitude on a flat Earth? Because theoretically, in order to have, like, I feel like the geometry on a flat Earth would be impossible. Because if you think about it, like
So
there's I need like sufficient proof that the angles of Polaris equal latitude on a flat Earth.
I'm gonna post a rock that you can go to and you can look through it every single day, 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and you will always be able to see the Polaris through it. So give me just a moment. I will show you that.
All right, so to address what you said, so for everyone else, I'm going to explain. So I live in Texas at the 33rd parallel, and if I measure Polaris, it's going to be 33 degrees above the horizon. If someone else lives at 20, it's going to be at 20. All the way to you go right under it, and it's going to be directly over your head, even though that's never been done. That's what's supposed to happen. So I haven't done it. I can't verify that. But think about this. Let's say you put a drone over your head, right? So you have a DJI drone, right? It's a really high powerful drone. It can fly for 30 minutes. So it takes off over your head. It's directly over your head, and then you move it towards the horizon. Like as it gets closer to the horizon, it's going to appear to go further and further and further down. It's going to appear to be setting like the sun. And eventually it's going to disappear, right? Because you don't have eagle eyes or owl eyes, you can't see forever. So it's going to disappear into the horizon. And when this happens, right, it's going to be like the star who went too far because you're on the other side of the equator, right? But you really didn't move anywhere. The thing isn't like below your feet, like or anything like that. It's just it went too far. It's out of range. It's out of your perspective. So now you fly the drone around in front of you, right, like a mile away, and then you come back around the other side, and now it's behind you, so you turn around and you see it, and it's right there at the horizon, and then it's going to fly like above your head, and then you're going to land it and put a new battery in it. So it's just like the stars. It's a matter of perspective. If you can imagine like a really big box store, like a Sam's Club. So you go in through automotive, right? And the lights that are above your head, they're not the same lights when you go to the other side of the store. So I hope this answers your question. I think you were talking about, does the position of Polaris prove the sphericity of the Earth? Was that your question?
Yeah.
I have another question. So like, what are your guys' like theories or like about like the position of the sun and the moon, like in relation to the Earth? Like, are they just directly above?
Well, they relatively smaller and closer. But go ahead, Hank.
So then, I'll just follow up also. So how would like a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse work then?
Good questions. Good questions. But what truly is in the sky? What can you verify that actually is in the sky? Can you
Sun and the
verify
moon.
everything in the sky?
Well, I mean, the last solar eclipse that was visible from where I live, like I saw it.
I was in the 100% totality as well, and it was very awesome too. But we are talking about Cillian effect, the Cillian eclipse. You know what that is?
Selenelion.
Selenian. Okay, so
Selenelian.
Before
you get to
Selenelian.
Y'all gotta go back to English class.
I have a video for that on my channel.
It's just
for fuck's sake!
Man,
Before
fuck
you
the
get
Earth,
to
man. Let's form some sentences.
Hello.
All right, Quantum Racer. Go ahead,
Before you
QE.
get to the Selenelian, he said that he seen the eclipse that was 2017, correct? Right around there.
Yeah.
How big was the diameter of the shadow?
I don't know.
Oh man, there's no such thing as the shadow when it comes to all that. But anyway,
All I know is I saw
the
the
trick
moon go in front of
question.
the sun,
On
and
the
it was dark
ground.
for a while.
Wasn't it 70 miles in diameter?
Path of totality is what they call it, right?
Path of totality was 70 miles. What's the radius of the moon? Allegedly.
All be figured out.
Anyone know? Radius of the moon.
Shit, radius of the moon. Oh, that's
the radius
I
of
don't
the
talk
moon
about it.
is
it's about
1,079.6
smaller than
miles.
the Earth.
But 1,080 miles.
So, I'm sorry, we go with the diameter. So all you have to do is times that by 2.
Sure.
Didn't you fucking just say the radius?
Yeah, sorry. We could just go with, I'm sorry, diameter, because I said the diameter was 70 mile shadow. The radius or the diameter of the moon, just to keep everything all in same unit.
Yeah, 2160, yeah.
2160. How do you get a smaller shadow?
By using a converging light source.
Well, my question is not really about the shadow. It's just about what I saw. If that's not what happened.
Well, that's the problem. Well, see, in your heliocentric Baltard religion, then it should have been a bigger diameter shadow.
It's a fucking aggressive way to put that.
Say
So
again?
then what happened then instead?
What I don't know. All I know is what the heliocentric Baltard religion says is not what's happening.
Hey,
That's
check
what I
this.
know.
On that point, we all experience the same exact thing. How it's interpreted is the question.
Well, like,
did y'all have a full moon last night?
No, let's not go away from this. How do you
No,
get
no.
a 70? How do you get a 70-mile diameter shadow from a diameter of the moon at 2159?
Distance?
Distance. Is that your
Increased
answer?
distance?
Distance. Distance of what?
Where is the shadow you were talking of?
On the Earth.
Okay.
Hold on, wait, we were talking about the path of totality, across North America, leading from Oregon to North Carolina. Right. Are we talking about the same eclipse?
I'm thinking.
Yeah, are we talking about the same total
17.
eclipse to the people? Yeah, it was last year.
I'm talking about the 2017 one.
No, I think
you bring
the last total eclipse was last year. I think. Anyway, so it doesn't really matter. We're talking about the path of totality, where people experience the total eclipse.
Yes, 70-mile diameter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how can an object that's what is that 30?
And I never thought of that, Quantum. Smaller? Thank you for putting that in my head.
Yep.
I truly never thought of that. The shadow. Why would the shadow only be 70 miles? What the hell are we thinking? What the hell are we thinking? What the hell? Dude, it should be over 200. Fuck, man.
Well, it's really more about the critical thought of what it's like. If you compare what they tell us about the size of Earth, size of Sun, distance, and all that, so you compare that, what they claim about it is completely impossible. And I think that's what QE is trying to do.
Exactly.
They say the sun is so big and so far away. And when you look at the distance, they say between the Earth and the Moon is 200,000 something miles, 250,000 miles. But the distance from the Earth to the Sun is 93 million miles, and this distance make the distance from the Earth to the Moon look like so small that you're looking through the side walls of a needle, sewing needle.
How can the diameter of the shadow be 30 times smaller than the diameter of the actual moon?
It's just so great. That right there that should just blow people's minds right there.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to interrupt. Sorry.
No, that was beautiful. Thank you. You blew my mind.
Oh, yeah. You came in at the right time and brought the right point right there, Quantum Racer, man. That's good stuff.
You guys could get into Selenelion, but I mean, why? He already brought up the topic. He said, I was just wanted to stay right with his topic. He said, how would it work? Well, it's definitely not working with the heliocentric ball target. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I got the whole shadow explanation, but
the Selenians freaking nail in the coffin, but even their explanation of the solar eclipse is complete bullshit as well.
Yeah,
just falls right down on
in the Selenelion, for example, the moon, before it goes dark, the moon turns full red, not lower light source. Its light doesn't diminish, it just turns red.
I thought I heard somebody said they had an explanation for the shadow. Please, the floor is yours.
Wasn't that Alex? Please, Alex.
Somebody had an explanation for the shadow?
I do not have an explanation for the shadow.
Oh, it wasn't
really?
you? Okay.
Somebody said it. Who said it?
So, well, it's not me, but since no one's talking, just to get something like clarified earlier, then like I get the whole shadow explanation, but when this eclipse or whatever happens, what do people see when they look at the sky? Not like anything about the shadow, like what exactly is happening when you look up and see that the sun is getting blocked out.
Your guess is as good as mine, bro. But
So
it's definitely not the moon occulting the sun.
So then, like, why hasn't there ever been like a theory or whatever about the sun going in front of the moon?
All right, check this out. Every time there's a solar eclipse, the moon is in a new moon phase, right? The answer is yes. I mean, you can look it up. It's always yes. Yes, definitely. When there's a solar eclipse, the moon is in a new moon phase, right?
Yeah.
Now, if the moon is a physical body, why can't we detect it approaching the sun in any spectrum of light or anything like that? And even on top of that, if the moon is in new moon phase, why can we never find the moon with any type of spectrum of light, ultraviolet or anything? With any type of ultraviolet telescope or anything. Where's the moon when it's in a new moon phase? But every time you have a total solar eclipse, it's the moon is always in a new moon phase. Why can't we find that physical body that's approaching the sun? Why can't we ever find it until it actually starts eclipsing the sun or occulting the sun? If it's a physical body, we should be able to detect it.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, it's a really good point.
Okay, yeah, that's all my questions.
I have a question. So I think I heard something about like gravity being really inconsistent, right? So do you guys have like a place that I could go where like gravity be less, so I could like bench a lot? Because like
gravity's not a thing. Are you a big fan of gravity? Do you want gravity to be real, and then you want to find somewhere
no.
where
I
you
just
can
heard,
reinforce
I
your
just heard
belief in gravity?
I just heard like the whole
I can answer that
9.8
question.
thing, and then I heard that
if you want to know where you can go,
less or more.
Yeah,
so I was wondering like
Yeah.
where could I go where gravity would be less, so I
got
could
it.
bench more.
I got your answer. I got your answer. If you were to, and I don't recommend this, but if you were to jump and dive into a pool of mercury, right, you'll be able to bench press a lot because anvils, right, float in mercury.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean like realistically, like above
Yeah, there's
ground.
no gravity. Yep, no gravity realistically. Yep.
Well, I mean,
gravity,
like above ground. Gravity is an excuse for basically weight.
Balls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and Newtonian.
No, it's not.
Well, all right, go ahead, QE.
No, it's not. Not Newtonian mechanics has been debunked 160.
Yeah, I was about to say. I mean, I was about to correct myself. Go ahead, QE.
Yeah, weight. There is no weight in Einsteinian general theory.
Well, there's weight on Earth, though, isn't there?
There is no weight with gravity with Einsteinian.
Oh no, but there is weight. I weigh something. When I stand on a scale, I weigh something.
Oh yeah, that's what they told you. What's weight?
Okay. I don't know, man. I have to use it as a
Exactly.
measure.
I don't know what weight is.
What is weight? So
I have a
what's weight
question real quick.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I was wondering like why does the anvil float on the mercury then? Because like what I learned, it was like
that's
the amount of
density.
fluid. Yeah, the amount of fluid that was being displaced is equal to the buoyancy of it is equal to the amount of fluid getting displaced. But if nothing has weight, then how is it pushing back up against it?
What's weight?
Hold on.
You said that there wasn't weight, right?
No, what's weight? Define it.
Like weight.
Yep.
Yeah, it's weight. Like it's heavy.
Well, weight's weight. Great.
Weight is weight.
Yeah. And you can like change
That's a
how
great
much
argument.
you want and stuff.
That's a
yeah, because I was just wondering like regularly like where on earth could I go? Like for my original question.
I was wondering what weight is. You still haven't told me.
Yeah, let's talk about that because I'm actually really
It really
curious
needs
about
to be answered.
this. Yeah, I mean,
no. I just want to answer my question. Like where on earth could I go to bench more?
It seems to me that
the question of weight needs to be answered first before you can go over weight.
Oh, I'm already overweight.
Yeah, me too.
That's a good one.
But is it weight pressure? I mean, it could be pressure. On a scale.
No,
it's not pressure on a scale.
Over that. So what's weight in the heliocentric ball tard spinning space monkey?
Hold on. What's weight in the non-spinning ball tard religion?
Oh man,
it's not. It's not defined there.
Okay. Well, how is it? All right. So there's no definition for weight in the
There
non-spinning
it
ball
is.
tard religion.
I just posted it, and then I'm going to destroy it right
All right,
after.
cool,
but
cool.
85 people want to get in there before I get it.
Cool.
Well, I'm sorry you got in the middle of an animated emoji war. My
Oh,
bad.
yes. Guess we're going to have to stop playing with the emojis now at Quantum Erasers in town.
Get this out of here.
Yeah, we got you. We'll quit.
Took me less than 3 seconds to post the other one, but nope, 3-4 posts are in there before I get it. All right, there you go. So whoever was talking about weight, I just defined it for you. You should have known what it was, but so first shows calculating weight, Newton's second law of motion, F equal ma, right?
How do you get
so
G?
Substituting W for F and G.
Oh,
for
it's like the
A.
Newton's gravitational constant.
I thought I was right in the middle of explaining this. Your fairy tale. So just wait a second, it'll be over quick. So I'll start over.
Yeah, I want to
Calculating
hear
weight.
this one.
Okay. So Newton's second law of motion says F equal ma. In the case of an object at the Earth's surface, the force of gravity, yeah, right, on its own is its own weight. That's fucking stupid. So substituting W for F and G for A and F equal ma leads to W equal mg. Mg love you long time, right? But then you got a problem.
Love you long time.
Yeah. Then you got a problem. You see the rut row shaggy? Even though the law F equal ma is false from Richard Feynman. So being that mg love you long time, mg is F equal ma's progeny, and F equal ma is false, then guess what happens to W equal mg? It is therefore false.
Hey, when you stand on a scale, QE, do you weigh something?
You should have let that sink in. There should have been a silence after that, like a period.
I know, but I'm an asshole, so everybody knows that.
Well, I know, but that we all get on a scale to measure something, so that's kind of an asinine question.
Okay, so we're all weight less. Is there such thing as weight?
You asking me?
No, you weigh nothing, man. You're not 280. They've been lying to you your whole fucking life.
You're not 280.
I
Fuck it. You
might
don't
end up
need a
being
diet. That burger you're eating, that don't weigh shit either.
I ain't eating no burgers, but
And them fries, that apple pie. Don't lie.
Hey, my share of food.
That burger's not a quarter pounder. No.
But I mean, we use weight to measure things. You know,
it's just a man-made. It's just a man-made convention. We also use meters. Right?
Well,
that's all it is. It's just a convention.
Yeah,
You go by it.
It's called a unit of measure. Yep.
Yeah.
Sure, it's a natural function of where we exist.
Not function, no. I'm gonna tear apart every word you use to try and twist what's being said.
Okay, so
it's
I'm
a
actually,
unit of measure.
I'm trying to learn.
Where do you
maybe
get a
I'm
function?
missing where I'm missing the point. You know, because I know gravity is not a thing.
Oh my God, it's not defined in relativity. I think he was clear about that with his post.
Did I say that? I didn't say that.
No, that's the point. You said you're trying to understand the fucking point. There it is. Bam, you missed it again. Twice you missed it. You could go back and read QE's post.
Or you
pretty
could play
sure
this from Veritasium.
Rewind the channel.
No, you can play that right there from Veritasium. Somebody could play that over the loudspeaker.
Oh yeah.
Can you play that? It's real short. It's only a couple minutes.
All right.
How do you
so
play that?
on
It's an attack
Earth,
of the cause of weight.
well,
Not the
check
unit
this out.
measure of it.
On Earth, prior to a lot of these, I know you guys are getting frustrated with me.
It's all right.
On this, in this understanding, like the scales of justice, halls of justice, painted green, money talking. I mean, but doesn't matter. Scales is like you put a little bit
Stuff
on this
has
side,
weight,
you put a little
yeah.
bit on that side, right? That's
Stuff has
weight,
weight.
right?
It's a unit of measure. So the cause is what's being addressed here. Come on, man.
Okay, so well, I'm not even addressing the cause because
That
there
was
is
the point.
okay. Well, whatever. I guess
That was Quantum's point.
Well, what's the definition of weight? I guess
That's what he fucking asked.
I
Define
know.
weight.
I know.
Are
I get
asking,
it.
yes.
What do I got to take your hand and walk you through this point by point, word by word?
Walk me through the poppy fields,
please.
down the yellow brick road.
Can you guarantee me you won't get stoned as we enter the poppy fields and lose track of the fucking conversation?
All right, I'm sorry I fucked this up, guys. But
Welcome
anyway,
if you
that's
got
funny.
'em.
Smoke, we got them. Anyway, no, I get it. I get it.
Did we obfuscate far enough from
Christian?
the point that everybody forgot what
No
the point was?
problem.
The
He
point
will,
is
but-
weight's
At the end
not
of the
clearly
day,
defined by any
yeah,
theory of gravity.
I see what you're saying now, and yeah, I just wanted to clarify that for myself and for people that might.
And
not.
we think hyper specific points hit home so hard, but this one goes way in left field. How is that? Quantum?
If somebody could play that Veritasium, that would be.
I know.
I've been trying to, but I don't know how to actually play that link in the bot. That's just.
And now back to
It's a
you,
download.
Quantum Eraser with Flat Earth Gravity 101.
So no one can play that. That's definite bummer for.
Can you copy the link?
That's what I'm trying to. I don't understand.
How do you play a download?
All right, let's try this because
Oh,
I played it. On
well,
the last-
if you have a download,
Yeah, if
in-
you have a link to your YouTube, then we can
no,
play.
no.
Copy.
If you
I
have
have a
a
soundboard. I have a soundboard. I could download it and play it for you guys if you want.
If it sounds good.
It's gonna sound all right. I'm pretty sure.
All right. Okay, we'll try it then.
We'll give it a shot. Let's
Give it a
see.
shot. Yes.
Yeah. Let me download it real fast. Hopefully,
think
it's
I've
not
got
a
it, guys.
Trojan
you're
or
not
forums.
gonna be able to use the bot. To
No, it won't be.
Yeah. I got a
It's MP3.
soundboard of my own. You know. I got
I
a
think I've
soundboard.
got it. I'm
Okay,
about
well,
to
if you
load
have
it
a
in the
soundboard,
bot.
you can do
Quantum's trying to put malware on
If
all
you
of our
can
computers.
copy the link, I don't know why we couldn't use it on the bot, and you can copy the link to the download.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
that's what I'm
copy the
trying to
link
do.
to the download and play it on the bot. That's what I was
According to the general theory of relativity,
there it is.
gravity is not a
Just like
force.
that.
There are no gravitational fields. Gravity is kind of an illusion.
What the hell did you just say?
Gravity is kind of an illusion.
It's funny.
In general relativity, there is no mystery. All objects appear to fall the same way because, well, they're not accelerating.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark. Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
Gravity is just like that force. It doesn't actually exist.
Say what?
But in general relativity, there is no gravitational force.
That's a fun baby
There
laugh.
is no gravitational field. Gravitational fields do not exist.
Prepare yourself.
Ball-tards.
In standard Newtonian physics, we draw your weight force, the force of gravity pushing you down, and the normal force from the floor
The
pushing
weight
you up.
force.
We say these forces are equal and opposite, so there's no net force on you, so you are not accelerating. But in general relativity, gravity is not a force. You have no weight, so the only force on you are these normal forces pushing you up. Gravity
with
is
the
not a
pushing,
force.
it's done.
Gravity
there
was
are
down.
no gravitational fields. You have no weight. Well, they're not accelerating. Gravity is kind of an illusion. Gravity is just like that force. It doesn't actually exist.
Hello, baby.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird.
That's it.
That was so easy to play, man. I wonder what the dilemma was.
Hey, man. Hey, man.
If you can copy the link.
Okay, we'll do that next time.
Okay, well, I guess Christian wants to ask a question.
Just wondering, would you guys say Antarctica is a continent? Because isn't it? Don't you guys believe it's like a giant wall of ice surrounding the flat
No.
disk Earth?
No, not all people believe that.
That's it for gravity, then, I
Antarctica is gravity.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Why are people talking shit saying, "Oh, he's just drunk"? Shut up, Helio.
Bro,
Ooh.
Helio. You just said Antarctica is gravity.
I know.
Like, I really want these people to believe you.
I did
when
that
you
on
say
purpose
that, man.
because people are
Chill
just
out.
being crazy.
Next, there's going to be
haven't
like
you ever had a bad
there's
day,
a
man?
there's a gravity ice wall.
Yeah, just so everybody knows, Helio is off the rocker a little bit tonight. Nobody believes
Helio,
that
take your
Antarctica
meds,
is
bro.
gravity.
Well, he didn't go to bed
Helio,
last night.
I still love you, brother. Don't
And he
listen to
worked all day. So what's that ring with the superfluid cooling that shows magnetic levitation? So it wouldn't be furthest from a demonstratable.
locking.
Oh no, I thought I covered it with magnetic levitation.
Yeah, that's quantum
Okay.
locking. Yeah, that's how they call it.
No.
How would you explain the world's highest free fall by Felix? This is what Darth Ninja Clone is asking.
Yeah, I would like to do that one.
So,
I want to know whatever that means too.
Who's
Yeah,
going to take
Felix
it?
went up and- I was trying to. Am I coming in good?
Go ahead, Hank.
Thank you, sir. So Felix went up in a hot air balloon, right? So he defied gravity for 128,000 feet because of buoyancy. And when he got up there, he made the really intelligent decision of deciding that he better come back down so he doesn't die up there. So he jumped. And the reason that he fell, not because of gravity, but because the atmosphere up there is so thin, there's no way that it can hold him up. So he began to sink, much like a rock would in a glass of water. And as he sank, he started to spin out of control because he couldn't get enough friction to stabilize his fall, and he spun. And it caused him to lose consciousness because of the triple force that he experienced while he was spinning. He didn't stop spinning so fast until he reached the part of the atmosphere where it became thick enough to cause enough friction for him to regain consciousness. Then he can control his descent by spreading out his limbs and falling in a certain way that stabilized his descent. And he slowed down to terminal velocity because of the atmosphere, the medium that he's in. And then he fell to Earth. But the most important thing to remember is that Neil deGrasse Tyson said at 128,000 feet that it would look flat up there. Yet so many people believe in the curvature because they saw the curved glass on the airplane fuselage because it's aerodynamic. Did that explain it good enough?
Yeah.
I saw that live, by the way, on a cell phone.
Also, when
That's
you look
when
at the
I really
video,
started questioning things. Go ahead.
also when you look at the video, you can truly see that he's not as high as they say he is, and Earth truly looks flat the whole time. I mean, there's the video of it. I just posted it. It's a 360 view as well. You can like drag it around and everything. It's pretty fun. But whoops, that's this underwater space. Very sorry.
Yeah, especially that shot when he opens up the cabin and you can see outside.
Let me get that. I posted the wrong one. Damn it.
Yeah, when you open up that shot and you can see it, from the inside of the cabin, you can see like it's flat and stationary at eye level, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, I can't believe
At
they showed that.
128,000 feet.
Here you go. The first one is at the very beginning. The second one is I put it at 4 minutes because you actually get to see Earth concaved.
Which proves they were using a wide-angled lens camera,
very
those
wide
fisheye lens.
Yep.
So these are good for surveillance, right? So you can see more of the actual events going
Area.
on, angles and area, right? Thank you. Good for taking a picture of fat people up close, and not really good for depicting reality in the way that reality presents itself because of the distortion that you see in these kind of lenses. Makes flat things look round and flat things look concave too.
I have a question. Like, if gravity was not to exist, then how would atmospheric layers stay in place together if they're held together by gravity on like a globe model?
Gas pressure does not come
Well, you should
along
just address that.
like
Listen,
an ideal
first
gas.
off, nobody said gravity didn't exist. The point of the conversation earlier was the cause of weight. The cause. That would address the cause of gravity. Nobody's saying gravity doesn't exist. We're saying the standard model cause doesn't. Christ, why do you
But
people miss
what he
you
asked,
people miss the argument just like other people? That's why I'm directing it back to the point. You don't have a cause. You haven't established a cause and effect relationship. It's not about that gravity don't exist bullshit, and I'm tired of flat earthers arguing it. They miss the fucking point every time you do that for 3 damn hours and give presuppositions for other fucking models.
battle mode, but he was
I agree with you.
His question was addressing
It
the
started
cause
with
for
if
gas pressure
gravity doesn't
gradient.
exist.
Exactly.
So it
If
was based on a false dichotomy.
It's not related to gravity. Yeah, he was attributing gas
It was
pressure
prefaced.
gradient to
It was
gravity,
prefaced
and
with
it's not
gravity.
the cause of
His
it.
unknown cause of gravity causes something else. We shouldn't
This
even
only
argue it.
shows that he's not aware. He's not aware with the definition of gas pressure and
We don't have to
second law of
argue all that.
thermodynamics.
Yeah, we don't have to argue about that. Hey, I just noticed that there is some new people in here. If you would like to go up to the voice check-in and lobby up there, there's a few people already in there. You will get a role, and then you can start speaking in here. But we need to have you verified before you can start speaking. So please join the voice verification lobby up there, the VC check-in one, and then you can get your voice verification role. Thank you.
I think Darth Ninja Clone, did you have other questions? Because you had a question about a telescope. You want to ask it to the
That was already
in the
answered,
voice?
kind of. But I
Oh,
have
okay.
another
I
question,
missed it. Sorry, I wasn't listening. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Like I saw like the videos of the spacewalks and like everything like underwater, like that whole like simulation thing. Like what are you guys' like opinions on like the space like station or like how like GPSs work and things like that? If
Okay, so here's the thing. You see that thing in the sky they call the ISS. People have taken a picture of it, right? That thing's supposed to be going 17,500 miles an hour. Where's the motion blur? But not only that, how do you know that thing you see in the sky called the ISS, how do you know it's as big as they say it is and as far away as they say it is? How do you verify that? But not only that, How do you know that when you turn on your computer and you see the NASA people with hairspray in their hair and they're floating around in space, or they're wearing some sort of Hollywood wire like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon? How do you know that that is taking place on that thing that you see in the sky?
I think something that you brought up, Hank, just you said motion. Where's the motion blur, right?
Yeah. You see an object moving 17,500 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, we're all familiar with like live streaming and stuff, and yeah, where's the motion blur? That's a good point. But they, we all know, with anything
Very
from
important,
quote unquote space is never live streamed. I mean, the motion blur, they wouldn't even be able to make that happen. Even if you understood, the physical properties, the digital, physical, freaking that you could not do that. Motion blur. Anyway, I know you guys are freaking I see people making fun of me in chat and shit, whatever. But yeah, you're exactly right, Hank. I mean, the motion blur thing would be a very major problem for people. Just like, oh, this is live. That shit ain't live. You're not watching live space videos. If you think that shit's real, you're just. I'll take everyone's advice and I'll mute tonight. Continue, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think the main thing the people that are new to this, you have to understand. We realize that it can be overwhelming. You have to just kind of rethink and about the sources of information and the information that you've been given and whether it's reliable or not. Basically, you're just taking people's word for it that these different things exist, and you may be like many of us were and assumed, oh yes, this globe model that must be settled science. There must be proof of this, right? Because that's why Hank started out asking you, has curvature ever been verified scientifically? Answer, no. Has rotation ever been verified scientifically? Answer, no. So you're just taking these people's words for it. The further you get into the subject, the more you see, the huge amount of fraud that's existing in this area. So you have a choice going forward. I mean, you can continue to believe in the kind of fairy tale delusion promoted by the mass media, or you can start taking this earth and this world at face value, the way it actually presents itself to you in reality. You can do what many of us have done and try to go out and make a long distance observation for yourself, because, I don't think we got into the long distance observations or laser tests with these new people that are in here, but basically put into the live stream voice text a link to a large number of observations that were gathered in our Flat Earth wiki, each of which are impossible on a globe of the dimensions claimed. It only takes one of these observations, which are well documented and which you could go out and repeat for yourself, to show that the globe model's a failure. And yet we have, thousands of observations, a whole bunch of laser tests, and so on, that show that this completely mathematical and theoretical model that you've never observed and experienced does not actually describe the reality where we live. So it's up to you if you want to continue to just believe what you see on your TV screen and take reality, if you want to, just like in the Matrix movie. I mean, you can continue to live in the delusion if you wish, no problem. Much probably more convenient that way. You don't have to actually answer for anything or use your brain too much. Or you can start exploring the real world and see where it leads you.
Hey, but the Matrix also, yeah, that was brilliant. Yes, I love that. But the Matrix also gives, another level of experience that is I won't say it's false because you still experience it, right? But it's just it's the different level of experience, which is not real.
See, here's the rub, right? In the 1940s, Orson Welles, Mars Attacks, people believed it because they heard it on the radio. They thought Martians had actually landed on the Earth, right? Because people tend to believe what they hear, right? People are easy to trick, very hard to fool them if they've been tricked, right? And it's no different, right? In the 1960s, they started the moon program or the Apollo program, right? And people believed what they saw because this time they saw it and heard it, right? So schizophrenics, they usually don't have both audio and visual hallucinations at the same time, right? It's usually they just hear stuff. Well, this time, this is audio and visual, right? So they really believed it because they saw it, right? And they get the picture of the blue marble from the Apollo mission. That was the first so-called photograph. I would disagree, but from space of the whole Earth. Now, what is Earth? When I say Earth, you see that blue marble, right? But that's what you see on TV, right? What is Earth? And when you actually look up the definition, funny, believe it or not, it's that stuff that gets between your toes when you're on the beach. That's what Earth actually is, right? And someone told you that Earth is a spinning water ball, but when you go outside and you look at Earth, all of our senses tell us the same thing, that it's flat and stationary. That's what everybody's senses tell us about the Earth. I mean, unless someone in here has experienced curvature, and I would love to hear it. Anyone in here ever experienced the curve of the Earth? Other than TV?
Dude, even Matthew Learns earlier tonight was like, I never experienced the curvature of the Earth. And he freaking trolls all day on here. So anyway.
So if no one's ever actually experienced the curvature, measured the curvature, no one's ever experienced actual rotation, all they experience is relative motion of the sun, moon, and stars, and they can infer, right? They can postulate. Maybe it's because the Earth is spinning, but what secondary concept has gotten you to throw away your primary knowledge that your senses are telling you and got you to believe that you're on a spinning water ball? Is it because you saw it on TV? Is it because you saw it at the beginning of every Universal Studios? Is it because you saw it in magazines? Is it because you had a mobile above your head when you were in the crib as a child with the sun, moon, and stars? Is it because you've heard this so much your entire life that you're completely brainwashed into believing that Earth is that blue marble rather than Earth being the dirt under your feet?
Yeah, I've created a phrase. I call it Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. No, it doesn't imply, a ball spinning around the universe or a flat Earth. It's just Earth. This is our realm. This is where we live. We can't experience anything outside what we are experience here on Earth. I mean, it's a beautiful creation. And I'm a huge fan of fiction, everyone knows. So yeah, but you can make up stories about something about, this third ball, the third rock from the sun, all that kind of shit. Who the fuck is this nigga? Shut
Is Smurf calling you, Helio?
Yeah, it's Smurf. Did he call you?
No, bro. I wouldn't answer.
Why the fuck did you? Why did you? Oh, yeah, he did call you then.
No, he didn't. I wouldn't answer if he did call.
Well, why did you know it was Smurf?
Because he's always calling you when you're on the mic, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to talk
He's
shit
always
about him. I mean, he's all right. I mean, it's just like, dude, he tried to call me earlier, and I was just like, I'm not going to answer, bro.
He's a Rothschild, bro.
No, he's a broke child. I mean, I like him as a. Just
All
like
right, all right, Helio.
but I'm not gonna talk shit. I'm not talking shit about us, Murph.
Yeah.
Because I actually like
Okay.
him. I actually like him. I just call me in the middle of while I'm talking. So that shit kind of pisses me off too. So. He knew I was on live, probably, and he's freaking gonna call me. That shit's stupid. What do you think I'm gonna do? Answer your call in the middle of while I'm talking on the fucking live stream?
Helio, bloviating.
Did you say Rogaine? I'm just fucking with you.
No, I got all my hair. No, bloviating. Bloviating. Isn't that the word?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. I mean, I've already heard people talking shit about me bloviating earlier. You know, that's all good.
No, you're talking about Smurf. It's irrelevant. He got you. He trolled you because you put his name on it.
No, well,
Actually,
I mean,
it was me. Actually, it was me.
yeah. But
Okay,
just
moving
like,
on.
you asked me
Moving
who
on.
was calling me. Anyway,
Moving on. All right. So, for all the people in here, has anybody ever experienced Earth curve? I mean, I know that there's things that you can't see at a far off distance, but how do you know it was Earth curve? So, what Michael was talking about earlier, I really feel what he's saying, you know, because everybody slaps a cause on something, right? And as the mechanic, you know, Michael has to be real sure what his cause is before he goes and spends the money on parts and then fixes a car, right? He has to do some diagnostics, right? And diagnostics, in a lot of ways, it's kind of like the scientific method, but it's not quite the scientific method because the car is not a natural phenomenon. But when you're trying to figure out why the car won't start, you know, you do a series of tests, right? They're not experiments, but they're tests, right? So is it the battery? Is it the starter? Is it the compression? Is it the spark plugs? Is it the air gas mixture? What is it, right? Why won't it start? And at that moment you fix it, you only try to fix one thing at a time. Or diagnose one thing at a time. You don't diagnose two things at a time and then fix two parts. And then when it works, you go, I fixed it. What's wrong with it? One of those two things. No, you do one thing at a time. And that's why the scientific method is so valuable, because when you manipulate that one variable at a time and you see the cause and effect relationship happening before your eyes like a light switch, like at that moment, you know that it's like really good. Like, oh, this is the cause. This switch makes this light go on. And then science is never settled, right? So at any time, someone could say, hey, no, this switch does it. Oh, show me. Give me your hypothesis. Let's test it out. And then you test out their hypothesis. Oh, you're right? That switch makes that same light come on. So this circuit has two on and off switches. So when people just slap a false cause on something like the tides happen because of the moon, really? How do you know that? Well, I just repeated it so many times because my teacher repeated it so many times because her teacher repeated it so many times that now it's true. No, that's brainwashing. That's not science.
That's just telling them how to think.
Yeah, you want to teach people like how to get information correct, not what to think. Right? So there's a difference between teaching through indoctrination and repetition and brainwashing and teaching someone through demonstration. If I teach you how to fish, I'm going to show you how to hook the worm, how to put the bobber on, how to cast, and most importantly, how to be patient. And then when you feel that nibble, yoink, you set the hook. Right? But if I don't teach you through demonstration and I just give you an explanation of how I think it works, that's not really teaching. That's brainwashing, or that's indoctrination. And that's what's wrong with the schools today. They don't teach people the law of cause and effect.
Well, they certainly don't teach fishing in school, do they? Only way you're going to learn how to catch a fish is from your parents. You know, they don't take kids out from school to go catch fish. And you brought it up, Hank. Right? It's like as soon as you feel a nibble, you jerk on the pole, you're going to miss the fish. You got to let them freaking grab it first.
Hey, Helio, bro, what's up, man?
What's up?
Hey, I was going to say something, but I'm getting kind of messed with in the voice channel. They're kind of messing with me, and I think my time is due, bro.
Who's this? Oh, Smurf. Okay, well, hey, I was talking shit about you a minute ago.
I'm not upset about you, man. I'm just saying.
I'm just giving you shit because you've been here a long time. I can fucking talk shit about you because we're old school bros, you know. So we're giving. So what's the deal? What's the deal? Make it quick. Make it quick.
I think I've been here too long, buddy.
Make it quick. What you got? What's up? What's your beef?
I don't got any beef. I eat chicken.
All right. Well, you're fucking here now.
Do you
so
have
whatever.
a question, Smurf?
Yeah.
What's your question, Smurf? Let's hear it.
No, nothing. I've just said I've been getting smurfed around here a while, and that's all I got to say. And
all
that's
right.
all
Well,
good.
you've been smurfed around, but now you're smurfed back on in.
I'm actually impressed. He's using Smurf as a verb, like he's a real Smurf. I always denied
he's
he
been
was.
doing that for a long time, Dandelion.
Yeah, but when he first got here, he didn't even know who Gargamel was. Don't you remember that? He did not know about Smurf.
I didn't know Gargamel or fucking Azrael, all that
Yeah.
shit.
Since you've
He
been
was
gone,
claiming
you've learned about
Smurf.
Smurf culture, and you're using the word properly. That makes me happy.
Oh my God, I feel really bad right now.
Okay, well, hey, welcome back, Smurf. I mean, I wasn't gonna give you the time of day because I think you waste a lot of people's time because you're freaking long-winded and shit a lot of times. But I think you know that's why I didn't answer your phone calls when you freaking try to call me and shit.
Hey,
How about the girl child, baby?
I got man. You know, I'm sorry about letting y'all down, and
letting us down. What?
Well, anyway, you're back now, Smurf. I mean, follow the conversation. Just have a conversation with us, and a normal conversation. Just just let it roll.
And don't let anything get to you, Smurf. Literally, don't let it get to you.
Oh God, I try, man.
I'm
love
just
you guys.
saying, you are in control of yourself. No one else can control you here. So don't let words control you.
I'm just saying, I may have dropped the ball here and there, but I'm doing what I can, man.
Cool. Hey, man, I know you're a flat earther, but sometimes you just like go off on weird tangents that nobody's following, and it's just that's all good, bro. Just freaking check yourself before you wreck yourself. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, man. I'd rather not wreck myself like that, man. And, the alcohol plays a factor, man.
Well, sure. I'm
yes, and we
plays a
could take
factor
that
for me
full
as well.
spectrum
But
right now, but we're not gonna.
yeah, we shouldn't have to worry about that with you. I mean, you want to be here, don't you?
Yeah, I'm not trying to mess up.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just freaking follow the conversation. Have a real combo with you.
Yeah, it gets frustrating when you're so drunk you can't follow the conversation. Yes,
Yeah.
It does. Really?
Even when I'm really super drunk, I'm still trying though.
All right, bro.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily matter for the sake of everyone else that's in the conversation. If you get muted, don't get pissed. That's all.
Oh no, I'm usually okay after I
Hey, is
sober.
this 24/7 flat Smurf?
No.
Yep.
This is not flat Smurf.
So,
this is not flat Smurf Discord.
So we're gonna mute Smurf, not put him in Cogdis.
Yeah, you're back now, Smurf.
We're gonna mute him and
just listen.
We're gonna move on before we have to cover this topic all the way to the fucking bottom of it, to the top.
So we were.
He's a complicated rock.
He's a complicated. He's a complicated mushroom.
So does anybody have any questions pertaining to the Earth and not to the Smurf? Platypus, glad you're here. I think we have an audience tonight, Platypus. Would you like to have a debate? So that people can hear the double speak firsthand.
Did you say the devil speak?
I said double speak.
Oh, double speak.
I wouldn't accuse Platypus of double speak.
It might as well be the same thing. And I don't think you would be.
No, that's kind of
that. No,
so Platypus is our resident globe earther, and he.
No, that would be Effie Platypus. I think you're mistaking him for Platypus, who is one of the mods here. I think. I don't see Effie Platypus.
Well, shit, that checks out.
Yeah. He's one of the mods.
I'm a dumbass.
Hey, but I think you could come in and play a Globy pretty well.
Yeah, boats go over curves, guys. Come on.
Damn, what an idiot.
Bill Nye the Lion Guy.
Good to hear you again, Platypus.
Yeah, what's up, Platypus, man? Good to see you, bro.
Platypus.
Yeah, it's good to be here.
Laddie?
Yeah, I even know that guy. Like, I spent time talking to this dude. I didn't recognize him when I saw him.
Yeah, there's a lot of mods in here that don't really come in VC a lot, but yeah. Man.
Should we shout them all out? Platypus, Dandelion. Woohoo! The house is
looks
full.
like we got a dabbing otter in the house. Dabbing otter, do you have control? Let's see. No.
Morvis.
Yeah, Morvis doesn't come in here on VC a lot, but
Jenny comes in a lot. Jenny's tough skin. She can put up with the boys even when they're drunk.
Hell yeah. She don't put up with no bullshit.
Dabbing otter, you might need to go to VC Verified to get checked in. So that you can
we got some X mods too.
X mods. Is that the X-Men?
Raven, I had to do it. Sorry, Billy.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
Lord, help us.
Please, Jesus.
See, I said Lord, so I meant Yahweh. You mistake me.
Oh. Okay, well, I'm not going to get into that argument.
Isaiah 43:11. Yeah, raise up, fool. Whenever we bring up religion, it goes back to that argument, and I make sure of it. Rastafari, mate, that's another religion.
Hell yeah, brother.
I do follow that one too, man.
Wouldn't it be hell no? And heaven
Yeah.
Hell no, brother.
So Bob said Yah was gonna come down and make everybody get high.
Bob Marley was a misogynist.
Misogynist.
No woman, don't cry.
No woman, no cry. Well, there was another song. Hell to the no. To the no, no, no. Hell no.
No.
To the no, no. There you go. That's what's up. Hell to the no. To the no, hell no.
Such a bad.
What happened to our audience? I thought we had some new people.
I'm sorry, everybody. I apologize for feeding the wild animals.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, don't get me started.
They won't quit coming around now.
So let's give Rain. Rain, do you have anything to say, Suburban Rain?
Hey, thanks guys for letting me in here. Love the energy.
Yes, sir. Do you have a question at all?
No, just seeing what you guys are about.
Oh, great. How long you been here?
Oh, about 2 minutes.
Just 2 minutes. Oh, okay. So have you done any kind of research into flat Earth at all, or just what you've heard? Just tell me, your thoughts.
Not too much. I've heard a couple philosophical heads talk about it. I don't really remember their names.
Oh, really? Was that in like school or on a movie?
No,
or
it's
what?
actually off of. Do you know the streaming service Gaia?
Hmm.
Have you guys heard of that?
No.
You should check it out, man. Gaia's
I know.
Flat Earth is on Gaia. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, not specifically, but one of the people that talks on Gaia talks about flat Earth.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, no worries. Like I said, we do have a welcome. We would like you to make sure you glance over that and read it, just so that you know everything about the server and understand what we do here. We are not Flat Earth Society, just so that you understand. If you have any questions about Flat Earth Society, they're all full of shit, pretty much. We have never actually met a Flat Earth Society member, just letting you know. So that tells you something.
So, what are you guys called?
We're Flat Earthers.
Just Flat Earthers.
Yeah,
So there's
true
flat
flat
earthers
earthers.
and then
I
Flat
would
Earth
say
Society?
true flat earthers. So most that have the role of flat Earth are considered true flat earthers.
Personally, you can just call me Ryan if you want.
Hey, good
Well,
to
yeah,
meet
we
you.
all have
Ryan.
names. We're not saying that. I'm just saying he just wanted to know what we're called here. Flat Earth. It's the Flat Earth Discord.
Nice to meet you.
24/7.
I'm Michael, and the guy
I'm
talking.
just trying to cut the shit in here, okay? I'm
Yeah.
just trying to make somebody
I'm with
smile
you.
and giggle a little bit.
The
Fuck,
guy
you're stop
talking
being so
is
damn serious,
Justin.
okay? Shit, I'm
The
sorry. I
guy
love you guys.
talking is Justin. We're all people. You're right.
Yes.
Cut the
yes.
shit.
Yeah, my good buddy
call me
Alex
Larry.
was the one that invited me into here. So
Oh, good, good. Has he been speaking about us?
Yes. I've been spreading the wealth.
Oh, good, good, good.
Rock on.
Why are you a Glober then, Alex? The hell's going on?
I've been here
You haven't
maybe
figured it out yet?
25 hours.
Ah, no, gotcha. No worries. You are still
yeah.
a Glober. You wouldn't want to change it at this point. No worries.
You got perfect
I
timing.
didn't change
brother.
it after 8 months, dude. I actually trolled for 8 months on the
No
YouTube channel.
woman, no cry.
What? Really? Did you really?
I really did. Yes.
said that?
Discord was not around
How
when
dare
I
you?
first started. When I first
Did you apologize
started
yet?
Could this be
trolling. Flat Earth.
love?
Oh yeah, that's a long time
Two
ago.
Bob Marley songs. Could this
I'm
be
an
love?
old dude. I'm an old. Me and Battle Mod have it out all the time.
Man, Justin been collecting dust longer than this server. Don't let him lie to you. Justin's an old head.
Real though, I do. I keep it very real. I do
I hope
not
you guys know that.
stray.
I don't mean to give anybody a personal hard time. I give everybody shit.
Yeah,
Everyone.
Justin,
Yeah, see?
Justin was on the server before I was.
So I'm the one that actually was here creating it with them. And I didn't really start talking. I didn't really start talking, though, for about 3 months afterwards because I didn't have a mic.
Well, I'll give credit where it's due. You guys were building it while I was still having fun on YouTube.
Yes, you were taking care of the YouTube channel.
I was still banning hundreds of people in one day. Bam, bam, bam.
So awesome.
They called me the auto ban guy.
On, then.
Yeah, well, no, we didn't. We just got trolled. That's it. That's all Flat Earth is. It's a troll to people. That's literally what I want to make sure that you understand it. The Flat Earth Society actually got into the highest level of the government and was in the script for Barack Obama. It said, "We don't have time for the Flat Earth Society meeting or a meeting with the Flat Earth Society." One of those.
they troll us. Shit.
They troll us. So it's very, very odd when you have flat Earth being monetized all over the place, and then they twist it on you, saying that flat Earth believe that it's a disk flying through space. Well, that's just the government putting it into your head. Literally. Just like schooling for the globe. You have to take those tests that they create from a book that they created. And if you don't pass those tests, you're a fool. And you don't graduate, of
Thank
course.
God I failed them all. Thank God I failed them all. Now I don't feel bad about it.
Oh, I got on the honor roll. That's the whole thing. That's why I trolled for 8 months on the YouTube channel. I was like very bad. I had multiple different accounts.
Yeah, you probably had a lot of.
I had multiple accounts. Yeah, well, I'm a programmer, so I knew how to just create a huge amount.
Right.
It was very simple, very easy. But yeah. I didn't actually do the tests. That's the thing. I didn't actually do any kind of research. I watched the videos and I was like, what the hell? What the hell? I just kept saying NASA. I just kept saying NASA, NASA, you know. That's all my answers were. And then I actually listened to others say it, and it really clicked. I was like, wow, am I really saying that?
So how long did you go quiet before you came back and started talking on the other side of it? You don't mind me asking.
I'm sorry, what?
So once you came to the conclusion, once you realized, you woke up and realized the truth, how long did it take before you started speaking about it?
Oh, shit. I'm probably thinking about 2 years. I'm not joking you.
That sounds about average for what I've asked a lot of people.
I didn't have a mic for one, and which helped me out because then that's all I said. I just didn't have a mic. That's all I just. I blamed it on the mic.
Thought of that.
Of course, I had a headset, but it was really shitty. So that I didn't ever use it. I tried it once and it just came in really shitty. No one heard me, so I never tried it again. But I just used that as an excuse. I never had a mic, so I just said I never had a mic, and that's why I didn't talk. I didn't even comment much either while I first got into Discord. I just was known. I was known by the YouTube people, like everyone on YouTube. And the moderators that were here, Jose, CJ, Indio, all of them really pushed me. They really pushed me.
We knew you were using that as an excuse.
I'm pretty sure you did.
We did.
I was going to say, in a way, I'm kind of glad they did that because
it's like,
you pay your dues.
Yeah. I mean, but it's like once you really see it, you can't unsee it. And
you have to do it. You have to get out and do it, man. You cannot just listen to us. You have to go outside. You have to go up the mountain. You have to get on a fucking lake or ocean. You have to go do it. You have to fly in a plane. You have to do it.
Yeah.
I literally have only flown in 2 planes. And
no, that's cool. I've only been on an airplane once, like from back and forth.
That's all you need.
But you don't. But that was when I was I was 14 years old, But the Earth. You don't have to be in an airplane to figure out the Earth is flat. You don't even have to see. I live in Arkansas, man. Fuck, there's no oceans around here. But I don't need to see the ocean to know that the Earth cannot be what they told us it is.
I was ain't that far, man.
You know what really got me though was the moon. I always looked at the moon. I loved it. I mean, I always do it now, even though I I don't know what it is, but when I knew what it was back then, when I was a Glober, when I knew it was a spherical, shape that we could go to, and I kept saying to myself, I'm gonna go. I kept saying, I'm gonna be an astronaut. I truly was not told that the moon actually produced cold light. It really
that one messed me up.
it
Going
really
Mindy, like,
produces cold,
this
and
was
then
it.
it triggered me why I didn't even understand the 69. I really didn't understand that logo. Okay. And everyone laughs at it.
Because I'm a
Everyone
Cancer.
laughs at it.
I always understood that because
I
I'm
only
a
laugh
Cancer.
because I just figured it out too, and I think it's funny
You
too
know,
because I thought I was an idiot. The
It's
same, I was
something
feeling
that
really
is
stupid.
just triggering. And then when that triggers, it triggers everything else. It's like, what the hell else do they fucking know? What the hell am I missing here? What am I not being told?
But my lack of belief in that, it was more of a lack of
the
belief in
flavor.
the whole,
It
whole
is.
story.
See, like the
I had doubts that any of that
the
crap about
Cancer.
this
The
fish
Cancer
in the
is the
sky and all
middle,
that crap
right?
was true anyway.
Yes.
Like Cancer is the middle of the. I don't want to get too much into astrology and shit, but yeah, it's the 69. The Cancer
I'm telling
symbol.
you, that's literally, it clicked right after that. It's like, holy shit, the 69 actually clicks now. That we're not actually seeing just a symbol, we're actually seeing what they believed and understood back then.
And it was easy for them. It was easy for
Very.
them. It was just like this is nature. And what they're teaching us now with the heliocentric model is unnatural.
Unnature.
Yeah, it's anti-nature.
There you go. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say it would be anti, it wouldn't be. Un is just a lack of it.
Yep.
It's the absence.
Just anti everything. I mean, don't believe your eyes. Don't believe your senses at all. Just believe us and what we're telling you. And that's it. Don't worry. You will pass your grades. You will get a good job, and then you will not be dumb.
I got a question. How does the yin yang represent a fucking crab?
Oh.
I mean,
I can understand.
I mean, with the Cancer
claws.
symbol, the 69, that's yin yang as well,
right?
Yeah, but
the claws up and down.
It's supposed to represent the crab, Cancer, right? Is that like as above, so below? Is Cancer really Baphomet?
No. Well, it depends on how you look at it. It kind of depends on how you look at it. But yeah,
you got me thinking.
But
yeah, that's
you ever
why
heard
it
of
sets
that?
off a wildfire.
You ever heard of that theory that all religious gospel is written in the stars?
It's because
it takes a lot of study to really understand, with the religions and how it's taught and everything. I mean, there's a lot involved there. So you're going to have to come to your own conclusion. And that's what we're here for, is to actually introduce people to an idea where they can actually start to discover Earth for themselves. And whatever conclusion you come to, that's on you. And we offer this platform as a freedom of expression, freedom of ideas. And obviously, we're not all going to believe the same thing or understand the same way, but this is a platform we offer for freedom of expression and a place for people to learn and be introduced to the idea that you can actually think for yourself. You don't have to believe these controlling motherfuckers that are trying to manipulate you.
So, in other words, it's okay to think the globalists are really an occult.
Josh, you can believe whatever you want to.
Believing it's a ball.
But if you come here, we're going to challenge your ideas if you have any. And we're going to tell you what we think and then, compare and contrast it yourself. and we're going to have conversations that might challenge your ideas, your beliefs, or whatever. Yeah, that's exactly what we're here for. Nobody here is trying to convert anybody to to the flat earth or any religious idea. We're actually just having deep conversations that actually, where you can have a platform to express yourself and, come to your own conclusions.
Hey, Helio, man, I'm gonna try to not be too drunk, man. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna mute myself right now, man. Helio.
Okay, Smurf. you didn't have to say that, but okay.
It's okay that he did, just acknowledged it, and now let's
All
move
right,
on.
cool. Yeah, I mean, Smurf, just listen for a while. I mean, if you have something really, if you feel like the conversation is moving your way, I mean, I don't mind if you jump in and say, "Hey, I have this to offer." Just, dudes, I ain't gonna lie, Smurf. I mean, you put yourself out there. You want to get back into the conversation. You've been gone for a little while for reasons that we won't discuss here. But yeah, man, if you have something
And then try and
beneficial,
keep it short,
Yeah,
So,
just make a short comment and then
It's always best to short. Do it short. Always best.
That's what I try to do too. Because no lie, I've been accused of monologuing and shit, and I'm not the only one. So whatever.
I keep looking at Arnold's Choppa, thinking it's someone new, but it's just Rakanor. Yeah.
I know, right?
You're right, man. I got you, dude. You're right,
All
bro.
right. Yeah, that's cool.
I'm trying to improve my. I've been drinking, but I'm trying to improve myself. Yeah, got you.
Good.
Well, that's cool. Me too. Me too, man. Me too. Hashtag me too.
Yeah, me too. Drinking also.
Movement.
Whatever.
All right, back to the Earth.
It do what it do.
Still flat. Have we talked about the Black Swan at all? I mean,
yeah, we talk about the Black Swan all the time.
With the newbies here, I know we still got a couple of newbies, right?
Well, I'm not sure. I was scrolling. I was scrolling through. I think they all left.
Yeah. Oh no, we still got Shyla Rambo. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, don't be intimidated because we're just rambling. We always this place exists. This place exists for new people. I mean, we like to talk shit with each other, but please interrupt us if you're new.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Shalarambo has ever observed the curvature of the Earth.
Or anyone that you know of in ancient history or recent times ever directly measured the curve of the Earth.
Hey, Hank, do you think that I did fairly well explaining how a Foucault's pendulum doesn't prove a goddamn thing? And
I must have missed that. I recently did.
I was this like, if you establish a Foucault's pendulum built on Earth, if the Earth was spinning and what they claim about it, it would start spinning by itself. You wouldn't have to freaking push it. That's all that was my point earlier.
Yeah, I do think about that. Like, why do you have to start it? Right?
You wouldn't have to start it. You wouldn't have to start it if their claim is true. What you would try to do with the Foucault's pendulum is to set it on Earth and dangle the, it's pretty much a plumb line, right? And then it would start spinning by itself. You wouldn't have to freaking start it.
Well, I like to dangle all my plumb lines.
I bet you do, because you work in construction. Oh well, I mean, sometimes
Hey, I have
for at some point.
I have a scope.
Okay,
for,
well, you're a
for
delivery
surveying,
guy or
right?
whatever. But I mean, you understand a plumb line and how it works.
A plumb bob.
I got like 4 plumb bobs,
line,
4
whatever,
different
floating-
types. I
Just
wish I
let
had
it
the
sit
mercury
there,
one.
and the Earth will make it move. Just let it sit there.
Yeah, that's exactly what it would do if Cult's idea is
Dude,
true.
I want to freaking slap myself for saying that.
Yeah, man, but that's exactly what would happen with Foucault's pendulum. You wouldn't have to start it; it would start moving by itself.
You know the line and the bob together is called a plummet, right?
Is that a
you drop the plummet to the-
PLUMMETT?
Yeah,
drop
plumb
the plummet
line
to the mark.
Yeah, plumb line by itself ain't shit. Just a string hanging.
No, that's
Right.
a pendulum, and that's like manipulated by the.
Well,
whole...
no, it's not a pendulum. It's a.
Well, no, the
plumb
GIF
line.
that's just been posted.
Oh, my
It's a
bad.
plummet. That's a plummet. The
I have,
line
like,
holds a plumb bob.
All the
4
plumb
different
bob.
types
There
of
you
plums.
Oh, well,
Damn it, Bobby.
You have spirals.
Damn it, Bobby.
Plums are good for you, Bobby.
Oh, that's
I'm-
magnetic, though.
Jenny, I'm not an intelligent man, but I know what a plummet is, Jenny.
I know it.
I'm not an intelligent man, but I know what magnetic west is.
If you want to say it properly.
I know what magnetic west is.
I think you mean Mick West. That's
No,
your
magnetic west. That's what it is.
And
No, hold on.
Is that what Bob sniffs?
Hold on. Like, Past the
plumb
Future
lines?
posted that GIF right there. There's obviously a magnet there under whatever this thing is.
And when we're talking plumb, we can't leave out level.
Yeah, because
Yes,
it's
level does
Hey,
mean
and you know why? You know why we can't talk about that? It's because level is perpendicular.
To plumb,
when you have a tripod
to plumb,
surveying equipment.
It creates a 90-degree right angle in construction. Yes, it does.
So if you construct, what Foucault was talking about.
Foucault was full of shit.
Yeah, I know, because it was attached to Earth. It was attached to Earth.
Yeah.
And in the idea,
Not just that, it was
now
it
in
was
my
hosting
mind.
a tall
I
tower
want
as well.
any glober to come in and
Lord?
challenge me on this. Hold on, any glober.
Wait right there.
All right, you go, and then let me finish my point.
I wasn't trying to go.
Okay, cool. So any
there
glober,
was 3 people talking, and I was trying to get 2 of them to quit because one of them sure the hell ain't.
Okay, well, with Foucault's pendulum, they're creating the structure.
Jesus Christ!
Where they're dropping a plumb line down. Now, if Foucault's idea were true, they wouldn't have to push it in any direction.
Wasn't that built in a tower
Earth.
made of like wood to where it's structurally swaying and moving?
Man,
you're gonna
have to ask Mr. Foucault about that one.
Where is he? I'm gonna go find him. I'm gonna rough him up, man.
Yeah, well, fucking look him up, man.
He's dead. You'll be beating a dead horse.
But here's the idea. It was just like, you just built this tower and then you drop a plumb line down.
I don't think he ever lived. Where's his grave?
Yeah, I don't think it's real either. But
where's the tomb of Eratosthenes for that point?
It's like, but with the Foucault's pendulum, they have to start pushing it, and then it starts moving around. But if the Earth were actually spinning according to whatever they think it is, you wouldn't even have to start it. You just like build this folk cult, which is attached to Earth. It's
Have you
not
ever seen those
independent of
Newton's
Earth.
cradles?
It's fucking so weird. It's just such dumb bullshit. Folk cult
Have
is
you ever seen a Newton's cradle, Helio?
a Newton's cradle? No. What is that?
It's like a desk toy in like an office where there's like 5 ball bearings suspended from like fishing string or something like that. And
Are
they're
you
like a
talking
pendulum.
where you knock the balls together and like pull 2 balls away and they bounce 2 balls?
Yeah, and it just keeps going forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever, man.
Well, until they stop. Yeah, just like past the future. Just
You talking about those little metal things?
he's got little globes. That was a good one. Past the future. Oh, that's a good one.
You're talking about those metal things.
Now you know what we're talking about, Smurf. Come on.
Those are moons. Those are moons, Helio. Get it right.
Oh, they're moons. Phases of moons. Oh, that's even better. That's what I'm talking about. That's good. Phases of moons. Bing.
Yo, bro, I'm here to spread some stuff out, man. So people making some outrageous claims. People making some big claims about the world and stuff, and we're here to smurf it out, man. Smurf it all out.
Are you talking
We're
about a
gonna-
CB handset?
We're gonna smurf out that Earth cannot be
Smurf up with a conversation.
But no, Newton's cradles, those are pendulums, right? But it's not a Foucault pendulum because a Foucault pendulum is supposed to be somehow an apparatus that's able to move in all directions. How are you able to get that if it's suspended from something?
Wait.
Does it make sense?
Wait. Foucault, hold on. Purpose of the Foucault pendulum was to determine, as far as I know, I might be wrong about this, whether the Earth is spinning. Am I wrong about this?
I was laughing at GIFs. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. The past is the future. He's been posting some crazy ass gifts.
But ask if I'll call you that you're wrong. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll call you out if you're wrong, man. I'm here.
Well, I'm just saying, with the Foucault's pendulum, I mean, there is no functional test for that can prove Earth is a globe.
Helio, do you have a picture of a Foucault pendulum like next to your nightstand?
You just gotta believe you.
I think the whole quote unquote experiment is complete bullshit. It wouldn't prove a goddamn thing about the globe at all.
Leo, come on, bro. It's not an experiment. It's not trying to prove that the Earth is a globe. It's trying to prove that the Earth is spinning. Although it's a false cause and it doesn't prove anything, except for a pendulum will deviate at 15 degrees an hour if you start it the right way. That's all it proves. It doesn't prove anything else.
All right, so let me ask you this, Hank. Have you
I'm
ever?
pretty sure if you pull it straight back from 0 point, it wouldn't deviate. But if you pulled it back from 0 point off to an angle and released it,
let me ask you this. So, Hank, have you been to one of these places with a Foucault pendulum? I think there's one in Austin, Texas. There's
bro.
Several.
I wouldn't waste my time to be hypnotized by a pendulum.
It's just fucking retarded.
It's like, do you have an Uncle Ben clock or a grandfather clock that's got the tick-tocker, the little pendulum?
It's like all these globes is like, oh yeah, that's definitely proof that the Earth is a globe because I watched a pendulum move 15 degrees per hour. And I see stars move, and that's proof too. So,
bro, you just did that chicken, and I'll tell you what, You just did the chicken hawk guy.
The foghorn leghorn.
Foghorn leghorn. Dude, I was just driving home tonight, and I was looking out this field. I saw the biggest fucking white rooster that I've seen in a long time. I was like, God damn, that's foghorn leghorn. And then I saw a bunch of other chickens, and this freaking big ass white chicken was like big ass white rooster. Hell yeah. Motherfucker, I'm from the South, man. What you talking?
Well, I say it now. I say it, son.
Cacao.
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 I'm
Isn't that chocolate?
With you guys.
Is there any new people in here?
Chocolate's from New York. I mean, it's like it's like you know what's funny? Like hardcore New Yorkers and freaking hardcore Southern people, we ain't gonna take no shit. You know, ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, they come to snuff the rooster.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah.
So that new guy, he's just here to listen to.
Yeah, it was really tripping me out though. I was just like,
I guess he's
driving.
just here
I
to
was
listen.
driving today, and I saw this fucking big ass white rooster, and I was like, "Holy fuck!" It's been a long time since I've seen a big white rooster. I was like,
did you
dude.
stop and
I see a lot of roosters.
If he knows the world is flat?
I should have been like, "Holy shit!" I should have been like.
Then the farmer come up there with the shotgun. What you doing about my chicken, boy?
Oh, that farmer wasn't nowhere close to where these roosters are. I'd be like, man, well, actually, I ain't gonna lie. Here's what I thought in my
cock, boy.
Here's what I thought in my mind. I'm like, that's the biggest white, beautiful cock that I've seen in a long time.
Helio.
Bro. Hey, clip him.
I'm just fucking around. I'm just fucking with you guys.
That's
you did this. You did this. No, but I did see it. I did see a big white cock today, and he looked pretty
good. Before anybody thought about muting me,
pendulums and roosters. What the hell, man?
Yeah, Smurf is advocating for us to mute Helio.
And you guys muted me?
I fancy myself a comedian every once in a while. Come on, let me fucking be funny every once in a while.
Hey, I'm laughing. My stomach hurts. I just had a good chuckle. I ain't gonna lie.
But that's true. I was driving by this field and I was like, that's a big ass white rooster, man. Which is rare for me to see. So I was just like, I'm just expressing that now.
What was somebody just saying? Somebody was just sitting there saying that some people that take psychedelics get in thought loop.
Thought loops, huh?
I mean, I see a lot of roosters, but not like the big white.
Have you been microdosing?
Holding
out on us?
Well, yeah, with beer and vodka.
That's not a microdose. That's a megadose.
Woo!
Did you already call me out on that? Yeah, beer and vodka. That's the microdose.
I could go for some drinks tonight, but by the time I get off work, they don't sell liquor at the alcohol store no more.
Are you working now, Hank?
Shit, if it's now, I'm working. I'm always. Yeah, I'm working right now.
Damn it!
I wonder what time it is. Maybe I can get me some.
Well, you're in the same time zone I am. It's almost midnight. God damn.
I gotta get me some drink. I ain't gonna get nothing if I don't hurry.
You about to get off work? Go home?
Why can't you just stop on away from delivering at the gas station? Just get some.
That's what I'm about to do. That's what I'm about to do. Beer. I don't know what near beer is, but Four Loko sounds right.
It's the beer that they sell in Texas and fucking Colorado at the gas station.
Near beer.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
That means beer without. That means it tastes like beer, but there ain't no alcohol.
Beer. Yeah, it's military beer.
Oh, I don't know what the fuck that. I ain't drinking that. I'm gonna drink something like.
Fuck
it's stronger than O'Doul's, though.
Old
Well,
duels.
it's like I can't drink coffee anymore because it gives me the jitters and shit. But I'm not ready to go to decaf. I don't even know. It's like I like to, like if I eat a
Yeah, I don't.
sausage biscuit, but
I tried having
can't
a
drink
cocktail the
I
other day.
can't drink coffee. Like I'll get a little small coffee from McDonald's sometimes and a sausage biscuit.
Go with the jitters, dude.
But dude, if I drink a
Stop
half
hating McDonald's, man.
if
Fuck.
no okay, well I mean sausage biscuit. Goddamn man, what's so hard about that?
Fuck it's McDonald's, dude. It's all
Who gives
poison.
a shit? But anyway, I'm talking about like a half a cup of coffee. I get the jitters so bad. I'm just like I can't drink caffeine like that anymore.
You can't snort
So I'm
caffeine
like,
like that no
so
more.
hold on. If I get a sausage biscuit, I haven't even tried decaf yet. So because I like the way sausage biscuit tastes with the coffee, I haven't tried the decaf yet with it because the original coffee, that shit gives me the jitter. You know, so I'm gonna have to try the decaf because I do like the flavor.
Going on?
You guys
Man,
like
we was
the
talking
flavor
about
of
decaf coffee. Dang, I'll tell you what, that decaf is sending me through the roof. I'll tell you what, boy.
yeah, we got some sausage biscuits and decaf and all that shit.
You need some more caffeine there, buddy.
No, I don't need any caffeine.
Oy vey, you eat the McDonald's.
I can't.
You
I
don't
can't
know
drink
what
a
you're getting
Monster.
into.
Yeah,
you know, because we get lots of shekels for the enemy.
But I'm kind of afraid of the decaf. And it's like, how the fuck do you take the caffeine out of the coffee and then serve it again? You know, so I'm kind of worried about the decaf too.
They put your you go number 2 in a machine, and they turn it on. And it goes chugga chugga chugga, and then you go
Is
and have
that
your decaf.
the monkey bean coffee that they
No, that's how you
start-
go and you have your decaf on the space station.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I see. Coffee and I got some decaf, man, and oh my god, I was afraid to
They just have to run it through a couple more chuggas.
Hey, Smurf, you ever had that sausage and biscuit at McDonald's, bro? Smurf?
I'm telling you, I was more afraid of other people.
I don't think he can hear you, Hank.
Smurf, you ever had any of that sausage biscuit at McDonald's?
I wouldn't do that again with a whole lot of decaf. That's a bad idea. When you eat a lot of decaf, you're gonna be looking for that caffeine. You know, you won't get it, but you'll be.
No, I promise you. I promise you. Caffeine doesn't treat me
he
well.
can't hear you, Hank.
He's totally Dell, though, right? Dang, I'll tell you what, that decaf.
You'll be
Wait.
looking for it.
Smurf, can you hear Hank talking?
Yeah, I hear. Yeah.
Okay, then why don't you
You
act
ever
like
had any
it?
sausage and biscuits from McDonald's?
Oh
Or a
god.
sausage?
No, I ain't never had
Sure.
no sausage and biscuits from McDonald's. It sounds like McDonald's would never serve a good thing like sausage and biscuits.
It's one of those things where you regret eating it, but eating it pushes you along.
Yeah, it's just it's a few calories.
An egg movie muffin.
It's a few calories.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I treat it. You know, I mean, it's just like you can get a sausage biscuit and a hash brown for
It's a few
$1.50.
calories. Few calories. Calories.
Like when I get one of the coffees from McDonald's, I have high anxiety. The caffeine is there's the caffeine content in McDonald's coffee is so fucking high.
Higher than before, Gilbert?
Dude, I can't
Higher
hardly
than before,
handle
Gilbert?
caffeine anymore. I mean, a lot of people are like, I can't get along without 6 cups of coffee a day. I'm like, motherfucker, I can't even handle half a cup of coffee. I feel like I'm gonna die when I have a half a cup of coffee.
You know why? Your
Holy
blood
shit! I'm
pressure's
gonna go
already
see if anybody news and VC check in.
because your blood
Just gonna
pressure's
talk about
already
fucking
too high
coffee.
from the liquor.
Yeah, I
I'll tell
know.
you why is because you
And,
need more 420. You need some more green, man, in your diet. You know, I'll tell you why. If somebody's going to start saying why,
yeah,
well,
that
why?
could be true. And Michael, I actually have been going to a medical doctor about my blood pressure, and it was pretty goddamn high. And I've been taking
I
some
can
blood.
hear in your voice sometimes you're at stroke level, bro. I know what
Yeah.
hypertension is.
Yeah, I've been taking some blood pressure measure. God damn it!
Blood pressure medication.
Yeah, I've been taking that, and it's lower. Actually, tonight, I had a doctor's appointment.
Good fucking
And
deal.
all right, so I've been taking that, and my blood pressure is lower now.
Helio, let me tell you. I want to tell you about my experience with the same.
Damn
thing.
it, Smurf! I want to hear this.
Yeah. Anyway, so at the end of the appointment, he was like, "Okay, have you had the flu vaccine?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not gonna take that." And then he's like, "All right, COVID." It's like he didn't ask me. I mean, the past couple of appointments I've been to, and this is a free clinic because I don't have insurance or whatever, so I went to this free clinic, and he's a volunteer, and he doesn't get paid for doing these visits. But whatever, because I don't have insurance, so I'm not. I don't
No,
have
I don't have any of that either.
Either way,
Let me tell you.
hold on. Michael wanted to hear this, so let me finish what I was going to say. He's like, "Have you had the COVID vaccine?" And I'm like, no. I didn't want to. I'm not going to argue with the doctor because he's more concentrated on my blood pressure because it was pretty fucking high when I first went in there, and he gave me some medications I've been taking, and my blood pressure is quite a bit lower. And he first asked me if I took the flu vaccine, and it's like no, and then he's like, "Have you had the COVID?" And then he's like, "Well, I'm going to tell you something about the COVID vaccine. There have been hundreds of thousands of people who've taken it, and they're fine." I was like, "What about?" I mean, I wasn't gonna fucking argue with him about it. It's like, what about the tens of thousands that have had all, it's just like, cool. Hey, thanks for helping me with my blood pressure.
I just blow him off with the "I'm religious if my God wants to call me." Then I'll
Yeah, I
be
mean, it's
calm.
just like I just didn't want to argue with him.
It
was like he's looking at
and I'm
me,
not.
and I'm looking at him. He's like, "Have you taken the flu vaccine?" I was like, "Never.
I've been
No, I
watching
don't."
you, watching me, and I know you want it.
I don't
But
get the
hey,
flu.
I'll tell you what. I've been reluctant about taking these blood pressure meds, but at the same time, my blood pressure is pretty out of control.
You feel different. You get it under control.
Yeah. And so I'll do that. I'll do that for a while. And
170 over 105. That's not cool, man. That's stroke shit.
when I went,
Yeah, your shit was probably higher than that.
yeah,
180
it was
over
high. It was higher
120.
than that. Yeah, it was
180
higher.
over 120. And the doctor, hold on, Smurf, or I'll mute you again.
Yeah,
damn it.
they were freaking out.
And
He was
the
freaking
doctor
out.
said, "Why the fuck ain't you stroking right now?" That's stroke level, dude. It's fucking stroke leads a heart attack. So there you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm afraid of stroke. When it comes, I know how that shit works. So it's like that's
You have
the
a stroke and
only
a
thing.
series of small heart attacks to begin with, and then you get to widowmaker.
Yeah,
and address it.
Yeah. I mean, when I went into the clinic, it was for another. I had thing with my leg. I broke my leg, which I've talked about before.
Yeah.
And it was swollen. There was swelling and stuff. But when I went in there, he was
they
like,
tell you
that's not. I thought it might
scar
have been
tissue.
an infection.
No.
Well, I thought it was an infection because my leg was swelling and it was red and
Irritated
stuff.
scar
It's
tissue.
better now, whatever. But when they took my blood pressure, that's when he was like, "Holy shit, you need to start taking this shit right now."
Every bit of damage I got during the war at certain times swells and becomes irritated.
Well, anyway,
Shrapnel wounds, broken wrists. That shit.
when I went in, my blood pressure was shit. I shouldn't even say this on live stream, but it was fucking high.
Yeah, probably.
I thought when they put it on the electronic machine, they were
198
like,
over 135.
it wasn't that high, but it was. Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't 135.
God damn it, Smurf! You're raising my blood pressure now. We're talking about this topic. You are giving me hyper fucking tension.
Hey, Smurf, you agreed to not fucking talk,
right?
Didn't
you're
you?
Only healthy. You're only healthy in small doses.
No, but I got a really story about this. I went to the doctor. The doctor said, "What sort of Olympic athlete are you?" And I just thought immediately all the weed that I smoke all the time, but it was actually I have the lowest scores that he has on my vitality with the blood pressure and stuff. He checked my vitals, and I knew it was the weed, man. I knew it was the weed. He said, "What sort of Olympic athlete are you?" When you check my vitals, I just tell you, that's all I gotta say.
Okay, well, we're not talking about the same goddamn thing, Smurf. Mute your microphone and shut the fuck up.
Well, we are a little because now that I got mine under control, I get that.
Way lower than you, dude. You should be listening to me. You shouldn't be talking. You should be listening to.
Listen, Smurf, I'm with you. So my doctor is amazed, not at how low it is. I'm not low record levels, but it's consistent. I can do things. While I'm doing them, it doesn't raise a high amount. It stays consistently the same level. He says, you work long hours. I'm like, fuck, I've worked long hours my entire life. I can walk on the damn treadmill and not experience a 5-degree raise in blood pressure. That's something to talk about.
Once, like, when I was in my 20s, my blood pressure was fine. I used to go to the plasma center, get money, whatever. That's the only way I knew my.
I
blood
donate
pressure.
plasma. I donate.
Yeah, I did that sometimes, but they won't let me do it. When your blood pressure is high, they won't let you do it. So I went. I was like, oh shit! They won't even let me donate because fucking my blood pressure's too high.
Well, they'll thin your blood out taking plasma and cause it to rise more.
Well, either way, I mean, when you go to a donation center, they won't let you do it. But so I went to the clinic for another reason because I had some swelling in my leg from where I broke my leg and my blood pressure was the most concern, and my leg's better now than
rocket
it was.
Launch. Your shit was equal to a rocket launch. I guarantee it, motherfucker. Dude, you got liftoff.
Dude, when I went into the clinic and he freaking put the blood pressure cuff on, it was. I think
he slapped himself. He said, "Holy shit! Why aren't you stroking?
That can't be right." Yeah, it was pretty.
I used to get that, man. I went to the doctor after, working 12 hours. 4 a.m. till 4 p.m. Went to the doctor. He's like, you should be having a stroke right now. That's just what he said.
Yeah, but as many people like us, they see come through the clinic. They just like, hey, I'm still walking around, nigga. What you got? But anyway, so he's like, hey, take one of these and take this, and I'll give you a prescription and come back in a couple weeks. That's what's been going on with me as far as the blood pressure thing. And
it might
I
take a minute.
went back for
They start you on a small dose and they see how it adjusts it.
yeah. And I ain't gonna lie, some of the meds they gave me has just made me feel weird, But
yeah, I say that's because you're no longer revving at 1,000 RPMs. But listen,
I want to tell you about my experience, man.
Damn
I
it, man.
had the lowest scores. I had the lowest scores, and they asked me what Olympic athlete I was, and I knew my health, my lifestyle. 420, and I knew I was good. I knew I was good, man. But they asked me about.
Hey.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I think
Hey, Helio, on the real Helio, you ever think that your body is self-healing and self-regulating, and the reason that your blood pressure is that high is maybe that's how high the blood pressure has to be to force the blood to go through your kidneys, or
I've
maybe there's a
considered
reason.
that. I've considered that. I've just
that would be the
hold on.
consumption of liquor.
I don't plan on taking these drugs for the rest of my life. Because I don't have a hold on. I don't have a
point across.
See, I'm going to a free clinic. I don't have a general practitioner, so it's not. I mean, this is not. And just like
I need you.
Listen, you want a family doctor first because a general practitioner usually works under an MD.
Well, I mean, this guy
So
is.
you have to be you have to be a doctor's patient. General practitioner and MD are two
Well,
different things.
it's like I don't even have insurance. You know, that's why I went to this free clinic.
Helio, I'm trying to get something out.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, bro. I was just gonna say that while you're on this medication, right, it may cause certain things not to work properly. And I'm no doctor, of course, you know that, but I would recommend doing some sort of jump rope to maybe help, the lymph node system to, try to clean everything out, because that's what's going on, right?
I get you. Yeah, of course I know that.
You know the number one cause of high blood pressure.
I'm telling you, I mean,
put in your body.
I was when I went to the clinic, my blood pressure was like in dangerous mode, and so because I know the levels of dangerous mode when it comes to blood pressure.
Hypertension, anything that registers hypertension, period.
So I don't plan on being on this shit for the rest of my life. I'm just saying.
You should get an osteopathic doctor, then not a medical doctor. They'll just prescribe a prescription for the rest of your life. An osteopathic doctor would instruct you to make life changes because something you're putting in your body is causing your high blood pressure.
Wait, hold on. He gave me 2 suggestions tonight. When I went to him tonight, he said, "Hey, don't smoke as much." And what was the other recommendation that he
slow
made?
Down drinking?
No, he knows I'm a drinker, but he didn't even bring that. He didn't bring that up. What was the other one? Don't smoke as much, and what was the other one? But it definitely didn't recommend exercise.
All you got to do is quit drinking. That's it. Just quit drinking.
Don't be.
I see.
That's
you
it.
guys
You can
already know, and I
you can
know.
keep eating fast food. You can smoke cigarettes. Just quit drinking.
And start smoking weed, right?
No,
sure, yeah.
Don't smoke. Don't smoke
Do it.
Marijuana's bad, okay?
Well, you know what's funny?
Marijuana's bad, okay?
Talking to a substance abuse counselor, but I'll tell you what, this is not medical. Hold on, this is not medical advice. Hang on, Sparky. It's not medical advice. But I'll tell you what.
I can't remember the other one.
Listen, real quick. This is not medical advice, but to quit drinking, I fully recommend starting to smoke weed. You know what I mean, bro? Shit.
Hell yeah. I'm going to say, I mean, as an alcoholic, it's going to really be hard for me to do. You know. So.
I've been
It will, but it's not impossible.
I did stop smoking. I stopped smoking alcohol for a long time.
Since I detected some slurring and the smoking of alcohol in them last two comments, I would agree with you. Smurf, you need to quit drinking too, man.
You're probably right. Yeah, he's probably right. But you know what? Take me as an example. Don't be me. Don't do what I did. Don't be me.
Yeah, that's all good, bro.
Don't fall into a structure. Don't be a
Hey,
structure.
but Smurf, I guess, you know, in your position, I guess the best way is just like, hey,
I'm going to tell you what made his low as hell. Smurf never gets laid, man. So he retains.
Hold the fucking phone. You don't know that about Smurf.
And he don't whack off. No, he's told me. So he retains all his life energy and he uses it to heal his own body.
Ooh.
That's what I do.
That sounds sexy.
He said, "That's what I do, Mike. I was addicted to women and everything, so I gave up all addiction."
Yeah, you're right.
I retained my sperm just like in the bottom I retained my sperm into the bottom of my balls.
I'm still cross addicted. I'm addicted to women and sex and anything else that makes me feel good.
Did you say insects?
I have my freedom.
Yes, I said Windset. Yes, okay. What the hell is that? Did you say incest?
Insects.
No.
Insects like spiders. Well, spiders are not insects.
I said
I'm
women
just being a retard.
and sex.
And sex. Oh, yeah, women
I didn't
and
want to
sex.
repeat it. It just
of course, yeah, man. Shit freaking, you know, after a while that
I'm
shit
currently
freaking builds up.
non-practicing in those addictions. Though.
Yeah, me either. I've freaking I've been divorced for about the same amount of time as you have.
I'm not a practicing addict, so I'd like to point that out.
I'm a practicing.
Hey, even when I was married, I didn't get much sex.
I ain't giving up racing
I'm not
cars.
an addict. It's cool. I feel alive. If you don't have it, you're on the other side.
Those are Belgian singers.
Four Non-Blondes?
No.
Or who was that?
I think it's chaotic now.
Hold on, I got it here in 3, 2, 1. K's Choice.
K's Choice, yeah.
Yeah.
Something with a K, yeah.
I've got him. Just put me on him, dude. I've got him, dude. I got him.
Yeah, there's a lot in basic chicken.
Go get him. Go get him, Scrappy Doo.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Smurf does remind me of Scrappy Doo. He's like the flatter Scrappy Doo.
I'd take him out, man. I got them all. Got him.
Smurf, you're gonna have to shut up while they come in.
Get him. I got him. Get him. Yeah, dude.
No, because we're gonna try to have a serious conversation.
Splat him.
Not if I'm here, because I'm a joker. I'm a smoker.
I'm a midnight toker. That's what's up.
Play my music in the sun.
I'm a broker. I'm a choker.
Oh, that sounds
hit my fucking
violent.
cat.
That sounds violent.
No, don't meow at me. I'm gonna throw you across the room.
Did you say don't meow at me?
Don't meow at me.
Meow at
That's
me.
Cantonese. You don't speak Cantonese? If you don't speak Cantonese, we are not friends, Helio.
Holy fucking shit. Is that really a thing, or are you guys making this shit up?
Yeah, you have a special language with your cats. If you got cats and you don't have like a special way of communicating with
I
them,
mean, I have
you're
a
weird.
cat.
Alec
I have a
Baldwin just killed a
cat
guy,
that
a girl.
I have a cat that's like my boy, but
Guys,
I
Alec
don't
Baldwin
think he
just shot
really
and killed
likes
somebody.
me.
What?
I don't
Look,
use meow language. Is that meow language? Is there some type of
Yes,
new
people who
meow
have
language?
cats have like a special
Guys,
language that only them and their
listen.
cats understand.
Oh
This
yeah,
is
they're
not
fucking
important
sick as
anymore.
hell.
Look, Alec Baldwin fatally shoots woman on film set. Look what I posted in the voice text. Alec Baldwin just murdered a woman.
Damn it, Bobby. Allegedly, he hasn't been convicted yet.
Wait, is this
Right.
Hollywood or?
No, Alec Baldwin's not part of Hollywood. What are you talking? Yes, of course it's Hollywood.
Happened right meow.
Right meow. It happened right meow.
Today.
Like yesterday.
Local police say he fired a prop firearm, killing director of photography. Hey, Helena
I'm not
Hutchins.
even gonna watch it. We already know Alec Baldwin is a piece of meow shit.
Well, he may or may not have meant to do that, though. I mean,
He
shit
may
happens on movie
or may
sets.
not have been marinated through the freaking Baldwin freaking.
Do you think that
Hollywood
she knew some
meow
stuff?
shit.
Was she about to out child trafficking, so they killed her like, what's his name from Soundgarden?
All right, goddamn it, I'll take a look at it.
Meow now.
Meow now.
Bro, I got a lot of respect for you, but you can't be auto hoaxing like that.
News. Hollywood actor Alec Baldwin.
Yeah, you can't do that, bro.
Auto hoaxing? What are you talking about?
You know, you can't like automatically like go into the conspiracy like that.
That's I know. I'm just fucking around. That's just a straw man. For the audience, that's just me being funny and straw manning.
Yeah, we're just joking.
Yeah.
We don't actually believe that she was killed on purpose or anything like that.
I don't have no opinion on why she died. No opinion.
No meow.
It was probably an accident.
Oh, for sure, dude. It's a movie set. What do you think? But at the same time, they might play it off as an accident. But yeah, I'm not going to.
Princess
Anyway,
Di?
doesn't fucking matter.
Princess Di?
So is this hashtag no meow?
Yeah, no.
No meow.
Are you
Pro
talking about
meow.
Princess Diana?
Or maybe host hashtag pro meow.
Meow happens.
Hey, dude, all kinds of shit happens in Hollywood, man. I mean, bodies everywhere.
If I were Alec, I'd be doing
Hey, shit! In
a lot of
Hollywood,
that right now.
In Hollywood, there's bodies alive and dead everywhere. There's like corpses alive and dead. It's Vampireville.
You gotta smurf along to smurf along in Hollywood, you know. Smurf around.
I'm pretty sure the United States president is a corpse.
I don't even know what that thing is, dude. Here, I'll show you a video where it's clear that the person being interviewed is not Joe Biden and is wearing a mask. Hang on. Oh, dude, it's crazy.
Is that the one where his neck's a different color?
It's Jim Carrey, dude. Same years as Jim Carrey.
I don't
Serious.
think Jim Carrey can pull off Joe Biden. I mean, no.
Dude, he did Fire Marshal Bill. Of course he could do Joe Biden.
Fire Marshal Bill's easy.
Let me tell you, Fire Marshal Bill.
He could do it, but I mean, I'm talking about to convince the public.
Why do you think he's sniffing kids' hairs? He's like, this is how ridiculous this is. Nobody will do anything. Watch. Yeah, he's trolling you.
Yeah, I know.
That's just my opinion, though.
Definitely trolling.
Everybody, I
That's
mean,
not the opinion of Helio Skeptic.
The whole presidential show has been a fucking, it's been a show for a very long time. And it's not, with Trump or Biden. I mean, it's freaking Obama and everything before that. All the
Forget about Trump or Biden. I want Trident.
Want a trident.
Right, trident.
I want
Aquaman to be president.
That's what I was about to say. God damn, you beat me to it. So it'd be who's Aquaman?
That really big scary guy from the Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that's that nigga.
Uh-oh.
Jason Jason Momoa.
Jason Momoa, that
Yeah, there's a
nigga.
video on YouTube groping his daughter like in front of a bunch of cameras.
Yeah, I know. He's a
The
shithead
video is so
too.
creepy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch it. Change the subject. So look, I put Biden video, Jake the Asshole's Biden video about maybe wearing a mask. It's very.
Where?
It's not a long one, so check it out. Voice text.
Where?
Dude, he
Yeah,
just
probably
put
not.
out. He just put another one out yesterday.
Yeah.
You know what?
Where's
you
it
know,
at?
Voice texts, bruh.
I went to the gas station today, and it said he did that, and it was Joe Biden, and somebody put a sticker. It had a sticker of Joe Biden right by the gas pump on the gas
Dude,
pump.
check this out.
I don't see it.
Listen, Jake the Asshole has been an asshole the
You don't see
entire
it?
time, so we all knew he was an asshole.
I scrolled all the way
What
down.
color
Oh, there
are
it
his eyes
is.
supposed to
Okay.
be? They're not supposed to be blue.
Anyway,
They're supposed to be
he's
brown.
like, at a certain point, he was like, I don't give a shit about flat Earth. But all of a sudden, now he does again, right? Because
That's okay. Who cares?
yeah, I like it. It's
Yeah,
like,
especially when he
nigga, I know
talks
you
shit
can't.
about Cyman Dan.
I know you can't avoid this shit. You know, I mean, because some of the videos he was putting out, it's just like, you're just, you're embarrassing yourself. Get yourself back on the point that this shit is obviously not true. You know, so I'm glad Jake has found his way back. You know,
Oh, that Earth is flat.
I like his newest videos. I like what he's doing now. I mean, he changed. The channel used to be called Flat Earth Asshole, but it's same channel, but it's Jake the Asshole.
Yeah, because he'll get more hits if he doesn't put flat Earth in his thing, which is fine.
Yeah,
It's just fine.
yeah, but he was like, oh, I'm just gonna not focus on Flat Earth anymore. But guess what he's doing now? He's doing Flat Earth and
Well, right now he's talking shit
debunks
about.
and shit.
He's talking shit about McToon.
Oh, that McToon video was so fucking hilarious. Did you watch it?
No,
you
I don't know,
gotta
man.
watch it. It's so.
I'm
funny.
thinking
I don't
about
know. I
changing my
guess-
channel name to Let's Go Brandon.
I can talk.
Who's Brandon?
Oh, you don't know that?
Joe Biden.
took
Yeah,
me
yeah,
about
fuck Joe Biden. Let's go, Brandon. I got it.
It actually took me a while to find out what the fuck Let's Go Brandon what thing was. But what it was is like Brandon won was it Talladega or whatever, and this chick was interviewing him, and in the background the crowd was going, "Fuck Joe Biden!" Fuck Joe Biden! Pum 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 pum. But she
Oh
was
yeah,
like,
can you hear them, Brandon? They're chanting you.
they're chanting it.
Let's go,
Let's
Brandon.
go, Brandon. But they were
Fake
saying,
news.
fuck Joe Biden. So
Fake
that's what
news.
So that's what Let's Go Brandon is about.
I mean, if you got a whole stadium full of people screaming "fuck the president," I feel like something's about to go down.
That's not the first time it happened though. I mean, it happens all the place.
I can
everywhere.
feel it coming in
the
the
air
air tonight.
Oh, long.
Oh boy, here we go.
Hey, I'm not gonna sing all night.
Cue the drums.
I thought Trump was the president. What happened?
He was president. He'll probably be
President Joe
president
Trident.
next. He might. President Joe Trident.
This is the tale of
Yeah,
two
because
presidents.
what if
Similar
Trump
to
is
the
wearing a
tale of
Biden
two
suit?
cities, but this is
What
the
if-
tale
what
of two presidents.
I'm just joking, guys. That's obviously Halloween bullshit.
No. Go ahead, Hank. Hey,
Okay,
that's
so
what this is all about. And
Joe, your
lest any
skin's falling off your
globies
face.
want to come in and just friggin' bullshit, friggin' throw it out there, man. Speak your mind.
No, obviously I'm just joking. Is there any new people in here?
No, Hank, I want to hear what your opinion is about this crazy nonsense.
We live in clown world. Everything you see is probably not
Well,
true,
hold on.
especially if you see
You're
it on
aware of
TV.
this.
You might
You're
need to
aware
fact
of
check.
this. Like this
The sad thing
crazy.
is
This
the
chick
people that
was.
voted for Joe Biden still
Hold
don't
on.
realize they're
Well,
fucking retarded.
no, but it's not. Anybody that votes is retarded. I didn't vote for anyone. So am I
Yeah, but
retarded because I
that
didn't
means your
vote?
vote was cast for Biden then.
Okay, well, your mama. So whatever.
Yo, Daddy, you agree
I've
to
never
again?
voted.
She a hula hoop, she a prostitute.
So anyway, Hank. So what do you think? It was it Talladega or whatever, was it Austin Speedway, wherever the fuck they they were just going, fuck Joe Biden, boo boo,
That's
and then
all
this
sporting
freaking.
events.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's not the first time. That's what I'm saying. But this particular one, they were interviewing the winner of the race, who was Brandon, and then she was like, "Oh, you hear them cheering for you in the background. Let's go, Brandon."
He smiled for a second. He was like, haha, yeah, by the way.
That's not what she's. That's not what they're saying. But fuck it, I own it. Hey, and I ain't gonna lie. If I was the winner of the race, I'd fucking own that shit too. It's like, let's go, Brandon.
My neighbor's got a job with a commercial for a Republican governor running for governor, but then the same day they got
your fucking finger. What the fuck?
The same day they got a commercial for the Democrats. They had to wear a face mask for the Democrats, but not for the Republicans. It was the same day, and it was for the governor race. And they had my friends got it on the commercial for the Democrat Party, and they had to put the face mask on for this.
Were they marching through? Is like mask, no mask, mask, no mask. Were they lurching through different sections? Mask, no mask, mask, no mask.
How the fuck do you fall up the stairs?
I got some friends. It was in the
I've done it before. I
Smurf,
can tell you exactly how it happens.
Smurf, I thought you were gonna promise you would leave your microphone muted.
I thought you were gonna smurf off. Okay, so what happens when you're walking up the stairs and you got something in your hand, and you step on the stair and you think you got it, but your
don't
toe
worry
like
about
only
Smurf
touches the
anymore. I
ledge.
just knew that.
And then when you like put the weight down on that foot, your toe slips off the edge and your shin goes right into the corner of the steps.
Damn,
That's
that
how you
shit
fall up the
sucks.
stairs. That's the
Dude,
best
yeah, that's
case
how
scenario.
you skin the shit out of your shin too, and you're like,
Hey, yeah. See, the way that we're using semantics here is
semantics.
Yes. Let me help you.
Was that a
guys out.
semantic?
Yes. This
So
is
yes,
semantics.
this is a semantic.
This is how you use semantics to indulge yourself into into spiritual atmosphere. Now, you might say, "Hey, I don't understand why Helio's being all weird, but I'm being weird on purpose for semantical arguments."
Nope. We already know why you're weird. We're not asking that question.
Yeah, that's thanks to Kettle One.
It's called
Wait, what the fuck is Kettle One?
Sleep
Vodka.
deprivation.
It's
No. I've had plenty of sleep. At this point, I've had plenty of sleep. Go ahead. Don't attack me, Michael. No, but as far as these,
buckle up and guard your grill.
Well, as far as these ideas, like they can only have these liberal freaking text on certain platforms. You know, that's fucking weird
Liberal
to me.
text or text?
All right, liberal text.
Yeah, did you say text or text?
I said text. You know what I mean.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just like liberals. Okay, what's he talking about now? Taxes? Yeah, liberals like taxing people.
Oh well, text would be TAXED, but that's something else. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
We're
I
talking.
didn't know what I heard. That's why I asked for clarification. Anyways, you were talking about, liberal text on these kind of platforms.
This is funny that you guys are.
No, it's not funny.
Hold on. Mike doesn't think it's funny.
Hold on, I'm just trying to figure out what you were talking about.
Michael, am I being a bad boy?
It's become redundant. It's expected. Not funny.
So,
Joe Biden's got a weird neck wrinkle.
well,
Tell
if you know, with all right, so
let's let others talk too.
All right. No, so with the redundancy, I'm trying to come back through.
I'm trying to get off of it and let others speak. That's why I usually say muted.
Hey, kitty, don't go over there. You're gonna get attacked again. Friggin' one of the kittens got attacked by one of the wildcats.
Yeah, let's get back to the Wildcats.
Yeah, there's Kettle One right there.
Kettle One, this is Chopper Dave. Do we got any new Glovers in the house? Over.
This is like the vodka that you see people drinking that have like a month-old shadow and a ponytail. And
The
like
month-old shadow is that? Holy
the hipsters.
Yeah,
is that
it's gross.
And they walk around wearing Birkenstocks.
Yeah, Birkenstocks with socks on.
Yeah.
The only good tasting vodka is Tito's.
The vodka tastes like rubbing alcohol. Smells.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I was surprised when Tito's came out. I was like, I gave it a shot. Holy fuck, I'm going to be an alcoholic for at least another 2 or 3 years now.
Yeah, it might as well. It might as well.
Because it's gluten-free. That's why. It's gluten-free vodka, so
Yeah.
like your body doesn't hurt you as bad.
Yeah, all that sugar doesn't fuck with you.
No, I'm saying that it's gluten-free, so only the stuff that is sugar fucks with you. There's no
That means
gluten
it's not made
also.
with wheat. It's made with taters. Tater squeezins.
Now that's some funny shit. About as funny as this guy in here that says you're part of Flat Earth Society 2.0.
Who said that? Who I got to punch?
Squeeze him. Get him in here.
This shit should be on Netflix.
He said, listen, PB Bot, he said, he's just ban him instead of sticking him in the lobby for really smart people. And I'm like, what lobby's that? He's like, Cogdis. I'm thinking, no, that's for moronic idiots who are aggressive.
I ain't gonna lie. I mean, as long as no one's talking, unless you want to, if someone else wants to talk, I do this on purpose to you guys to trigger because I fucking love you guys.
It's called belligerent.
Yeah, but why do you always gotta get louder when you're over talking me, Helio?
Well, you think he does that to just you?
No, I'm just joking.
Hold up, wait there. Hold up, wait there. Hold up, wait there.
I set traps.
My ass, it's a roadway full of shit.
Bullshit, that ain't no fucking trap. That's a motherfucking that gotta grind up the fucking both sides of the highway right now and then recycle the shit and then
where do you think
the
fucking room
roll it
comes
out
from?
and wait for it to set.
Goddamn.
Fuck, we're gonna be here for 3 hours.
Oh, well, the fuck do you think the room comes from? Goddamn. Anyway, go ahead, Mike. What
The
were you
room in the
about to
lobby?
say? Yeah, all of it. Yes, all of it. I fucking love you guys, and I want you to take advantage of it. Yes.
I thought you were going to
All of
say
it.
take advantage of me. And I was
Oh,
like,
no.
whoa, bro.
No, take advantage of however.
That sounds like a
Take
bromance.
advantage of me. Yes, of course. Take advantage of the platform, please. Every time, please. I love it.
Oh, yeah, that guy's feeling the spin right there.
Please, please.
Please, please. Are we in French now? You guys are fucking awesome. Anyway, so where we are, what are we on about? That's
Where we at?
what
Where
are
we
we
at?
on about?
Where they
Well,
at?
I
Where they
mean,
at? Where they at?
the proper English would be like, what are we on about? And
I thought Shala Rambo
here's
was
what
about
it
to
is.
say something.
I'm the proper asshole because I
Shala
can.
Rambo is AFK.
Typical.
Elio, what are you going to do, bro? Are you going to take those pills that increase your chance of heart attack or stroke?
I'm still trying to figure it out, but I did have some when it comes to blood pressure, it was at a dangerous level. And
I got high blood pressure too, bro. I've been drinking water.
Okay, well, I drink a lot of water as well. I don't
That'll
plan
lower
on
your blood pressure.
I don't plan on taking.
When's the last time you had a
these,
real good sweat? Do you sweat at your job? Like a real good sweat?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're sweating out toxins. That's good.
Okay.
I'll be getting my sweat on. My family laughs at me because I bought this suit that makes me sweat.
All right.
It smells like floaty.
Wait, let me ask you this since you're asking me this. Do you have a general practitioner as a doctor?
Nope.
Well,
a general
Smurf's telling you,
practitioner
bro.
is not a doctor. We've been through this 100 times.
Yeah,
a general practitioner is just a general
God damn it.
practitioner.
Who's
not
Smurf
a
calling?
physician.
I mean,
me.
it's like I was diagnosed by I was diagnosed by a doctor.
How'd you know?
Because it's Smurf.
Yeah,
I don't
that's a good
know
guess.
why.
That was good.
Hey, Hank,
Blood
let's
pressure,
talk
all
about
you
this.
need is a reading, not a diagnosis.
Hold on, Hank. Let's talk about this another time. Not
Wait
here.
right there. Wait right there.
All right, go.
I was trying to help you out, bro.
No, I get it.
No,
it's all good.
Damn
and
it.
Smurf really wants to talk to you, bro. Why don't you and Smurf
Yeah, he
go into a
does.
special
Smurf's
room?
like, come on, bro.
Y'all can Smurf it out. Y'all can Smurf each other's brains out, okay?
I'm not gonna fucking
Look,
Smurf.
he who smurfed it first smurfs it last. You can smurf your smurf.
Is Smurf calling somebody right now?
Yeah, he's saying in my DMs, Helio's drunker than me. What the fuck's the problem?
I'm not even paying attention to Smurf. I
Does
don't
Smurf
give
realize
a
that he's
fuck.
wearing a
I don't really give a
Mithra hat?
shit if Smurf is involved in this conversation at all, because he really doesn't have much to
Smurfy.
offer.
Smurfy.
Smurf, you're better off as a listener, bro. Get in the YouTube chat and fucking chat there. Fucking, you're not welcome here. To be honest, Smurf disrupts. I mean, this
If
is
you're really a
my
Smurf, where's
opinion.
the fucking
I'm a
mushrooms,
fucking
man?
moderator, Michael. I mean, I like the guy, but at the same time, when Smurf is involved vocally in the conversation, it just doesn't help anyone. So Smurf, I would rather you be in text in the YouTube chat than in here, because I don't think you're not going to help anyone in voice.
Yeah, you smurfed it all up, Smurf.
Yeah, you smurfed your fucking.
Oh my
smurfed
God,
your
there's
ass.
people who fuck up the conversation for 8, 12-hour shifts.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have some opinions about some other vocal people, but Smurf, as that's. I already said my piece on
Jesus
that.
Christ! Somebody hand Helio the fucking bong.
No, I'm just saying. I don't really think, as far as the vocal chat, Smurf has much to offer.
Oh,
That's all.
here's Helio. By the way, you know how you're talking about your blood pressure. Here's really good news. Smoking greatly increases your risk of heart attack while drinking and smoking at the same, or smoking while drunk.
Hey, you know what? The doctor
Because
that
the
I
blood
saw
clots.
tonight.
Yeah.
Well, the blood clot. He didn't bring up blood clots, but the doctor said, "Hey, if you smoked less, your blood pressure would decrease." Well, and hey, guess what? I already knew that. I don't even really smoke a lot. I mean, compared to a lot of people. I mean, I smoke less than a pack a day, so I already knew that. I was just like, Doc, thanks.
Are you a relative smoker now? Compared to Chuck fucking Norris, I don't smoke that much.
I don't punch people in the face as much as Chuck Norris does.
I think he kicks people in the face, don't he?
Oh, no. He pretends to kick people in the face, so no, he never actually kicks people in the face.
I don't know. I heard that it's not a fist underneath his beard, but another right hook or right roundhouse.
Hold on. I mean,
Chuck doesn't like to swim. Water just likes to be around him.
Hold the motherfucking phone. This is not about me. We're talking about whether the Earth is a globe or flat.
Wait, are you Chuck Norris?
I'm your mama. That's what I am.
Oh, we were talking about Chuck Norris, Smith.
Okay, well, Chuck
Jesus.
Norris is your mama.
Oh, because I see why.
And I'm going
somebody
to talk
survived the
shit
test and
about
lowers
your
blood
mama
pressure.
as much as I can while you try to defend your
While
Chuck
we're
Norris
on,
mama.
Mom, while we're on, Mom, tell your mom that account she set up for me to take care of me after I whacked your ass last time is low on money. I could use some KFC. And some new Nikes. Hey, did you watch that fucking Shorzy or not?
No.
Who, me?
Yeah, that Shorzy video. It's from Letterkenny. It's from
send it to me.
Letterkenny?
Send it to me. It sounds funny.
Letterkenny. Yeah, that shit is funny as fuck, dude. Come on, that motherfucker's funny as fuck.
It's too highbrow Canadian for me, eh?
Oh, hey. Oh, them are fighting words, eh?
I had a friend.
Meet me outside.
Up in BC, telling me, "Yeah, you got to check out Letterkenny." Watch
I
one
said them
episode,
are
and I was
fighting
like,
words, man. Outside now.
I'm outside already, dog. No
Oh,
shoes.
son of a bitch! I'll be there in 10.
I'm out here in the pea gravel. Let's go.
The pea gravel.
Oh, the pea gravel. Oh shit!
Hey,
yeah, the deep shit. So it don't hurt as bad when you get slammed.
Listen, dog, you got shoes on. I'll come out there barefoot. They call me
I'm
the
barefoot.
Michigan Mauler. I'm the barefoot brawler. I'll barefoot brawl on a pile of glass. I don't give a fuck.
You heard of hillbillies? Yeah, I'm a
On the
river
white
billy.
bear, I'll stomp your ass.
Yeah. What time that barefoot? I'll do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, dick measuring contest.
Ding, ding, ding. If it was a dick measuring contest, I'd already muted and demoted you. My dick's bigger.
God damn.
No, I'm not laughing, am I?
Yeah.
Damn, this water's cold and deep. Fucking urinals.
You were about to say that. It's like, damn, urinal burger. It's like, can they build us?
No, see, the only thing that sucks is when you go to take a dump and your balls hit the water.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Well, that means you're old. That means that's an old man thing.
Them some old nuts. How old did you say you were?
40.
Okay.
Well, damn, So
yeah,
your dad's already,
about 40 to 50. That's when
Who's
you
got big
start getting the water.
balls?
his Ned's
Yeah,
already
yeah.
lost her elasticity.
Yeah, it's about
What's
And
the
he's
shape
in
of the
here,
Earth again?
start
and
hitting the
he's in
water.
here dogging somebody about their blood pressure. You
Hey, I
got
know I got high blood
Talking
elephantitis
about
pressure.
of
his
the,
blood pressure.
you got elephantitis of the
I
nuts.
really
You should get
don't.
that checked out.
I just said, here's some good news.
Better get that looked at.
Hey, they only hit the water for a few seconds, and if the water's cold,
Yeah, and then
they
it retracts back
Hey,
up inside.
don't,
It's like,
don't
oh,
lie
shit.
though. I mean, it depends on the design of the toilet as well. I mean, it depends on how
Oh
close.
yeah, because
the
if it's
seat,
got
you
that
know.
one plumbing, man, I'll be down there in the pipes and shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's
That's
like,
how deep it is.
hey, most strong men have big balls. It's just like, it's like, oh shit, that's cold. It's like I gotta take a shit, and I'll be like, oh, this is.
High
I ain't trying to
society.
dip my balls in
God's
the.
gift to ballroom deseriety. I always feel the ballroom's the adventures never stall.
There you go,
The social pages say I've got the biggest balls of all. I've got big
Well, I
balls.
think
I've
that
got
my
some
balls
balls.
should be held every night.
Such big balls, dirty big balls. My balls are always swinging from the left and to the right. It's
There
my
you go.
belief that my big balls should be held every night. He's got big balls.
Amen,
He's
amen,
got
Michael.
big balls. We've got the biggest balls of them
Hey,
all.
just because you sit on a toilet and your balls dip in the cold water doesn't mean anything about your
Oh, my
penis.
balls don't touch the water. My balls don't touch the water, bro. They
Well,
go.
mine
Listen,
have
when the water
before.
gets
It
cold and
depends on
deep,
the toilet.
my balls go up 2 more inches when it gets cold and deep.
Okay,
I don't know
well,
what you're talking about.
okay,
Mark
well, your
Zuckerberg
balls.
actually had to come out and say, I am not a lizard person. That is some funny fucking
We've been
shit.
up and down this highway. We ain't seen a goddamn thing.
Hey, but maybe we have different physiology. I've had my balls touch the cold water before on a certain toilet.
Only when I go swimming and I'm waist deep. They say when you
How
reach
did that stop? How did that stop
Hey,
the
listen,
combo, Mike?
they say when you reach a certain age they start to hang lower. I say they're full of shit. If you eat like shit, they can start hanging at 30. But I eat proper and good. If I eat a burger, it's got half the garden on it.
I ain't gonna say I have the best diet.
I like my
but,
burger run through the garden.
Hey, I make a grilled cheese, man, and I'll put lettuce and onion and cucumbers in between that.
What if a
Shaved carrot.
quesadilla is just a Mexican grilled cheese?
Right, that's where I got the idea. I like to grill everything. I'll grill 2 pieces of bread with cheese on them and put every leftover I got in the fridge on it in between. Doop. Meatballs on the bottom, steak on top.
Gotta use that shit up.
Yeah, and I got a 16-year-old daughter that she's just as skinny as me. We can eat like pigs, and she's like, "Oh, you only made one of them? Hey, you're gonna have to take some of that stuff off because you used all the pickles, motherfucker." Well, my daughter literally make me rearrange my sandwich so she can get one just like mine. Oh shit! I don't.
Murph,
Mike, let me ask you this, Mike. Do you try to get away with cooking shit
without my daughter?
Without her there, and then she's just like,
no, because I know this. My daughter got a lot of things from me, but her hearing she got from her grandma. Now she can hear a mouse piss on cotton in a windstorm, so she hears my feet touch the stairs, and she's like, "Where are you going, old man? You cooking?" I don't even make it 2 steps down there. I'm like, I just stop at the first step and hold the dog back and say, "Taylor, I'm going to cook. You want some?"
you can't even cook a sandwich. without her fucking going.
No, the dog snitches on me every time with his clack, clack, clack all the way down the damn hardwood stairs.
That's funny.
I got to dice the leftovers up in 3 piles and be like, all right, here we go. And if she got a friend over, I got to cook her friend one too. But
Hell, fucking yeah, you do.
I don't mind. I actually get enjoyment out of the fact they like my cooking.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the best experience. It's like,
hell yeah, who makes you a sandwich?
Yeah,
when
when they're
Mike
just
does.
like, oh, this
Only
shit is
Mike.
good. Oh,
you equate
yeah.
that you equate that sandwich to my love. That's my love. You can put it on bread, grill that shit, add a bunch of onions and shit, and it still tastes good.
Yeah, man. When you cook something good, someone loves it, and they're just like, oh my God.
When you
This
cook
is the
that
best
soul food with a southern
Dude.
hospitality, and you got that good juju.
Yeah, you
Ain't
know
nothing
your
better than
sons, you know your kids, they all got that best friend. My daughter's best friend is here every damn weekend. She don't even call and ask. She just gets dropped off. My brother, my son, he'll be working and his friend's waiting for him. I come in the house, he's playing video games in the front room. I'm like, what the hell how'd you get in here? Tyler gave me his key. He'll be done in about an hour, but his boss a prick. He makes him wash the truck every time he puts it away. I'm like, whatever.
Damn right.
My trucks don't go in there dirty. You don't ride them hard and put them away wet, motherfucker, unless you washed them.
Like my trucks, like I like my women.
So basically, his friend called you a prick.
Yeah, that's how comfortable he is. That some bitch been hanging out. Fuck, 15 years. When my kid's 26, when he was 15, this kid was here all the time. He was like Lila. See, Lila just shows up. I had to cut Lila her own key. She just kept getting dropped off and nobody was there, so cut her own key. And he was the same way years before, so that's why it was easier. My oldest daughter's friend,
shit kids.
Yeah, my oldest daughter's friend. Since my daughter went to the Navy, she does a video call twice a month after breakfast, and normally her friend shows up. Mike, we ready for our call? You make that coffee? Can I get some of that fresh ground? What's up? She's at home. She's like, Dad, will you cook me a omelet? Me and my boyfriend and my kid. I'm serious.
Hey,
Damn,
Michael, yeah, dude, Michael, I ain't gonna lie. Your expose on here so many times, it's like everybody should be scared because they know you have an arsenal. It's like, all right, so what are you gonna do? End of the world?
He missed the point. He missed the point. I bitch him out, cook him an omelet and a burger, talk to him about his blood pressure, and then hand him a fifth of scotch. Here, I ain't gonna drink that. You might as well.
I never had scotch.
Oh, you're missing out. $2,000 bottle of scotch tastes good.
Yeah, well, scotch is an acquired flavor.
Yeah, but I could get me a little 5-speed.
It is. It is. Scotch is it helps when you start out sipping on a warm glass of brandy and then you take a snooker of scotch.
Brandy.
You know?
Yeah. Oh man.
And if you don't know,
hold on, brandy's not bad.
No, hell no.
Dude, brandy tastes horrible.
A snooker. If you don't know what the snooker is, I'll pull that glass down off the shelf and show you that. That's what rich people sip scotch out of.
Wait.
Swear to God, fucking Rothschild.
Hold on. Hank, when you drink, I mean, what do you prefer? I mean, of course you like beer. You like beer, whatever. But as far as liquor, what did you say?
I said a straw, and I ain't joking either.
A straw. What are you
I hit my joint at the wrong time.
Are you drinking a margarita through a straw?
I'm hitting my joint, and this motherfucker says a straw. Damn, I about choked the lung out. God damn it.
A straw. I was talking about a specific drink.
See,
What's
that's why
your favorite drink? Oh
Listen,
my goodness.
brandy and scotch are meant to be sipped. You sip it.
Interesting enough, all cognacs are brandies, but not all brandies are.
Yeah,
I know.
exactly.
I know.
Yeah,
Isn't that weird?
yeah. It's. I mean, I mean, as far as the alcohol content, like cognac and brandies are about 25-30% alcohol, maybe up to 35.
Fuck that, man. Blackberry brandy. Make some blackberry wine and throw that through your fucking pots.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
Blackberry.
that's
Bambity.
all a blackberry wine is not brandy or cognac.
No, you make blackberry wine and then you put it through your fucking distiller.
That's
Through your pot
mulberry
still.
wine.
And then when you get afterwards is brandy. You distill wine, you get brandy from wine.
Yeah, it's a process.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
So then it's like 35. I mean, it's near.
Now there's an ancient way of getting fortified wine.
It's about
right?
30 to 40.
That's where you freeze the
35.
wine or let the wine freeze solid during the wintertime. And
Yeah,
then you pop the cork and pour out the liquid that's left.
We
and
do that
it
with
doesn't
hard
freeze 'cause it's
cider.
got a lot of liquor in it. Yeah.
We do. Yeah, you make Applejack that way.
Yep,
Freeze
yep.
dried Applejack.
Do you dry or do you ever add any cinnamon to it?
My hard cider's got cinnamon in it before we freeze it. Yeah, I like
Because
cinnamon in a hard cider.
I made some apple whiskey or apple
Wait,
fucking hooch one time.
Both of you
and
guys have made freeze
I gave
dried
everyone that
Applejack.
got a cup of it like 2 fireballs to go with it.
I
so
have.
it was like a cinnamon apple.
I watched a video to make freeze
The
dried
first
Applejack.
Applejack I had seeds in it, so when you took a drink, you had to spit out the seeds. My brother said the seeds add some shit to it, but I think he was just trolling my ass. So the next time I made sure there was no fucking seeds in it.
Yeah, I watched a video on how to make the freeze
Whenever I've
dried
done it.
Applejack. I mean, it's pretty much just apple juice, and then you ferment it, and then you just freeze it. Through
Yep.
several steps, and the
Freeze
alcohol
it,
won't
slowly
freeze.
unthaw it, freeze it, slowly unthaw it. Yeah.
Now, when I was in lockup and I was making apple hooch, what I would do is I would just smash the whole apple and with the kicker. And like the kickers I would make is I would always make like the fresh kickers. I would never like reuse the kicker. Everybody else that would make like Pruno would get my kickers, right? But
Where do the kickers
I
come
would
from?
just
From the original
from
apple?
apples. From apples, you take apples and you smash them. You put them in a coffee bag, and throw
Add
some
some
raisins
bread.
in
In a
there.
zip in a
No,
Ziploc.
not bread. Bread is dead yeast. Bread is nasty. You just add a little bit of raisins to it because the raisins have yeast on it already, and it starts kicking off. And plus, around the core of the apple has natural yeast, like around the stem and the butt part of the apple butt.
Smurf is mad. He's like, "You guys are just talking liquor now. I'm drunk. I know about liquor."
I know, motherfucker, dude. Stop asking Silvers to unmute you. We can't unmute you, and if we could, fuck you. We couldn't. We wouldn't.
Got him,
dude. And us moderators that won't. So,
Smurf, I would have
You'll smurf me up? Oh, you're just a little smurf squeak, eh?
You were posting links to
Smurf you
Gordon's
around with just one hand tied
anyway,
behind my
I'm
back.
curious about how
Hold
you're
on,
gonna make. How you're gonna
hold on.
like?
Excuse me.
I mean,
Gentlemen,
he was about to explain
old
to us
dude's
how
trying
they
to
make.
say something.
Wait,
There was a
old
guy
dude-
about to explain
old
how to
dude's
make
trying to
prison huge.
Did
Yeah,
you
then you
fucking
take it
hear
through a
old
clean
guy
sweep.
talking?
No.
You guys didn't hear him?
No.
Who? Smurf?
No.
Old dude was trying to talk.
Yeah,
guys
you
brought
guys
the-
just,
Oh, my bad.
you guys
Old
just,
dude, go ahead,
you just
bro.
ran him over with a
I was-
fucking mosh
No,
pit in
I
here.
was listening to the guy telling us how to make prison hooch.
Well,
Go ahead, old
actually,
dude.
you were yelling in your Blue Yeti at the time. That's why you couldn't hear.
Here, Battle Mod, I'll sort this out. Helio, shut the fuck up and go and get a cup of coffee, mate. do yourself a favour. Smurf was posting porn in the live stream. Had you been a bit more conscious, you might have noticed it. Cheers, guys.
Hey, you! I did not post any porn, and that's bullshit. You made that's fake, dude. I did not post. I posted a link to the Lords of Acid, which is a music video. Lords of Acid is a music video, dude.
Yeah, with some little girl on it asking, did I want to do 30 things to her? Yeah.